Chapter 38. The chill air of this chamber pricked my skin. It wasn't merely the way the massive crypt seemed to draw the heat from my flesh, sucking the warmth from my bones, nor was it merely the blue tiles that cracked like ice under my step. It was something the soulless chill of things best left forgotten. Ancient secrets buried away because they were too grim or mad to behold. Across the way and through the arch was a central chamber with a blocky gray sarcophagus at its heart. This was a tomb. For who or what, I felt like I should have known. I gulped upon seeing the skeleton at the side of the entrance. Apparently, very few make it in very far. Each sound I made echoed through the vast chamber, rippling the air in razor-edge crescendos that signaled how utterly huge this place was. It was as if a worm had hollowed out a space in the core of Sigil itself and left it empty when it died. But most eerie of all was the giant rune gilded into the center of the floor in an unfamiliar silvery metal. It was the same rune that I bore on my shoulder, knife-edged and barbed inward and out as if it were pain betraying itself. The rune of Torment. I explored the gallery, and with my careless steps a bolt of blue light shot out from a corner, cracking against my shoulder and sending me spinning. Damn, the place was trapped. Well, it's not like the place could kill me. Could it? A sheet of leather hung from a wall, bat-winged as if it were freshly stripped from a body, head, arms, legs, and tail. The scratchy runes were a little faded with age, but the chill dry air seemed to have preserved it over the ages. "At last I have you. Never again will you torment me, for no mortal man can escape these walls. Seek the keys and embrace death with each that you find. Only then shall you be free." Well, that's reassuring. Intending to progress to the next room, I headed toward the passage down. Yet foolishly I had stepped onto the seal that was the symbol of my curse, the black mark I was fated to carry with me. So when it glowed, I stood stock still, paralyzed with the flash. The bolt of lightning cracked down through me like a white-hot whip, frying every muscle and nerve along my spine into a useless puddle of molten flesh. I collapsed, twitching a moment, before the darkness claimed me. Shifting, I groaned, arching my back to work the kinks out. The renewed flesh itched, and my nerves weren't in proper working order just yet. My whole body was numb, and my movements were clumsy, but with a few minutes' rest, the paralysis faded and I stumbled to my feet. Best not to do that again. Circling around the rune, I continued down the passage. A simple, straightforward process to get to the next god-forsaken room, so imagine my confusion when the air rippled in front of me. There was no chance to step back, no warning when reality about me seemed to tug at my being and tear me away. I cried out in shock as space itself twisted around me and I was drawn unwillingly into a portal, and out of it into another side chamber. There was only one thing of interest here, the grim sarcophagus of gray stone and copper finishing. Even if each side was a foot thick, it was still huge enough to fit 2 or 3 bodies within. Barring the Silent King's sanction against grave robbing, part of me didn't relish the thought of cracking open the seals and exposing whatever monstrosity lay within. By now, however, I was getting over the mortal squeamishness towards pain and death. Looking around, I was surrounded by bleak cobbled walls, the only path, no doubt, another portal. Seek the keys and embrace death with each that you find. Only then shall you be free. I pushed the coffin lid aside. Though thick and heavy, it was lighter than I expected. While I strained and sweated, grunting with each shove, the lid steadily moved aside when I threw my weight against it. Stone scraped against stone, and by the time I was left resting at the base of the sarcophagus, panting with exhaustion, there was a space wide enough for me to fit an arm through. Biting my lip, I slid my hand into the darkness. To my surprise, I reached down all the way to meet bare stone. Groping around a little further, I still felt only empty air. I stood up on my toes, leaning further in to explore deeper. Finally, my fingers bumped against a slim bar of metal, and my fingers curled around it. Pulling it from the stone sarcophagus, it looked like a key, but without door or lock in sight, I couldn't find much utility for it. I sighed. I suppose I would have to trust the inscription. If no mortal man could escape, then my immortality must be the way out. I stepped onto the seal. As expected, the lightning shot through my body, searing through flesh and bones so that I felt as if I were being split in half. Yet when I twitched back to wakefulness, I found myself still sprawled over the seal. I was only half dead from the blow, but the agony was unbearable. The smoky smell of my own burnt flesh swirled among the tendrils of smoke, savory enough to make my own mouth water, acrid enough that it made my eyes well up with tears. The foamy bile met my lips before the wave of nausea hit a split second later, and I choked as every nerve along my body burst as if they were afire. Almost fully paralyzed, I couldn't crawl off the seal. Instead, I slapped the silver-gilded seal weakly, crying out in a hoarse voice. "Take me," I croaked. "Take me!" And mercifully, the powers above granted my plea and ended my suffering. When I came to, I was at the entrance once again. In my hand, I still gripped the key. Bits of my burnt flesh had been welded to the metal surface. I rolled it over in my hand as I shook off the residual lightheaded feeling of my previous death. The key seemed vaguely familiar somehow. As I held it, I suddenly knew its purpose. Like the keys of Sigil's portals, this would allow me to teleport to one of the other inner chambers of the tomb, but only if used at the entrance corridor. And the only way to return to the entrance was by the trapped seals. I shelved away the question of how the damn thing worked. Dimensional lightning, imps that dragged my corpse back to the entrance, who knew? All I needed right now was to get into the tomb. I circled around the seal and stepped through the portal. Once again I was teleported into another room. The key had worked, altering the path of the portal so that I wound up in a new chamber. I got to work quick. Throwing my weight against the sarcophagus there, I sweated, grunted, and urged the lid aside so that I could reach the second key. I was thankful for the respite of my death, though tired as I was by the time I plucked the key from the lightless depths, I was not too eager for another. I sighed and stepped away from the sarcophagus. Well, we all have to sleep sometime. It was a mercifully clean death, in that my eyeballs weren't bursting with vitreous humors melting from my sockets. The ache along my spine stiffened my back, and the migraine led me to feel along my head to check if the blast had cracked my skull. I sat up and stumbled around the seal. Each progressive death in such quick succession left me feeling drained, whether it was my body meeting its limit or the mental fatigue of the task. I passed through the portal once more, entering what I hoped would be the final room. Another bout of pushing and grunting, and the lid edged aside. I sat next to the sarcophagus, wondering what Dakon and Mort were doing now. They were a mismatch if I ever saw one, and in all honesty, to my memory, I hadn't. How long had I been down here, and how long had I left them waiting? Mort would be zipping around Dakon, trying to pester him with one of his well-honed insults as the Gith meditated. Well, the sooner I got this over with, the sooner I could rescue them from each other. I scrounged the key from the sarcophagus and trudged into the seal and into my fate. Spreading my arms like a hawk about to take flight, I embraced the spear of light as it sliced through my body. I stumbled weakly toward the entrance. Tendrils of smoke curled from my flesh, the only hint of warmth in this cold tomb. My limbs were rubbery, my muscles were weak. The strength was flowing back into my body in a sluggish trickle, and the keys clinked in my loose grip. I almost didn't notice that I had passed through the arch without being teleported once again. Collapsing on my back, I began to laugh. Victory was mine, and I was too weak to fully claim it. The chuckles echoed cold and hollow against the walls, taunting me in yet another bitter twist of irony. Eventually, the nausea trickled away, and the weakness crumbled from my body. My stomach began to growl, and I thought back to the last time I had food, a half-cooked cranium rat and a crust of bread that could have been used to cobble the floors. Softening the damn thing in mildewed water had improved it little. Strange how you suddenly think of the little things when you're inches from your greatest goal. I stood over the grand sarcophagus. The workmanship was rigid and alien, and gripped with multiple bronze fingers. There was no moisture to tarnish the metal, but mere age had begun to turn the edges green. The slab covering it was carved with a rigid utilitarian pattern, and the pedestal the whole thing rested on was inlaid with more bronze and gray-brown stone. I strained trying to open the sarcophagus lid, but my efforts were in vain. It was locked firmly in place. With a sigh, I leaned against the slab momentarily, when a thought struck me. I leapt to my feet. The runes of Torment. The strange feeling that I knew this place and its workings. I knew. This was my own tomb, built by my own hand. I looked around. Hung along the walls were slabs of stone, white underneath, but rust-stained as if they were ancient blood-soaked shrouds. The inscriptions were written in a style identical to my own hand, but the words were foreign. The runes inscribed were calm and determined in some places, frantically scrawled in others, like the words of a madman who knew not who he was and whose moods were as mercurial as his memories. Was this my original journal? I began to read. There is nothing that can be done. Memories are gone, perhaps never to return. With every death, I lose part of me. How can one be immortal and still die? He told me that my mind is weakening with every death. I asked him how this could be, but he could not answer. He was of no use. I butchered him so that no other incarnation would ever benefit from his uselessness. I ran my hand over the inscription. The runes were mine, but the brutality behind the words wasn't in my own heart. Who was I? Who am I? Upon closer inspection, though, I believed the panel could recess into the wall. I pushed it, and the panel glided into the wall. A click emanated from the sarcophagus behind me. I have lost lifetimes because of my killer. I cannot deceive him, so I must kill him. I tried to throw him off the scent. I left false bodies, tailored in such a way to placate him. I roamed the most outer planes, hoping to use distance as a shield. I built this tomb filled with traps to try and kill the killer. I hid. All I bought was time. The attacks inevitably begin again, with more fury than before. Deceptions are useless. Somehow the killer always knows that I live, and no matter where on the plains I hide, he finds me, eventually. Another inscription, another panel. It slid smoothly into the wall. Click. So they said, "You have been divided. You are one of many men. You bear many names, and each has left their scars on your flesh. Lost One, Immortal One, Incarnations End, Man of 1,000 Deaths, the one doomed to life, Restless One, one of many, the one whom life holds prisoner, the bringer of shadows, the wounded one, misery bringer, Yemeth. I grow weary." Click. Fear names. Names have power in identity. Others can use names as weapons. Names are a hook that can be used to track you across the plains. Remain nameless, and you shall be safe. I am the Nameless One. The panel was beautifully constructed, and slid without a whisper of sound, save for the lock opening on the sarcophagus behind me. Click. What little life there is in this world is draining out this hole in my body. The world can burn, the plains can burn, just give me life. I will destroy this life so badly, break it, smash it, stain it in blood and feces, so you cannot live it either. Let all creation burn, for I cannot die. I pushed the panel. Click. It is extremely important to record your journeys so that you might learn from them. The greater need, however, is that the sources of information you use to uncover this mystery need to be protected when they are found. If key figures, documents, or oracles are somehow removed, either by death or destruction, then you will never know who or what you are, or how you came to be this way. The craftsmanship of this panel was exquisite. inset with the precision that only a master could achieve. Click. I suspect that we will continue to die and be reborn until we finally get our life right. I do not know what we have to do to bring that about, though, and therein lies the frustration. Is it some sort of karmic cycle? As I gather, some incarnations have committed terrible crimes, but there have been a number of incarnations where we have labored to do nothing but good. Are these incarnations intended as punishment? I don't know. And that is the only real truth I can offer in these carvings. I do not know. At what point does the I get separated from the we? At what point am I freed of the shackles of the actions of these other incarnations? And at what point am I allowed to be me, without the weight of these past lives? Click. The final inscription looked like the directions on my back that Mort read to me in the mortuary. While I thought I gleaned all I needed to know, I looked over it to refresh my memory. Perhaps more could be gleaned from a direct reading. I know you feel like you've been drinking a few kegs of Styx wash, but you need to center yourself. Among your possessions is a journal that'll shed some light on the dark of the matter. Farad can fill you in on the rest of the chant if he's not in the dead book already. Don't lose the journal, or we'll be up the sticks again. And whatever you do, do not tell anyone who you are or what happens to you, or they'll put you on a quick pilgrimage to the crematorium. Do what I tell you. Read the journal, then find Farad. To my surprise, there was one more line. One that Mort didn't read to me in the mortuary. Don't trust the skull. I stood, my head spinning, made worse by the residual headache from so many deaths. Hey, Chief, you okay? You playing corpse or you putting the blinds on the dusties? I thought you were a deader for sure. I don't trust the Gith. We should leave him behind. What's eating you, Chief? You and me, Chief. You and me. Reaching around, I ran a finger along my back where the inscription probably was. I had to fight down the sudden urge to take a dagger and slice off my skin in sheets so I could see for myself. In my fury and confusion, I snarled, punching the panel so that it withdrew. Click. I had more important things to focus on, I thought. I could deal with such problems later. For now, I needed to focus on what was in front of me. I needed to see what it was that I had to die 3 times for. Don't trust the skull. The sarcophagus lid slid open with ease, unlike the others. I discovered only a single key lying within. No body, nothing of worth. Well, that's damn disappointing, I grumbled as I snatched it up. Walking through the arch once again, I wasn't surprised when the key thrummed in my hand and I was warped to one final chamber. A large square chest stood in the center of the small room, and opening it I finally found a worthy stash of goods. No doubt sequestered here by a past incarnation, waiting for a new one who needed these tools. Finally, I happily helped myself. When I was done looting, a final portal opened up. Deep down, I knew this would take me back to the catacombs where Mort and Dakon were hopefully still waiting. I would come back richer in supplies, seared with a few new scars, and troubled by the dark revelations of my tomb. Dakon turned as I approached, his eyes like polished coal. It was known to me that you would return. Is it your will that our 2 paths become one? Yes, I need your aid, Dakon. Hopefully I didn't keep you guys waiting too long. He shook his head. Your path is mine. Mort chirped, glad to see me again. Whew! I was worried, but I knew you'd be back, Chief. Finally realized you needed me, huh? Yeah. Let's go. I tell you, Chief, I'm not letting you go this alone anymore. I mean, let's be honest. Without a member like me around to give you the dark of things, you would have been dead 10 times over. I'll be hanging around until you learn to live off the apron strings, but until then, we're skull to skill. Bestest buddies we are, Mort and, well, we'll call you something eventually. After all, big scary place like this, it's just about impossible to find real friends. Chapter 39. I left the dead nations happily, eager to taste the foul air of Sigil once again. At the portal, however, I passed by that corpse once again. The sandy-haired collector was covered with nasty bites, and still the dead man's neck writhed as if it were trying to twist itself off his body. He spoke with an effort, but thanks to the stories bones tell that I had learned from Stale Mary, I could understand him with perfect clarity. "Hey, I'm Chad. Need your help." I squatted next to him. "What's wrong with you?" "See this neck?" It was stretching like taffy and contracting. "Damn Vargoyle bit me. I'm dead and I need to hold my head on if I don't want to be one of those damnable things. You gotta kill the Vargoyle down the passage. All of 'em. To save me from that." I nodded. I had worried about this very fate the first time I learned of the Vargoyle's terrible bite. "You got it. In return, I'll give you directions to a powerful magical item. Deadsight tells me you might need it." "What is it?" "Find it and then I tell you. Not before." I had faced hordes of the things already, fought giant sewer lizards in the dank tunnels of the Drowned Nations. I had been threatened by slavering ghouls and hacked apart a were-rat in these tunnels. Slaying a small swarm of Vargoyles was a simple affair. They were little more than flying rats to me now. When I returned, I noticed Chad's neck was better. It no longer bulged out as if it wanted to separate from the torso. "Thanks, friend. At least now I know I ain't gonna be a Vargoyle for eternity. You want your reward now?" "Tell me." "Alright, here's what it is. There's a reason the Drowned Nations are called that. There's a magic bottle that never stops its flow. A decanter, hidden in the Drowned Nation catacombs. You get that, you got all the fresh water you'll ever need." "You mean this one?" I pulled it from my pack, holding it before his dead, motionless eyes. "What? Oh, cripes. I'm sorry, I can't offer you anything else to thank you. Wait, someone down here might know how to get the command word. A guy by the name of Glive? Face in the wall, speaks like he's got a mouthful of molasses." "Powers above, I feel so useless." I shook my head. "No, I needed to be reminded that I still have a few things to do here. Thanks, Chad. Rest in peace." With that, I felt his spirit fade, passing into the planes beyond. If I had to, I could always drag up the memories from his bones, but there was no need for that now. "Things to do here? Unless there's a mammy bar and about 10 other ways to fulfill my 11-plus vices, we're getting the friggin' hell out of Sigil's arsehole." "We have some obligations, Mort. Such as revenge against a certain Vargoyle swarm that had killed me earlier. By now, the population must have been decimated. Those few scattered pests would have had to kill a lot more buried villagers to become a real threat again. Hopefully I could warn those vultures away by telling them that the dead nations protected these warrens. I sifted through the scattered bones of the dozens of adventurers that must have been slain here. Most of their goods were damaged, but an exquisite pair of punch daggers still looked good. I returned to Glive. Glive spoke in that slow rumble, like stone scraping against stone. "Have you found the flask of which I spoke?" "Yes." A note of eagerness crept into Glive's dead voice. "You have it. Pour some of its water across my lips, and I shall tell you what I promised to tell you." "Here you go." The clear water from the flask trickled across the stone lips, diluting the filthy flow that spewed from the holes. As we watched, the ditch's water slowly dissipated entirely, the dirty taint of it replaced by clear, fresh water. Glive groaned in ecstasy. After a moment, he spoke. "My thanks, Nameless One. In gratitude, I gift you with the knowledge that will allow you to harness the full power of the decanter." His voice began to fade even as he spoke. "Seek out the woman called Namel. She resides in The clerk ward, in upper sigil. I know not where exactly. Best of luck in your quest, immortal. Thanks, Clive. Go to your rightful rest. The stone face was silent. A trickle of clear water ran from the corner of its eye, and the grimace carved into the face had loosened. Another soul, freed from its torment. You know, boss, I was getting really sick of his constant pauses. Anyway, it's a good thing he shut up now. Very funny, Mort. Let's go. I wasn't expecting any fanfare when I returned, and indeed I wasn't disappointed. When I came to the gate, that huge hulking thug was still standing guard, face creased into an ugly grimace. The guard straightened up. You got what Ferid's wantin', Burke? Yes. Show it to me, Burke, and I'll raise the gate. But not until, right? I glanced him over, suspicious of his intentions. I bled and died and starved for this orb, and I wasn't going to let someone else take it. It's for Ferid's eyes only. The thug barked a laugh. Then you ain't getting in. A muscle in my cheek twitched, but I tried to stay calm. On the other hand, I do have something you might be interested in. He raised an eyebrow. Yeah? What might that be? Jink. How's 25 coppers sound? You're getting warm, Burke, but you ain't there yet. I sighed. All right. How's 50 sound? A smile wreathed his ugly face. That's good enough. Pass it through and I'll open the gate. I pulled out a fistful of coins, giving a rough count before tucking them in a rag and tying it off quickly with some leftover thread. I held out the small satchel, offering it just past the gate. Grab it and it's yours. He reached through the gate for the coins I held out. In a swift motion, I deftly pinned his arm back against the gate and wrenched it. The guard screamed in agony as his arm creaked in its socket. Twisting it further, the muscle and sinew strained on the edge of tearing. "Ah!" he squealed like a piglet. "Get off! Please!" I let him go. Now let me in, or I'll tear you to pieces. We'll have no more of your games. I'm tired, aching, and I haven't had a hot meal in days, and I'll be damned if I'm going to let a flimsy iron gate and a grave-robbing rat get in my way. He hastened to open the gate before I made good on the threat, and stood far out of my reach as I passed through the gate. Learned our lesson, have we? Let's see a little more respect next time. Farewell. The other guards looked at me with mingled fear and loathing, but they readily gave me a wide berth. No one met my eye as I passed by. I gave them a friendly wave as I left them. Top of the morning, lads! Keeping my pack close to me, I led the way to Ferid's throne room. I had gone through too much to lose it to a cut purse now. I licked my lips. Ferid had answers for me. I could taste it. Ah, corpse! Ferid turned as I approached, his crutch clacking on the cobbles of the court. He licked his lips and smiled expectantly. Have you brought me what I asked for? I held it out. The surface curdled under my fingertips, and the nauseating stench led me to hold it at arm's length. Here it is, the bronze sphere. Ferid's eyes gleamed as I handed it over. He touched it gingerly, almost reverently. How Ferid could bear to show this sort of affection to such a vile thing was beyond me. Then again, maggots did breed best in rotting flesh. You, he chuckled. Ah, corpse, such a gamble you were, and paid off handsomely you have. Ferid studied his reflection in the sphere and tisked. The years have been cruel to me, I see. I did what you asked, Ferid. Now I want some answers. Ferid didn't even look at me as I spoke. His attention was swallowed by the sphere he held. Yes, ask your questions. Ferid turned the sphere in his hand. Very important, your questions. What do you know about me? Why was I told to seek you out? Ferid studied me with a critical eye. Stay your weapons for what I'm about to say, corpse, for it could be your ears that'll take offense. Ferid smiled wickedly. My ears no longer care, but yours are still fresh for the burning, it seems. I placed my hand across my chest. You have my word that I'll stay my hand, Ferret. I swear it. But I need to know what you know. The truth. Ferret's tone softened as if cajoling. The truth was stretched a bit from my mind to my tongue when we first spoke, Corpse. In all terrible honesty, I know little about you. He raised a withered finger. Yet, hear me out. Yes? You're a cutter who plays at being dead, as I see. Ferret squinted at me. Some time ago you came to me, like you are now, but not. Just strolled right into Illwind Court and said you wanted an audience with me. An audience with you? Aye, an audience. Ferret chuckled, like whispering sand. Like I was royalty. He seemed amused, but there was an edge in his voice. You knew the right things to say, you did, oh yes. You spoke the chant like a governor, born and true. And I listened. But you were royalty. At least a man of position, once, were you not? Requin's tale was still fresh in my mind. Once, Ferret hissed. Once. Titles, only words. Nothing in the end. He lapsed into silence, then tisked. Knew that too, my history. I think you did. What did I want from you? Ferret gave a mock bow, his crutch creaking as he leaned against it. Oh, Ferret, great collector king, you says. I have come before you to request a boon. A boon, I says. What could I offer such a man of obvious strength? Ferret wagged his crooked finger. And you asked for a strange thing. You says, Lord Ferret, I ask for courtesy. Your collectors roam throughout the hive. If they should find my body, I want it kept safe. That's all I ask. Ferret shrugs. A simple boon. I tried to urge him to continue, but before I could speak, I suddenly felt a prickling in my skull as Ferret spoke the word boon, and the smell of blood and fear rushed through my nostrils. Ferret was hiding something that happened in the past involving me, and it scared him. The boon he granted was no simple matter. So, you granted my boon just like that? There's nothing to be gained from it for you. Why did you even agree to do it? I asked suspiciously. Ferret fell silent for a moment. A dead man can keep no promises, and promises to a dead man are easy enough to make, Corpse. You're a merchant, Ferret, not a Samaritan. There must have been another reason. The memory burned as it returned in white-hot prickles, searing as it ate its way forward into my consciousness. Soon, though, it cooled, icy with the rigid calm I felt just then. The stench of the hive burned at my nostrils. A hand was curled around my sheathed dagger, and a cold sweat had made the handle slick. The thug chuckled. An audience with Ferret? Did Sharegrave send you? No, I said simply. I'm beginning to lose my patience, street vulture. Where do I find Ferret? The Collector King don't see outsiders, Burke. He grinned, revealing 2 rows of moldy yellow-green teeth. But I do think he'll be liking that purse of yours. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed the thugs moving. 10, no, 20 of them. The hivers could smell the sharp tang of danger, and down the streets, window shutters snapped and doors slammed, finishing with a chorus of clinkling as deadbolts slid home. I grumbled. It was a sad day when I'd have to waste my energy on these rats. Ah, well. Might as well have a little fun. Swinging an arm back, I gripped the neck of the thug that was maneuvering in to backstab me, the other hand snatching his wrist before he could slide the blade somewhere soft. His eyes bulged, and he struggled as I whispered a single word of power in his ear. Insects. I could feel the blood trickling from his nostrils, pouring from his lips and eyes, and wetting my fingers as he collapsed, his insides liquefying as he was eaten from the inside out. His body convulsed, thrashing as a wet, bubbling scream gurgled from his lips. By the time he was twitching in his death throes, the centipedes were writhing free from under his eyelids, ants swarming from his ears, and spiders crawling from his lips, gleefully carrying bits of his tongue in their mandibles. "But Barrack! A mage! Quick!" another thug screamed. "Grab his wrists! Cover his mouth!" They weren't as stupid as I imagined. Showing their backs would have meant certain death. If they could reach me and pin me to the ground with manacles and gags, they might have had a chance. But I make my own rules. Cracking my fists together, a wave of air and force battered the nearest thugs backwards, knocking them to the ground. I waved my hands, and one by one I plucked each of them up as if by invisible telekinetic hooks. One I threw into the wall of an abandoned building, and his body slid halfway into the stone before it solidified again. Stone and flesh melding into a conglomerate that left his guts ossified. His screams were short and choked off, and he died slowly as his organs began to fail, half merged into the brick as they were. Another I speared mercifully with arrows of glass, leaving him dangling and still from the brick wall. A third I entrapped in a prison of crushing salt. He died in an instant. I made a game of it, practicing my hand-eye coordination by juggling between the ones that tried to attack and the ones that tried to take flight, seeing how many I could kill and how creatively. Their screams of terror were silenced one after the other in ripples of chaos and razor-edged blades of law. They fell with missiles of ash, weaves of pure light, and coils of metal that wound around bodies and limbs and tightened until they were sliced into medallions of flesh and bone. The streets were drenched with blood, and the scattered limbs of the thugs still twitched as I walked calmly toward the last one standing, facing me only because he was paralyzed with terror. It was the one who first mouthed me off, the one with that mildewed grin. With a shriek he tried to flee, stumbling over the bodies and slipping on the blood of his allies. I was glad I left one alive. With a flick of a finger he was dragged into the air, limbs flailing as I gestured, pressing him stock still against a nearby wall. "I'm not in a good mood today," I whispered, reaching out to grasp one wrist. The skin immediately blackened under my touch, bubbling over in hideous boils as a pox began to take his flesh. It distended in angry green spheres, the rot eating away at his flesh so quickly that by the time the flesh slewed from the bone there was no blood left, only pus beating white and hot from his veins. He shrieked. Oh, how he shrieked. I sighed. Art always came at the cost of precious practicality. "Look, this wouldn't have happened if you hadn't attacked me," I chided, and with a flick of my finger the last bones of his arms crumbled away. "Now, you have 3 more chances to answer me. How do I find Farid?" He blubbered, sobbing, and was in the process of soiling himself, if the warm stink that arose was any indication. He calmed down by the time I was about to grasp his other arm. "Farid! Ragpicker Square. Building to the north. Portal. A fistful of junk is the key," he wailed. I nodded. "Thank you." And with that, I turned and left. Someone else can take him down. I had a Collector King to greet. I passed by a Dabbus as I headed to the northwest part of the hive. It cocked its head in disapproval, frowning at the sight of the carnage. The lady didn't like this sort of thing in her city, but everyone had the right to protect themselves. I was just lucky there were no Harmonium guards around to make things even more complicated. "Sorry about the mess," I said politely to the Dabbus. It never hurt to show a little respect to the servants of the ruler of Sigil. The Dabbus shook its head, rolled up his sleeves, and began to clean. I reeled as the memory leaked away, the residue of that cold analytical cruelty like a dagger sliding from a wound. Farid was fuming, not noticing my sudden fugue. "Aye." His face suddenly peeled back in fury, his skin flushing red. "After you'd strung up a score of my blood on the hive walls to die, I had enough reason to promise you the plains themselves. Then your butchering comes to my home, my kip, to demand a boon of me." Farid calms himself, though his face is still flushed. "Aye, I agreed." The man was hunched over his cane, his face fish-belly pale as he watched his bodyguard float in the air, rolling over in a smooth circle as he whimpered in terror. "Farid, I know you're debating on whether you should send your thugs at me. Spill some of my blood in revenge. Right now you're sizing me up and seeing whether you should take the chance." The thug whined as I bent him over backwards. "Help me! Please, Uncle!" "But please believe me when I say I didn't take pleasure at the deaths of your men. I just hate wasting time, and that was the quickest solution. As is this." "Stop!" The man moaned as Farid watched, mouth agape. "How about I just demonstrate my power on this one man? Show you how serious I am, and how I can sunder your entire court if I have to. It'd save us both a great deal of time, resources, and yammering, wouldn't you say?" "Enough! Enough, you white! I agree! Please, I agree!" It wasn't the fear for the lives of his men that made Farid agree, nor was it simple, pure reason. I knew the look in his eyes well, as I'd seen it many times in the eyes of men who betrayed their companions, from prisoners who killed their cellmates for food they had squirreled away. Farid only agreed because he was afraid of what I might do to him. It suited my purposes just fine. The thug dropped to the floor in a clank of armor and scurried away. "Thank you, Your Highness," I bowed politely. "I'm sure you'll find my terms most agreeable." I swallowed hard, shaking the rest of the memory off. I'm sorry about your people, Farid. That wasn't me. But if I can make the loss up to you, I will." Farid tissed. "No matter. Their bodies serve me well enough. The Dusties pay the same for fresh debtors as for old." How long ago did I first meet him? 10 years? 20? Strange how the most horrific acts can cool in such a short time. What sympathy I did have was bleeding away if he treated his companion so callously. "Was that the only reason you agreed to my request?" "You knew some things about me. Things only I knew. You knew I was greedy for something beneath sigil, and you put a name and picture to it. The bronze sphere, you said. I didn't think you would fetch it for me." He chuckled. "Yet did you?" "Aye. The planes turn in strange ways." "And that's all you know?" "All I know. Nay, but it's all I know about you, corpse." "Fine. Next question. What did you take off my body after I died?" "I?" Farid licked his lips. "Why, I took nothing, corpse." His face split in a grin. "Then I wasn't the one that found your body." "Who did?" Farid's smile widened, pulling the pasty folds of flesh back from his face like a curtain. "My daughter, the rose of my eye, the sweetest of my family, and the sharpest wit of 'em all." He licked his dry lips and sighed in mock sadness. "Such a cruel tongue on her." "Your daughter? Who?" "My darling girl Anna. She found you dead as a debtor can be, in a place where most collectors wouldn't go for a mountain of coppers. Could be she plucked something off you. Could be not." He leaned in, shaking his head. "You'll have to ask her, for it's not a doll's place to say." Something about him pricked at me. "Don't lie to me, Farid. You're a merchant, and you always take a cut from your workers. What did Anna give you for my body?" "Ah, yes, my tribute." Farid folded his withered hands over his crutch, almost protectively. "There's no telling what was from you and not, corpse. Most like there was nothing." As much as my past incarnation had done him ill, the man was rubbing me the wrong way. I needed the elements of my past if I was to piece anything together, and here was this vulture hanging on to my possessions as little more than trinkets. "Farid, my patience is at an end. If you don't hand over what was stolen from me, I will see to it the dustmen know where to find you." Farid was silent for a moment. He tapped his fingers against his crutch, slowly. "Well?" "Where is the decency of man gone?" Farid grumbled, shaking his head. "A courtesy I am doing for you, corpse, such a courtesy. Farid parting with anything. It'll be the dead book for me if anyone heard. Wait here, Move not a yard. I shall return. He slunk off into the shadows behind his throne. Huh. Wonder where he's going. After a long while, Farad returned, his crutch clacking against the flagstones. In his hands he held a number of items, which he passed off to me. You will be silent on this and accept the blessing that I even remembered. My eyebrow twitched. He really was a vile creature. A few hundred coppers, a scrap of paper, and a ring? Very well. Now I'd like to speak to this Anna. Where is she? Where's Anna? Farad shrugged. She's hiding in the shadows here, I expect, listening to us trade the chant. I called for her after you went below. Had to ask her if you really were in the dead book when she found you or not. He chuckled dryly, then took a deep breath and called out to the darkness. Anna, stop mithering in those shadows and come and greet our guest. She's here? There was movement in the shadows of the chamber. The almost playful flicking of a long pearly tail caught my eye, and with that I could pick out the vague outline of a woman pressing against the wall, hidden and motionless in a sliver of darkness. I didn't hear her enter the chamber, even in the piecemeal armor that all the rogues here patched together. Her right arm was covered with a series of interlocking plates that looked as if they were taken from the skin of some creature, and a horned shoulder piece protected her left arm. She stepped from the shadows. The sway in her walk and the sharp way she moved her shoulders betrayed her sass and vinegar. Her hair was the ember-red glow of a fire flicking with stubborn life, and her eyes were as piercing as the daggers tucked in her belt. Her leather armor left little to the imagination, and while she was lithe with cat-like grace, she was as milk-skinned as any noble, with an ample bosom that she carried well. Whoa, guess there are ma'ams down here after all, Mort gawked. Ugh, what now? I recognized that thick, curling brogue, the sharp sneer of those black-red lips. I gawked. You're Anna? I met you in the hive, outside the mortuary. You pointed me down an alley that was swarming with thugs. The girl ignored me and turned to Farad. What's this about, then? I'm not playing the leash pull with this scarred dog, so I'm not. Get one of your other gullies to do it. Do you know how many stab wounds I took? Anna, rose of my eye, have I not taught you to respect the dead? A thin smile wormed across Farad's face, and he made a slight bow towards me. This resourceful corpse needs to know where you found him. Eh? What are you on about? She squinted at me. He's not a debtor. Ah, yes, my mistake. Farad nodded, then his voice dropped dangerously. Yet, my darling Anna, that still makes it your mistake, for this one only had 1 foot in the dead book when you brought him to me. He tapped his crutch against the flagstones with a light tap. He woke up, sought me out. Most embarrassing. So? Anna glanced at me, then shrugged. He shouldn't be playing deader on the hive while I'm about, or he'll wake up in a Dusty's arms, he will. A muscle at the corner of my eye twitched as they talked over me. Maybe you could have checked to see if I was still alive before dumping me off there, I growled. Oh, aye, and maybe you should have been more careful, and maybe you wouldn't have been lying face down in stone steel on the alley cobbles like a deader, aye? I worked my jaw, trying to knead out the frustration. Waving my hands, I dismissed it. Anger never solved anything. Enough of this. Where did you find my body? Show him where you found his body, Anna. Farad tapped his crutch again for emphasis. Take him to the haunted alley. Farad studied Anna for a moment, then grinned and turned to me. If you happen to lose my darling Anna on the way to the alley, corpse, you come back and see Farad. I'll guide you. Tch. Anna sneered at Farad, then threw a glance at me. Come on, then, and keep your steps quick, Jig. I've little time to waste on the likes of you. I shook my head. Not just yet. The 3 of us have been pissing around in the catacombs for days, and we're exhausted. We need to get a little respite and sigil for a few days before we go anywhere as dangerous as you describe. Her tongue snapped, sharp as the bladed tip of a whip. Oh, aye. Well then, you can sniff out your own grave on your own, Egypt. I'm not Anna. Farrod's voice was quiet, but it cut through the girl's speech like a knife. "Be his minder. See that he comes to no harm while in the village. Then guide him to where he wishes to go." Anna spat on the ground. "A pox on you both." "That's what I was thinking. Now, let's go," I said with a grumble. This smelled like trouble. I could tell. Chapter 40. "So, Anna, I've been thinking." She scoffed. "There's a first." "I'm just saying we got off on the wrong foot. I mean, if we're to be traveling together, we might as well try to get along." "I'm not interested in getting along with you, or traveling, or powers knows what a clueless Burke like you would want to do. I've got debtors to nick ye. Wait, what's your name again?" I don't know. All I know is that I woke up on a slab in the mortuary. Thanks, by the way. And that I can't die." Anna gave me a cockeyed look, those dark lips curling into a sneer. She spat and then muttered to herself. "Daft this is." Dakon gave Anna a cold glance, sure and straight as steel, while Mort bobbed up and down, eyeing her from every flattering angle he could think of. "Say, Anna, does that tail go all the way up?" "Oh, aye. Up your bone box to rip out your brains." Mort ceased his bouncing. I think I'm going to go hang next to the chief for now." We took the wooden stairs up and out of the buried village, and at this entrance was another tall, broad-shouldered thug. He might have been handsome once, but birthright had not been kind to him. His face and arms were relatively clean of scars, and that meant he was either new or he was more formidable than the rest. As I entered the room, he got up from his chair and approached me. "'Lo there. Name's Bish. Who might you be?" "My name is Adon," I lied. Having a false name might have been less off-putting than having none, and it would be best not to stir trouble just as I was leaving. "Odd what?" Bish stared blankly at me, then shook his head violently. "I never seen you comin' in, and Farrod didn't tell me about no Adon comin' round." I noticed his hand moving slowly towards his weapon. "You best be tellin' me what you're doing here, Burke." "I've got nothing to hide, and I don't want to cause any trouble. I just want to pass through." Bish paused, as if considering what to do. "Och, just let us past ye, Egypt!" Anna snapped, stepping out from behind me. Bish's head snapped to meet her gaze, and a shorter, one-eyed thug grinned. "Oh, so you're traveling with Farrod's favorite, eh? I do wonder how she gets that much jink just dealing with the debtors. Did Farrod hire her out to be your escort, or—" He snickered. "An escort?" The gang cackled, and I glanced down to see Anna slip one hand gracefully behind her, fingers curling around a hidden dagger. "Oi, none of that, you scumbrain sod." Bish turned and frowned at me. "All right, if you're traveling with her, it should be fine. You can go on. But know this, Burke. You go causing trouble for the lass, I go crushing your skull if I see you again." I nodded, and just as I left, the one-eyed villain moved past Bish and leaned in for a whisper. "If you do happen to tame the lady and lift her tail, be sure to give the rest a taste, you jig." We left with their raucous laughter burning in my ears. "So, where to now?" Anna asked smoothly. Too smoothly, as if she were forcing her calm. Funny, Anna didn't seem like the type to rein in her anger. "I don't suppose you like garbar root?" Later, we sat on the curb enjoying our feast. With plenty of gold from the sold spoils for food, Mort and I tore into our repast with gusto. The pears were crisp, firm, and sweet. The spicy nut bread was aromatic and flavored with carrots and almonds, slightly sweet and light, and leaving me hungry for more. The sea plums were an odd blue-green color, with a rind slightly bitter and extremely sour. It was enough to make me grimace and shudder as I bit into it, but the fruit's meat was remarkably sweet. A wonderful compliment. "I haven't had one of these since I was a wee one," Anna muttered, spitting out the pit of an arborean fire seed so that it clattered halfway across the street. "Had to nick 'em, of course, along with a fat purse or two from the crowd." "What's this?" I asked, opening a small paper packet. Dakon looked up from the skewer of spiced meat he had been sampling. "Shift spice from the plains of Limbo. The spice may taste of what whenever one would like. It is little more than a matter of concentration and willpower to bend its flavor to one's whim. I wet my finger and dug in, licking the powder from the tip. Indeed, I finished off a packet in a matter of 9 or 10 licks, and as promised, each taste provided a different flavor. I always liked lapping lines of that stuff up from a harlot's stomach, Mort sighed. Hey, I don't suppose you have an extra 50 gold to spare. You need to learn that no means no, Mort. Dusting off my hands, I stood, and my companions followed suit. We spent a good couple of hours shopping for new spells and tools, and it was fortunate that we did so when we came across a familiar face, and a familiar stench. The meal was past the point of no return by the time we came across Reekwind once again, picking a crust of filth from one ear as he belched in unison with a wet pooting sound. Ye comes back to Reekwind, Cutter, he greeted me with a moldy grin. Ho! Away with you, foul beast! Anna snarled. Hey, hold on. I nudged Anna aside, and with the look she shot me, I swore she would have stuck one of those daggers in my back if I'd let her. My pouch was feeling a little heavy, after all, and the poor man could have used some charity. I suppose we have time for a story. Any knowledge could have been helpful. The coppers clinked into Reekwin's palm, and he tucked them away. With a few taps of his chin, his eyes brightened, and he backed off, taking a stance as he began to weave his tale. A sorcerer there was. No simple hedge wizard this, but a mage of power. Reekwin brought his hands together reverently, then smiled evilly. He burned with the art, and the art burned him. The name given him was Ignis, a name respected, then feared, then hated, then punished. Reekwind gave a rattling wheeze and then clawed the air and hissed, apparently imitating Ignis. Ignis. The face of a cackling fiend came to mind, his flesh black as coal and breath thick with ash. I could feel the heat on my face, hear the metal squealing as it melted under him. That fiend in the burning corpse tavern. The memory sent a shudder down my spine. Taught by one of the last great magus, Ignis was, and as an apprentice, Ignis learned much, and nothing at the same time. Reekwin shook his head sadly. In his heart, his coal-black heart, a fire blazed. It burned, and then it hungered. Reekwin clawed at his chest as if in pain. As it hungered, Ignis hungered. It was his wish to see the plains burn. In the night, Reekwin hunched down and began to slowly stalk in the direction of the alley, a mad grin on his face. Ignis came to the alley that was to be the Alley of Angles, and the fire in his eyes, the fire in his heart, both he let out. Reekwin pointed at the alley, then flung his arms in the air, silently screaming and laughing at the same time. Flesh ran like wax, people like candles, and Ignis laughed. Reekwin crumpled to the ground, his body racked with imagined pain. An evil was done, and forgotten not. He stood up, then hunched over, looking left, looking right, and then started mumbling, as if secretly in a conference with someone. Something was to be done. He stood up stiffly, his face resolute. A punishment was decided. All the hedge wizards, midwives, rune-tellers, copper-pinching witches, all manner of magelings, they came, even those with the smallest trace of the art, to punish Ignis. Separately, they were flies. He made a buzzing noise between his rotten gums. Together, dangerous. Reekwin hummed, then raised his palms. Caught Ignis, granted his wish. He swirled his hands then, as if casting a spell. Ignis wished to burn. They granted it, using his own desire to fuel the casting. They made his body a door to the plane of fire. They intended to kill him. Failed. Reekwin broke wind again, as if to accentuate the failure of the wizards. Ignis lived, only slept. Blanket of flames. Turned in his sleep as he burned, never happier. He shut his eyes, wrapping his arms around himself and turning slowly. Burning, ever burning. His eyes suddenly snapped open. One day he will wake, and then the plains shall burn. I rubbed my chin, pondering a moment before I spoke. I want to hear the story of the man who came to this city without name or memory, and spoke with the cursed storyteller who warned him of the danger of names. Requin stopped twitching and scratching for a moment, and stared at me. That tale costs nothing, for it is worth nothing, and it is worth noting that it would be a sad tale indeed. Nevertheless, I would hear it. Where would such a tale begin? Requin grunted, then gave a reeking wheeze that made my eyes tear up. He seemed to be thinking. Ugh! Anna choked, taking a few steps back. And I never thought the air of this city could get any fouler. I crossed my arms and gave Anna a glance, and then turned back to Requin. It would begin with a man waking up in the mortuary, believed dead, but in truth only his memories were dead. Requin nodded, then studied me and started scratching himself violently, as if to give himself scars. Dead but not dead. No memories, no name. He escapes the mortuary, enters the hive, and speaks to a man who let his true name slip once and has regretted it. Requin seemed hypnotized by my words. Yes, much danger in naming. Perhaps. He paused. Perhaps the man to whom the Nameless One speaks is a warning to the danger of names. He seemed to chew this over. Perhaps he who has forgotten his name is better off. Is he? I glanced at Dakon, and he shook his head solemnly. Mort cocked as if in a shrug, and Anna rolled her eyes with a lily-white hand over her nose as if to ward off the stench. Is it better to suffer the truth with all its consequences, or is it better to remain ignorant? Which of the two men is better off? Requin gave a hacking cough, spat, the spittle green and wet, and then turned back to me. It is your question, your tale, he spoke slowly. It is you who must answer it. I looked to Requin and then to Dakon, and back to the malodorous little man. Perhaps the man who has forgotten his true name is better off, for he is protected against those that would do him harm, including himself. Where a named man moves, he is followed. When a nameless one moves, his name leaves no trail. Requin nodded as if in agreement, and then I continued. But the man who knows his true name is better off, for he knows himself, and is a stronger person for it. Some choose merely to survive. Others seek salvation. Requin mulled this over, licking his lips. He began to nod slowly, then mumbled under his breath as if debating with himself. Eventually he turned back to me. That is a tale with a moral that tells the teller's morals. He coughed and spat another flummy glob onto the cobblestones. A tale that will answer itself in time. In time. It must have an answer, and every tale has an ending. I will refuse to accept it any other way. Requin scratched himself for a moment, nodding, then reached into the folds of his robes and flicked me a coin. For such a tale, a clipped copper. He sneered. No more, for the tale's not finished. Thanks, Requin. Good luck to you. The sky was bleeding into a dim orange, and soon night would have been upon us. Even as well-armed as we were, I didn't trust the streets of the hive to not throw any more fangs or blades my way. So, do you know of any place we could rest, Anna? Any good inns around? We've got enough jink to settle someplace nice. No more sleeping in the streets, no more gruel and hard beds at the gatehouse. Mort sighed wistfully. Aye, Anna murmured. There'll be a kib just north, round the bend, if you don't mind rats and roaches. I gave the coin bag a good squeeze, the pleasant clack of coins reassuring. We'd have enough coin for a few good supplies and a few weeks at an inn if we were careful. A couple of days of rest wouldn't do much harm. It's not like the trail could get any colder after the weeks I crawled around in alleys in the guts of Sigil. Good food, a warm bed, and answers just around the corner. Life was good. As we rounded the bend, though, a grating little voice whispered to us from the shadows. Psst! Hey you! Want to earn some jink? My first impression of the little man was that he needed a long bath, preferably away from any creature that has any sense of smell. While not nearly as terrible as Requin's foul miasma, I could almost see the stench waft from his body in sinister yellow tendrils. He motioned towards us frantically in an effort to get us to come over and talk to him. "Ugh, just ignore the sod," Anna grunted, tugging my arm. "Please," the man whispered, edging towards me a bit as I stared. "I need help." There was desperation in his eyes, and his face was pale as if he were being slowly strangled by his ordeal. It couldn't hurt to listen. Anna cocked an eye at me then, but grunted and looked away when she saw I wouldn't be shaken. A look of excitement crossed the man's face as I approached. "Thank you for stopping. Me name is Mar, and I've a favour to ask of you." "I'm listening." "'Tis a matter of life and death. I must be delivering this here box, or it'll be me head for sure. 'Tis me bad luck that I twisted me leg something fierce. So will you help me out by delivering this here box for me?" I looked down, and while I wasn't completely sure, the limp he sported seemed a bit exaggerated. I shrugged. "Just a delivery, then?" Mar nodded. "Aye, just hand it off to some sod." I held out my hand. "All right, I'll deliver the box for you." Mar slowly took out a small box within the recesses of his ragged clothing. For the briefest of moments, there was a look of regret crossing his face, and then it was gone as he looked at me and handed over the box. A slight shimmer surrounded the box as both Mar and I touched it. Mar sighed with relief as he released the box into my care. I gulped. Something funny was definitely going on. What now? "This be needin' to be delivered to Cuatra. He can usually be found somewheres down in the southeastern section of the hive. Oh, and lest you try to say I didn't warn you, whatever happens, don't open the box. And don't leave the hive with the box. Now be off with you." With that, Mar scuttled off, his limp gone. Somehow, I felt like I was up to my eyeballs in Abishai dung. Chapter 41. "Are you daft? What is it with you and talking to every sodden basher in the city?" Anna snapped with that tongue-curling brogue. "You're just asking for trouble, you are. The chief's just like that. Sure, he stirs stuff up, but we end up doing more good than harm, intentional or not." Anna snarled and turned to Dakon. "Well, don't you have anything to say?" Dakon merely gave Anna a passive glance and said nothing, returning to his meditation. The smooth sound of Carrick sharpening and flowing helped soothe my trouble. I had set the box on the rickety end table earlier and examined it. It was a small wooden cube, with intricate designs etched into its surface. At one time it would have been worthy enough to be displayed at any aristocrat's estate, but over the years neglect had taken its toll, and the thing was falling apart. Wood was creaking and splintering, the hinges were rusted, and the gold finish was flaking away. If not for the large ruby mounted to the front of the box, it'd be worthless. Thinking better of it, I set the box down carefully and slid it under the bed. While the ruby glittered with a comfortable shine when the light hit it just right, the box itself seemed to emanate feelings of dread. Soon after I had accepted it, I could bear to hold it no longer, and bought a sack packed with rags to hold the damn thing. Mar's box made the bronze sphere seem like a ball of smelly yarn in comparison. "Bloody-addled coves," Anna growled. "The nine hells can have you. I'm not resting me eyes next to your thrice-damned souls." With a flick of her tail, Anna strode toward the other end of the bunkhouse and took a bed there. "We've been through worse, right?" I said, looking to my two remaining companions. Mort was embarrassingly silent. Dakon continued to stare at his blade, shifting between fluid and black chaos steel. "Right." Moving from crate to crate, the sole worker in the warehouse seemed to be totally immersed in counting boxes and scribbling the results down on a piece of parchment. It had taken several queries and a few dead ends trying to untangle the conflicting nest of directions the hivers had given me. Southeastern section of the hive was a description that was next to useless. The man looked annoyed as I approached, interrupting his work. "What is it now? Can't you see I'm busy taking inventory? Go bother someone else." "Are you Cuatra?" He raised an eyebrow. "Well, who wants to know? If you're trying to worm your way out of owing me money, I'll remind you that Thog the Collector has a 2-for-1 special on kneecaps this week." "I was told to deliver this box to you." His eyes brightened. "Well, why didn't you say so in the first place? Let's see what you've got for me. I'm sure it'll need to be inventoried." "Mar told me to give this to you." I reached into the rag-filled sack. As I held out the box for him to take, Cuatra's expression turned from one of interest to that of intense horror. The blood drained from his face, and his lips trembled as he stumbled back. "No, please! Get it away from me!" "I don't understand. Why are you afraid of this box?" "I said get back! Death, evil, Had to dupe Mar. Couldn't take it anymore. Please, take it to Braxton. Lives in the Southwest Hive. Me? No! Apparently the sight of the box was just too much for him as he ran screaming from the building. Wait, what am I supposed to do with... I stood there dumbfounded, and holding the creaky wooden box in my hands. Anna looked up to me from the corner of her eye and gave her tail a little flick. Idiot. Lives southwest wasn't a very good description either, but with a little luck we were able to find Braskin's kip well before day's peak. I gave a firm rap on the door. No answer. Another knock, and the door creaked open. For a city that was so dangerous to its denizens, it was unusual that the door wasn't bolted or locked. But by the rumors I picked up, Braskin was someone that no one really wanted to cross. As I entered, a warrior in loose armor grunted from his seat, shaking his head at the light that suddenly flooded in. His head was rolled back in sleep, and a trickle of drool had crusted at one corner of his mouth. Upon noticing us enter, though, Braskin leapt to his feet and shook off the grogginess in an instant. In a loud, booming voice, he growled, "What in the name of the abyss are you doing in my house? Leave now, before I make you even more ugly than you already are." "Whoa, I'm sorry. I was just asked to deliver this box into your care," I said, holding out the sack. "Well, why didn't you say so? Let me see it and you can be on your way." Braskin shrugged off his temper as quickly as he did the fog of sleep, and only a grunt of annoyance punctuated his words. As I pulled out the box for Braskin, however, his expression changed from one of anticipation to that of amusement. "Whoa there, I won't fall for that trick a second time. Put that thing away and leave." I shook my head and looked him in the eye. A full head taller than I was, with hair wild as a lion's mane, I wasn't about to take any chances with him. "I don't understand. Why won't anyone take this box? First Coatra, and now you." "Did you say Coatra?" Braskin left out a great bellow of laughter. "Why, that's the fellow who bought the box off me. Thought he got the best of me when he bought it. Guess he figured the gem alone was worth more than the price he paid me. Poor fellow didn't realize what he'd gotten himself into until it was too late." "Just what's so horrible about this box?" "You mean you really don't know anything about that box you're holding? Well, I guess it won't hurt to tell you what I know." The floorboards seemed to quake with each step as he made his way to a cupboard, where he pulled out a bottle of cheap wine, guzzling down a third of the stuff before even looking back to me. "First off, so you don't get any ideas in your head, the curse on the box only affects the current owner, and to be the owner of the box, you have to willingly take possession of it." Sigh. There goes the idea of just leaving the box for someone else to find. So what's in the box? Now that is a good question. That box has been around the hive since anyone can remember. There are many rumors flying about. As you can imagine, over time the truth has been warped a little bit further with each telling. By the hint of vinegar in his breath, as Braskin loomed over me, it seemed as if the wine was beginning to turn. He took another good swill, however, not quite caring if he was downing something more suitable for salad dressing. "Go on." "I've heard many a story about that box, and they all seem to have a recurring theme. The name given that foul thing is Morador's box, and the owner of the box will die should he or anyone else open it. As to the contents, who knows? Some say it's an ancient dragon, while others say it's the evil soul of Morador himself. I cannot tell for sure, but just by looking at it, any soul can tell it's something evil, and one would have to be a fool to open it." "Well, what am I supposed to do with it?" He shrugged, and looking at the empty bottle, he seemed to ponder whether to shatter it against the wall like some wife-beating drunkard just for kicks. "I would suggest you go see Shalandra. She lives in the northeastern region of the hive. It was from her that I won the box. Who knows, maybe she'll have more knowledge of what to do with it. Or you can find some other clueless Burke to take it off your hands. It's up to you. I wish you luck." I've had just about enough of running around the damn hive. Shalandra's home was a tall, slim tower wedged into the northwestern corner of the hive, built right against the wall that encircled the mortuary. Razorvine had covered much of the walls and was well tended to as if to discourage thieves or burglars. Despite this, a dabas floated nearby, carefully clearing away the overgrowth. Shalandra's home was not much richer than others I'd seen in Sigil, but it was tidy and well kept. A few bottles and a twisted wand lay on a table across the room, and along the walls diagrams had been pinned. I recognized some of the symbols. The woman was a mage of some middling power. Unfortunately, I had barged in just as she was mid-gesture for some sort of ritual. She looked up in surprise. "Blast! I almost had it that time. Don't you know it's dangerous to interrupt spellcasters while they're evoking a spell? Luckily for you, I was only practicing." Shalandra flicked her fingers as if to clear away the residual energies she had been drawing upon. Honey-haired and a bit on the pretty side, the sorceress seemed to be slowly approaching the age where most women would have been growing a bit desperate for a wedding band. Her skin was still taut and her breasts firm, revealed as they were in those lavish robes, but there was age and wisdom in her eyes, and enough confidence in her own power that she was not put off by a heavily scarred man barging into her home with 3 well-armed companions. "Well, what is it you want?" Sorry," was my lame reply. "I just wish to learn more about this box." Shalandra recognized the box at a glance. "Ah, yes, I remember this artifact well. I acquired it some time ago. What do you wish to know about it?" "Who did you get this from?" Let me think. I don't recall whom I got it from. I just remember I was down in the marketplace looking for some spell components when some person offered me this box. After testing the box, I found it to be cursed, but was intrigued by the spells woven into the box, and so I purchased it anyway." I gave it another look. As far as I could sense, there were some spells binding it, though the essences were too subtle for me to catch. "If you were so intrigued by the box, what made you decide to give it away?" A small smile quirked at Shalandra's lips, and for a moment she relived the memories of being a mere journeyman wizard. "I was young and brash back then. In my pursuit of knowledge, I carelessly undid one of the spells. Look closely at the box. It was like new when I had it. The signs of decay are an indication that the spells are weakening. I realized I was in danger if I kept the box any longer, so I held a contest to get rid of it." "A contest?" "It was the most expedient way to rid myself of it. I simply invited all the bashers in the hive to fight each other to determine who was the best. Bashers are notorious for having big muscles and not much upstairs, if you know what I mean," Shalandra said, tapping the side of her head. "They came in like flies to honey. I offered some money and the box as a prize. I believe some basher named Braskin won the contest." "Do you know the history behind this box?" She shrugged. "The only thing I've been able to learn is its name. It's called Morador's Box. As to who this Morador is or the origins of the box, I do not know." "You seem to know something about magic. Can you tell me what spells have been put on this box?" "For many years I studied the box and tried to learn its secrets. Spell upon spell upon spell have been woven into it. To my amazement, my studies revealed that all the spells are of the type used to confine fiends." Shalandra said it casually, with the same calm with which she arranged several reams of paper covered with formula and scribbles, as if she had no problem at all with the idea of holding the legions of the abyss in one hand. My hand trembled at the word, and my fingers clenched against the wood. "Fiends? You mean there are fiends trapped within this box?" "No, not fiends. A fiend." She gave the box a tired glance, and judging by the sophistication and power of these spells, it would have to be one of significant standing and power in its realm. "I told you," Anna mumbled, her voice quivering. "I told you." There was real fear in her voice now, the kind of bone-chilling terror that came with the first inkling of forbidden knowledge. Anna drew a half-circle over her heart, smoothly and quickly enough that it must have been a force of habit to attempt to ward off evil with such a gesture. I wondered how badly a fiend could hurt me. "Can you safely remove the spells on this box?" "Seeking to remove yourself of this box, eh? The spell is the worst of them all. Basically, that particular spell draws energy from the current owner of the box, and uses it to power one of the spells of confinement. That isn't the worst of it." Shalandra smiled softly, as if in pity. "The fiend inside can smell this energy, and would more than likely hunt down the person should it escape. It's really a no-win situation to own that box. Either it drains you dry of your energy, or the fiend within kills you." "Is there a way to safely dispose of Morador's box without hurting anyone?" She shook her head. "I'm not strong enough to fight or banish such a creature. It's been ages since I've been there, but there was a cathedral located in the middle of the Alley of Dangerous Angles. A priest, or someone who gains their power from a higher source, might be able to help you." I stifled a groan. "You've been a great help. Thanks." With fire and steel, we forged a path through the Alley of Dangerous Angles. The more I handled the art, the more adept I became, and by now I was a formidable foe by myself. With Dakon, Mord, and Anna behind me, the once-proud clans of thugs that had burrowed deep in here had been cleared out. Soon another gang would move in on this newly cleansed territory, but for now we could traverse the alley safely, approaching a burned-out shell of a building that might once have stood tall and proud. The old priest smiled as I entered. In one hand he held a grand staff and was draped in noble black robes trimmed with violet. He pulled gently at a well-oiled beard, snowy with age, and greeted me. "Welcome to the Cathedral of Aoskar. I am High Priest Aola. Have you come to worship Aoskar with me? You can be his second disciple." I looked around. The rundown shack was just as dilapidated within as it was without. It was less of a cathedral and more a hermit's hut. Why are there no other disciples of Aoskar? His smile never faltered as he stared off into the distance. "Over the years I have had many disciples. Unfortunately, they have all disappeared. It's quite frustrating, actually. As soon as they become initiates, I never see them again." He clicked his tongue. "Lately, there's been a rumor going around that the lady herself is the cause. Now no one comes by anymore. You're the first soul I've seen stop by in a long while." "Tell me more about Aoskar." Aola's voice took on a tone of adulation, and his eyes brightened as he gazed upward in reverence. "Aoskar is the keeper of gateways. Within Aoskar lies the power of portals, doorways, and opportunity. Sigil, also known as the City of Doors, used to be the home of Aoskar until he was cast out by that accursed lady. Now there are few worshippers of Aoskar here because the lady forbids it. That will soon change, however, as I help the people to see the greatness of Aoskar. She cannot stand against the will of the people." He rapped his staff against the floor for emphasis. Anna hissed. Mort glanced side to side. Dakon closed his eyes as if to center himself. Few natives were so bold as to speak of the lady in such a manner, if at all. The man must have been half-addled, and I was skeptical of whether he could help me at all. Still, the trail seemed to end here, and I was at my wit's end. I'd come seeking counsel concerning a box and a fiend. I explained my predicament to him. Aola seemed to consider things for a moment before speaking. "I, a humble disciple to the great Aoskar, can indeed help you. First, you must relinquish the box to me." I handed it over with some concern. If this priest underestimated the power of the fiend or the nature of the curse, I didn't want to be responsible for his grisly demise. Aola seemed unconcerned, however, and placed Morador's box within a wire pyramid-shaped structure, muttering a prayer to Aoskar. The familiar shimmering of a portal soon filled in the sides of the pyramid. Aola then casually reached through the portal and flipped open Morador's box. I screamed in an attempt to stop him, but it was too late. Almost instantly, the box began to disintegrate as a sickly smoke curled out of the interior of the pyramid. I felt a feeling of immense dread filling the room, and it was all I could do to keep myself from bolting. I could hear Mort's teeth chittering, Anna's muffled curses, and the keening of Dakon's blade as he himself uttered what may have been a prayer invoking Zerthamon's name. But as the tendrils of smoke touched the sides of the pyramid, they were drawn into the swirling vortex of the portals. At last, the spiral of smoke disappeared, and the feeling of dread passed. Aola smiled a bit nervously at us, triumphant. "Witness the power of Aoskar, the keeper of gateways." I swallowed. I'm sure a fiend of such power that it required so many spells to contain will have no problem making its way back here, and when it does, it's going to be looking for you. "I have taken that into consideration. You see, each side of the pyramid contained a portal to a different plane. In effect, I scattered its essence far and wide across the multiverse. Did you know there are races out there that consider demons a sort of delicacy?" He began to chuckle softly as he reached into the pyramid and sifted through the ashes of the box, removing the gem that was attached to it. "Payment for my services. I will use this to help rebuild my beautiful cathedral." I sighed in relief. "Keep the gem. You've more than earned it. Farewell." I wished Aola well before we left, but out of the corner of my eye I noticed Anna slinking behind the old priest. "Okay, hand it over," I said when we exited the building. "I don't know what you're talking about." "The ruby. I know you nicked it from Aola." "The man accepted the box, Anna," Dakon murmured. "The dangers as well as the rewards. It is his by right." Hey, lighten up, Wrinkles. Who do you think needs it more? Some barmy old priest in a burned-down hut, or our gang of monster-slaying, wrong-writing do-gooders?" Mort clicked his tongue. "The man's a danger to us all," she snarled, stabbing a finger at the hut. "Didn't you hear? He seeks to spread the word of the—" Anna glanced this way and that, and then dropped her voice to a whisper. "Her rival?" I rubbed my chin. I know nothing about the rivalries between gods, but... "Don't you say that!" "But, look, just hand it over and let's get going." Anna's tail cracked against the ground. "Nay, I'm not following some clueless addled cove anymore. You've got the mark of doom on you do. And you're not dragging me to the depths with you." "Farad said you'd help me. We still need to find that alley." "Farad can pike it for all I care. Maybe this'll pay off another sod to take you. It's not worth going another 2 steps with—" I grabbed her shoulder. Her skin was milk white and soft under my rough grip, but there was steel under that beauty, like a rose forged from metal by a skilled artisan. As quick as a whip she turned, with a sound of metal sliding against leather. There was a sharp stabbing pain in my gut, and looking down I stared dumbly at a punch dagger buried right in my solar plexus. I looked up at Anna, whose eyes had grown wide with shock, as if she'd just surprised herself with her own instincts. The only words that could come to mind were, "Nice form," but the blood that bubbled to my lips drowned them in a gurgle. Oh, sweet pavement, here I come again. Interlude. "Oi, what's this about this Auskar fella now?" a voice calls out from the crowd. That name is forbidden," Mycon growls. "The harmonium would have the head of anyone who dared to speak it." He looks around for support, but finding none, he resigns himself to sitting down and downing a gulp of bitter black ale. Saitavakis purses her lips in an embarrassed smile. "I'm afraid I've heard little of the name. It seems that few in Sigil are eager to speak of the matter, and I've little patience for chasing the wind." "Ah, if I may," Audolin says, raising a hand. "Such is a tale worth telling properly, and in full." "Och, better to chase the wind than be full of it," Gamir grumbles. The stout midget dwarf had been bound from the shoulders to ankles and set upright. As the one responsible for ripping off one of the table legs, he is now responsible for propping it up. While no doubt grumpier, he's been a lot more quiet. Audolin strums his lyre. "Listen all, and hear the tale of one who was whispered of in shadows, memory kept alive by silent hymns and muted chants. Know that the harmonium destroys all that bear his image, arrest those who speak his name, and strike his history from all tomes. Auskar, once god of travel, the bearer of fortune, the keeper of all opportunities, and lord of portals. This is all back in an age where the powers themselves walked the streets of Sigil. Yes, you hear true. Long ago Poseidon had drawn the waters of his land into the city of doors, and fair Lady Bast was paraded through the marketplace on a palanquin of sweet myrrh and incense. Heronius' light shone pure and true, cleansing the city of all iniquity, while Shar lurked in the shadows and waited. All powers were welcome to come and go as they please, some merely to shorten the vast journeys between worlds, while some built temples and kip within Sigil's fair and shining walls. Auskar was one such deity, the god of travel, the bearer of fortune, the keep... Audolin gives a start at Shara Sixblade's annoyed glance and coughs politely before returning to strum calmly at his lyre. But, to continue, Auskar prospered as the figurehead of Sigil. His word was the thrum of this heart of the plains. His portals were the veins through which all prosperity flowed. The face of Auskar gilded every wall and pillar, and every other hymn sung was in praise to this father of portals. Many believed him greater than the Lady of Pain herself, while no few philosophers considered her serenity to be a mere aspect of his power. For who could truly love that sublime Queen of Blades, when the light of grand Auskar's portals outshone hers? As for the Lady of Pain herself, she remained silent. Another artistic strum, and Audolin continues, face solemn as his tune grows mournful. It was one fateful day when one of those silent caretakers of Sigil, servants to the Lady of Pain, Adabas, made a terrible decision. He could sing no hymns nor preach the holy word, but he had faith, and that was enough. Draping the clerical robes over his shoulders, his proud folly was known to the doom of that which he had chosen to worship, for the Dabbus known as Fel proclaimed himself a priest of Auskar. A collective gasp fills the room, and a chorus of murmurs abound. Many have heard some whisper of rumor, and indeed a few wore proudly the crawling tattoos that Fel had inscribed upon their flesh. So strange for a quiet and humble Dabbus to betray the lady of all things. Some say the lady floated to the grand temple as serene as her namesake. Some say she strode the streets, howling with the fury of 10,000 worlds. I have heard it told that the winds of Sigil carried the shrieks of countless blades sliding against one another, that Auskar squealed in a moment of agony as he was impaled upon one of her shining blades, evanescent god's blood spilling white and pure upon the stones. This was and still is the most terrifying moment of the lady's fury that any and all have witnessed, for with but a thought the lady gave Auskar her razor-honed caress. It took only one moment for this god of portals to be utterly slain by the lady, and his temple and all things within 1,000 spans were annihilated. Buildings were ground to dust, and flesh was riven from the bones of countless loyal worshippers. Only the shell of the grand temple remained, and the grey husk of Auskar's corpse was taken by the astral plane. From that point on, all powers were barred from the city of Sigil. Such was the justice of her serenity, the Lady of Pain. To this day the temple still stands, taking by the blaspheming Aethar as a monument to the impotence of gods. Such is the fate of Auskar and the tender tragedy of his memory. "I've gone and soiled me knickers," a voice whimpers from the crowd. "That is why the name is forbidden," McComb grunts. He glances at you, shaking his mug. "No need to bring her down on our heads like that." You nod politely in response. The poor man has been shamed, dismissed, and scoffed at his entire time here off duty, and now he had to sit through what bordered on treason against the lady in the minds of the Harmonium. Perhaps it would be best to treat him to another ale. He seems like he desperately needs it. You rap your knuckles against the bar for service, just as the Athasian begins anew. The Nameless One had endured worse, of course, and such a petty death would not keep him still for long. Those familiar aches returned to him as he stumbled to his feet, stiff and numb, from his fresh death. Chapter 42. The first sense to return was touch, and I could feel my blood wet and cold on the paved ground. The second was sight, and as my eyes cracked open I could see the blurry whip of a slim milk-white tail and the motion of struggling limbs. The third was hearing, and in a flash the sound of a dozen obscenities that would put Mort to shame burned my ears. "Oi, let go of me, you plinkin' slodsin gith! Get off if you want to keep your shriveled yellow stones!" Anna snarled. I gurgled, my throat once again clotted with blood. "Ugh!" Anna yelped in shock and finally held still, and was thankfully quiet. I coughed to clear the junk from my mouth and shifted to roll over. Stumbling to my feet, I leaned against a wall, giving Anna a good, chastening look, though I probably ended up looking more petulant than authoritative. "He lives again. Did I not tell the truth?" Dakon murmured. Anna's tail ceased its twitching, and Dakon released her wrists, confident that she would not be fleeing now. "Like I was saying," I coughed again. "Nice form." A muscle in Anna's cheek twitched, and her eyes bored into mine. With the way her tail moved, she looked much like a cat trying to tease out whether I was predator or prey. Her eyes slid over me, sharp and keen as a razor's edge, and clicking her tongue, she pulled the gem out from a small nook in her armor. "Fine, you sod. If it'll satisfy you, take it and we'll be done." There was an edge of fear in her voice when she spoke, as if she found herself unwittingly dealing with a devil. I held up the ruby in my hand. It was a glorious shade of rose, and it glinted pure and clean, even in Sigil's smog-fouled daylight. I looked back at her. "The gem is a small matter, actually. I really just need to pick up a few more protective wards, some new weapons, and we'll go to the hidden alley where you found my body. You can keep the gem if you want." "I don't need charity from the likes of you," she snapped, growling and thinking it over. Trying to refuse the request of an immortal mage is one thing. It was another thing entirely to say no to one that was proven to be troublesome and who knew where you lived. Fine. But just until then, Great. Now that that's settled. If a good meal had smoothed things over with Anna earlier, a little alcohol may do even better. Och, now there's a sight these old eyes have missed. Eb Creeknees chuckled as Anna swayed past his table. I don't suppose I could buy a drink for you, lass. There ain't enough ale in the plains for that, you fat sack of wrinkles. Eb pursed his lips again. Well, now that's harsh, lass. Eb smiled at me. Oi, it's good to see you again, my friend. I don't suppose a clueless Burke like you still needs a tout? I shook my head. I think I can make my own way around for now. Thanks, Eb. He smirked and leaned in close so that his paunch pressed against the creaking table. Well, I'll give you this bit for free. The bartender's been staring daggers at you since you arrived. He's asked me a few questions about you the last time you were here. What did you tell him? Oh, nothing too incriminating. He slapped the table and let out a loud bawdy laugh at the look of shock on my face. Ah, sorry, lad, you're just too easy. No, there was nothing to be said. We had a few drinks, I spoke a little of the chant, and you left. Though if I recall correctly, you painted the alley red on your way out. I had the sudden urge to scrub my hands. They itched with those old bloodstains. Well, I really had no choice. Eb gave a dismissive wave. Bah, don't worry your ugly little self about that. The harmonium can barely keep in check the number of worthless Burks in this corner of the hive. Don't tell him I said that, mind. In any case, I'd be wary of the bartender if I were you. I nodded. Thanks, Eb. Behind the bar was a leather-skinned man with just a hint of ashen color to his face. His teeth seemed sharper than normal, and his eyes were filled with the boredom that came with having seen too much. His voice was nasal and clipped, and simmering with anger, as if I had done him wrong. You again, eh? What do you want this time? I blinked. What do you mean? Yeah, you again. You got a hearing problem or something now? You was in here about 15 years ago, got all bubbed up, smashed up the place, and left a pile of coin that wasn't enough to pay for the damages. So you plucked out your own bleeding eyeball and tells me you'll be back to reclaim it when you got another 200 coins together. With 15 years of interest, you got about 500 coins. You got the jink, pal? I got your eye. I sputtered. 500? That's ridiculous. He paused for a moment, considering. That it is. Tell you what, give me 300 and the eye's yours. I thought it over. I really did, but hells, if it was a piece of my past, I couldn't afford to be stingy. It's a deal. Here's your money. He produced a darkened, wax-stoppered, wide-mouthed bottle from his pocket. There was the sound of liquid sloshing around inside it, along with a heavier, squishier noise. Opening it, the stench of some sort of preserving agent nearly made me gag. Powers above, this damn city should sell more nose clips and perfumes. Floating in the viscous muck was an eyeball. You'd better figure out what you want to do with that, the barkeeper said sagely. Now that you've exposed it to the air, you might as well put a pickled egg in the jar for all the good it'll do you. Make up your mind, Cutter. Pickled egg or not? This was gonna hurt. With a moment's hesitation, I reached into my socket and popped my eye into the palm of my hand. The pain was incredible. My vision distorted, and for a moment I was slightly overwhelmed with a sense of vertigo as my plucked-out eye pointed in an odd direction, the two images I read not quite blending cohesively. The bartender helpfully severed the optic nerve and directed my hand to the jar of goo that sat on the bar. I deposited my still-living eye into the preservative, wrapping my fingers around the old one and sliding it into my empty socket. I hissed at the sensation of brine soaking into the tender flesh of my naked socket, but after a moment I could feel the optic nerve reattaching itself to the new eye, and suddenly a flash of memory cracked like a whip. Flicker. I looked down at the vast expanse of chaotic, ever-churning wasteland stretching down below, a group of humanoid vultures plummeting towards me, cruel weapons ready to strike, and held my own shining blade clutched tight in my fist. Flicker. 3 toughs surrounded me, and the colors of an enemy I couldn't quite place. Long daggers glistened in their hands, and the light glinted cruelly from their exposed teeth. I glanced at my scarred hands and knew that soon they'd be covered in blood. Flicker. An enormous frog-like creature came bounding over, through, and under chaos stuff, headed for me with a mouthful of teeth. I hurled my javelin through the shifting matter and pinned the creature to a sudden stone plinth, and I knew the ways of fighting once again. I found myself slouching over the bar, groaning as the memories receded like water trickling from stone, and the barkeep grumbling as if I hadn't just ripped out my own eye and replaced it with a pickled one. "Hurry it up, will you? I got paying customers." I blinked the eye a bit. Things were a bit blurry, but even as the seconds ticked on, the images were getting clearer as the flesh regenerated. "Give us a few drinks." Satisfied that we weren't just about to loiter, the barkeep nodded. "You want a drink? You got a drink. This is what we got for you. Beers, bitters, mead, elemental water, Arborean fire wine and fire seeds, cursed heart wine, and Batorian whiskey. What'll it be?" Mort chirped. Mead." "I shall request a cup of shift-spiced tea." "Ah, if the boss is paying, I suppose I could settle for the fire wine." I nodded. "Whiskey." The bartender placed a shot of some steaming substance that looked like boiling urine in front of me. The fumes that wafted my way, however, were exquisitely tempting. The taste, though nearly unbearably hot, was as smoky as the scent. The feel of the liquor burning its way to my gut was nearly painful, yet even this pain was sweet. The barkeep's eyes widened. "Still standing? Most folks can't even make it halfway through the first shot." I shrugged. "I feel fine. I don't even feel anything." The barkeep considered me carefully as he set down the other cups. "You know, Cutter, there's some as have a natural immunity to poisons and such. Some folks call bub a poison. If that's the case, chances are good you got yourself a handy little defense against poisoners." I smirked, looking at the empty glass. "Well, how about that?" The sweet kiss of incense greeted us as we entered the tattoo parlor. With a click of beads and the light creak of the floorboards, Fell walked out of the back room, parting the beaded curtain to face me as I approached. Next to me, Anna stiffened as she caught sight of Fell. "Anna, what's wrong?" "Are you daft?" Anna turned to me, and suddenly I realized she was frightened. It was more than the edge of wariness she had around me. Anna wasn't the type to become truly afraid. A childhood scraping a living off on the streets of Sigil had hardened her to many things, yet somehow the sight of Fell pierced her to the core of her soul. "Are you so pig-eager to dance in the lady's shadow you'll bandy words with this one? Let's give the place a laugh before we get penned in the dead book." "What's the problem?" "It's Fell." Anna threw a fearful glance at the Davos. "Let's be away, aye? No good'll come of being here, so it won't." "I'll ask again. What's the problem?" "He's a Davos who's not a Davos, aye? He walks on the ground." Anna's voice dropped to a whisper, and she started trembling. "No more questions. Let's give this place the laugh, aye?" "Anna, no harm will come to you while I'm here. Now tell me what's wrong." My voice might have been more reassuring if it had less of the coarse rumble to it. Anna threw a frightened glance at Fell. "Fell's a Davos who angered her. It said he's a Davos who isn't a Davos. And the time's close when the lady's gaze will fall on him, so it will." "Her? You mean the Lady of Pain?" "Aye, and heed your tongue." Anna made another semicircle in the air in front of her as I mentioned the lady's name. "The Davos work for the lady, and she protects him. Except Fell." She shudders. "Let's be away, aye?" I shook my head. "We need the supplies, and I have some important questions for him." Anna grabbed my arm. "Please, nay, no good'll come of it. Anyone speaking to Fell could draw the lady's gaze. I don't want to die, I don't." To my surprise, Anna looked close to tears. I placed my hand on hers softly, even as she clutched hard enough for her nails to dig into my skin. Dakon was busy examining the wares, and Mort looked away, probably embarrassed upon seeing Anna's terror. I looked down at her, gentle but firm, like a man soothing a frightened girl. "Anna, no harm will come to you while I'm here, I promise. I just want to speak to him for a moment." For a minute, Anna just looked at me. Then something in my gaze seemed to calm her, and her grip loosened even as she steeled herself. "I don't know why I—" She shook her head. "Go on, then. Talk to him. I don't care." There was an undercurrent of fear in her voice, but that rare moment of vulnerability was gone. Fell waited patiently, his hands tucked into his sleeves. A series of symbols materialized above his head, then dissipated, and a question mark appeared. I could read Reba speak well enough, though it curdled my eyes and tested my brain. My vision in that orbit was still blurry. Mort, could you translate for me? He turned in the air. What? Why me? Because I've only got one good eye right now, and my head's spinning. I'd appreciate the help. Mort scoffed. I'd sooner be strained through a Tanari's bowels than unravel whatever these floating goat heads are trying to say. You want a translator? He nodded at Dakan. Get holier than thou and twice as silent to translate. I grumbled. Dakan? He nodded. Ask him if he did the tattoos on this dismembered arm I found. I unwrapped the petrified hunk from the butcher paper I had packed it in. A mass of scars crisscrossing the pallid gray skin seemed to mimic my own. Time and desiccation had rendered it slightly withered, yet heavy and dense with immortal flesh. Fell examined it for a moment, tracing the patterns with his finger. Then he looked up, and a series of rebuses formed, hazy at first, then coming sharply into focus. I could barely make it out. The arm is yours. The tattoos are mine. One tattoo speaks of a time when your path was shared by 4 others. Dakan studied the symbols, but he remained silent. Dakan? What is he saying? The arm is yours. The tattoos are his. I looked at him levelly. Did I mistranslate? Add some figment that wasn't there? Did he say anything more than that? Dakan was silent for a moment. Then, suddenly, instinctively, I knew Dakan was lying to me. He continued on with a dead-level tone. The rest of the symbols are not known to me. The silence between the 3 of us was pregnant with tension. Anna backed away as both Fel and Dakan stood calmly, looking at each other without a bead of sweat on their heads. Why are you lying to me? Dakan fell silent again. He did not turn to look at me. He seemed to be staring at something leagues away. The symbols. There is no good in knowing the answer to what you ask. Since when has not knowing the truth of something ever really helped anyone, Dakan? The counselor who counsels ignorance betrays his station. He breathed a long sigh, dry and hoary with the mist of age-old memories, crisp and painful as a knife's edge. There is truth in your words. That truth should be known to me. Dakan was silent for a moment, then he turned to me, his eyes hardened. The symbols speak of the 4 you have traveled with in the past. Go on. What 4 are these? The symbols swirled before me, and I pieced them together roughly as Dakan translated. One unloved who loves one who does not love. One who does not see what others see and sees what others do not. One who is familiar and bound with duty. One who is a slave, and his chains are words. As I finished translating, the 4 strings seemed to form themselves into links, and they merged into a chain. The chain bent and warped into a symbol that I knew all too well. Dakan wasn't even looking at the symbols. The tattoo speaks of 4 minds. One was a woman who loved a man who knew her and knew not love. The other was a blind man who saw things no mortal eye could see. Another was a familiar, a mage's pet, bought and bound, and the last was a slave. Why did you not want to tell me this? He closed his eyes. The 4 are bound with a symbol that is known to me. The mark of torment. The lines were thorn and razor-edged, as if it were a blade twisted upon itself. Fel's earlier words came to mind. The flesh knows that it suffers, even when the mind does not. Enough about the symbol. Tell me everything you know about those 4 that are on the tattoo. Dakan was silent again, and he looked older somehow, not with the wisdom of age or the ripeness of season, but weathered and chipped as the sands of time eroded a mountain face. Those hands were strong, I knew. I had seen them raised in battle. But it seemed that at any moment, then, Dakan could have crumbled into dust. I will not speak of it here. Ask when what we speak of will be only for the ears of those that walk with you. I nodded. His pain was his own. It would do no good to speak of it here. Very well. Fel, what of the tattoos on the arm? Fel examined the arm again, tracing the other faded tattoos upon its surface. As he did, they each appeared as a symbol above his head, hazy at first, then coming into focus sharply. He turned to face me. Once forgotten, now remembered. You may wear them again if you wish. So, where's the place you found my body? I asked Anna as we left Fel's parlor. She pointed down the street. The spot where I found your body lies behind the painted door in the Hive red light district. The door's on that northern street, north and east of the Smoldering Corpse Bar. Beyond the door is an alley where I found your body. Strange place it is. Not many barks'll go there. Strange place? How? Some barks with less courage than names say it's all a haunted, it is. Anna spat and made a semicircle over her heart. It's wash. Sometimes the wind blows through the alley and makes weird sighing noises, but that don't mean there's spectres and haunts and the like. Dakon's coal-black eyes stared off into the distance. Perhaps they are the whispers of lamentation from a city that does not know itself. Mort bobbed in a nod. Sigil's a pretty barmy place, and it's probably more alive than you might think. Spooks aren't anything special, of course, but I don't think I like to run into a spook from a dead piece of Sigil itself. He shuddered. Anna shifted a bit uncomfortably at their words, but said nothing. I turned to face her. Anna, did you find anything on my body before you brought it to the mortuary? She looked at me warily, and her tail stopped flicking for a moment. Then it resumed, slower than before. Aye, mayhap I found something. But if I found anything, it's mine by right it is. The other bits are in Farad's keeping. I shook my head, and as much as I didn't want to prod her too much, I needed to know. Anna, I don't have time for games. What did you find on my corpse? Well, you had some fist irons, you did, and a bit of jink, but I left that for the dusties, so they think I was a wee bit honest. You had an ugly ring that I kept. She dipped her finger into her arm bracers and pulled forth a small ring with a stone mounted on it. Worth thrice more than the jink and irons it was. She studied the ring and squinted. Too bad it's too ugly to wear. I'd like that ring back. She studied the ring with a frown, glanced at me, then back at the ring. With a sneer, she flicked it to me. Didn't want the ugly thing anyway, I didn't. Thanks. Now, when you mentioned that some stuff from my body had gone into Farad's keeping, what did you mean? She nodded. Aye. Farad takes a wee bit off each corpse we find, he does. It's his right, being lord of the village and all. Off every corpse you all find? That's a lot of corpses. Oh, aye. To hear tell, old Stuttercrutch has got a stash pit somewhere. It's the only reason I can see why he set up Kip in that filthy, drafty hall it is. Nothing but stinking shadows. Really? And that's where he puts the tribute he gets? Aye. She squinted at me. Now what are you on about? You planning to rob him? I chuckled. After all that running around to get the sphere for him and then getting next to nothing in return, I'm kind of tempted to. I'm warning you against such a thing, I am. Farad can be daft sometimes, but he's mean as all fiend spit when he gets worked up. She frowned. And he loves his keepsakes, he does. What can that old bag of bones do? Cough at us? Send his thugs? Mort's grin withered under Anna's piercing gaze, and he floated over to keep Dakon between them. But where would he keep it all, I wondered. If he's been at the village for as long as he says, he would have amassed quite a collection. Well... Anna was silent for a moment. I know he's never left his hall to get his tribute when he needed it. He wouldn't want to walk far with that lame leg of his. Aye, that's true. But only if you don't watch him careful. He isn't lame, though. He puts on a fair show about being weak in the leg. A sudden flash of insight hit me. So that crutch of his could be a portal key. Anna frowned in thought for a moment, then slowly nodded her head. Aye, there's a thought. She shrugged. I wouldn't know how you'd use it, though. Maybe you just need to have it. Here we are. I walked up the short flight of steps and felt along the wall. What I had first taken to be a door in the archway was actually a painting. The artist had made use of the shadows of the overhanging arch and some subtle texturing effects to give the door an illusion of substance. Are you sure this is the door, Anna? Aye. It's been smeared with barmy paints from the starved dogs it has. It's a real door until you look at it. Then it turns into a painting." "How did they do that?" Anna shrugged. "There's stranger things in the plains." She suddenly frowned. "You might as well know how you got yourself out of the dead book after I was sure you were dead." "So, this door, I just don't look at it? And then open it?" Anna glanced at the door and then nodded. "That's the dark of it, if chant be true." "All right, then. I'll do what you say. You just... Hold on!" Anna stopped me before I could reach for the door. "This is the only path I know to reach the place I found your corpse, but it's not the safest road, eh? You sure you're ready? I'm not here to play minder, no matter what old Stuttercrutch says." My hand paused an inch away from the portal. "What's beyond this door that's so dangerous?" "Chaos men," Anna whispered. "Barmy as they come, barking wild into the day and night, ready to either paint you with their colors or crack your brain box with a chamber pot. Dangerous bloods they are." Dakon's brow creased in disapproval upon hearing the word, and Mort rolled his eyes and stuck out his tongue. None of them had much love for whatever these things were. I looked at the door, harmless on its surface, but suddenly it seemed as if it was a gate to madness itself. I had no idea what a Chaos Man was, but I didn't like the sound of it either. If they're so dangerous, then how did you get through? "I crept in nice and quiet-like. Can't paint you or kill you when they can't see you." She looked me up and down with a frown. "Doubt I can pull that twice with you around. You look right clumsy, you do." I nodded. "All right, we've been ready for a while, Anna. Just stay behind me. Now, let me open the door." I closed my eyes and reached for the door, fumbling around. To my surprise, I found a handle. With a slight tug, the door opened. A narrow passage led into the building, and from within I could hear distant howling. Chapter 43. We entered a small room. I saw a slender tiefling girl standing with her back to me. I noticed that both her hands and the upended table in front of her were smeared with a fresh coat of what appeared to be pink paint. She seemed oblivious to my approach. I greeted her. At the sound of my voice, the girl turned her head to regard me. Her face, though somewhat dirty and spattered with drops of pink, was strikingly beautiful. She flashed me a wide, mischievous smile, then returned her attention to the makeshift canvas. I tried to talk to her, but the tiefling girl seemed totally immersed in her artwork. She ignored me entirely. From this room, a short hall opened, with doors on both sides. There was another inhabitant in the hall, and I figured his reaction was likely to prove more typical, and then he attacked. He was quickly dispatched, being so foolish as to face 4-to-1 odds. The lingering residue of energy cackled through my fingertips as I looked down at his corpse in sad satisfaction. The hole in his chest trailed smoke, and his eyes were still wide and bright with madness. These chaos attacks really were as barmy as they come. When they weren't trying to paint me with a blade, they were speaking utter nonsense. In one room, I stumbled across an aging man dressed in tattered rags. As I drew nearer, I discovered that he was missing both of his eyes. The scarred tissue of his eyelids had receded into his empty sockets, giving his features the macabre appearance of a decaying skull. Greetings." The old man turned in my general direction, his arms outstretched as if feeling for me. "Darkness who be in voice. The friend words I'll speak of you and call chaos." "Speak the word of chaos and you'll call me friend? Is this jumbled up scramble speak really necessary?" "Ugh, it's just an old barmy chaos man," Mort grunted. "Pike it. Just leave him alone before he tries to send the other dogs after us." The old man cocked his head to one side, his sightless gaze fixed on empty space. "Chaos of you are not, pot, snot." I groaned. Has everyone here lost their minds? "That's kind of the point, Chief." "Walk, not talk. Talk is complete. Completed to completion." The old man gave a dismissive wave and turned his back to us, apparently done with the conversation. I shut the door behind us as we left and headed toward another. It's obvious we're going to get nowhere asking these madmen. We'll have to find our own way. Maybe not, a voice whispered. I jumped. As I looked closer, I noticed a figure hidden among the shadows in the corner of the room. When I drew near, a young woman stepped out to reveal herself. She was dressed in a loose-fitting tunic, which, together with her short-cropped hair and slender frame, gave her a rather boyish appearance. I must say, it's quite a relief to see some sods who don't knot their words or chew at the walls, and I wouldn't go in there if I were you. She nodded in the direction of the door on the south wall. Why? What's beyond the door? She winced at the sound of my voice, putting a finger to her lips to indicate silence. She paused for a moment, then answered in a hushed voice. A whole mess of them howling lunatics, that's what. Looks like they're having some sort of gathering. Won't be able to get through to the alley until they clear out. Who are you? My name's Sybil, she whispered quietly, then spat into her palm and reached out to clasp my hand. I shook it reluctantly as the wads squelched against my palm. What are you doing in here? What does it look like I'm doing? I'm hiding. I came in here looking for food. Yet I noticed that as she spoke, her right hand moved instinctively to the pouch at her waist. Only the barking idiots in the next room showed up and decided to throw a party on the front doorstep. Now I'm trapped in here and can't get out. You're looking for food, eh? What's in the pouch? I said, pointing to her belt. She seemed about to respond, but stopped herself short. She eyed me for a moment, then shrugged her shoulders. All right, so I'm a thief. A girl's got to earn a living somehow. What's it to you, anyway? You're obviously not Harmonium, and definitely not with the savages in there. Sybil looked over my shoulder. Well, hello, Anna. I looked behind me, and for a moment I couldn't spot her. Anna had slipped into the shadows as we were speaking. I had no idea she was hiding as well. Her black-red lips twisted into a sneer. Well, I can't say I expected to see you here. But to get trapped like a lim-lim in a wet sack, that's old Sybil for you, eh? Well, with your bumbling about, you would have given up at the front door. Then gone off to scavenge more debtors, perhaps. Anna hissed. At least I can fight me way out, you alley rat. Oh, of course. Brawling like a drunkard always was your style, wasn't it? No need for grace or sly ghosting about. Sybil smiled. Nothing better than a thief that's hammer-sharp and just as quiet, eh? And one that can only handle marks that are cold, stiff, and ready for the slab. A muscle in Anna's cheek twitched, and for a moment I was sure they were going to come to blows. Instead, Anna stabbed a finger at Sybil. I can handle you just fine if that be an offer. You know, girls, Mort whispered, as arousing as this little row is, we're still in a haven full of lunatics. With that, Anna's mouth snapped shut. Sybil just blushed in embarrassment. I stepped to place myself between the two and addressed Sybil. Do you know of another way to get through the alley? She sighed. There may be another way to get past those animals without a fight. There's another door that leads in there. From what I was able to see, there are stacks of wooden crates along the same wall as the other door. It may be possible to sneak from that door to the exit on the other side of the room. There's only one problem. Mort chuckled. There's always a problem, which wouldn't be much fun otherwise. The door's locked. I tried it. My guess is that the key is on one of the thugs upstairs. I'm not addle-coved enough to go up there looking for it, though. Sybil folded her arms across her chest and stared at me expectantly. I nodded my assent. If the key is up there, I'll find it. Sybil smiled, relieved, and stepped back into the darkness. If you do manage to live long enough to find the key, the door is in a room to the southeast. I'll be watching from the shadows. If you can unlock the door and make it out to the alley in one piece, I'll be right behind you. We searched around for a way upstairs, our fingers sticky for any scraps we might find. Some loose coin here, a few clutch charms there. It was easy going until we came across a certain crate. Sss! What's your ugly bones, you clueless sod? Anna whispered, grabbing my wrist as I was about to take a peek inside. That one's trapped, it is. How can you tell? A thin thread, and a trigger beneath the lid. These eyes don't lie, they don't. With that, her eyes followed the thread, leading her to a dust-covered crate on the other side of the room. Slipping a dagger under the lid so it kept the trigger down, Anna lifted the lid and pulled out the small pouch of coins within. "Thanks, Anna." "No need. I'm keeping this one for myself." I didn't argue. With only a little more poking around, we found the stairway up. "Oi, did you hear that? The bones of Wickerwood are bleak in sound, and they've sweetened the marrow of the dancing land," a gruff voice murmured. "Nay, 'tis a rat. Get away, you sod, it's mine. Has a message for me, it does, from the Whispering Council to see which to kill next. It's just a rat, you balmy sod. Best to eat it before it tells him where the Nimbus of Nine hides thought. No, no, they fly with crimson wings, and will put all the laughing ones in the abyss if we do not appease in blue-blurred smiles." With their mad, inane chatter in my ears, I had trouble focusing. By the powers, I could feel my forebrain trying to eat its way through my skull just to silence the insanity. I opened the door and came upon two unsurprised thugs. Their hair was in disarray, and their lips were flecked with blood as one held the mangled corpse of a cranium rat in hand. Soft blue eyes gleamed and swirled with motes of chaos as they stared at me, as if they expected my arrival. "Hello," I said, and blasted the nearest thug with 4 rose-hued magic missiles. 2 against 1. It was too easy. Dakon moved swiftly, and his blade shot upward, impaling the thug's head through the chin, pinning his jaw shut so he couldn't scream even in death. Mort barreled over my shoulder, headbutting the wounded one and sending him crashing into the wall. We stood silent for a moment as I held a finger to my lips. When no thudding of boots or the clatter of approaching guards came our way, we continued upward. Blood for blood, we traded blades with the Chaos Men. They howled madness as they fought, moving their hands and feet in random patterns that were hard to guard against. Their jerking steps had become an intricate dance to dodge our blows, and in the distance an unfamiliar chanting grew in volume, even as I felt the familiar thrum of the art snapping into reality. Damn. Their skills were directly counter to the way of Zerthamon, but effective in their own way. Under the weight of our magic and steel, however, the Chaos Men collapsed, and sifting through the smoldering robes of the dead wizard, I retrieved the key. From there it was a simple matter to sneak our way past the remaining Chaos attacks, creeping behind the crates to safety. We stepped out into the brisk night air, and while it wasn't quite the same relief we felt when getting back out to the stink of the hive after being trapped in the dead nations for so long, it was soothing nonetheless to be out of that warren of madness. "I must say, Cutter, I'm impressed. I thought for sure those animals would chew you up good," chirped a familiar voice behind me, and again I nearly jumped a foot in the air. Sybil just smiled. "Sorry. Well, I guess I should thank you." She paused for a moment and then reached into her pouch and pulled forth a small green gem. "Here, this one's on the dogs. See you around, Cutter." "Farewell, Sybil." "Ugh, I do hate that lass." Chapter 44. The empty abodes were dust-filled and dingy. Here and there doors were half open, some barely clinging to their rusted hinges or locks. Some were barely fit to stand in, others were in near ruin. What huts and buildings that did stand proud were sagging under the weight of years, held together with nails and boards pounded in by a relentless servile hand. I could hear the hammering from afar. A Dabus floated among the old houses, hammering boards and patching its holes in its relentless duty. Just as I saw nothing remarkable about it, the creature looked like any other Dabus I'd seen, it saw nothing remarkable in me, or any of us for that matter. Never did it once look up from its work, even to glance at a stranger that had just wandered into its barren domain. All it knew was its duty, which it performed with metronomic grace. As we walked past, the hammering grew more distant, and a chill wind blew through the narrow street. As it whipped past the decaying buildings, it sounded to my ear much like a groan. The buildings creaked in response, as if they ached for the agony and bliss of release. One building, however, looked like it had stood the test of time. What else could we do but enter to investigate? While well kept, this building was no more habitable than the rest. The floor was damp and green with ancient mildew, and what furniture there was had rotted away long ago. Dakon whispered something I couldn't make out, and Anna stood stock still, moving only to draw a circle over her heart when she recognized what lay in the corner of the room. It was the shriveled corpse of a Dabus, flesh-mottled and yellow with rot. The stench of its decay was overpowering, and from the looks of its rigid, unnatural posture, extreme rigor mortis had long since set in as the rest of it putrefied. That great shock of white hair clung loosely to its scalp, as if it could be pulled out with a gentle tug like weak-rooted grass from damp soil. I raised my hand, reaching out with the story's bones tell power I had learned from Stale Mary. "What are you doing?" Anna whispered. "The creatures are under the lady's protection, they are. We cannot be bossing around with nary a care, eh?" "I just want to speak to it," I said calmly. As I reached out with my power, there was a faint stirring in the air, and the Dabbas's body blurred for a moment. I felt a strange wrenching pain in my skull, as if someone was hammering on it sharply, desperately. I tried to focus, and the focus was like trying to swim through a field of cold iron shards, piercing and sharp as each hammer blow that sounded in my brain. My vision went black for a moment, and the hammering pain faded, until it sounded like it was coming from outside my skull. The darkness cleared, and I could hear the hammering coming from outside the building. The entire building seemed hazy somehow, confused, as if I was seeing it through a mist. The hammering died, and out of the corner of my vision a spectral version of the Dabbas floated into view, entering the building. As it did, the windows and doors became like water, suddenly sealing over the entrance the Dabbas came through. Within, the Dabbas turned, paused, and began a slow circuit of the room, examining the walls and hammering on each one once as if testing it. The Dabbas completed its circuit of the room, then paused by the door it once entered. It began hammering, chipping away the stone, but with every blow the wall repaired itself. The vision faded to black, and the hammering continued, first at a steady pace, then slower, then slower. "Think I should bite him? He's not coming to." "I think I should bite him." "Slapping him around hasn't helped, and he's not dead, he's not. Ugh, this is bad." "Oh, I don't know, Fiendling. Everything looks good from this angle." Ah! My hand shot up and grabbed Anna's wrist before she could gouge out Mort's eyes. "Ugh, I'm fine," I said, swaying as I stood. Dabbas don't communicate in words. I guess speaking to its spirit has strange results as well. "What have you come to know?" Dakon intoned as Anna tossed Mort aside, sending him chattering over the floor until he could right himself. "This building is alive somehow. It trapped the Dabbas and let it wither away here." I ground a knuckle into my temple to edge out the rest of the haziness. There was little more to be said as we hastily made our way out. "Well, if you're done trading chant with the debtors, follow me then," Anna said, guiding us the rest of the way. Down a couple of twists and turns, we stopped at a high, solid gate of ancient wood. Somehow, the hinges rolled smoothly without the slightest hint of a squeal when Anna pushed them, revealing a stairway down into an open courtyard. Descending the stairs, I grew nervous, as if I was beginning to uncover something best left hidden. There was something taboo about discovering the fate of my previous incarnation. I felt as if I were trying to recapture a dream, evanescent as a forgotten memory, and as impossible to grasp as smoke snagged on my fingertips. "This is the place," Anna said, stopping on a lone spot and turning around to face me. "I found you lying right where we stand." I would have expected a blood stain or an outline where I had lain. Another breeze stirred the dust from the ground, stronger this time. There were no shutters to rattle or scraps of loose cloth to flutter, but the alley itself seemed to breathe. It was a bloated wind that gushed past us, aching with the groan of a creature brimming with pain and paralyzed with stifling aches. At the corner of my vision, the walls seemed to bend and warp ever so slightly, just past my gaze. When I turned my head to catch a glimpse, I saw nothing, but looking at my own companions, they seemed to feel the same. When the wind died down, a section of the wall shuddered, warping and extending as brick became smooth and stone softened. Fixed to the spot, I watched as the stone shaped itself, as if out of clay, and smoothed into a dull bronze glow in the dim, starless night. I stared, awed by the bizarre spectacle. What had appeared to be an ordinary, unremarkable bricked wall throbbed and pulsated with movement. The wall expanded with curious elasticity, heaving outward as if some unseen force were trying to push its way through the barrier from the other side. Slowly, the undulating mass began to settle, its curves becoming more and more pronounced, and we found ourselves at eye level with the stony caricature of a human face. "What is that?" I muttered. Dakon stood in awe. Perhaps this city does know itself after all. "I dunna know." Anna stared at the face in disbelief, her hands nervously fingering her daggers. "But I'm for leaving before we find out, aye?" Something nagged at the back of my mind. Not just yet. There's something... Suddenly a strong breeze began to blow around us, and the air was filled with an eerie sighing. More mournful than the wind and louder than despair, the rushing wind grew louder, carrying other sounds as well. The creaking of boards, the rustling of leaves, and the grinding of stone upon stone. After a few moments, the clamor ceased to be a cacophony of individual noises and began to blend into one articulate sound. I could make out a voice that spoke softly, yet seemed to come from all around me at once. "You? It cannot be you." Hesitant, but eager for answers, I approached the entity and spoke. "Do you know me?" The wind around us had stopped, but the voice was still somehow present. "You are restored again. I saw you destroyed." "Who are you?" "I am I," the voice said simply, as expressionless as that stone face before me. "Where am I?" "You stand on me, in me. The stones, mortar, the air, all me undivided." "Are you the voice of Sigil itself?" Dakon asked. His voice, cold and even as the breeze, seemed to mesh against that of the alleys. "I am I," it responded, and Dakon remained silent, neither satisfied nor unsatisfied. "Things in Sigil almost never speak the plain chant," Mort grumbled. I glanced at the spot where Anna stood. "You said you saw me destroyed. Where?" "I saw you destroyed here, in front of me. I see all within me." "Do you know what happened to me?" "Things that cast no shadow were shadow. They rose around you, tore you down. Do you not remember?" I concentrated on the strange voice. Somewhere in the deep recesses of my mind there was a brief glimmer of recollection. I felt as though there was something vaguely familiar about those sounds. They swarmed around me, with the talons of mist and eyes full of hate. Hate for every living thing, and for what was stolen from them. As that noiseless throng surrounded me, the alley grew silent, and merely watched as they closed in on the flesh they so envied. Those sharp spirals of shadow cracked like a whip, and the dagger-like tips pierced me through the throat and the chest. My hands grew clumsy, vainly cupping the blood and attempting to pour it back into the wounds as I swayed. Another crack, searing a wound across my back. Another, tearing open my belly. I was vaguely aware of my body hitting the ground with a heavy thud, and at the dim edge of my flickering awareness I was thankful that I wouldn't feel those talons as they began to tear into my flesh. A tail flicked through the crack in the gate, as if to lure any prey out to investigate. But the abandoned streets were silent, save for the wistful sigh that permeated the entire alley, and after a few moments the gate swung open a little further, as a lithe young tiefling poked her head through and crept in. She was beautiful, with rust-red hair and skin pale as milk, her armor creaking little more than plain leather as she moved. Kneeling over the corpse, her tail flicked again. Another deader for the Dusties, and that was that. "Yes, you remember." The voice of the alley rang in my ears, scattering the images from my mind and returning me back to the present. "Destroyed, as soon I shall be. I cannot delay to vision much longer. Pressure builds. Soon stones will crumble, and the floating ones will repair me to destruction." "You're dying?"
pressure is too much. Too many places folded inside. Not enough space. Must divide.
Divide? I asked, genuinely confused. Anna's lip curled. It must be in the way. I blinked. What are you talking about? I think it's pregnant. Oh. Freaky, Mort chirped. So where are we technically standing right now? I really don't want to know the answer to that, Mort. The voice continued as the wind grew in volume, drowning out our chatter.
Help me to divide, branch out, expand. New apertures will open. You may use them to travel to the lower ward.
If that was the only way to get through, I nodded. What do you need to divide?
The floating one is upon me, repairing. It prevents me from dividing. I undo its repairs, but it returns again and again. Repairs anew. Must remove floating one.
You want me to kill the Dabbas in the alley?
Remove it. Only then can I divide.
Oi, Chief, I really don't think that's a good idea, Mort cautioned. Those hornheads might be irritating as the crotch rot, but they're still under her protection. Anna nodded reluctantly as she found herself agreeing with Mort. We don't have any other choice, I said, walking up the stairs. Following the Dabbas' continuous hammering was a simple matter. Getting rid of it, however, wouldn't quite be so easy. The creature was hammering a board into place when I approached. Greetings. It turned to face me, and a series of symbols appeared around its head.
I must attend to my duties. No time to speak.
What came next was hard to say, honest words though they were. As much as I tried to convince myself that all I did was tell the truth, and that there was no evil in doing so, I couldn't help but feel guilt deep in the core of my being. I just thought you should know that I discovered the body of a Dabbas in this alley. The Dabbas cocked its head slightly to one side. A number of symbols streamed above its head, most of which indicated surprise and distress rather than words. Dead? Where? It lies in the abandoned building not far from here. It looks as though it got trapped inside somehow. The Dabbas stared at me briefly, then bowed slightly and floated off in the direction of that abandoned building. Farewell, I murmured, and in its shock the Dabbas couldn't pick out the tone of finality in my words. I returned to the stone face feeling drained. I had to kill to protect myself before, but this was something akin to murder. Greater and more terrible, perhaps, to do so to a Dabbas. Surely these streets had seen worse in their time, but in the pit of my stomach I felt queasy. The silence after such an act was unbearable, and once or twice I looked over my shoulder, as if the whole city knew what I had done. Yet even if the lady herself was witness to my actions, she would have rent the flesh from my bones the instant I spoke. Best not to dwell on such things, but I was afraid that I would have to do worse in times yet to come. The various ambient sounds of the alley once again assaulted my ears, and through them the voice spoke.
You have returned.
I spoke with the Dabbas. I told him about his dead brother, and he left to investigate.
Yes, the floating one no longer repairs. It is now with the other. I have closed myself around it. It remains inside me forever. I shuddered. You can divide now without interference, right? Still cannot divide. Too weak. Cannot undo floating one's repairs. Its changes must be reversed before I can divide. You must undo the floating one's repairs for me. Seek them out. Reverse. Must be exact. Precise. Only then can I divide.
With that I sighed, sifting through my pack and withdrawing a pry bar, and then a hammer. Well, let's get to work, guys. With his lack of hands, Mort cheered from the sidelines where Anna and I sweated and grumbled, and Dakon went to work with stoic silence. Boards were torn down from one building, hammered back into another. The ground shook ever so slightly as it seemed to sag in relief, and the buildings creaked as if stretching tired old bones. We returned to the face just as the sky was beginning to glow with the new dawn. "I've reversed the repairs, as you've asked."
"Yes, all is in order. I am grateful."
Again, the wind began to blow around us, this time with fierce intensity. The omnipresent sounds of the alley began to increase in volume until the soft murmur of the voice is nearly drowned out by the ensuing racket. A section of the length of wall that the face rested on crumbled, falling away neatly until not a stone remained upon another stone. A fresh, clean wind blew through, carrying the scent of wet mortar, fresh-cut wood, and crisp new metal. We stood at the new entrance hesitantly, but as the walls began to warp and the old buildings began to crumble, the voice urged us on.
"Now you must go. Division begins. The way is now open to you."
With those final words, the face crumbled away. The ground underfoot rocked violently as our boots cracked against the pavement, rolling like water and stretching like taffy. The wind intensified all around us, howling, urgent in an almost human-like moaning, like a man on the edge of a sneeze. Stones crashed and boards snapped all around us as we dashed through the passageway, and lightning crackled in the air as the old city gave way to new, streets birthing new streets, houses splitting into new houses. Cobblestones popped along the road like bubbles as the new section of the city gave one final quake, expelling the four of us like afterbirth. Tumbling through the air in a cloud of gray and yellow dust, I screamed. The girlish shrieks and obscenities echoing behind me could have been either Mort or Anna for all I knew. All I knew was that when I landed, it was flat on my tailbone, which cracked under my weight. Anna tucked and tumbled gracefully past me, stumbling only slightly as she rolled to her feet, while Dakon slid through the dust until he came to a stop at my side. A small white sphere tumbled past me, shrieking as it cracked against the pavement, bouncing once, twice, before rolling to a stop in the distance. I groaned, rubbing my backside as Dakon helped me up, and a very surprised merchant in fine beige garb gawked down at me. "Well, good day, sir." He looked me up and down, at the dust and grit, the tattered kilt and sash of bone. "You look like you might be interested in some fine clothes." In the distance, Mort coughed and scraped the dust from his tongue with his teeth. Lips or a soft palate would have been a blessing, but he might as well have wished for a body if he was going along that line of thought. "This one's crazier than the rest of them put together," Mort grumbled to himself. "But at least he's getting farther than most of those other poor sods." He got up, and it was a simple matter as standing would have been. Imagine one leg, then the other, and just think about moving. Looking around, Mort whistled a breath of fresh air through his teeth. The lower ward. What delights awaited here? He couldn't wait to introduce the chief to the sensorium or the 12 Ushila dancers. With the coin they had now, they wouldn't have to scrounge for rats or sleep on smelly sheets anymore. No, silk and mammy pillows it'd be, if he could get the chief to just loosen the purse a little. In the darkness, two voices whispered to each other, pitched and squeaky, and breaths fetid with the stench of rotting flesh. "Is this the one?" "It's a skull, ain't it? That's what he wants. Grab it." Mort turned around just as a sack popped over him and then snapped shut. "Hey, what are you—" He struggled, tumbling against the stale burlap. Teeth slid uselessly against the thick and smelly cloth. "Hey, let go! Help! Help!" Mort screamed. In the back of his mind, he despaired that this time he might just lose all hope of ever nestling between a pair of bouncy mams ever again. "Chief!" With Mort's pitched squeals in my ears, I pushed past the merchant whose sharp, cultured accent contrasted starkly against his muttered oath. One hand cradled my shattered coccyx as I shuffled. Looking around, all I could see was a wormy tail as it flicked around the corner of a building. My feet were numb and leaden as I tried to follow, but taking a few steps already proved too much. I fell to my knees as Dakon raced after Mort's voice, fading into the distance far too quickly for him to catch. I pounded the pavement with my fist, cursing myself for adding another broken bone to the list, and cursing those who abducted my companion, the first friend I'd made in this bizarre new life. Anna crouched next to me, saying something I couldn't quite hear through the haze of pain and anger. Damn it. Bones aching and twisted with age, Farid sat gingerly in the palm of his throne. The fingers curled ever so slightly inward, and once, with proper cushions, they had supported his spine just right. Time, however, had not been kind to him. His bones had bent with the weight of years, and every time he rose from this seat, he ached. He gazed into his reflection, cast by the orb in his lap. His face, tainted a sickly mustard by the bronze, was as warped as his body. Gingerly he sucked at a tooth. Yet another was loosening, yellow and moldy, rank with the sour taste of flesh rotting as it still lived. In the clerk's ward he could have called for a dentist, perhaps the healing services of a cleric. A potion to cure his ills would have been a pittance, but those days had withered long ago when he fled to the depths in desperation, seeking a way to cheat the damnation that would follow him in death. Farid had the mocking laughter of the other noblemen at his back, and the knives of the thugs at his breast when he first fled into these decaying warrens. He had sold his businesses and whittled his gold to gain a foothold and a reputation here. The rest was politics, and Farid had been quick to learn how to pit back-alley shivs against bloodbringers, black hands against edged dogs, with those same whispers and lies he had perfected when dealing with rivals or magistrates. So much had been sacrificed, so much bloodshed and lives lost like chaff in the wind, for one man to escape the mad cruelty of damnation. Farid caressed the surface of the orb gently, and the metal crawled beneath his fingertips. All he needed now was to learn how to use it. Perhaps an oracle, or... A chill swept through the room. Illwind Court had earned its name from the dusty scent of ancient detritus, not from odd drafts. Drafts were no good for his old bones. But cold there was, the kind of aching cold that comes slowly, devouring the warmth of a flickering brazier, as a father huddles in a blanket during the winter, mourning his sons all lost to war. It was the cold that numbs a mother upon seeing the pallid face of her stillborn infant, and wondering what she could have done to have kept it alive. It was the frost that drifts upon a dead village, blanketing the stiff corpses lying in the streets with only a lone survivor, wondering why he was spared. It was the chill of regret. Farid tugged the blankets closer to him with gnarled fingers. As the braziers dimmed, he drew a circle over his heart, as if he could ward off the encroaching darkness. And they came, flickering into substance from the shadows. One by one they drew themselves from the darkness. Their bodies were warped and misty, eyes gray with unshed tears. Serpentine wisps trailed from their scalps like the hair of bloated corpses swaying in the cold sea. Their fingers were long and needle-tipped, and they flexed as if eager to taste the softness of living flesh. Farid's voice creaked when he spoke. If you've come for me..." He paused, trying to find the words, and they came out like a whimper, like the whine of a starving alley dog. "I have the sphere! I have it!" Farid held up the bronze orb, and that sickly yellow surface distorted those bent and misty forms further. The creatures floated over to him silently, and Farid clung to the desperate hope that the sphere would hold them at bay somehow. "I have the sphere!" he whined. His throat ached, and tears welled up in his eyes. The sounds of smoke whipping against flesh filled the high hall of Illwind Court, and there was the wet crack of meat and bone under a butcher's knife. Somewhere in the din was a wet scream. By the time the braziers flicked back to life, the blood had grown cold on the stones. Interlude. "And that is the end of my part of the telling," Saitavakis says with a bow. With that, she snaps the box shut, and the flow of runes vanishes. There is no applause, no murmurs or cheers. The stark silence of the room is all that greets her when she leaves the stage. Her leather armor creaks as she moves, and the blunt end of her spear clacks against the stage as she descends, melting back into the crowd. "I do hope the next storyteller is not going to leave us hanging," Audellon urges, trying to fill the awkward silence with the strumming of his harp.
"Give it a moment,"
Scale of 3 murmurs, coins clinking as he counts them. Like a pinprick, the chatter begins, first as one voice and then as a handful. The whole crowd begins its whispers over the story, correcting misheard details or embellishing others. You sigh. With the drink that had been flowing and the feckless nature of rumor and gossip, 1,000 versions of the tale would spread from the tavern when it's finished. If it ever is finished. Already you can see the patrons glancing at each other. They're restless, and as that begins to build once again, the tavern would be in trouble. Tavern brawls in Sigil are neither small nor legendary, but rather bloody and merciless, doubly so in the Hive. McComb's nerves are shot. 2 rounds of ale ago he had pulled out a pipe and stuffed it full with dry leaf. Puffing away with a mug of beer in hand, he had abandoned all pretense of being on duty, not out of laziness, but by the simple sad fact that he was utterly helpless in the throng. You check your pouch with a squeeze, satisfied that there should be enough gold to cover your tab. Shara Sixblade smiles as she offers to refill your mug, pleased at all you'd been downing this whole time. The food is rich, the snacks are salty and well-spiced, and as such it would have been impossible for you to stop drinking now. That Marilyn's attitude is as matronly as they come, but she would get a customer to drink himself stupid if he didn't wash himself, just to pad her coffers. Well, a few more crisps wouldn't hurt. The flow of ale and wine and beer and whiskey hasn't slowed a hair. Flashes of dim light fill the room each time the door is opened, and each time it admits a pair of burly thugs with a keg on each shoulder, or a few more patrons who were drawn to the tavern. No hive rats are these, no, but high-born men, women, and otherwise, in fine silks. Their faces are veiled with perfumed kerchiefs to block the hive's stench, even as it fades with the day. A woman sways in, wearing a green silk gown and a high wig. Her pale white hair curls around a cage, which holds 2 small buntings that flutter and chirp as they flit among the perches. She is decked with jewels and clattering with gold bracelets, and somehow had entered the hive alone at this hour without having her throat slit. 3 monks then enter, swathed in black robes. Their faces are hard, as if carved from stone, slim, stern, and pious. Still, they approach the bar and order all manner of indulgences a plainer mind could conceive of, in defiance of their vows. And there is the group of a smattering of races, each as different as the next in color and costume, but each muttering to themselves and nodding in agreement, fingering the brooches at their chest. "So I bring myself to this tavern, one I have never seen before yet imagined in dreams. I've built this bar for some purpose, and I know not what. All shall be revealed by myself, to myself, of this I am sure." A pitched shriek is heard, sharp as a dropped glass and as grating as a fiend's claws on a chalkboard. Fluttering up over the crowd is a mephit, no more than 6 inches tall. In its little claws it carries a tome that shifts among 100 colors. One moment it is circular, the next it's shaped like a spade, and then it becomes a wedge, a square, a slim notebook, before it turns into a circular grimoire once again.
"I is Zorskavit, and my turn it is, mine."
Drunkenly he flies, and weighed down by the journal, he careens and cracks against a pillar, before flopping proudly upon the stage. With a mad grin, Zorskavit perches up on the stool, cackling at the bewildered crowd as he begins his tale.
"Green and mad and quickening with the paved glimmers, the one named Naught tumbles from the sea, white and black at the same time, in the same manner. Twice the sum of 4 be 10, which dances into the chill-bone night. Sally forth, and shall we be forth to sally, I growled. Find the painted egg we must, for Mordhide's truth to be cracked open, yolk spilling 1,000 thoughts that shall become the nectars of the lathe. Barbed with the sigils of 2 moons, Dakon takes the art most peculiar, smiling a whispered grin greenly. Thus spaketh Monazurth in his 4 truths. I slip into the warm waters and slide the razor across my wrist. Torment, pain, torment, pain, torment, pain. Whip the shade streets with 4 tails, and over the 5th star we go. The path is cobbled with 1,000 of the 3rd fever nights, where delirium springs hot and moist from the skulls of the lost ones. She is green. Rhadamanthus spoke to me in a bubbling voice, grey and silent as the ashen fields from which all life springs. His words spin out in 1,000 needles, each piercing the eye of a sinner. It hurt much to do so, but I melt as ice in the sun. A scream wells from my lips, burst in butterflies. So colorful they are. One becomes a fish, another a thimble. 3 curves into bulbous bubbles and tell me what to write. She is green. Nimbus of the weak we ride, high across the plains, and for each we pass we catch 2 others hidden in a seashell. Ride the winds, I cry. Writhe with the zephyrs like lovers in copulation, and we shall see him knighted at last. And so we did, stepping through the gates of fruition. Dakon is a bowl of milk, lapped up by the cats as the lady consumes the cats in turn, making offal out of the elements. Earth, fire, 12, and air. They swirl in the moats and rides, hardening into 4 forms that become the ground we float upon. She is green. Dakon is lost to us, but run we must. Run, or else the gates shall open. The gates pass to the elemental plane of bees, and the swarm shall descend upon the world, and thus the bees snag the children in their webs, and carry them off to the 9 hells to be tortured forever. Run, run, run! I am tired, but we must run, for the children! Dakon is a bright red candy, fresh from the lips of a corpse. He melts in the sun, laughing a laugh most odd. For all the profane arches of sanctity, she is green. Och, but have ye seen me Lucky Charms yet, ye blarney-faced laddie? Who is John Galt? The light was ebbing, and the man could not distinguish my face. I had said it simply without expression. But from the sunset far at the end of the street, yellow glints caught my eyes, and my eyes looked straight at the man, mocking and still, as if the question had been addressed to the causeless uneasiness within. Stop it! Just stop it! Gamir growls, and his thrashing rattles the table he's responsible for propping up. This is stupid! You're stupid! 'Tis absolute and utter nonsense, every last word! I can't understand a single word! The lady eats cats? This is madness! Who in their right mind would let a barmy addle-coved chaos-attack perform a telling? Saitavakis snarls from her table. I would. A piercing, crisp voice calls out from the crowd. He is a tall man, slim and sharp, with a honed, pointed face. A lizard perches on the rounded cap covering his head, and a pair of smoked glass spectacles obscure his eyes. A dozen necklaces, earrings, and other hangings jingle from his robe as he walks, his limbs cutting the air with each step. In his hand he holds a simple staff, nothing more than a slim, perfectly straight length of wood. It clacks as he approaches the stage in even intervals, quick, precise, and metronomic. Immediately the audience is hypnotized by his slight but imposing figure. Zorskavit, he chides sharply. Everything about this man is sharp and angular. Now, I gave you a chance to tell the tale proper. Hand over the journal. I have infinite power. Another has infinite power. Others have infinite power. I can cause myself to have infinite power. The mephit rolls on the ground, foaming at the lips as it clutches the tome. I said hand it, the man snaps, snatching at the book. It transforms into a slim scroll, and with a firm shake the mephit slips free. Zorskavit tumbles about on the stage, murmuring gibberish, but more quietly. Now, the man clears his throat and stands up tall. I must apologize and explain in full detail. I am Factor Petrius of the Fraternity of Order, 25th of 212 Keepers of the Keys of the 18th Great Library in Mechanus, and High Scribe to the Libris Occultus on the prime world of Tedracon. The governor, Mycon slurs,
clearly well into the drink now. Odd company for a governor to keep, a method and a chaos man at that. Factor Apetrius purses his lips slightly. Yes, I must say it is an odd pairing of sorts. Zorskavit is a handful. When he isn't chewing my wallpaper or urinating on my notes, he spends much of his time stuffed in a blue glass bottle. He sighs. Yet somehow he manages to escape, and I have little energy left to catch him and put him back in. A most odd-looking journal, that. Audolin fiddles with the strings of his lyre, tuning them to his liking. A thing of chaos, to be sure. Perhaps craft from the formless matter of limbo and scribed with the blood of madmen. How that fell into your hands must be a truly fascinating tale. Apetrius nods, his voice crisp. Indeed, that in and of itself is an interesting tale. It was a near quarter turning ago, and by that I mean of the central wheel of Mechanus, without a doubt the most precise timekeeping device in the planes. Remarkable device, really, with no detectable margin of error. My office, in fact, rests on a quaternary cog that has a stunning view of the turning. "Ach, you're worse than the diva!" a voice snaps somewhere near the front row. Apetrius crosses his arms. If you would prefer, I could have Zorskavit relate his version of the events again. No? Very well. As I was saying, and this is relevant, mind you, Mechanus is a plane of precision and order, and since I had an excellent view of the workings of the central cogs, I noticed one day, to my shock, that the clock was off by 0.02 of a measure. Now I was aghast, of course, and examined the timepiece itself. The thing was Modron craft, and by such accounts the warranty shouldn't have expired for another 318 years, 2 months, 5 days, give or take. Initially there seemed to be nothing wrong, and I had just begun to take apart the entire thing to examine the finer mechanisms when a commotion outside confirmed that just the opposite had occurred, something quite impossible. You see, it was not my clock that had been malfunctioning, and I do wish I had discovered this earlier, for it was quite an expensive clock, but rather Mechanus itself that was off. Well, the Modrons scuttled about, not quite understanding what to do, as such an event had never occurred before, had never been anticipated, and as such no protocols had been written to handle this case. Instead, it fell to the Fraternity of Order to take initiative and help sort things out. The library staff was reduced to a bare minimum as everyone available rushed to investigate the source of the error and correct it as quickly as possible, since it was compounding by the minute. I had been scouring one of the peripheral cogs, and within 2 hours, 52 minutes, and 12 seconds from the start of the search, again this is merely an approximation, I had discovered this tome wedged tightly between 2 gears. The damn thing had resisted the crushing forces of the gears of Mechanus, and awed beyond all reasoning, I took it back to the library as Mechanus reasserted itself. Of course, the Modrons were very unhappy about the whole affair, especially when I kept the tome on my shelf and examined it every chance I could get. It was exactly 10 days later that 5 pentadrones knocked on the door of my office while I had been sitting down to tea and indulging in 2 little square-shaped scones. They were under orders to expunge the tome out of Mechanus entirely. Apparently the order had been given to the pentadrones by a decaton, who was informed as such by a nonaton. The nonaton, in turn, was under the direction of an octon, who received the orders from a septon. The septon had relayed a hexton's message, who had been under orders from a quinton, who was chided quite fiercely, in Modron terms at least, by a quarton. The quarton had been in a mood since the order had come directly from one of the 4 secundi due to the urgency of the matter. Apetrius gave a dry chuckle. So you can see, this matter really had the entire hierarchy rather disoriented. The crowd remains silent. Apetrius clears his throat and continues. Well, in any case, I had sought to study the tome and tease apart what secrets it held, and doing so meant that I had to move much of my equipment to the courthouse and sigil. It was cramped, dusty, and quite frankly the view was quite foul, but if I could study this enigma, it was worth it. To my frustrations, the text resisted all forms of probing, translation, divination, and analysis. I shouldn't have been surprised, of course, but every spell I threw at it simply fizzled, or was utterly useless. So, I turned to the Chaositex, and thanked the powers they were willing to help me on one of their mad whims. For the price of a moldy potato carved up in the shape of a barrier's nose, they gave me Zorskavit, who they swore up and down by their eyes and arse that he could translate anything chaos written. Did it work? Audolin strums his lyre, the string sweet and freshly tuned. Epetrius purses his lips. A thought experiment. Pretend that you are trying to inspect an insect under a magnification device. It is a species who holds in its belly something that will unlock the secrets of the multiverse, and the only lenses you are handed are hunks of irregularly shaped granite. That is what it is like working with this method. The governor sighs. But nonetheless, we were able to piece it together over the months, and in that time I've grown somewhat fond of the creature. The tome is maddening to read, and the words continuously shift, if they aren't phasing in and out and through existence, but I can manage now, thanks to Zoroskavit's help. Though quite frankly, sometimes I think the Chaositex had the richer end of the deal. With that, the governor flips open the multi-hued book, which at the moment is giving off a slightly smoky scent, and pierces a page with a firm finger. Now, allow me to continue our tale. Chapter 45. I tried to lose myself in the din of hawkers and buyers, merchants crying out their wares, and the rabble of hagglers in heated debate over the proper price of the goods. One would think that in a crowded marketplace as this, one less voice would go unnoticed. I sighed, feigning interest in an Arborian apple. I didn't understand what you're on about. He was just a stupid skull. He's a friend, Anna. He's obnoxious. Talks too much.
Mort is one who endures well in the dance of blades, Dakon said firmly.
Oh, fine, so we lose a damaged sponge, aye? You're too eager to play pincushion anyway, you barmy sod.
I tossed the merchant a couple coppers and bit into the fruit. Its flesh was slightly tart, with a sweetness that seemed to fairly glow as the juices trickled over my tongue. It alleviated my dour mood just a bit. Mort has answers, and I want to know why he's been lying to me. Anna huffed. Dakon said nothing. As soon as I had crawled out of that ancient crypt, I had looked for a mirror. Craning my neck and twisting a little, I had taken a look at the tattoos on my back for myself. While the marks were there and deeply etched, the mass of scars and burns had rendered many of the words nigh unreadable, unless one knew what the message had said in the first place. No wonder Anna and Dakon had said nothing about the grim instructions and the dire warning that followed. They couldn't have read it easily. Don't trust the skull. It was certain that Mort had read that message off of me before. It was possible that he was a treacherous mole. I had put off the question for far too long out of simple sentiment. The thought of having to deal with him if he betrayed me was unpalatable. I was growing too fond of the little guy.
Take a care, Cutter,
Anna mumbled, pushing close to me. I could barely hear her over the noise of the crowd.
The lower ward may be more unpeaceable than the hive, but you might be better off not stirring up trouble you do when the hardheads are about.
Hardheads? She nodded in the direction of one of the heavily armed guards at the doors of the marketplace. They were clad in heavy red armor, crimson as the blood of sinners, and stood stern-faced and tight-lipped. In the hive, the denizens walked heavy-footed, and the rogues swaggered through the streets proud as tomcats. In the lower ward, when the locals weren't hunched over with sickness, they swept through the streets quickly, staring straight ahead with grim certainty. The city guard, however, patrolled in groups of 4 or 5 like lacquered juggernauts, with jaws set in stone and fists tight as if ready to break any dissent.
The harmonium, Dakon said as he leaned in. The fraternity of order writes the laws in sigil. The mercy killers deal with the guilty, executing the punishments with neither tenderness nor tears. The harmonium enforce what they can within the walls of sigil, and conquer what they can without. They are not a force to be trifled with. Their ways are to sweep across the plains, bringing their knowing of order to all, willing or not. He scowled. A distasteful philosophy, to enslave worlds so.
I glanced at a long-toothed axe, a crimson man-catcher. Not a group I would like to cross any time soon. Looking away, I noticed a pretty young woman wearing simple clothes. She wandered about the market and examined everything, but didn't seem to be making any purchases. People seemed to be avoiding her, focusing on other things as if trying not to make it obvious. She flashed me a warm smile as I approached. "Greetings. I don't suppose you could help a stranger to the ward." The girl's smile broadened. "Hello, I'm Karina. It's a pleasure to meet you, Cutter." She continued to smile. "What do you want to know?" "Well, I had a skull, and it's been stolen from me. Do you know anyone who would do such a thing?" She blinked and pressed a delicate hand to her bosom. "A skull? Why do you want such a thing? That's rather morbid, isn't it?" "Oh well, if you want a skull, I guess you could get one from the mortuary." "Well, maybe not. They don't like to give those things out now that I think about it. Anyway, I don't know who would take your skull. Why do you want a skull?" "He's a friend of mine." Karina gave me a quizzical look. "Really? A skull? That sounds weird, you know. I've never heard of anyone having a skull for a friend. I've seen people with pets and all, but never a skull. But then you didn't say it was a pet. You said it was a friend. So that just makes it weirder." She paused to think. I sighed. "Well, where can I buy some weapons?" She smiled and pointed to one of the counters. "Anze over there sells weapons. All kinds of weapons. Are you a warrior?" "Oh, how silly of me. Of course you are. I mean, how could you not be with all those scars?" "Oh, I'm sorry. I shouldn't mention those. You're not sensitive about them, are you?" I shrugged. "No, I've gotten used to them." She looked relieved. "Oh, good. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings, or anyone else's for that matter. You just have to be careful what you say to someone, you know? I mean, people are different, and you never know. What may offend one person may not offend another, so, anyway." She paused for her breath and smiled at me. "Where can I buy some magic?" My skill had begun to outstrip the spells I knew, and the hive had offered little in the way of high magery. She smiled and pointed to one of the counters. "Alec over there sells magic things. Are you a mage? You don't look like one, but I guess looks can be rather deceiving. I don't really know what a mage looks like now that I think about it. Do you?" I chuckled. The girl was hardly daft, but she certainly seemed to have a talent for saying so little with so much. Yes, they wear robes with funny symbols and a pointy hat." "Really? That's good to know. I mean, mages scare me, so I want to know what they look like. I guess it's all the power they have, and they can do really incredible things and all, but you don't know what they look like. Warriors and priests and, other powerful people just look powerful with all that stuff they carry around that says they're powerful, but not mages." She paused. You really like to talk, don't you?" She shuffled her feet and looked embarrassed. Well, I've been told that I probably talk a bit too much, and, well, people tend to avoid me. And I don't really have any friends or male friends courting me. Sometimes I get lonely." Her voice became lower and lower until she was finally silent. She stared at the ground at her feet. I smiled. "I don't think you're a bad person, Karina. I happen to like you." Anna rolled her eyes and huffed. Karina gave me a hopeful look. "Really? Thank you so much. I don't know your name." I smiled as I lied through my teeth. "I'm Adon." She smiled back. "Thank you, Adon. It's nice to know I have a friend." "All right. If you be wanting to look for the skull, we'd best be quick about this," Anna said, annoyed. Anna followed her own advice and kept her fingers clean as we shopped. A few fancy spells caught my eye. The large, blustery merchant tapped the glass counter and smiled at me. He was totally hairless, and his pale yellow skin was scarred, as if from burns. "Greetings, I'm Cinda. I heard about you. You be the scarred, clueless fella that be going around the wards asking questions." "You look like you have a few scars yourself." He frowned, then began to laugh. "Aye, that I do. A few years back, I had me a kip set up in the hive. Some balmy mage decided to burn the ward right out of sigil. Almost took me with it. Sick for a month, I was." Ignis. For a moment, I stood a little confused and mulled over the span of time. A month? That's not all that long. He nodded and took on a faraway look for a moment. "Oh, it could have been worse. Local mage healed me, fixed the scars and all. Could have grown my hair back, but I kind of liked the look." "It is quite dashing.
Do you think this mage could help me with my scars? He looked me over, then shrugged.
I don't see why not. Your scars don't look that bad.
He looked at me closely.
Aye, now who's to say? You should talk to him yourself. Name's Sebastian, and he set his kip up over by the foundry.
Thanks. I glanced at the half-unfurled scroll in the glass case. Now, as for your merchandise.
High magic, this is, Cinder proclaimed proudly. Pierce enemies with missiles of force, or surround them with cackling spheres of the heavens distilled. Or mayhap a touch of madness be more to your liking.
Here, Dakon. I handed him a scroll when our purchases were made. You might need this. An attack spell to soften a few enemies from afar. His eyes slid over the scroll casually.
The ways of this form of the art are not known to me.
All paths converge at some point. Besides, I'm of Mebeth's school and Zerthamon's, and I do just fine. Dakon nodded and accepted the scroll.
That much is true.
Speaking of which, Dakon nodded and handed me the unbroken circle.
The 5th circle of Zerthamon is now open to you. I wish, as you do, that its wisdom may aid us in finding our companion.
I slid the plates into the configuration Dakon showed me earlier, and a new ring was revealed. I began to read.
Zerthamon was the first to know the way of freedom, yet it was not he that first came to know the way of rebellion. The knowing of rebellion came to the warrior queen Gith, one of the people. She had served the Illithids upon many of the false worlds as a soldier, and she had come to know war, and carried it in her heart. She had come to know how others might be organized to subjugate others. She knew the paths of power, and she knew the art of taking from the conquerors the weapons by which they could be defeated. Her mind was focused, and both her will and her blade were as one. The turning in which Zerthamon came to know Gith, Zerthamon ceased to know himself. Her words were as fires lit in the hearts of all who heard her. In hearing her words, he wished to know war. He knew not what afflicted him, but he knew he wished to join his blade to Gith. He wished to give his hate expression, and share his pain with the Illithid. Gith was one of the people, but her knowing of herself was greater than any Zerthamon had ever encountered. She knew the ways of flesh, she knew the Illithids, and in knowing herself, she was to know how to defeat them in battle. The strength of her knowing was so great that all those who walked her path came to know themselves. Gith was but one. Her strength was such that it caused others to know their strength, and Zerthamon laid his steel at her feet. I slid the plates closed. "What have you come to know?" Dakon asked, as he himself finished reading the scroll. "There's great strength in numbers, but there is great power in one, for the strength of the will of one may gather numbers to it. There is strength not only in knowing the self, but in knowing how to bring it forth in others. You have come to know the 5th circle of Zerthamon. With this knowing, I impart this to you." He took the circle and, with a deft motion, twisted one of the links so that one of the plates slid forth. "Meditate upon its teachings, and the knowing of it shall give you strength." "I would know more of the way of Zerthamon," I intoned, as per the ritual we had adopted. Dakon's fingers felt around the edges of the stone circle, and he twisted it clockwise, the links clicking until they'd settled into a new configuration. He then reversed the motion, resetting the stone. "The next circle of Zerthamon is open to you. Study it, then I will hear your words." "Perhaps later." I looked over the new meditation of the Zerth. The power of one, a strength-enhancing spell greater than any I'd seen. A harmonium guard stood next to the exit. His armor was that unusual construction, with spikes flaring from the shoulders, elbows, and forearms. Though he seemed distracted, with eyes wandering about the market, he nodded as I approached. "How may I help you, citizen?" He gave me a friendly look, but glanced over my shoulder. "Who are you?" He gave me a slight bow. "I am Harmonium Guard Corvus, citizen. I help keep the peace here at the market." He glanced about for a moment, then looked at me. "Tell me about the harmonium."
Our belief is simple. We are the light. We are the way. We are order. We are truth. We maintain and enforce order here in Sigil. We police the city." He looked about again. I followed his gaze. Glancing over my shoulder, I saw Karina wandering nearby. Corvus seemed to have his eyes locked on her as she wandered about. I smiled. "Her name is Karina." He snapped his attention back to me. "I beg your pardon. You know her, citizen?" He looked at Karina again. "Voice of an angel, and such a pretty young thing." I winked at him, and out of the corner of my gaze, Anna rolled her eyes. "Yes, and she's also lonely. I'm certain she would welcome the company of a gentleman." He glanced at me, then back at Karina. "Excuse me a moment, citizen." He stepped around me and headed toward Karina. When Corvus returned, he was smiling brightly. "Thank you, friend. A wonderful young lady." He looked a little glassy-eyed. I chuckled, and my mood brightened. "Any time, Corvus." Of course, my mood didn't last when I stepped outside. The air of the lower ward, though clear of the smell of garbage and rank unwashed bodies, had a foulness to it that grew stronger the deeper we went. While the edges of the ward were bearable, the monolithic great foundry squatted in the center, belching metallic fumes into the sky. The streets were pitted with acid rain that fell, and the walls of buildings looked as if they had their surfaces peeled away. It seemed as if even the razor vines struggled to grow here, though perhaps it was due to more diligent weeding by the locals. The mark of the foundry lay heaviest on the people. Yellow-skinned as a Githzerai, most of them were emaciated or coughing into rags thanks to the slow poison being fed into their bodies with each breath. Such was the price of being a craftsman and enjoying the scant luxuries offered, and the peace that the harmonium brought. And then I saw her. Standing in the shadow of the large gate that surrounded the great foundry was a sickly Githzerai woman. She was hunched and bent, and her constant coughing was obviously a source of pain to her. She held a handkerchief that's practically soaking with blood, tissue, and phlegm to her face. She spied us and hissed. "Greetings." She stared at me and spoke a few mumbled words to Dakon. Dakon glanced at me. "She cannot understand your speech. She says she is dying." I reached into my coin pouch. There wasn't much left after purchasing those spells. "Who is she?" "Her name is Anazi. She says she used to work in a meat-curing house here until half a month ago when the illness became too much for her to bear. She was abandoned, evicted from her home, and left for dead. Speech pains her, and her illness has crippled much of her mind. She says there is nothing she can give you of value." "And?" "Know that she will not recover. I can put her out of her misery. That is all. As a Zerth of the people, it is my responsibility to provide an alternative." I was about to protest. Surely there was a healer at hand, or a potion we could fetch. A short quest would do well to help me forget about Mort's absence, if only for a little while. But Dakon spoke with a rare, grim certainty that I found difficult to argue against. "Then, be merciful, Dakon." Dakon drew his blade and waited for the woman to prepare herself. She touched the unbroken circle of Zerthamon he wore for a moment, and her face was stoic. His blade is a blur, and when he completed the stroke, she lay bleeding on the hard stone of Sigil's streets. Her face was blank. She felt nothing. I swallowed and stepped back from the corpse on the ground. "I think it may be best to separate, if only for a little while. If we spread out, it'll be that much more efficient to find word of Mort." Dakon nodded as he focused, and the blood cleanly slid off his blade. "Ach, I'm not going to play fetch quest for your mimmer cutter," Anna growled. "Just come back to Farad and say I'm done with you. He won't let me go unless he hears it straight from your lips." "Please, Anna," I said pleadingly. "Just let us find Mort, and I'll be happy to let you return to the buried village." Her lips curled into a sneer, but she agreed. "Aye, fine, we'll look for that pet of yours." Chapter 46. Chaos. It was something every Githzerai lived with, and what every Zerth stood against. Roiling, formless matter without, steel cord essence within. united yet sovereign, ordered in the heart of disorder. Paradox was the bread and water of the Githzerai. Yet the alien angles and alleys of Sigil held a madness of their own, one that Dakon had yet to become accustomed to. It had been so long since he set out on his own that he had nearly forgotten the unbearable weight of his burden, and for a while the clanging iron bands of a long-forgotten vow were a dim whisper in the back of his mind. How things had changed, how old aches returned fresh and burning anew. Dakon looked down at his hands. They were wrinkled and worn rough by the sands of time, but already he could feel new blood pulse through his veins. Something was different about this life. Something was different about this Nameless One. Dakon looked up, surprised at where his footsteps had taken him. "Pawn shop," the sign said, scrawled in a desperate hand. The wood was weathered and pitted with age, uncared for and forgotten. This was troubling. The last time he allowed his mind to wander so, it had led to disaster. Yet with a heavy sigh the old Zerth entered, a speck swept by the currents of limbo. He would save his strength to fight its shifting pull elsewhere. The shop was haphazardly arranged. Useless trinkets and esoteric goods weighed the shelves down until they creaked. While they had been dusted and cleaned with a meticulous hand, the items sat inert on shelves. Only one bored patron browsed the merchandise, and merely with a casual eye. Without him, the shop would have seemed fully becalmed. A rotund woman, complete with shrewish eyes and a nasal voice, brayed out as Dakon entered. "Now what have we here? A customer? Do mine eyes spy a customer?" Her voice was pitched and needy, and Dakon suppressed the sudden urge to step back, lest she start pinching his armor and dragging him deeper into the shop in a desperate attempt to make a sale. A diminutive man grumbled, poking his head out from the back room. "Of course your eyes spy a customer. They see a customer all the time. Customers on the street. We have no customers. We will never have customers. It's useless and forlorn to hope for... Powers be! Micah, we have a customer!" His eyes sat alight and excited on the old Gith. "That's what I've been saying to you." She lowered her voice and turned to Dakon. "What can we do for you?" Dakon clasped his hands and bowed politely. "I see you, shop mistress, and would know who you are." It was said that outsiders make such introductions upon meeting. Micah spat bitterly, hands on her hips. "I am chained to this anchor of a pawnshop with a husband who doesn't appreciate me enough." The man interjected with heavy irony. "And I ask you, how could I not appreciate the mouth and figure of a creature as beauteous as this? Truly without discernment and taste am I. Something I thought marriage could cure, and which hope was entirely in vain. Ah!" She pursed her lips. "That fat and lazy sod is Brokaw. He is my husband of 20-some years, though his inconsistent nature makes it hard to believe he has not strayed in that time." "It certainly does make it hard to believe," Brokaw shouted back. "All those chances, thrown away when I could have been having the time of my life." "To be sure, the goats on the farm must miss your tender ministrations." Brokaw purpled, and the two of them fell into what sounded like the latest in a long series of arguments. Their attentions were entirely devoted to each other. Dakon stood, flummoxed, not quite knowing what should be done. Chaos. It was ever the fate of a Githzerai to stand resolute in the eye of the storm. A charred metal tang curled my tongue with each breath I took. I coughed. It seemed as if the filth in the air tested even my immortal constitution. While the folk were better dressed than the poor sods in the hive, and real money clinked into none too limp purses, a dreary air still hung over the populace. Every other Sigillian's hands were roughed and scraped. Their skin was sickly. It was a choice between poverty and a short, sickly, and marginally prosperous life. For some reason, I found myself thinking back to how good the soup was in the gatehouse of the bleak cabal. A merchant strode past, his horse trotting behind him, pulling a cart laden with baskets of fruit. An artisan on the corner coughed into a rag and spat a thick wad into the street. An older man, decked in elegant robes, blinked at me, his eyes bright and smile warm. He bowed slightly, and I approached. "Good day, Cutter. I am Sebastian. How may I serve you?" I shook his hand. Greetings. Greetings to you as well, Cutter. He seemed distracted as he looked over my scars. His eyes traveled along them, and his eyebrows arched in surprise. Then his gaze returned to me. I was about to ask what I could do for you, but seems there is no need. I think I see why you came to see me, Cutter. So you're the man who healed Cinder. Can you help me with these scars also? He smiled at me and shrugged his shoulders. Perhaps, Cutter, perhaps. He leaned forward and began to examine my scars carefully. He ran a finger along several of them, mumbling to himself. Finally, he looked up at me. Yes, Cutter, I can help you. I cannot cure you, but I can alleviate the worst of your condition. And your price? Ah, yes, the price. He began stroking his chin and stared at me. I got the impression I was being weighed somehow, like a slab of meat. I have a job that I think you could perform. I nodded. Go on. I have signed a contract with a certain creature. I am no longer able to fulfill the agreement. It is beyond my abilities. However, the creature will not release me from our deal. Instead, it has threatened me with death unless I fulfill the contract. Let me guess, you want me to solve this problem for you. He sighed. Yes, I cannot do it myself. My reputation demands that I fulfill the contract or face the consequences. I am at your mercy in this regard. Will you help me? With the multitude of demons, divas, and the whole bizarre assortment of other planers, I had to consider things carefully. What kind of creature are we talking about? An Abishai named Grossick, Cutter. He paused to gauge my reaction. I know this is a difficult task, but one I think you can handle. Also, the reward I offer you is great. He gestured at my scars. What were you contracted to do? Sebastian shook his head. I cannot reveal that information, Cutter. I am magically bound not to. That is why people come to me. They know that if I accept a contract, it will be handled with discretion. I see. An interesting proposal. He looked at me hopefully. Will you do it, Cutter? Oh well. How bad could an Abishai be? Yeah, give me the details. He smiled at me and gave me a sigh of relief. Thank you, Cutter. You will need a magic weapon to cause an Abishai any harm, so check with some of the shops if you do not own one. A spellcaster can harm it as well. Grossick can be found to the east, beyond the siege tower. Siege tower? I followed his gesture. Given the mash of architecture in the sigil, it hadn't seemed out of place before, but the moment Sebastian pointed it out, the tower in the distance took on a mystic, sinister air. It oppressed the buildings around it, and seemed to crack at the air and grind at the mortar with its ominous presence. No one seemed to pay it any mind. Yes, over by the market. Damn thing just appeared one day several years back. No one knows why, and no one seems to be able to get inside to find out. I see. Well, I had been hoping you could answer a question of mine. His smile broadened. Ask away, Cutter. I had a talking skull, and he was kidnapped. Can you help me? He stared at me for some time before answering. There was an edge in his voice, serrated and sharp with fear. A skull. Well, if I were to hazard a guess, I would say that your skull is now in the possession of the Master of Bones, which means you should get yourself another skull, Cutter. I could feel the tension strung between our words at the mention of the name, Master of Bones. It was its own siege tower in the middle of a conversation. What can you tell me about the Master of Bones? He frowned and glanced about for a moment. His name is Lothar, and he does not appreciate the attention of others. I know nothing of him and can answer no questions about him. Where can I find this Master of the Bones? He fidgeted nervously. A ruined house somewhere in this ward leads to his kip. I know nothing more. I could actually see a hint of fear in his eyes. Let us speak of another subject, Cutter. I turned away from him. That's all right. I was just leaving. Grossick the Abishai, huh? Well, I had a dagger honed by sorcery and a noggin full of the most powerful spells money could buy. How bad could it be? Just get it done with, and then you don't have to put up with his ugly-eyed anymore, Anna growled under her breath. Playing nursemaid for a clueless was hardly a good way to spend her time. If Anna had learned anything in Sigil, it was that there was no mercy in the plains. Assad could be cut open and left bleeding in the street without anyone batting an eye. Children could be left to prowl, hungry and alone, living only by what they could scrounge or steal. Those brave, daft, or desperate enough made their jink on their backs, smiling against the stink of sweat and unwashed sheets. Aye, kindness was a rarity in the plains. The mercy killers saw to that for those who escaped the relentless grinding of sorrow's millstone. If the fear of death didn't teach this piking, bright-eyed sod that, there were plenty of other harsh lessons for him to face. A snap of a string and a patron's purse fell into her palm. The marks were fatter here, though with the prowling harmonium the dangers were greater. Still, Anna knew a good opportunity when she saw one, and the crowd was too preoccupied with the slave auction to really notice her slinking about. Might as well pull some coin while she gathered information. "Anna?" The tiefling spun around at the sound of her name. Her tail flicked, and in a foolish instant she had nearly reached for her punch daggers when she recognized the voice. "Trist? Is that you?" Anna's heart skipped a beat at the sound of clinking chains. A young woman stood in a cage in the middle of the square, tossed amongst a grimy and sullen-faced group of inmates, no doubt bound for the slave auction. Recognizing Anna, the young woman nodded, dew-eyed and cheeks pink with shame as she looked down at her old friend. "You stupid girl," Anna hissed. "What have you done now? You were supposed to escape this sort of life." Her old childhood friend glanced at the guards, and seeing them nod their assent, she knelt on the edge of the podium. "It wasn't my fault, Anna. I did everything right, everything. I married, we had a home, and enough money to buy our way into the upper wards. I swear, Anna, it was a fine life." "Then what are you doing here?" Anna's fist tightened. The memories were dim, nearly forgotten over the years. They were smudged by the dragging of countless corpses, scarred by the many slit purses, and stained with the blood of rivals. A bag of coin, scrounged, stolen, and saved up so that one of them could escape the poverty of the hive. Farrad had not been happy when he realized how much had been taken from him. I was never as brave as you, Anna. I wasn't as clever or quick." Trist, however, was kind and pretty, soft enough that she would have withered to nothing with another few years of that life. "But my husband, oh, please, you must help me." A meaty hand gripped her wrist. "Come, girl, the auction's about to start. Let the patrons examine the wares up for bid. And sway your hips a little. The bigger a price you fetch, the more it'll go to pay for your debt." "Please, Anna," Trist cried as she was being led away. "Help me." Too shaken to soft-step her way through the alleys, Anna ran. The pavement pounded beneath the tiefling's boots, Anna's eyes searching for the one who was mad, determined, and naive enough to lend a hand. Kindness had long since been slain and left bleeding into the cobblestones, but for the first time, Anna hoped she was wrong. My neck hurt. Standing at the base of the siege tower, I arched back to take in a good view of the squatting monstrosity. Its walls were scarred and pitted with the wounds of countless wars, and looking at my own scars now, I must say I felt a bit of empathy, and on each of the 4 walls rusted blades protruded. Each knife was tarnished, its edges snaggle-toothed like the fangs of a morbid beast. The shadows of those blades seemed to cut into the ground where they were cast, and even I was a little careful stepping between them. Circling around it, I found my target. Next to the chain of a drawbridge hunched a reptilian creature with a snake-like body, 4 clawed feet, leathery wings, and a draconian head. The scales covering its body were a vile shade of green. The Abishai stands upright on its hind legs, balancing with its prehensile tail. As I approached, its eyes narrowed to slits, and it begins to hiss. "Greetings," I offered. The air around the creature began to radiate heat, and its scales took on a pale sheen. It gave me a hungry look and appeared ready to strike. Suddenly it released a fury of hisses and relaxed its stance a bit. "Sssss! Go! Grossak no talk! Told wait! Sssss!" It glared at me as its tail lashed back and forth. "What kind of creature are you?" Every muscle on the creature seemed to tense as it released a storm of snarls. It started to reach for my scarred flesh, then stopped. Hate dripped from its eyes when it spoke. "Grossak no talk! Sssss! You lucky human! You go while still lucky! You stay, Grossak shred!" Sebastian sent me. The creature relaxed quite a bit, and the air grew cooler. It held out a clawed hand to me.
"Sss, give Grossick information."
He looked at me expectantly. Ah, crap. I needed to stall. What information? It was hard to read facial expressions on a reptile, but I was certain that Grossick was rather annoyed with me. His tail began to lash furiously, and the air grew warm again.
"No question. Give Grossick information, or die. Grossick then take information from body."
I need to know which piece of information is for you. I run errands intended for several people, you understand. He glared at me for a moment while he thought. Finally, he gestured at the nearby tower.
"Siege tower. Sss, how get inside? Sebastian say he divine way."
Grossick took a step toward me and held out his hand.
"Now give."
Maybe I could just back away. "Oh, that information. I'm sorry. Sebastian wanted to deliver that one in person. He'll be along soon." The air around Grossick began to radiate heat, and his scales took on a pale sheen. He gave me a hungry look and appeared ready to strike. Grossick opened his mouth to reveal several rows of razor-sharp teeth.
"No. Grossick think you lie. Give information now. Grossick kill quick, not slow. Not give. Grossick take time. Remove you insides. Let you watch."
I was probably going to need a lot of burn ointment after this encounter. Wryly, I wondered if Sebastian's offer of healing would at least counteract the wounds I would be receiving. Fine. Sebastian sent me to kill you anyway. I grunted and brought a finger to my lips as I began an incantation. Chapter 47. I could feel my face shattering as I slammed against the wall. Broken shards of bone scraped against one another, setting bolts of pain lancing through my head. I felt a deep gush inside, and something salty trickled into my mouth. My lips had been shorn off in the fight, and my grunts of pain wheezed through chipped teeth. Despite the horrific injuries, the battle wasn't as bad as I'd expected. I'd seared Grossick with bolts of Elysium's fire and scuttled under his claws when he slashed. Though my dagger's enchantment was sufficient to pierce his hide, melee would have been a poor, stupid, horrible strategy. Grossick's serpentine tail twined around my ankle, and he unceremoniously dragged me towards him as I stabbed uselessly at the flicking appendage. Like I said, stupid. One claw clutched me around the throat, and Grossick dragged me up to look me in the eye. His breath reeked of rotting flesh.
"Grossick kill manling slow. Eat flesh," he snarled. "Strew out remains across grey waste."
I gurgled.
"What manling say?"
Grossick snarled. His claws, already stained black by the blood of his prey, dug into my throat.
"Urgent Issel."
I pressed my fingers against his jaw. The resulting blast knocked us away from each other, though his talons drew ragged wounds along my neck as we flew apart. The burst of sulphurous blood clouded my vision, and when I leaped to my feet and wiped my eyes, there was Grossick, howling as the scraps of what remained of his jawbone clicked uselessly. Disoriented, he clambered after me, but I was quicker. I rounded about him, left aside when he swiped. If he were wiser and calmer, he might have surrendered and promised to leave Sebastian alone. No, a fiend is a vengeful creature, else he wouldn't have threatened the mage in the first place. He got a few good scrapes in, despite my dodging, and when he fell I could feel my life hanging by a thread. All this had better be worth it. Sebastian smiled at my approach, though his lips immediately curdled at the sight of my ruined face. "Good day, Cutter. I presume you have completed your quest?"
"Yes, and I'm comfortable doing."
"One moment, please, Cutter." Sebastian reached into his robe and removed a small crystal ball. He gazed into it for a moment before returning his attention to me. "I cannot thank you enough, Cutter. I shall live up to my part of the bargain. Are you ready?" I nodded.
"Yes."
Plucking a vial from his belt, Sebastian poured a viscous purple liquid into his palm. Murmuring a complex chant, he drew an arcane sigil in the puddle. Where his finger traced the liquid, the pool began to glow, bubbling bright and violet. With a burst, the magic was released, and traces of the stuff flooded into my flesh. My skin bubbled, and a hot, burning itch flowed through my body as I felt wounds knit shut and my scars recede. I gasped, licking my newly regrown lips. "It is done, Cutter. Once again, I thank you." Sebastian bowed deeply to me. I looked at my body in wonder. The gray pallor remained, but many of the puckers of twisted flesh had receded, if they hadn't disappeared entirely. "Thank you, and farewell, Sebastian." The ladle clacked against the walls of the cauldron as it stirred the plague-yellow broth. It was thick and opaque, a diseased green with nary a single bubble marring its surface.
"See how easily the flesh falls from the bone?"
the old man rasped. His fingernails were long and white and delicately gripped the handle of the ladle. Pulling it up, he scooped out a freshly cleaned skull. The last few traces of once petrified meat slewed off, dribbling back into the vile brew like melting butter. Mort whimpered and shivered in his cage.
"Most of my prized pieces do not need eyes to see, nor a tongue to speak with. Can I say the same of you?"
Please, just let me go." Mort braced himself for the pain, like that bolt of blinding agony that left him spinning on the ground and screaming until the world went black. It was the first and last time he mouthed off here. Yet the old man barely raised his head as he touched the skull with the tip of one talon.
"Awakens, skull, for now you bear my mark, now and forevermore. Speak, else I will call upon the whispering chorus and the rattling legion to whip your shade until the plains grind to dust."
The skull wheezed as if taking its first breath. Age-yellowed teeth clacked. Its voice was honey-sweet, effeminate and soft as down. It was frightened.
"Who? Oh, light of a tune! This is not the river of golden reeds," she moaned. "Why am I here? I have laid sacrifices thrice a year, sent gifts of incense to the alabaster temple. My body was embalmed with resin, myrrh, and packed with natron in the manner of the old ways. My lover placed a coin upon my tongue, as was the custom of his lands. Why do I not rest with him in the afterlife?"
"Silence now until I bid you speak,"
the elderly sage snapped. He plucked a mummified head from the shelf by the ragged remains of its linen wrappings. Its shrunken eyes had been pressed flat into their sockets by 2 coins clinging as if glued to dry flesh. Its lips were curled into a grimace. Gold glinted past one chipped tooth. The sage dropped the grim parcel into the brew with a splash.
"Your lover will join you soon enough."
The female skull was muted by Lothar's command, but Mort's shrieks echoing against the walls were enough for both of them. I whistled a merry tune as I waited for Anna and Dakon, happy to be whole again, lips and all. Sebastian's healing was astounding. My skin lost many of the subtle itches and tugs that I had never known existed, and the ancient aches in battle-scarred bones were gone. I had lived with him for as long as I could remember, though granted my memory only stretched back a few weeks, and to have them gone, well, the best I could describe it was that it was refreshing since I have nothing else to compare it to. "Fine day, isn't it?" I said cheerfully to a passer-by. "Pike it, clueless!" Then a slim, bony finger tapped me on the shoulder. I turned to face a man with rough, leathery skin, with the same pale yellow cast as Dakon and other Githzerai I had seen. Yet his features were more gaunt, skeletal, as if his skull had been drawn downwards. His face was angular, his nose small and highly placed, and his ears tapered to points and slashed as if by a ritual knife. A tracery of tattoos and scars covered his body. While Dakon's manner of dress was more austere, this one was dressed in strange, gaudy leathers that look more ornamental than combat-ready. His eyes were like 2 small black stones, and they pierced me with their unwavering gaze.
"You are the human seeking memories," he said flatly. "I can help you."
"Who and what are you, stranger?" He seemed Githzerai, but Lord, he was ugly.
"I am Yi Min. I am a Githyanki angler. My people are the undisputed masters of the astral plane, where the gods go to die, and the memories of the dead float like leaves in a pool. My duty is in retrieving the memory cores of the dead, and gleaning them for information. I can locate your memories. You have only to pay the price.
What price would that be?
It is a matter of a mere few coins. The price I ask is negotiable. I ask for 200. You will determine the value of the memories I find, and pay accordingly.
After splurging on spells and items, my coin pouch might have been a touch too light for his request, but the Githyanki seemed quite generous with his terms. Sounds good. What do I have to do? His beady eyes glanced side to side a moment.
If I am to bait my hook for your memories, I will need some of the memories you currently possess. I also require a place of concentration and quiet. If you will follow me, we will journey to one such place, and I will make you whole again. We go alone, with no companions.
I nodded cheerfully. I suppose they can wait for me to return. Lead the way. The streets were cobbled in what once might have been luxurious blue stone. Patches of polished azure still glinted, though they lay like scattered puddles on the bottom of a riverbed. The bare red clay had been revealed by years of acidic rain and heavy footsteps. While this ward may have been luxurious once, it too lay in despair and ruin. So, what can you tell me about the Githyanki? I've never heard of them before. Are you brethren to the Githzerai? Yi Min paused a moment, glancing back to me out of one corner of his eye. The air was pregnant with an awkward tension, and my mouth dried a little.
In a manner of speaking.
His lip curled into a half-grimace. I sighed in relief. So, where are we headed? If there's a bar nearby, perhaps I could buy you a drink. Yi Min shook his head.
No, such business is best done away from prying eyes and ears. After, perhaps, or when I return with our catch.
I remained silent the rest of the way. We passed a couple of buildings, down one block, and turned into a dim corner of the ward. Yi Min turned to face me as we stood near a collection of ancient barrels, shaded by the tight confines. To my right, another gaunt, yellow-faced Githzerai stepped from the shadows, clad in garish orange and clinking with chains and jewels. To my left, another stood. In his hands he held an unsheathed dagger, its blade gnarled and twisted. No doubt the wounds that weapon caused would be grievous indeed. Slowly, more of Yi Min's companions filtered in, long-fanged and garishly clad. They held themselves with a warrior's confidence, eyes narrowed to slits, and slit-like noses curled as if something malodorous stood beneath them. As for Yi Min, the Githyanki's mood had turned into something much more ugly than its previous arrogance.
Now, human, drop your painted shield and tell us what you have said and done for the Githzerai dogs within Sigil's walls.
I looked at the small crowd surrounding me. These weren't the average High Valley rats that I had disposed of so easily. Their stances were heavy with the weight of decades, razor-honed with practice. Silently, I cursed myself for naivete. Weren't we going to go look for my memories?
The only way you shall travel to the astral plane is in chains, human, one behind me hissed in disgust. You have one more chance to tell us what you have said and done for the Githzerai within Sigil's walls.
We merely relieved a Githzerai woman's pain. Yi Min's voice was cold and iron-hard.
You lie like a Githzerai dog, human. You are their kisling and their leech. We will do you a favor by killing you.
He drew his weapon. Well, I could have used a little rest. Yi Min's blade slashed across my throat, and I fell to the ground bleeding. My tongue writhed as I tried to gag, each pulse flooding the cobblestones with another spurt of blood. I lay there, mouth working like that of a dying fish, and as my twitching slowed, the gang stood over me and began to speak again.
Did he truly know nothing, Al-Midil? His words were those of an enemy of the people. Even were that not true, we have cauterized his ignorance with death's iron.
My eyes rolled upwards to gaze at a Githyanki female who nodded in agreement.
Let us leave him here for the collectors to scavenge. We have gathered enough information on the Githzerai dogs for this trip. They shall lose another fortress before the 7 day is out.
Yi Min spoke again, his tone final.
The walls of Vistrigor shall fall. If you believe our knowledge is sufficient, then we shall go. Gather our warriors, and let us join our war party in Limbo.
That was the last I heard, before the darkness took me in once again. Chapter 48. Get up, you bag of bones and ugly! The words flitted on the edge of my consciousness like a moth batting against the dimly lit glass of a lantern. Wake up, I said! There was a sharp ache in my side that hadn't been there before, and when the firm toe of a boot cracked against my ribs again, the ache flared anew. I'm awake, I groaned, pushing myself off a congealed puddle of my own blood. I felt my throat for the wound that the Githyanki had made. All that was left was an itching scar, and even that seemed to be healing over quite nicely. Even with Anna's sunny voice ringing in my ears, this was possibly the best out of all the times I'd resurrected. Ach, I'll leave you alone for 2 hours and you just get yourself killed again. Luckily I have a knack for squeezing in places most of Farad's other sods ignore, or I'd never have found you stashed here. I took in my surroundings. By the look of it, I'd been flung behind the barrels in this musty old alley and left to rot in the forgotten shade. Good thing, too. I didn't relish another trip to the mortuary or having to explain myself to a collector if I awoke in transit. Anna stood above me, panting as if she'd run around half the ward looking for me. Are you all right, Anna? She paused a moment, crouching down but taking care not to let her tail drag in my blood. It flicked a little, betraying the stern countenance she slid on. Anna was nervous. I need your help. I'd hate to keep Dakon waiting, I mused as we strode down the street. Ah, the pasty-faced Gith can take care of himself. I nodded. That was true enough. Anna, I'm curious. I know you've seen worse in Sigil than the slave trade. What makes this so important? I already told you what you need to know, she muttered. Just go with it. Is it something personal? Anna bristled at that and added an edge to her walk, like a cat stalking its prey. Ugh, I wish that old mold-skinned Gith were here to bind you in his chatter. Dakon doesn't talk much. No, came the hoary voice from behind us, but I hear your words. I was surprised that Anna didn't draw her blades. Turning around, I froze. A well-formed bruise around Dakon's eye had just begun turning green at the edges, and a small cut on his cheek was beginning to dry and scab over. He stood stiffly, however, arms crossed in meditative calm. You got in a fight? Dakon set his coal-black gaze upon me, rigid and keen as steel. A dispute. It would be wise to know that words may set motion to blades, but it is the blades themselves that do the harm. Are those pottery shards caught in your armor? We will speak no more of it. I shrugged and flicked a clot charm to him. In any case, we're off to free a slave. There was no mistaking the throng on the podium for anything but slaves. They were glassy-eyed, outcasts of a city that heaved a fatigued sigh at the sight of poverty and lazily brushed them into a corner. As they swayed on aching legs and bent with slumped shoulders, a boisterous auctioneer stood out in front of them. He was very animated and did a lot of shouting, yelling, and stomping, carrying a flair for melodrama like a metal-lined sash, and curled his cheeks into many strange facial expressions. Greetings. He glanced at me and motioned to the crowd that he was taking a break. Well, 1,000 greetings do I bestow upon you, sir. He winced at the sight of my scars. You know, I take one look at you with my discerning eye, and I see a man in the market for some healing charms. Granted, we were a bit low on them, but other matters needed tending. Who are you? Duran's the name, friend. Can it be you have not heard of me? I am wounded, verily I am. He smiled wider at the feigned wound. No one finer or more well-known for bringing people who want people a little closer together. He pointed at the rear of the auction block, where the group shuffled in their chains. Do you be wanting someone, friend? I heard you sold slaves. He shook his head. No, sir. These are indentured servants, not slaves. For the most part, they're guilty of minor crimes. The proceeds from their sale go towards paying their debt to the city. After their term of servitude, they will be free citizens once again. You bandy words and toy with semantics, Dakon murmured coldly. His voice was like an ice-cold river trickling over rough stone. Such a thing is the definition of slavery. Duran gave him a bright smile. I don't concern myself with such thoughts. My task is to sell their contracts as given by the courts of Sigil. He lowered his voice as he leaned in closer to me.
and collect a percentage for my efforts, you understand?
He straightened. You said they were guilty of crimes. What crimes did they commit? He shrugged his shoulders in an exaggerated way.
I don't know for certain, but I would guess theft, assault, or not being able to pay their debts. Those are the most common transgressions.
I would like to look over your slaves, then. Duran's lips pressed tight and bowed with a flourish.
Well, look if you wish, but the auction will take place quite soon.
This way, Anna said, leading me by the arm. The woman we spoke to wore shoddy clothes, but her demeanor was one of elegance, unlike that of the people who surrounded her. Her skin was clean and smooth, lacking the yellow tint of the inhabitants of the ward. Her face was awash in relief when we approached, and she smiled at Anna.
I thank the powers you've returned, Anna.
She sighed and looked to me.
My name is Trist, and I'm in need of the services of a mercenary.
She paused and examined me more carefully.
If appearances are any indication, you would seem to be such an individual.
I nodded. The title was somewhat militant, but it would suffice. What exactly is it that you want of me?
The heart of the matter is that I am to be sold into slavery for a crime I did not commit. I am in need of a champion, someone who will help me prove my innocence and free me from this fate.
She paused and looked at me expectantly. Tell me exactly what's going on.
Trist sighed as she began her tale. My husband died recently and left me his business. I'm not business-oriented, so I decided to sell it. Not long afterward, I was contacted by a lender saying a loan on the business had not been paid. I examined all the documents my husband kept and found that there had indeed been a loan taken, but it had just been recently paid in full. I explained this to the lender, and after a few days he asked for a copy of the document. It was nowhere to be found.
She looked concerned and paused to think.
Well, when I could not prove that the loan was paid, the lender took me before the court. My monies were taken and applied to the balance owed. Since it did not pay off the loan, I'm to be sold on the block to try and recover the remaining amount due.
She gave me a forlorn look. I don't understand. Why sell you into slavery? Dakon scowled at the mention of the word, and Anna's lips pursed.
She shrugged. It serves many purposes. First, it keeps the prisons relatively clear of all but the vilest criminals. Second, the sale of the convicted is used to pay for any damages, costs, or fees involved in the case. Finally, the convicted still serves a sentence from which they are eventually released, supposedly as better citizens.
I was in over my head. She was talking to someone who woke up in a mortuary and slept in the gutters for the good part of 2 weeks. I was no lawyer, and if she expected me to navigate through red tape and paperwork... This is all fascinating, but I don't see how I can help you.
I need someone to find the missing document, the one that proves the loan was paid. Or if you could purchase my contract, I could pay you back.
She gave me a pleading look.
I can't spend the next 5 years of my life in this ward, Cutter. It'll kill me. Surely you've noticed the illness shared by all who live here.
Yes, the yellow skin and coughing. Trist nodded her head.
Yes, Cutter. Please, can you find it in your heart to help me?
She glanced at Anna, then looked at me nervously.
Please.
I placed one hand on her arm to soothe her. Yes, I'll help you. I have some questions, though. Could you have misplaced the loan document? She shakes her head.
No, Cutter, I am a very meticulous person. I kept the document in a lockbox in my husband's study. It's never left that room.
Do you think the loan document could have been stolen?
She shrugged. I don't know. Why would anyone steal that, yet leave other valuables be? It makes little sense to me.
Well, my voice took on a suspicious edge. Maybe the lender stole the document so that you'd pay for the loan twice. She looked at me in shock.
That is a terrible thought.
She hesitated and then began to tap her chin with a finger as she thought.
But also a most ingenious one, Cutter. This Byron Pickett does strike me as a knight of the post.
A what? Anna sighed.
A thief or a cheat, knights of the post, who practice the cross trade.
One of these days someone should compile a book of this Sigillian slang. So, the lender is this Byron Pickett?
I know his name well, Cutter. After all I've been through, I will not likely forget it.
Her eyes took on a faraway look, and then she shuddered for a moment.
And his associate may be someone named Lenny.
Who is this Lenny? She thought for a moment.
There was a small, feral-looking man who came to court a few times.
He would sit behind Pickett and whisper to him occasionally. I remember him because he always seemed to be uncomfortable in his clothes. He would pick at them as if they were new, as if he were not used to wearing them. She paused again. On one such occasion, Pickett told him to sit still and stop fidgeting. He called him Lenny. Where can I find Lenny? Ach, I can find the sod, Anna said. You'll learn to notice the signs of a thief passing with enough experience. I'll trust that, then. I turned to Trist. Where can I find Byron? She thought for a moment. I think he can be found in or around the open-air market. Forgive me, but I'm not certain. The name of Byron Pickett was well known in the market. An old woman bent over a tray of withered figs, spat in disgust as if the name was rancid on her tongue. A plump merchant selling brass cookware turned pale and shooed us away. But eventually, we found him. We approached a well-dressed middle-aged man browsing the wares, only half interested. When he looked up, his eyes seemed to be scanning the crowd with a practiced eye, and his robes were neat and well-trimmed. Despite his clean-cut appearance, he was slightly plump around the middle, and his demeanor was oily, somehow, as if his personality exuded grease. I needed to wash my hands. He gave me a slick smile and a barely perceptible nod. I am Byron Pickett, moneylender. How may I help you? Moneylender? He nodded again. Yes, I cater to the needs of merchants. Want to start a business? Keep one afloat that's down on its luck? Or perhaps expand a business? In either case, you come to me for the funds. He looked me up and down. I doubt that you are a merchant, sir, so what can I do for you? I'm a merchant, I lied. He smiled and looked away for a moment. A merchant of death, maybe, but not the kind I do business with. He frowned. If you insist on monopolizing my time, please come to the point of this visit. Out of the corner of my eye, I could see Anna sneaking behind the moneylender. I just needed to keep him talking. Can you tell me about your business? He frowned and shook his head. No, I see no reason to. He looked me up and down. You are obviously not someone I conduct business with. I think you should leave. Wait, I have some questions. He sighed just as Anna began rifling through his pockets. Very well, make it quick. I want to talk to you about Trist. Ah, Trist. He frowned and looked away. After a moment, he looked at me and raised his eyebrows. What about her? I'm trying to find a missing document for her. He sighed and shook his head. There is no missing document. That was a ruse instigated by Trist to cast doubt on her debt. This matter has been thoroughly investigated by the Mercy Killers, and they found no evidence of any such document. The Mercy Killers? Anna withdrew her alabaster hands, finding nothing. She did, however, snip his purse strings for good measure. Yes, a faction of fanatics dedicated to uncovering the truth in criminal cases and handing out justice. They are often used as investigators by the Court of Sigil. They are quite thorough, and they found nothing. He glared at me. They could have missed something. That is a possibility, but not very likely. You're obviously not familiar with the Mercy Killers or their methods for you to make such a statement. If they could not find the document, then it does not exist. He sniffed. A muscle in my cheek twitched. Someone could have stolen the document and then destroyed it. That way, the loan would be paid twice. For a moment, he looked as if he was about to be furious with me. His eyes widened, his lips twitched, and then a gloating smile crossed his face. What a terrible thought. Pity there's no proof of any such activity. He continued to smile at me. Yes, a pity. So, tell me, why have Trist sold into slavery? Couldn't she pay you your money in the form of a loan? Even though Anna stepped back, I could see the cold fury burning at her cheeks. His backside must have been a tempting target. Yes, she could, and I did make that offer to her. He looked at me sternly. However, she turned me down. I don't allow second chances. No one turns me down without suffering the consequences. No one. He waved me off. I've had enough of you to last a lifetime. I will answer no more of your questions. Now pike it, sod. He turned away. Did you find anything? I asked as Anna stepped back to my side. Nothing. The snake only had a wee touch of coin on him. He must keep his papers elsewhere. She glanced around. Somewhere safe. Lenny, then. We'll get our answers from him. What do you know of Vistragor, Dakon? My friend and mentor glared down to me as I squatted at the street corner, resting my legs. His blade flickered when I uttered the name, bright like a bolt of recognition.
How did you come to know that name?
My throat itched at the memory of a jagged silver-edged sword tearing through cartilage and meat, spilling a crimson tide that flowed across the cobblestones. I flicked my fingers and conjured a few sparks of flame. A cantrip or two would ease my mind. A Githyanki mentioned it to his comrades as he stood over my body. They thought I was dead. The blade flickered again, black and serrated. For a moment Dakon pondered in silence, and scarlet swirls bled along the Karak, as if it were eager to dip into the belly of a foe. Dakon's face was calm as stone. Silently he took the circle of Zerthamon in hand, running shriveled yellowed fingers around its edges. The plates clicked slowly as he reworked the pattern. I waved away the flicker of flame dancing at my fingertips. 5 times already I'd seen him unlock the circle of Zerthamon, and 5 times I was eager to learn the truth. But the air carried a black omen now, and my throat was dry when he handed the circle to me.
Upon the blasted plains, Zerthamon told Gith, there cannot be 2 skies. In the wake of his words came war. Upon the blasted plains, the people had achieved victory over their Illithid masters. They knew freedom. Yet before the green fires had died from the battlefield, Gith spoke of continuing the war. Many, still filled with bloodlust in their hearts, agreed with her. She spoke of not merely defeating the Illithids, but destroying all Illithids across the plains. After the Illithids had been exterminated, they would bring war to all other races they encountered. In Gith's heart, fire raged. She lived in war, and in war she knew herself. All that her eyes saw, she wanted to conquer. Zerthamon spoke the beginnings of that which was against Gith's will. He spoke that the people already knew freedom. Now they should know themselves again, and mend the damage that had been done to the people. Behind his words were many other hearts of the people who were weary of the war against the Illithid. Know that Gith's heart was not Zerthamon's heart on this matter. She said that the war would continue. The Illithid would be destroyed. Their flesh would be no more. Then the people would claim the false worlds as their own. Gith told Zerthamon that they would be under the same sky in this matter. The words were like barred steel. From Zerthamon came the pronouncement of 2 skies. In the wake of his words came war. I folded the plates shut as Dakon waited for my answer. I know that Zerthamon's devotion to the people was such that he was willing to protect them from themselves. He knew the Illithids had come to not know themselves in their obsession with control and domination, so he chose to stop Gith before she carried the people to their deaths. There must be balance in all things, or else the self will not hold. You have seen the words and know them. Dakon's voice slowed, and his hands gripped the edges of the unbroken circle. He twisted it clockwise, and there was a click as 2 plates slid forth. Dakon stared at the 2 plates in his hands. He made no move to hand them to me. Dakon, is that second plate for you? Dakon remained silent. His blade had ceased shimmering, the film freezing upon its surface. He was staring at the second plate, paralyzed. Do you know the 6th circle? Dakon looked up, but his coal-black eyes didn't meet my gaze. No, there is nothing more I may teach you. You know the way, as the people know it, and it shall give you the direction by which you may know yourself. That's not what I asked. Do you know the 6th circle or not? Dakon was silent for a moment, then spoke, his voice slow and careful. It has come to pass that I do not know the 6th circle of Zerthamon. Once I knew it, but I know now that I only saw the words. Dakon's eyes stared through me. They ached with ancient memory, of nostalgia unfulfilled. That is all. It is my path that I no longer know the way of Zerthamon. I thought carefully back to the first circle, the second. All the pieces began to come together, snapping one by one like links in a chain. Dakon, there is one other thing I would know.
Why is Villaqvar's eye in the circle of Zerthamon? It seems strange. It tells of how the people benefited from a treachery from their own. It seems... Dakon's eyes flashed.
I have told you it is part of the telling of how the people came to know freedom. Do you not listen?
His voice flattened, as if he was reciting a passage from memory.
It tells the people that even in the greatest treachery, a greater knowing may be achieved.
It doesn't sound to me like you believe that. I think there's another reason Villaqvar's eye is in the circle of Zerthamon. It's set there because of the sixth circle, and the pronouncement of two skies. It's there to justify Zerthamon's treachery to the people upon the blasted plains. Dakon was silent, and his blade bled into dead black, teeth rippling along the edge. He divided the people upon the blasted plains, Dakon. He divided your race, when they were on the path of victory. I would like to believe that it was because he wished to save the people from themselves, but I don't think you believe that. Dakon was silent for a moment. Then he spoke slowly.
I do not know the sixth circle as it is known to others. I fear the third circle, the fourth circle, and the sixth circle are more closely linked than many know. It is in that knowing that I have lost myself.
In the third circle, Zerthamon submerged his will to deceive the Illithids. Then in the fourth circle, it speaks to the benefits of treachery. Then in the sixth circle, Zerthamon divides his people before they exterminate the Illithids. Do you think Zerthamon's words may not have been his own?
Know my words, and know the wound that lies upon my heart. I fear that when Zerthamon was upon the Pillar of Silence, he did not submerge his will. I fear his will was taken from him by the Illithids, and when he spoke upon the blasted plains, it was their words he spoke. I fear that what he did was not for the people's sake, but for our former masters.
It's possible, but no, it doesn't necessarily mean that he... Dakon's sudden fury was the rumble and crack of a glacier splitting in two, his voice like a knife.
Then know this, and speak no more. Know that I shall never know the truth. There is no resolution in this matter, for I shall never know Zerthamon's heart upon the blasted plains.
His coal-black eyes glared at the stone circle in hand.
And so I do not know myself, because of the unbroken circle of Zerthamon.
Dakon, I started, but the slim figure of a flame-haired rogue slid into view from around the corner.
I hate to split whatever lover's spat there is between you two, but I found him.
I stood as Dakon's face smoothed to stillness, silent waters covering the churning storm beneath. He tucked the circle away. All right, let's see what we can beat out of this Lenny. Interlude.
What's gotten the Gith's knickers in a knot?
Mycon bellows drunkenly.
The Dakon sounds like a mighty fine warrior, he does. Who needs to concern himself in a pile of moldy words on a platter?
Apetrius's sharp nose wrinkles in disdain.
Good harmonium officer, I grant you the benefit of a doubt that you wouldn't say such things when sober, since that is the stupidest thing I've ever heard, and that is speaking as a member of the Fraternity of Order, as well as the 25th of 212 keepers of the keys of the Great Library in Mechanus, and High Scribe to the Libris Occultus on the prime world of Tedracon. For I will say that I've sifted through my share of nonsense by merely rifling through the first 3 alcoves of the Great Library.
Out of the corner of your eye, you've been noticing the yellow-skinned Gith slipping in. They came in small groups, huddled together and dressed in austere orange-gray robes. Their faces are stern, their weapons simple. One carries a halberd whose blade shifted and flowed, blue as the sea one moment and silver-green the next. Without a doubt she is a Zerth, perhaps one returning from a Rakma band from the way she stands so proudly. Naturally, the Githzerai, perhaps 10 to 15 in all, crowd against the wall on one end of the tavern, while the Githyanki do the same on the other. The tarnished side of the coin has always sent a chill down your spine. You had served with Githzerai before, fine, noble warriors, but the Githyanki. Where the Githzerai listen with meditative calm, the Githyanki stand tense, chuckling at some points, snarling and spitting at others. Their clothing is elaborate to the point of gaudiness. Their tattoos, piercings, and slitted ears mark high resistance, or perhaps just love of pain. Needle-tipped teeth jut through their skeletal maws, and their eyes are beady and black as a fiend's heart. You sip your drink. It's a wonder the two groups haven't burst into fighting by now.
Githzerai dogs,
one of the Githyanki spits.
They never should have been cut from the leashes of their illithid masters. Githyanki rats,
the Zerth proclaims calmly.
Unfit to feed even the fungal fields.
Though some in the crowd that had been seated between the two rival groups shift uneasily, most merely sit back and wait for Apetrius to continue. Perhaps they are clueless, or powerful adventurers, or they have full trust in Shara Sixblades to break up any brawl between the two rival groups. If a fight did break out, Githzerai and Githyanki alike would have to carve a path through 100 densely packed patrons to get at each other. Now, to append your statement, good Harmonium Officer. Apetrius nudges his spectacles back on the bridge of his nose. It should be quite clear to any planar that thought shapes the planes. To begin with, material substance is produced by the inner planes. The four basic elements along with the forces of creation and destruction. These filter through the ethereal, condensing to become the prime worlds, like an infinite multitude of dewdrops at the dawn of the multiverse. The worlds give rise to sentient life, and the prime, acting at this point as the junction between material and ideal substance, give rise to thought and idea. Beliefs bud and branch through the latticework of the astral into the outer planes. To any planar with a wit of thought, it therefore becomes clear that thought is a potent force, especially in the Great Ring. I recall a colleague of mine, Factor Guthrin Yevendrensky. Bright fellow, I must say. He once wrote a thesis regarding the top-down control of sentient thought, and how it might trickle down the nascent cascade of... A half-full bottle of wine shatters on the back wall of the stage. But regarding the Githzerai in particular, Factor Apetrius flicks a sliver of broken glass from his shoulder. Zorskavit perches on the stage and gestures, adding pantomime and motion to the governor's words. Clarity of thought is their lifeblood. Githzerai blades are honed by focus. History paves their streets, and traditions are the brick and mortar of their temples. I do not mean to be poetic, quite the contrary. Indeed, the Nameless One would soon discover this for himself. Chapter 49. Lenny was a feral-looking man, ill-mannered and draped in shoddy clothes. Mousy eyes darted about, scanning his surroundings as he slunk through the alleyways. Sigillian life had compounded the burden of time's cruel weight. While his face seemed that of a 20-year-old lad, his hazel eyes ached from having seen too much. I rounded the corner to face him, and in an instant his hand twitched, as if he were hiding something. "Greetings. You must be Lenny." He looked me up and down, then glanced about. Returning his attention to me, he gave a wicked grin. "You'd best have a good reason for disturbing me, Buck." An undercurrent of trepidation trickled through his voice. "I have some questions." He laughed. "I ain't no tout. If you got questions, go find one. You best push off before I have to bleed you." "What if I told you Byron Pickett sent me?" My lips pulled back into a cold smile. Posturing. It was as easy as putting on a second skin. He stopped smiling and examined me for a while. His eyes lingered on my scars, and he swallowed slightly. "Pickett? Sent you? Why?" "He said you could answer some questions." Lenny frowned and backed off, stiff-shouldered. A muscle twitched in his cheek, and his hand ducked casually into his pockets. I nearly missed the ruffle of cloth as something slipped from his palm. "What questions?" "I'm not interested in the stray coppers that you've been clinging to your fingers, Lenny. No, I want to ask you about the papers you stole from Trist." He swallowed hard, and those hazel eyes were locked onto mine. Lenny put one hand on his hip in a nonchalant manner, but by his posturing he was wound tight as a spring. "I don't know what you're talking about, Buck. You best be off." I smiled wickedly. "You know what I'm talking about, Lenny. Byron had you steal some papers from Trist. I'm here to collect them." He swallowed hard, and the corner of one eye started to twitch. He glanced again at the scars patterning my body, a tapestry of flesh that screamed pain enough for 100 lifetimes. His lips trembled, and he desperately tried to meet my gaze. His neck was stiff as it craned back, and his eyes clawed up along my flesh, but that was all. The alley rat couldn't even look me in the eye. "Collect them? I destroyed the papers after I nicked them, just like Byron told me to." "Really?" I sneered, stepping towards him, one hand on my knife. Even if he wasn't hunched over, I would have stood more than a head taller than him. "Then why are you so nervous, Lenny?" Let me guess. Byron thinks you destroyed the papers, but maybe you didn't. Maybe you kept them. A little blackmail material, perhaps? He stared at me for just a moment, then suddenly turned to run. Oh, son of a... Just as he was about to bolt, I leapt forward to grab him. He deftly slid out of my reach and began to sidestep me, trying to slip past a sliver of space in the narrow confines of the alley. Seeing my quarry about to escape, I made another more desperate lunge. I wasn't the most agile of creatures, but I bumped him hard. Off balance, Lenny stumbled forward as Dakon burst from around the other corner, striking Lenny in the chest with an open palm. The rogue was slung backwards, boots over brainbox, and by the time he landed, 2 punch daggers were wrapped tenderly around his throat. "Hairy little rat, I can give you a nice close shave for 2 coppers." He yelped as the blades dug into his throat. "All right, I didn't destroy them. I'll give them to you, just let me go." "Ease up, Anna." "Nay, I think a little off the top would suffice for putting Triss through that," she hissed. I said ease up. Give him a chance to speak. Anna pursed her lips, then sighed as she slid the blade back into her cuffs. Lenny felt along his neck nervously as I spoke. "Why did you keep him, Lenny?" "Blackmail, I assume." Regaining his composure, he snorted and gave me a defiant look. "I kept them so I could turn stag on your boss Pickett and keep Triss off the block." He shook his head. "Blackmail my arse." I blinked. "Why turn stag on him?" He looked at me with some pride. "I may be a thief, but I do have some standards. I won't kill some poor sod, and I won't do what Pickett did to Triss and her husband." He shook his head and looked away. "I told your boss that what he was doing was wrong, and he laughed at me." So there is honor among thieves after all. I scratched my chin. "Well, you'll be happy to know that Pickett is not my boss." He stared at me in disbelief. "You serious? I thought... But you said..." He watched closely for a moment, then laughed. "You gave me the peel so I'd spill the chant to you." He shook his head and looked at me with respect. "Good job, Cutter." I smiled. "Let's go get the papers, Lenny." He shook his head sadly. "We can't. They're in the warehouse, and they're not open for business right now. Rumor has it there's some sort of management change going on, but I don't know if that's true. In any case, I can't get the papers." He looked at me sheepishly. "That's why I haven't helped Triss myself, Cutter. I can't get the sodding papers." "I'll look into this and get the papers myself, then." Dakon nodded in approval, and Anna hissed impatiently. Lenny smiled. "Go to the warehouse and tell the clerk I'm here for a loan, and he'll give you Trist's papers. If you then tell him I gave Pickett the laugh, he'll give you a bonus." "What bonus?" He laughed. "Evidence, Cutter. It'll take Pickett off the streets for a long, long time if you can get it to the right person. If there's someone in the harmonium you think you can trust, give it to them." "Welcome to the vaults of the Ninth World. How may I serve you on this fine day, Sigillian?" The voice boomed. A large stone head floated behind the counter, horns jutting from its temples and eyes lit with a pale light. What is this place?" The warehouse was piled high with boxes. Crates lined the walls, metal lockers were squeezed into whatever corner would afford it, and even the crevices seemed strained with the load. Winged imps across the room checking inventory, writing records on scrolls that looked too large for them to carry. The flap of wings set a droning sound through the air, but the voice of the Ninth World was deafening above all else. "The Vaults of the Ninth World is pleased to serve as a warehouse for the lower ward and all the sentients of Sigil. Our motto is, when one world just isn't big enough. We provide storage space for those that have little to spare. Our prices are competitive, our service exemplary, and our courtesy to customers is known throughout the plains." There was a grin in its voice. "Is this place really as big as a world?" I asked. Out of the corner of my eye, I could see a milk-white tail flick as Anna rifled through some of the nearby crates. "No, it's just a marketing exaggeration. There's a lot of space here, but not that much." "How much to store some goods?" "I'm sorry, we seem to be full up at the moment. Can I do anything else for you?" I looked around and furrowed my eyebrows. I thought this was supposed to be a storehouse. "Well, yes." The head sounded a little embarrassed. "Only we ran out of space, and there's something a little fishy going on around here, and I don't know what. The gist of the matter is this. We don't really accept items for storage anymore." It came as it always did, a distant hum that seemed so familiar, an itch at the back of my skull, a flicker at the very edge of my vision. Occasionally these little annoyances occurred when I was simply walking down the streets or even lying awake at night, too terrified of the yawning void to sleep. But they came, always, like the pressing urge before a sneeze. It wouldn't fade away and leave me wanting this time. I seized the echo and, with will alone, began to bind the nostalgia. I'd like to claim something. And what was it you were looking for, exactly? I was looking for a large bag of coins. We have a bag of coins like the one you described, sir. I'll just need to find out one thing from you. How much was in it? My cheek twitched as I unraveled the memory. There were no shapes, sounds, or visions to it, but rather a vague intuition. Somehow, the guess felt right. 1,123 coins. With a clink of copper, an imp dropped the bag on the counter. "Here you go, sir. Thank you for storing your goods at the Vault of the Ninth World. Can I get you anything else?" I smiled. Well, now that it looked like I could withdraw things after all. "I was told to tell you that I'm here for a loan." The head sound immensely cheered. "Ooh, one of my secret passwords. Here are the papers you want, sir. Thank you. What else can I do for you?" With that, another imp flew by, dropping a scroll on the counter as I rifled through the coins. Dakon unraveled it for me and read.
"This,"
he sounded satisfied,
"is an invoice that confirms Trist's tale. The loan was paid in full."
Anna snatched it from Dakon's slim hands. "We need to get this to auction quick as can be." I nodded and turned to the head. But first, I was also told to tell you that I gave Pickett the laugh. "I certainly hope so, sir, whatever that means. I'm just a big dumb rockhead. Here are your papers, sir, and here. Thank you. What can I do for you?" I looked the floating head up and down, rubbing my chin in consideration. "I don't suppose you'd be interested in joining our merry band?" Darren's eyes flitted across the page. After a moment he sighed and then folded the document and put it inside his shirt. He turned to Trist, who had been nibbling on her fingernails the whole time. "It seems the courts owe you an apology, Lady Trist. From this moment you are free, and I will make all the arrangements to have your status and property returned." "Thank you, Darren." "No, thank you." He smiled at me. "It's rare an individual who will do what you have done. Now excuse me, I must speak with the magistrates. Farewell." With one delicate hand on her breast, Trist sighed. Her eyes were dewy as she shook my hand. "You are my savior, Cutter. I will be forever in your debt." "I was happy to help you, Trist." "Thank you all." Trist took a step as if she were about to embrace Anna, but the rogue's stern countenance dissuaded her. Trist nodded, her happiness sobered. Whatever they had once held between them had been lost in the gulf of years. She faced me again. "You have saved me from certain death, Cutter, a slow, painful death. Please, wait here, I shall return shortly." When she returned, she was draped in fine silks, and her face had been washed and powdered. Her hair was still in disarray, but a few pins had tamed it somewhat. She wore the garb of a merchant, taking her first step back into comfort and wealth. "This is not much, but it is a well-deserved reward for what you've done." She handed me a purse. "Thank you, Trist," I replied. I resisted the urge to squeeze the bag, but the weight already told me it meant a month of good living. "No, I thank you. Farewell, Cutter." Trist smiled and turned to Anna. "I hope you stay with this one. He has a good heart. Maybe the plains can change after all." Corvus stood at his usual station in the marketplace, the memory of a smile upon his lips. Though most drew a wide swath between themselves and the harmonium, many seemed a little less wary around him. With his head in the clouds, the harmonium officer seemed a little unfocused on his job. "Good day, Corvus. How are you and Karina doing?" He smiled broadly. "We are doing well, thank you. I owe you for your kindness, friend." "Do you know someone named Byron Pickett?" At the sound of the name, Corvus frowned, and warily he nodded his head. "Yes, I am familiar with Byron." "What can you tell me about him?" "Officially, nothing." He paused for a moment before answering. "Unofficially, he is suspected of being behind most of the criminal activity here at the market. We believe him to be responsible for the murder of a merchant named Zack. His list of suspected crimes is quite long. Well, you'll be happy to know this, then. I have evidence that proves he is involved in the criminal acts here in Sigil. I handed him the papers in question. Corvus examined the papers thoroughly, lips thinning and eyes widening more with each page. When he finished, he folded them and tapped the shoulder of another officer standing next to him. They spoke quickly, in low voices, to keep word of the evidence from spreading and alerting the moneylender. When they were finished, the other officer left with creaks and clanks of armor. "Excellent work, citizen," Corvus said with a satisfied nod. "These documents are quite detailed in their content. I will personally see to it that Byron Pickett is taken before the courts." "Never thought I'd be happy to hear that from a hardhead," Anna smirked as we left. Dakon faced me.
You mentioned that you know of an attack on a Githzerai fortress. Now that this duty is done, I would implore you to warn our people.
Just what I was thinking, Dakon. Do you have any contacts among the Githzerai? Any old allies? A shadow crossed his face when I spoke, and his eyes dulled, and when he replied it was in a low voice, creaking with age.
I would have you speak to one on my behalf.
I nodded, not ready to question him just yet. All right, if that's what you wish.
There are forms that must be followed. You must learn the ways of the people. Know that the speech of the people has its foundation in history. All things are as a story to us. Metaphor is a tool, and an inspiration to the strength. Know that when we speak of Torig's table, we remember that Torig was noted for his hospitality and goodwill. When we speak of Selkant's heart, we recall the lecherous and cruel nature of Selkant.
I understand. Will you teach me? Dakon quickly taught me some of the common forms of speech as Anna scouted for a Gith. A wise man was said to have wrote the Book of the Anarchs, while to accuse another of treason was to remember Vilquar's eye. It was said of generous people that their cupboards are bare. Common greetings included, "Hail, sword ringer," and "Zorkai's kin bow to you," to which one should respond, "And the traveler is pleased." Dakon was a skilled teacher, and by the time Anna returned, I felt capable of exchanging proper greetings with other Githzerai. "Ach, I found one of your leather-skinned kin round the way." She pursed her lips. The girl seemed much more agreeable with helping me ever since we rescued Trist. "Has a fancy blade all like Dakon's?" "All right, come with me, Dakon. You'll be able to help translate if necessary." As we neared the Gith, Dakon suddenly gripped my arm.
I would have you hear me.
I blinked. "What is it, Dakon?"
It is my will that we not speak to this woman.
"Why not?" His coal-black eyes were ever placid and featureless, yet then they flashed with the familiar sharpness of a wounded animal. He always spoke so proudly of his people and their ways, but the moment we came too close to his most deeply rooted traditions or his past, he withdrew as if from the prick of a knife.
She is a Zerth. Our wills are crossed blades. We have no common ground.
We have no choice, Dakon. If she's a Zerth, she's our best bet to get a warning to Vistragor. He nodded and trudged behind me slowly down the street. The woman had the same yellow cast to her skin and severe features. Tattoos covered her body, and she wore a long blade at her side. Her eyes were like two small black pearls. As I approached her, they followed Dakon's movements and ignored mine entirely. Dakon gave her a slight bow, which she dismissed as well. Her voice cracked like a whip as she snapped at Dakon, the words of a Githzerai tongue piercing like a dozen daggers.
Why do you insult the unbroken circle of Zerthamon by continuing to wear it against your heart? You are not numbered among the people, betrayer of Shrak-Dalor. The Anarchs and the Zers have spoken, and their words shall be obeyed. You are not to speak your mind to me, or any Zerth.
Dakon bowed his head when he spoke.
Will you hear this human when he speaks?
Her nose wrinkled with her annoyed grimace.
His words carry the weight of yours, and have the shape of Limbo's form. I will not hear you, Dakon. He travels with me, Kina, disciple of Zerthamon. He comes to you to hear the words of Zerthamon, which you, as a Zerth, must impart. Will you hear him,
he pressed.
The words of Zerthamon are not for the ears of a human to be heard,
Kina snapped.
Their minds are not as one, and they bring division wherever they travel. This one wears a shirt of scars and blood, and he travels with a traitor. Vilquar's heart beats within your chest if you ask if I will hear him.
My eyes widened. Vilquar's heart? Dakon?
Will you close your mind to his words? Know your words before you speak your mind, Kina, Zerth of Zerthamon. I will not hear him. He will hear me. That is sufficient.
Dakon bowed. The Gith woman turned to me, her black pearl eyes glinting dangerously.
You are not known to me, but your trappings speak ill of you, human. Your body is a book written in scars and blood, and you walk in the shadow of a pariah that claims to speak for Zerthamon himself. Speak your mind.
I ignored the castigation and bowed, in the hopes that I might calm her. Greetings, sword ringer. She hissed in irritation.
Your pleasantries are as dust. The sign of morning draws near. Time is short, human. I would know your questions. Then it is my will that you leave.
I gave Dakon a quick glance and then turned back to her. What did you mean when you said I walk in the shadow of a pariah?
You walk with a pariah, and you know not his history? He is quick to speak other words, but of his history he has remained silent. Ask him of Shrok-Talor, of the fall of a mighty fortress to the Githyanki, and see what his divided mind reveals to you. Ask him how he speaks with Zerthamon's words, but his Karak is as mist.
Though her eyes met mine, Kina was speaking past me. Each fierce word was slung like a barbed arrow, and with each successful strike, Dakon's eyes became more downcast. His skin seemed to pale, and his Karak blade became ash-gray. A chill snaked its way along my spine, and my heart seemed to stop. In that instant, I could see my eyes mirrored in his own. My deepest wish echoed back, and the sigh of his blade wicking the air. Dakon wanted to know himself again, but he also wanted to die.
It is not Zerthamon's words that lack conviction.
His voice was quiet but firm.
It is their echoes that have been distorted.
Kina was just as resolute.
There is no doubt how Zerthamon's mind is spoken. Generations of Zerth are as Rakma's jewel, of one mind on this matter. Your stance carries with it a divided mind. The doubt is yours, an echo cast from your own faithlessness. Your words speak not the mind of Zerthamon. They are shaped of angles and hate, as if molded from Gith's mind itself,
Dakon murmured. It was a whisper that resonated more than a battle cry, one that bent the ear toward him in its softness.
You shall lie with the dead of Shrok-Talor in shifting chaos, for you see all with Vilquar's eye. Your mind is divided, your Karak weak.
Kina howled. Like a bolt of lightning from a clear sky, both Zerth whipped free their blades, each flowing sword keening as they cut the air. I leapt between the two. Stop this! This is madness! Are you two going to repeat the pronouncement of two skies? Dakon spoke to me without breaking the gaze he held with Kina.
Hold fast, and do not stand in the way of our blades.
Dakon, I order you to stop this. Dakon reluctantly lowered his blade, chastened. Kina stared at him incredulously for a moment, and then a sharp grin split her features.
The truth at last. Your mind is not divided. You are a slave to this human. He speaks with an anarch's authority to you, and you listen. Your mind is cast in Gith's mold, Kina, he repeated quietly. I will not slay you like the dog you are. No, live, Dakon, traitor at Shrok-Talor. Live like our ancestors did under the heel of the Illithid filth. I pity you, she said coldly. Oh, shut up, Kina, I yelled. Several passer-by had crowded around us by now, whispering and eager to see some bloodshed or to witness the harmonium dragging off a couple of Gith and a nameless burn victim. We came to you with open arms, and all you can think of is to thrust a blade between them. We came to warn you about Vistragor. The humor melted from her face immediately, and Kina looked at me. How did you Who walks in the shadow of a pariah, come to know that name.
A group of Githyanki are planning a raid on the fortress within the 7-day. Murmured the plot right over my bleeding body as I lay in the streets when they thought I was dead. They're on their way there even now. I had never seen such a look of shock on a Githzerai's face before. Abashed, a pale orange blush rose to Kina's cheeks, and she stepped back, sheathing her blade before she pressed her hands together and bowed deeply.
You speak the truth. I apologize humbly and seek your forgiveness, stranger. Know you have my gratitude. You and this earth. Know this shall not be forgotten.
She turned to Dakon, and this time regret sheathed that steel-cored spirit of hers.
And know that this will not atone for the fall of Shrak-Talor. The Anarch's verdict stands still.
She turned and rushed off to relay the message, and slowly Dakon slumped to the ground with a deep, tired sigh. Dakon? He didn't say a word, pausing instead for a moment before soberly rising back to his feet and sheathing his blade. His eyes did not meet mine as I thought ahead to our next destination. We slowly turned toward the south to find Lothar, the Master of Bones. Chapter 50. Light filtered through the multi-hued slivers of glass set in the window, lighting up the broken-down hut in half a dozen colors. Like a ruined cathedral, it held an ephemeral sort of beauty, and for a moment I savored it in childlike awe, watching a single mote of dust drift among the rays, first blue, then red, then violet as the night. Anna hissed and nudged the grim ladder with the toe of her boot. The way down was paved with death. Bones from dozens of creatures, picked, boiled, and polished clean so that they shone with colors pooling at the edge of the purple patch. Each handle was clammy at my touch, and the parlor beneath smelled earthy and ancient as a tomb. We descended in grim silence, and with each step I grew more anxious. There was power here. I could feel it thrumming in the air and ringing in my soul like a glass struck with a silver spoon. The chill of the grave kissed my skin, lapping away pinpricks of nervous sweat like the tongue of an old lover that had been spurned for too long. Long-faded memories lay buried here. It was a tomb for dead dreams. We must have gone down 10, 15 feet beneath street level when we reached the parlor proper. Dozens of shelves lined the walls of Lothar's home, and on each shelf sat hundreds of skulls. Many were humanoid, a few were twisted and feral, a cross between the bestial and the demonic. I could even pick out the angled jawlines of a few Githzerai skulls. In one corner a cauldron bubbled, and on the work table beside it sat a batch of severed heads that had yet to be cleaned. The fire offered little heat, and by the time that smell of boiled death reached me it was already cold and impotent. Chief? A frightened but familiar voice whimpered. Mort? I scanned the shelf and was drawn by the familiar twitch of his hazel-gray eyes. Thank the powers you're here, Chief! Get me out of here! I blinked and reached up. Damn, top shelf. I'd have to get a stool or... What are you doing up there? Those were-rat vermin nicked me and brought me here. Come on, boss, we gotta get out of here. This place is bad news. Why don't you just float down? I growled, and motioned to Dakon and Anna to help me drag an adjacent ladder over. I tried, Mort whispered in a quiet panic. Look, just get me down before... Gray smoke drifted along the floor, and in a moist crack that sounded like splintering sinew, a withered old man stepped forward. His face was weighed down with wrinkles. A long gray beard trailed down his chest. Lothar's robes were the color of old blood, and one hand was curled around a curved staff rattling with several skulls. His eyes flashed with power as he addressed Mort. Have we visitors, Skull? I pulled myself away from the seat and placed myself between Lothar and the shelf. Oh, no, Mort whispered furiously to me. Do not offend this blood boss. He'll deadbook you faster than you can spit. Should I worry about that? I muttered out the corner of my mouth. The old man ignored Mort and pursed his lips a moment before he spoke. Greetings, traveler. Who might you be to enter Lothar's humble salon without invitation? You've kidnapped my friend, I growled. Give him back. Now. His eyelids crept up at my tone.
Kidnapped? Your friend? I have done no such thing. Where is this friend?
Mort spoke up. His voice sounded miserable, scared, and deferential with a whine, that of a dog that had been kicked too many times. It was obvious that in Mort's opinion this Lothar character was no one to cross.
He means me. Look, sir, just let me go and we'll let this go. Water under the ditch, eh?
I did not give you permission to speak, Skull.
Mort quailed under Lothar's grim voice. His lip curled into a cold grimace.
You stride into my parlor, arrogant, with chest bared. While others grovel and plead for supplication, you have the gall to demand of me as I stand in my home. Just for that I should tear your soul asunder and grind the last scraps of your dying consciousness beneath my boot.
He glanced at Mort.
However, the skull you speak of has been a thorn in my side the full day it has been here. Standard spells have been impotent in silencing the thing. It pesters me.
Sounds like the skull, all right.
Scarred one, if you wish the skull back, you must fetch me a skull of greater value from the catacombs below. I will not bargain for something that is already mine, accept or not.
He was never yours, or anyone's to begin with. Your men stole him off the streets.
Your ignorance is astonishing, he scoffed. You truly know very little about very little. Now, fetch me another skull to replace him, or say goodbye to your friend.
Just let him go. Lothar's hands tightened on his staff.
The skull is mine. If you press the issue, I will take yours as well.
You can damn well try.
Boss, don't push it. Let it go,
Mort yelped.
Lothar nodded. The skull speaks wisely. Heed it.
I growled, but Mort might have been right. He was shifty, annoying, and an impressive liar, but I could feel the power rippling from Lothar in waves. Very well, then. How do I find a greater skull?
Move aside the seat in the center of the room, and pass through the portal on the eastern wall in the chambers below to get to the catacombs. The portal will remain active for your return. In the catacombs lie many skulls. One of great value lies within the interred crypts of the Dustmen, beyond the drowned nations. Bring that skull to me, as my were-rat minions have failed to do, and I will see to it that your friend is returned to you. Perhaps I shall even answer some questions for you.
I shrugged nonchalantly. I've been to the tomb you speak of. It's empty.
What is the meaning of this?
Lothar hissed in frustration, and I took no small measure of delight in savoring his consternation.
The tomb was so well trapped, so well defended from scrying magic that it was a challenge even for me. There must be some explanation for this, and he drew out his words angrily and slowly. You will provide it to me. Go through the portal in the chamber below and seek the answer.
I chuckled. It was my own tomb.
Your tomb? Your tomb?
He eyed me carefully, and for a moment I gulped, thinking I had spoken too much. The man might just have the magic to tear my skull free and keep it polished and picked clean on his mantle.
We shall investigate this more carefully. Fetch me another skull, then, as you seem attached to yours, and we shall see what answers I can provide. Our agreement shall be as before. Do not try to deceive me with just any bone either. I am something of a connoisseur. Return when you have something of value to me.
I sighed in relief. The caverns below Lothar's residence were rank with the smell of old filth. The scent was sharp, like a foul-aged cheese in a cold basement. Mildew-yellow stone undulated in crests beneath my feet so that the hard sole of my boots seesawed between the peaks and troughs with each step. I should have recognized the stench of were-rats. It leaned against a support post for a small bridge. In one hand it held a skin of wine with streaks of blood marring the leather. It had likely been looted from some poor sod that had crossed the creature's path. Finishing off a deep swig, the were-rat wiped its muzzle and looked at me with feral red eyes. There was a cunning danger about it, and the voice that issued from its mouth was oily and insinuating.
So, a biped comes slinking into the nest of Lothar's servants. What do you want, man, and where do you intend to go? Step lightly, intruder, and speak the truth to Mantuak.
Dakon's hand rested casually on the hilt of his sword, and Anna crossed her arms, looking remarkably casual, while hiding the fact that she was ready to pull out her daggers. I stood bold enough to seem a threat, but not so haughty as to be issuing a challenge. Who are you?
I am Mantuak. I am the voice of many as one, and the emissary of Lothar, master of bones. I speak here, and you answer. What do you want here?
I cocked my head. You work for both of them? Doesn't that test your loyalty?
And why should it, The master knows the secrets of power, and the many know the secrets of the city. Perhaps someday I shall play them against each other, and become the greater for it.
A sharp buck-toothed grin split his features, and I knew that this were-rat was more treacherous than all the others I had come across.
Many as one see many advantages in such an arrangement, and the conversion of the buried village dwellers can help to extend the reach of Lothar and many as one. All benefit, yes? Now, what is your purpose here?
We're on a quest for Lothar. He needs a skull retrieved. The rat man ducked his head at the mention of Lothar and hissed at us.
Send a hairless one to do the job of the kin? Impossible!
I shrugged. Nonetheless. Mantuak hissed at me again.
Begone then, and return when the skull is in your hands.
He paused and looked at me suspiciously. I could feel his simmering hatred burning into my back. I never thought I'd have to crawl through this dank maze again. At least I had someone to fill the silence other than Mort and his yammering. So, Anna, tell me a bit about Farid. Ol' Stuttercrutch. He's me da. Well, not me real da. He found me when I was a wee girl. Anna shrugged. He needed a collector to crawl into places the rest of his fat gillies couldn't squirm, so he took me under his crutch. I nodded. I didn't think you and him looked much alike anyway. Anna's eyes narrowed, and her tail began to lash back and forth, stirring up small clouds of grave dust. And what do you mean by that, then? I meant that he doesn't look much like a tiefling. Aye, he doesn't. And if you knew one thing about tieflings other than what you've heard from any half-grinning hiver on the street, you'd have the sense to know that none of us tieflings look alike. She shook her head. No hope for you, that's for dead sure. I didn't mean that as an insult. You both look so different. I mean, Farid's so... Farid, and you're not. Oh, and now what could have tipped you off to that? Me hair? Me skin? I can't think of anything else. Anna slapped herself lightly on the forehead and then sneered sarcastically. Maybe it was the tail. Oh, aye, that might have been it. You're so much sharper than I am, yar. A real gem. What in the hells is your problem? I scrubbed my fingers through my hair in frustration. I could feel the heat flooding my face as my voice rose. I make a simple statement, and you twist it like a dagger. A dagger's a dagger, so it is. The flick of her tail accented the snap in her voice. All I was saying is that you and Farid look nothing alike. The two of you don't have much in common. It's hard to see any resemblance between that ugly, stooped, greedy-smelling gutter troll and you. Anna's face flushed a deep red, and her coarse brogue grew to a fiery hiss. Oh, is that so? And how do you see that? I eyed Anna. I'll readily admit it. For the most part, it was a matter of paying attention to her hands and worrying whether or not this firebrand was about to sucker punch some poor Burke or unsheath her punch daggers. But it was hard to avoid noticing her confident poise, the self-sure quirk of her obsidian lips. Flame-red hair framed a face begemmed with sharp green eyes. The curves of her alabaster flesh were held in delicate rein by tight demon hide. Anna was water when she moved, possessing a feline grace that other girls could only ever clumsily feign. That fluid sway of her hips was natural to her, and it drove her body like the flame in the heart of a star. I think you're pretty, I snapped. Oh, brilliant.
Anna just stared. So, that's all I meant, I stuttered, when I said you and Farrod look nothing alike. Anna nodded, still staring at me. She didn't even blink. I looked around, and Dakon had discreetly scouted ahead of us. Anna suddenly leaned in, and clasping her hands around my head, she pulled me close, biting me sharply on the neck and giving a soft hiss. Rather than pulling back, she pressed closely into me and whispered into my ear.
"Do you fancy your chances?"
Her tail began to lash slowly back and forth, but the rhythm was much more hypnotic than angry. I could feel Anna's heart beating fast in her chest and the color rising into her cheeks. Her skin was smooth and soft against mine. The tight embrace she held me in was pressing the heat of her body into mine.
"I want to tell you something, and you can't poke fun at me."
I licked my lips. "All right."
"Do you know, I like the way you smell. Oh, aye. It drives me barmier than a chaos man, it does."
She sniffed up the side of my cheek and gave a low, eager hiss.
"I see the way you look at me, and I like it. You've got hungry eyes, you do. It makes me afire."
My breathing quickened, and my jaw fell slack at her caress. Slim fingers traced white-hot lines across my flesh, searing an electric tingle along my scars.
"I want to bite you, soft-like round the neck."
She teased the side of my neck with her teeth, never breaking skin, and with every whisper I could feel her breath along my ear. Her hand slid up around the back of my neck and tightened, and I could feel her nails digging sharp crescents into my skin. I gasped, the pain sobering and drawing me out of that lusty haze and into Anna's grip.
"I want to drag me nails around the back of your neck and force you to kiss me."
"Oh, powers above," I whispered.
"Do you know, I can smell you from 50 paces. That smell of formaldehyde pouring off you like one of them dusty shamblers. Maybe if you cleaned yourself up some, you'd be a right prize."
Her eyes flashed.
"I'd make passion with you so hard you'd be knocked off the spire."
Anna stepped back then, her tail flicking lightly against my leg, and gave me a hard stare.
"So? Do you fancy me?"
"Oh, what the hell?" In a flash, I wrapped my arms around Anna's lithe form. Her eyes widened in surprise, and before she could squirm free, I wrapped my lips around the nape of her neck, grazing my teeth along her firm lily-white skin. I milked a gasp out of her as my tongue raked along her flesh. Anna tensed suddenly and hissed. Pushing my shoulders and clawing like a cat, she tore away from me.
"I was only teasing you, you scarred vampire! Leave off!"
Despite her protests, however, her face was flushed and she was breathing heavily.
"And wash your mitts next time."
She crossed her arms.
"You're making me red, you are."
Standing there sobered, I blushed. The air in these halls was colder than I realized as they lapped the lingering warmth from my skin. "You bite me, I bite you," I grumbled. "If you don't like it, then don't do it."
"I'll do what I please, so I will."
Anna sneered. She still seemed to be a little flushed.
"You just keep your mitts off me, you hear?"
"So many skulls," Anna sighed. She sounded a little louder than normal, a little bolder, as if she were forcing her voice to sound casual.
"And he needs a bone box that's special, like finding a gem speck in a desert." "Surely a skull that would meet the Bone Master's needs could be found in these grim halls," Dakon intoned, running his hand along a coffin. A touch of annoyance laced his voice. He knew that something had happened between the two of us, and knew that that was why Anna and I maneuvered to keep him between us. "Hundreds of the dead, each unique among the rest." "Aye, 100 flavors of dust there are. You just don't know. All the wealthy buggers have private tombs, some off a sigil in the outer planes. All that are buried here are muddy hivers and lost souls."
I nodded with a grunt, trying to focus on the matter at hand. Reaching out with the stories bones tell discipline, I could hear the sighs of plebeian pasts. All the bones that lay here had struggled under common lives, and the old creaks of that burden echoed through each body even after it lay down, fatigued and weary, for the only true rest these poor souls would ever find.
Besides, most of these coffins have been overturned and looted. I've waited about in here before. After a scrape or two with a ghoul, I slunk back out.
Anna's lip curled.
What do you hope to find here?
Nothing. That's why we're headed to the Dead Nations. I pointed down one long hallway that branched down from our path. At the end stood those old iron gates. I strode down, pushed them open with an ominous heavy creak. Anna tensed at the sight of dozens of undead toiling to keep their nation of bone and gauze intact. There were skeletons replacing old tiles in the mosaic floor and dusting the walls. Zombies pushed desecrated bodies for rewrapping to preserve their quiet dignity. Ghouls had half-eaten were-rat corpses slung over their shoulders to present to their brethren. Their mouths and claws were blood-stained, and their eyes seemed sated, if only for the moment.
"Come along," I beckoned to Anna. "It's safe. They won't hurt us." Her eyes were wide as saucers, but she slowly approached and padded silently behind me.
"Ah, the manling returns," Accost hissed. "Bold as brass and proud, and so succulent."
Standing face to face with her, I squelched the small giddy urge to spill the secrets of the Silent King. "He's dead as a doornail," I'd say with mixed glee, and loose the ghouls against the rest. I would never betray Stale Mary or Hargrim, of course, but it was strange how such secrets could tickle at the back of your mind. "You have your offerings," I growled, pointing at the were-rat corpses that lay at her feet. Small dead cranium rats had been added to the pile. "Now leave us be. We wish to speak to Hargrim." The old skeleton priest stood in the central chamber, proudly watching over his people. But he turned when he saw me approach, and a timorous flicker in those cold eye sockets dulled his regal edge. Perhaps he'd felt the same temptation before. "Greetings, Hargrim. We seek your aid." His eyes seemed displeased at my return, but he forced his voice to sound sincere. "Thou hast returned, and to what purpose, I ask? There is nothing for thee in the Dead Nations." "We're in need of a skull, one that is unique, its history and life of value above that of common citizen." Hargrim's finger bones tightened on his staff just a little. "I care not what thy purposes are, but this one will not allow the desecration of placid graves for thy selfish purposes." "I have to do so to save a friend. The chattering skull, remember? One of your own?" "Dost thou speak of the one who vexed the fair female zombies of our nation? The one who pestered them as they toiled, and invaded their skirts with greedy eyes and a slavering tongue?" "Oh, good, you do remember." The crack of his staff against the tile sent a thundering boom through the halls. "Thou hast done much for the good of our great nation, Nameless One, but such is not an excuse to commit a crime against the heart of the Dead Nations." I bowed, somewhat abashed. "I'm sorry, Hargrim. I know it was too much to ask. I'll leave you to your duties now."
"What now?"
Dakon said, looking up at me.
"Well, now all that's left is Stale Mary, unless you'd like to try talking to the Silent King again." When you watch the elderly walk the streets, backs hunched and faces sagging, you know they have little time left. Each old crone was a withered flower waiting to shed its last petal, and any day you'd expect to hear word of her collapsing and whispering her last breath. Each day that ticked by, one closer towards that half-expected tragedy when you'd have to begin mourning, missing the matronly touch of their hands and the softness of their words. It was how I felt towards old Mebeth, who healed my hurts and taught me the art. So it was strange to think that matronly Stale Mary, mending her shambling charges and laying the sleeping ones to rest, could potentially outlive you.
"Greetings."
"It's good to see you, Mary, but I come on a dire quest, and I hate to ask this of you. My companion's been kidnapped by a powerful man who demands a greater skull for my companion's release. What should I do, Mary?"
"Who?"
I sighed. "It's Lothar, Master of Bones." She stood swaying there as if in a daze before she spoke again.
I know him. Powerful, dangerous, old skull friend.
Yes, Mary. I know I can't take any of the skulls in these catacombs, but I need your advice. I need to find a skull that would be fitting for Lothar. She stood silent, gazing past me. For a long moment, Stale Mary seemed to consider the problem, and finally, with a slow, careful nod, she gripped her head in both hands.
Take my skull.
I was aghast. Take your skull? But that'll kill you. Mary slowly shook her head side to side. Her splitting lips formed what might have been a sad smile.
Kill? No. I'm already dead.
Her hands remained at her temples, awaiting my reply. I pressed my hands against hers, parting her arms. No, Mary, I just can't. I'll find another way. Mary nodded.
You have a kind heart.
It was such a simple solution standing right in front of me, but how could Stale Mary have thought that I'd been able to bear it? Did she think it would have just been one more regret set atop the pile? One more scratch along the pillar? We had limited options, truly. We could take one of the lesser skulls and hope that Lothar finds it fitting somehow, or steal a choice one from the mortuary if we could somehow get past the guards. There was murder, or perhaps even switching out the Silent King's skull for another. I cringed in disgust at the thoughts, so cold, calculating, and practical. They flowed through me as if they weren't my own.
Suego,
Mary gurgled. I blinked. The ghouls. I thought they'd destroyed the body. She shook her head slowly.
Not all. Hargrim used it as a warning to never harm the dead nations.
I almost kicked myself for not thinking of it earlier. I would be in your debt if you could help me. I think Lothar may accept that as a solution. Mary nodded and trudged off to speak to the triumvirate. Chapter 51. With Mary gone, there wasn't a whole lot to do but sit and wait. We sat in the same guest room/cell where we had spent our time in our last visit. My mind had been full of questions ever since we talked to Kina. Questions about Dakon's past and the weight of it, which seemed to burden him more and more. We need to talk. The words came, unbidden, with the solemn weight behind it heavy on my heart. Dakon looked up at me, and caution swam in those coal-black eyes.
What is it you wish to know?
He murmured, but in those eyes I could see that he already knew the question. It had hung over us for too long, swinging like a sword dangling over the head of a long-forgotten king whose name had been lost to the aeons. When Fell was describing the tattoo on my arm, you said you knew the symbols. He was hesitant when he spoke.
The symbols speak of 4 you have traveled with in the past.
I nodded. Those words echoed that of the old fish merchant in the hive who had seen me once long ago. Something sounded in the back of my mind. The murmur was nearly inaudible, but it felt like a dozen flies were crawling in my skull. What can you tell me of the 4? Dakon's eyes took on a faraway gaze, staring through me and into a life long ago, when another incarnation had walked in my skin.
The woman was young. She worshipped time, for in her blood she knew of things to come. The archer was a blind man, and he could see things that no other one could see. The path of his arrows always led to the heart of an enemy. The familiar and the slave I know little of.
See things to come. The woman's name was Dianara, wasn't it? The name on my lips brought the memory of her back to me, an azure gown rippled by an unfelt wind, and crystal blue eyes bright with unshed tears. Her hair was white, like the foam of the sea. Her pale lips were pursed with the need to whisper my name, and trembled with the sorrow of not knowing it. Dakon nodded.
Know that Dianara was the name she carried.
I felt cold. What do you know of the archer?
I know little of him. I know he was a soldier. I know that alcohol had taken a portion of his life. In blindness, he had come to know a different sight. In knowing this, he had become strong, yet he did not know his own strength.
Do you know what his name was? Before Dakon could respond, I suddenly knew the answer. The crawling sensation in the back of my skull returned, and I felt the name surfacing as if from beneath a great muddy ocean.
Know that Zachariah was the name he carried, and know that his name pierced the hearts of many enemies.
And which one of them was you, Dakon? Were you the slave? Dakon was silent for a moment, and the surface of his blade swims as if in turmoil.
Know that this one owed you a service. In owing this to you, it became as slavery.
It was at Shrek-Talor, wasn't it, Dakon? The name was hissed by Kina, who spat it out like it would have cursed Dakon to the bone. Dakon was silent again, and when he spoke his voice trembled and old wounds were reopened.
No, it is the place where I died my first death.
What is that place?
It is one of the great homes of the people. It has suffered many wounds in its life. One of its scars is by my hand.
With each mention of the city, my scalp crawled. I fought off the urge to run my hands through my hair. How did this come to be?
Know that the tale is long. The matter is between me and the other that was once you. Know that if you hear it, know it shall be a long tale.
I would hear it. Dakon sighed and ran his hand along the wall beside us. His fingers caressed the blue-gray stone, trying to conjure up old memories of his ancient homeland. He spoke, and it came in a quiet intonation. I found myself leaning forward, eager to catch every word.
Upon the rolling plain of limbo, the people shape cities from the chaos with their thoughts. Know that there is no place for a divided mind.
Dakon raised the blade from his shoulder and held it before him. As he stared at it, it sharpened until it was almost as thin as a piece of paper.
A divided mind is an unfocused mind. A divided mind fractures walls and weakens stone.
As Dakon spoke, the edges of the blade corroded slightly, the metal misting and melting along the edges.
Many divided minds may destroy a city. Long have I known the words of Zerthamon. Through my voice, many have come to know the words of Zerthamon. The Zerth protect the community from all threats, whether to the body or the mind. They are the guiding stones in the chaos. So it came to pass that I spoke the words of Zerthamon without knowing the words of Zerthamon. It came to pass that I no longer knew myself.
So you doubted the words?
No.
Dakon's voice was edged and his blade sharpened in response.
I knew the words, yet it came into my heart that perhaps others did not know the words as Zerthamon knew them. And so division formed. As my mind became divided, those that looked to me as a guiding stone became divided. Many scores of Githzerai, many hundreds of scores of Githzerai doubted. Shrek-Talor died that day.
So those that followed you came to doubt the words as well, and the city was weakened. Dakon's fingers tightened on the hilt of his blade, and he closes his eyes.
The enemies of Zerthamon came. Know that their hatred of his words and the people lent their blades strength. Know that they sensed the weakened city, and they brought war with them. Many Githzerai drowned in the chaos and beneath the blades of our enemies.
Small beads of metal appeared on the surface of the blade, as if it was blistering.
Know that this happened long ago.
What happened to you?
As I fell from the walls of Shrek-Talor, know that myself was broken. My blade was missed, my mind divided. I was adrift upon Limbo's seas, and I wished to drown. I died for days, my mind awash in division, when death finally came to me. It wore your skin, and it had your voice.
I blinked, licking my lips. The chill that ran down my spine was a cold prickle, born separate from the warm tingle in my scalp. Me?
You asked that I hear you.
As Dakon said the words, my vision bled outward, and the crawling sensation began to warm its way up through the back of my skull. It was unbearable, too powerful an urge to be denied. I felt nauseous for a moment, and my vision was suddenly as chaos, smeared, twisted, and I was someplace else, someplace in the past. I surrendered to the memory. I was amazed that I didn't collapse and vomit when I returned to the present. Dakon was silent, contemplative in the silent seconds when the memory had swept over me.
I heard your words. The chaos in my mind became still. I knew myself again.
I swallowed hard, trying to clear the taste of ash from my mouth. Tell me about that other me, the incarnation you knew. What was he like? Dakon's gaze traveled through me, and he fell silent. Dakon?
Know that he was different. Know that the differences were not marked on the skin, nor in the way of the weapon, nor in the attire that cloaked him. Know that he was different in the way of thought, and the means he acted upon his thoughts. His will became substance. Know that he saw others and did not see them. He knew only how they could serve him. His heart was treacherous, and it was cold, and never did its coldness burn him.
My voice was a whisper when I asked, Did it ever burn you, Dakon? Did he betray you? Dakon's blade began bleeding into a dull, flat black, and I watched as edges, like teeth, began sprouting from the edge of the blade. His face clenched, and he spoke through his teeth.
It is not my will you know of this.
Tell me, Dakon. Did he ever betray you?
I surrendered my word to him. I surrendered myself.
What are you talking about?
The people do not allow themselves to be enslaved to another, in deed or chains. If we find ourselves in such a cage, we act to free ourselves, even if it means we must endure another cage for a time. You performed a great service for me. In doing so, you enslaved me. I acted to free myself. Know that I surrendered my word and myself to act in your name until your death.
The chill at those words needled into my bones. But I can't die.
That was not known to this one. I surrendered my word to him. I surrendered myself. Know that there is now nothing left that I might surrender except my life. Know that now I follow you, only so I might die.
Don't say that, Dakon.
Is that a command?
He murmured bitterly. Carrick rippled and cracked like bent steel. No, I mean, Dakon, you got the circle from me, correct?
Yes. In knowing its words, I knew myself.
But did it save your life, Dakon? Or did it divide you further once you studied the circle? Dakon was silent for a moment, but his blade writhed as if in pain. He was slow to speak again, and when he did, his voice was somber.
It divided me.
Then did I save your life, Dakon? Or did I only add to the pain you already felt? Those words of Zerthamon's, they only seem to divide you more. I see it when you pore over the teachings. Dakon was silent. I say that I never saved you, Dakon. I only raised you from near death so that you might die again. If you had died at Shrak-Talor, then you would have known peace. His blade bled black as night, but was still. The words came with great effort, dry and old.
Your words carry the weight of truth. The death I would have died at Shrek-Talor, that would have been the last death. Every day I have lived since is a new death.
You need serve me no more, Dakon. I never saved your life. I only killed you twice. You owe me nothing.
No.
Dakon's forehead creased in pain, and his eyes stared through me.
It is not your word that carries the weight, and your word will not free me. The word that chains me is mine. The torment is mine. I know in my heart that the chains remain. Words will not free them.
Is there any way you can be freed?
You must die a final death. Yet your path is not death's path. There is no resolution to this matter.
I swear I'll find one, Dakon. I will find one that sets you free. You are my friend, and this I vow to you for the harm I've done. Dakon's voice became ragged, as if he had suddenly become sick.
Know that you have added other words to my words.
His expression was pained, and his gaze met mine.
Now you have chained us both.
The two of us glanced up at the sound of soft footsteps and the crack of staff against stone. Hargrim approached, with Stale Mary shuffling beside him. In her hands she held the head of Soego. The skin had grown puffy and gray with decay, and there was a slight sheen to his skin. His mouth was parted in a post-mortem wail, and his red-glinted eyes had rolled back, staring at nothing. A spider crawled along his cheek and began binding his lips together with its silk.
The Triumvirate has spoken, Hargrim said grimly. Take the head of Soego, traitor to our cause, and ye may leave in peace.
Chapter 52. I hate the fetid smell of were-rats. It was the musty stench of an old cupboard, stale with the dust of mold spores and old dried-up vermin droppings. At the very least, the were-rats were intelligent enough to not live and eat where they defecated, but it was little consolation when I did have to make my way back through their caverns. How Lothar could trust them, I'll never know. The planks of the wooden bridge creaked under my feet as I crossed, and I suppressed the urge to take a few test hops on it to see if it would splinter under my weight. Even if the Daubus came down here to fix things up, it'd be a matter of putting patches on a mass of rags and trying to pass off the travesty as wearable garments. They said the planes would always turn, but seeing Sigil going to hell in a handbasket for as long as it existed, I wasn't sure if this was a good thing.
Have you retrieved the particular skull the Master wants?
Mantuak chittered. His whiskers twitched. Yes, I grunted. From the were-rat Soego.
Give it to me, and I shall take it to the Master. Your services are no longer required.
A muscle in my cheek twitched. No, I think I'll take it to him myself.
You misunderstand.
Mantuak's claws clenched and unclenched, and his tail began to sway.
It was not a request. Give me the skull. We do not wish trouble, here of all places, biped. Such troubles, even one such as you would be hard-pressed to deal with.
I looked him straight in the eye. The man-rat towered over the others. His fur was laced with pitch-black streaks, and his armor was first-rate. There was something dangerous about him, a cunning and terrifying ambition beyond what a lycanthropic wretch could normally muster. He hated me, that much I could tell, from the way his gaze seemed to bore holes into my skull. Look, Mantuak, I said carefully. All I'm doing is trading one skull for another, getting a friend of mine back.
I do not give a whit for you or your friend.
I reached into my pack and grabbed Soego's head by the mane of hair. Part of me expected it to pull out, loosened by the decay, but while it slid a little in my fingers, the grip was still firm. Take it to your master. Just know that I'm leaving the moment I get Mort back. You can work under Lothar all you want. I'm not interested in playing fetch-servant under that old graybeard's heel. I tossed it to him. Mantuak rolled the head in his paws and sniffed at it critically.
Many, many places in catacombs, biped, no? Many places where one may be walled in for all eternity, and screams are never heard. To one of those places shall you be taken and left to suffer."
He turned to his fellow were-rats.
"Stab the biped until he falls. Take his corpse to the catacombs and bury him alive."
My eyes widened. "But I'm not trying to usurp your place here. Lothar has no need of me." Mantuok's squealing cackle pierced my ears.
"Stupid manling. Being Lothar's trusted hand was only part of the matter. I kill you regardless."
"But why?" His fangs were long and yellow, and a slim tongue flicked out to wet his muzzle.
"Because I hate the way you smell."
"You diseased wretch," I growled. Anna's punch dagger snapped into her hands, and Dakon's blade was drawn with the soft sound of silk against steel.
"It is no disease,"
Mantuok laughed as the were-rats began to surround us.
"It is a blessing. I am far greater than you, a thing more a corpse than a man."
"As my betters," I sneered, beginning to goad him, "I suppose it is your privilege to squat in the sewers, feast on filth and the occasional debtor to stay alive, and dress in resplendent rags with your naked, scaly tails dragging in the muck behind you. You're vermin, shadows of people desperately wishing to be human. Pathetic."
"No, we are your superiors."
Foam flecked his muzzle as he snarled.
"We are predators. We hunt bipeds. You are food for us, muling prey."
"You're target practice for me. I tell you, 400 pounds of rabid were-rat diving at you is something that you'll never forget. That juggernaut of armor and fur barreled into me, lifting me clear from the floor and slinging me against the post of the bridge. Wood cracked. I could feel a long shard of the splintered wood impale my viscera. The smell of ozone filled the air, left behind by screaming bolts of eldritch fury. I could hear the sound of battle, the squeal of rats as they fell, and the clang of crude steel against Carrick. I coughed. There's that taste of blood again. Gripping my beaded dreadlocks, Mantuok smashed my head into one of the planks of the bridge. It splintered under me. He lifted my head, angling enough to crack me into another plank, and another. There was an upper limit to how many wooden planks the human skull can endure, and I was reaching mine. My eyes rolled lazily in their sockets, and the world spun. I could feel the thrum of raw power far beneath me. It was that green, swirling energy in the depths of the chasm, crashing against the stone and pulsing with a deep, hungry light. As if from a long tunnel there was the distant hiss of Mantuok's voice, his breath reeking of rotted meat and old cheese.
"What treasures do you have, manling? What objects of power might I pry from your miserable half-embalmed corpse?"
"Before ogling other people's treasures," I groaned, "you'd better protect your own." And with a thrust of my leg, I brought my spiked knee pad into his crotch. Mantuok drew a sharp breath. His beady red eyes shrank back as a shrill small whine leaked from his maw. Quick as a whip, I drew the dagger from its sheath and stuck him right in the throat. Mantuok reeled back, confused, castrated, trying desperately to staunch the flow of blood with one paw as he tried to grope for his axe with the other. No dice. I stuck him in the slim border between one of the plates of armor and the next. Too shocked to claw at me, Mantuok could only kick a little as I grabbed him by one tall spine of his opulent helmet, driving him headfirst into the post behind me. Flesh and bone smashed repeatedly until his face was a ruined mass, and the post was painted a fresh new shade of red. I wasn't sure if he was alive or not, but I took some small measure of satisfaction when I booted his worm-tailed ass down into the chasm. "Everything all right?" I said as I stumbled a bit, trying to stand up properly. Already Anna and Dakon were looking themselves over for wounds and cleaning their weapon.
"Ugh, just fine, you sod. I didn't know if we could face the big one fully armed, but you egged him on right, you did."
Anna smiled. Dakon glanced at the blood-stained post.
"A great tragedy, to begin one moment a king, and end it as a corpse."
Mantuok can gripe about tragedy when it's not being stuck in him every 12 hours. My foot bumped against something, and I looked down. It was a thick tome, sour with the smell of decay.
When I picked it up, the leather seemed to crawl under my fingers, as if it were uncured human flesh left out in the sun. And yet, something whispered at the back of my mind to open it. It wasn't the familiar tingle of a nascent memory bubbling to the surface, but something more enticing. "Are you all right?" Anna's nose wrinkled. "You don't look good." "I'm fine," I grunted as we walked, shaking off the urge to open the book then and there. "All I want to do is get Mort back. The void he's left is putting me in a mood, I think." "Well, I'm just saying, you should probably give a sit and heal up a bit, aye?" I prodded the side of my head where Mantuak had introduced it to the bridge. My fingers came back wet with blood. "It's nothing. Probably a bruise, maybe skull fracture." There go my speech centers. And there goes my motor control. Chapter 53. By the time Anna and Dakon were able to drag me back to Lothar's lair, I had healed up enough to form coherent sentences again. Moving was a bit of trouble, but even if I stumbled a bit, Dakon was good enough to help prop me up. Of course, Lothar didn't have the courtesy to be there when I returned, and Mort had been removed from the shelf. With a grunt, I sat down. Well, I suppose we wait then. Psst! I looked up. "Anna? Did you say something?" She blinked. "Nay. Are you addle cold enough from the blows to the head to be hearing things now?" I looked up to Dakon, about to ask the same. No, if he wanted to get my attention, and he never did, he wasn't the type to psst at me.
"Up here."
I looked up to the shelves. The skull's voice was low and raspy, the sound of flint and steel.
I think I've seen you before, stranger."
I hobbled over. The fellow was well polished, though yellow and snaggle-toothed. "Where have you seen me?"
"Cursed. Gate Town to Carceri."
I blinked. "Cursed? Gate Town? Carceri?"
"What are you, clueless? It's a gate town, on the rim of the Outlands. The doorway to the prison plane of Carceri. It's a place of backstabbers and traitors, and it's as full of schemes as a Betezu's undergarments. Being right next door to Carceri is apt to change a burg's nature. I wouldn't be surprised if the town were about to slide over." "Slide over? What do you mean?" "When a gate town's beliefs get too much like the plane it borders, the force of that belief is enough to make its bordering plane swallow it whole. Happens all the time, at least when the anarchists are involved."
He spoke this last with a grim kind of pride. "Hey, I know about you. You're that faction that's trying to throw Sigil into chaos."
"Well, that's an oversimplification, really."
His voice boomed as he spoke.
"We are a secret society. Cells of members who work alone or through directives passed through the network of informants and leaders who remain hidden. Our goal is to tear down the power structure, to free people from the lies of politicians and powers, to let all lead their own lives of their own volition. We worked in secrecy, and changed our routines constantly to avoid infiltration. My time was decades ago, and so all the secrets I knew are no longer valid, except for the faces I can remember, and even those must have changed by now."
"You sound like a paranoid bunch," I replied dryly.
"If a society you belong to thrived on intrigue, infiltration, and the hatred of the established power-mongers, you'd be careful too. It's not paranoia when they really are out to get you. In our line of belief, someone involved in a triple cross is an amateur."
"You mentioned you saw me once, in Cursed."
"Oh, that. Yes, long, long ago. I remember someone painted with ugly and scars."
"What was I doing there?"
"What were you doing there?"
The skull chuckled.
"You were babbling something about some Burke trying to kill you and wandering into all the wrong places. Well, you were obviously barmy and all, so me and some of my friends rolled you, stuck a shiv in you, and divvied up all your stuff. It was right after that I was betrayed, but not before I hid some of that stuff."
It was hard to be angry over a crime against me that occurred centuries ago to another incarnation. All I felt was a vague sense of unrest over knowing only those scant details. Well, where's my stuff then?
I ain't telling, the skull said petulantly. Maybe someday I'll get a body back and go for it myself. Maybe I won't, but right now it gives me great joy to see you wondering. Good luck finding it.
Ah, don't let him get to you. The useless sod never achieved anything in life, and now he's just trying to get under your skin, came another voice. The skull rested on an adjacent shelf, and it had a deep voice and a jocular tone. Greetings, I am Stern, one of the great practitioners of personal peace through intensive redirection of hostilities.
You mean you're a wizard, an assassin, and a poisoner, the first skull hissed.
However you choose to define it, Grimscalp. Stern turned his attention back to me. I was the best of the lot, so it's said. Then how did you wind up here? Funny you should mention that. I had a black book given to me in order that I might puzzle out its secrets. I unlocked its powers at a terrible price, one that I would gladly pay again, and sharpened my edge considerably. Little did I realize that the book would betray me to another, a mewling rat thing that overwhelmed me in a wave of rodents and tore the flesh from my living bones. The rat went through a series of disciples, each of them betrayed by the book, until it wound up in the possession of the rat-man Mantuok. If you find this book, accept its powers and be rid of it, before you suffer the same fate. The urge to toss my pack to the ground was overwhelming. My thanks. What can you tell me of Lothar? I need to speak to him. What can I tell you of Lothar? I will tell you nothing. Even this bare existence is better than the oblivion he promises should I speak his secrets. You can tell me, I said sweetly. I got the distinct impression that Stern Skull was sneering at me. And gain merely your friendship? Bah! There is nothing you can offer me, no service nor item that will impel me to betray Lothar to you. Begone! Now, hold on. If you won't tell me about Lothar, what will you tell me about the other skulls? Of the skulls that will speak to you, I can offer no good words. Their experiences have not been shared with me. Indeed, we have spoken precious little until your arrival. Perhaps, it said with a smirk in its voice, there's something special about your very presence. I wasn't sure if he was referring to the stories bones tell power, but I didn't care to pry any further. The third skull I spoke to exhaled langorously and spoke in a sultry voice. Why do you disturb my rest? There has been so much happening of late, and while I welcome the sensation, I must confess to desiring the sense of quiet. Tell me about yourself. I was, ocean before the storm, a sensate. Now, alas, I am merely decoration. Something itched at the back of my mind at the word. A sensate? What's that? A sensate is a member of the Society of Sensation, one of the factions of Sigil, located in the Civic Fest Hall in the Clerk's Ward, which holds that the universe can be understood and manipulated only through the senses, and therefore we should accumulate as many varied experiences as possible. I believe I've reached the quota on sitting on a dusty shelf. My boredom threshold is very low. Can I do anything for you? I asked with a touch of sympathy. No, but you're kind to ask. Once I threw myself off the shelf and shattered. Next thing I knew, I was back on the shelf, and we were all glued here. When Lothar tires of me, he'll dispose of me. I know the feeling. Well, of the first thing, I mean. What are you doing here? She sighed. Why, I sit on the shelf and gather dust until one of Lothar's rat minions takes it into his head that I need brushing. I answer questions for Lothar, and that is the extent of this miserable existence. No, I meant, how did you get here? It's a long story, and I'm not supposed to say anything to you about it until you've completed a task for Lothar. What could he possibly do to you? The skull stared at me, and I got the impression it was shivering. There's a remarkable amount of pain one can feel without nerve endings. Not all pain is physical, and not all emotions mental. Those are sensations I do not care to duplicate. I'm sorry. She sighed. Well, it's quite all right. I've got accustomed to it over the years. Well, I do have the skull Lothar wanted, if you would please indulge my curiosity. She paused a moment, but continued with a slow, careful tone, as if trying to savor the experience of speaking to me. It's a long story that has to do with Ravel Puzzlewell, the night hag. Would you like to hear the whole story? Yes. Very well. I was working in the Civic Fest Hall, the headquarters of the Sensates, in the Sensoriums. Ravel Puzzlewell, may the powers curse her black soul, had been coming there to find answers to riddles she had encountered. She was a masterful solver of puzzles. Those that left our best minds baffled were but gauze to the force of her reason, and yet she had found difficulties that required outside answers. I had heard she was there to unlock the secrets of Sigil itself. Horribly ugly she was, taking no pains to use her magic to disguise her form, as I've heard she does, or rather did from time to time, and that fiendish exterior frightened off many a potential factioneer. Still, I had to ask her what she was about, and whether she could teach me what she knew. That sounds like it could have been a mistake. It was. She offered me a bargain, for she dwelt and dealt in riddles. If she were to answer my question, I must agree to answer one of hers. If I missed the answer, my life was hers. I agreed. She told me she intended to unlock the puzzle of the cage, to open it to all who wished to enter, powers, fiends, celestials, modrons, and slotty, not to mention any interplanar beings who chose to come along. The most important part to her was that all should know that the mystery that had baffled them for so long was unraveled by Ravel. She asked her question. I could not answer it, though she assures me the answer was plain as the nose on her face. My fellow sensates found me screaming in the sensorium when they arrived the next morning. I begged them to kill me, and they complied. None even suggests that I relished the new experience, so horrible was it. And here I am. Now I must rest. I was hesitant to ask, but I needed to know. That sense of familiarity welled up, like a bloated boil in the back of my mind. What was the question? She was quiet for a moment. When she did answer, her voice was tired and sad. It was, how does one change the nature of a man? I thought hard on her answer and said, with love. She said all people love themselves too much to be changed by something as simple as love. And then she... I must rest now. In the back of my mind, I could almost see a hooked-nosed figure with ebony skin asking me a similar question, but I couldn't remember my answer. We only waited a few more moments before a thunderclap and a billow of smoke heralded Lothar's arrival. He set his steely gaze on me, unsurprised at our presence. "Have you come to reclaim the chatterbox yet? Its endless yammerings weary me." I nodded and pulled the severed head from my bag. I have the skull of Soego, a were-rat dustman missionary and spy. Lothar took the head of Soego from me and examined it carefully. His gnarled old fingers pried apart loose lips to check Soego's teeth, lifted the lids to gaze into pale, vacant eyes. "A dustman missionary and spy, eh? This will be satisfactory." His fingers twisted through an arcane gesture. "Your friend will be waiting for you above ground, where you came in. Now leave. I have work to do." As much as I wanted to see Mort again, Lothar seemed to be one that could offer answers. Now, hold on. You collect the memories of the dead. Perhaps you can help me find the answers I seek. Lothar's lips thinned, drawing a long crease across his aged features. "Very well, scarred one. Perhaps we can talk. Come." At the other end of the room, Lothar cradled the head over a cauldron, bubbling with an opaque green soup. His fingers kneaded Soego's rotting cheeks, tugged his open mouth. "There is wisdom in bones, scarred one," he said reverently. "Brain matter rots, hearts wither, souls sublimate into nothing, but bones endure, carrying in their ivory pale curves secrets best left forgotten, regrets and loves unnamed. Memories that sank deep into the core of a man are fossilized for as long as the skull lasts. Lothar. He ignored me, and his eyes opened wide in recognition. Ah, I see. A man who lost his lover to a predator's cruel fangs, who sold his soul for her return, and whose body was torn asunder by creatures of ravenous frenzy. I have heard this tale before, from a foolish young bard on an isle a world away, who sang his lover's name even as the waves swallowed him. He dropped Soego's head into the cauldron with a splash. Well, this one will reveal a few dustman's secrets at least. The mane of raven-black hair swirled among the green foam like seaweed. It bobbed a moment. The foul broth trickled into the open mouth, driving a small spider out from its nesting place as it flooded. It dashed along the forehead, needle-like legs circling the perimeter, where the boiling hot soup ate away at the edges of that shrinking island of flesh. Eventually that pale haven was consumed, as the head sank and the spider flailed, scrabbling at nothing as it died, with an agonized futility fueling its final twitches. It only took a moment for its body to dissolve, and in the bubbling green foam its slim legs drifted as flotsam on the surface of a pond. Anna wrapped her arms around herself as if chilled, too nervous to draw a circle over her heart to ward off harm as she usually did. But despite her superstitions and her fears, she crept close at my heels as Lothar led us upstairs. His bedroom was decorated much as I expected, a cage crafted from a creature's rib cage, a wall lined with animal skulls. He sat down in a chair crafted from several tusks, his staff still in hand. "Keep it quick, scarred one. I cannot tarry all day." "Why am I immortal?" I asked, crossing my arms. Lothar looked me over, then cocked his head as if it were a simpleton's question. "Your mortality, your soul, if you will, that which allows you to live and die, is gone from you. It was stripped from you by magical means, by the night hag, Ravel Puzzlewell. Your mortality is the key to your existence. When you find it, you will find your answers." "I've heard a little about her. Tell me about Ravel." "Ravel Puzzlewell is an enigma, even among the night hags. Some would call her balmy. Others say she plays a deeper game than any can see through. She is evil, through and through, making the fiends you'll see in the area seem positively divine when compared to her." He said this plain-faced, as if he didn't notice the irony. "She is out of the reach of men now, thank the powers, for she was mazed by the Lady of Pain." I blinked. This was going to be difficult. Mazed? How do I find her? "Mazes are like pocket dimensions, small places between places. To reach one, you need to find a portal and a key. I do not know where the door or the key are. Perhaps you should seek some of your old acquaintances. You certainly have left a trail of them behind. They will find you, no doubt. Pray they mean you well. Perhaps you should visit the Civic Fest Hall. They have many answers there." What did Ravel do? Lothar sighed and stared past me, resting his head on a knuckle. He spoke with casual authority about this Ravel, as if she was once an old acquaintance, perhaps a rival. "She was a maker of toys and puzzles, a solver of problems that didn't need solving. She decided that Sigil, the cage, was the largest puzzle box of all, and she set herself to undo it, to let in the armies of fiends at her disposal, no doubt, to upset the balance of the city and turn the entire burg into a charnel house. Pray to any power you hold dear with thanks she did not succeed." When I was satisfied with my answers, I returned to the parlor and made my way up that grim ladder. It was good to see color again, the splash of multi-hued light dabbling the floor. I turned my back on Lothar's parlor, leaving that abominable world behind as we left. A distant scream echoed from below. It was an incoherent sound. Perhaps a woman's name filtered through the depths of cruel green waters. I ignored it. Chapter 54. The cold night air muted the stink and the smog somewhat. Stepping out from the ramshackle hut, I breathed a sigh of relief at seeing Mort bobbing happily right at the door. "Mort!" If this is the part where I cry your name and we hug, can I do it with Anna instead? How do you even get a chance to take a breath when you're talking so much? She growled and flicked her tail at him. I stopped breathing the first time I saw you, fiendling. I chuckled. We're just glad to have you back. Och, I'm not. Don't you speak for me. I was going to be squeezed between quick-witted yammering on one side, insults spat in a tongue-curling brogue on the other. I smirked. For the moment, at least, it was a good place to be again. I don't suppose you learned anything at Lothar's. Or did you spend all that time chattering? Hey, chattering's my best trait. Mort rattled his teeth for a moment, then grinned. Eh? Yeah, I know about the litany of curses, Mort. I'm more curious about what you got while you were down there. Well, I made some friends when I was sitting on the shelf in Lothar's waiting for you to bail me out. Thanks for taking your sweet time about it, by the way. They said if I needed any help, I could just call on them. Friends? What do you mean? Well, I just whistle and they kind of show up. They're a good bunch of bashers. Bite like snakes, too. Well, I said awkwardly as I turned to our resident tiefling. I know you didn't have to stay with us until we got Mort back. Thanks. Anna's blood-black lips curled and she rolled her eyes. Ach, you put me through skeleton fire and have chats with bashers best left buried. You've got the lady's shadow on you, you do. Her expression softened. But I guess that's why I couldn't leave you blade down. Idiot like you would get killed 12 times over without a skilled old sneak at hand, eh? Escorting Anna back to the buried village was the least I could do. Any other girl like her would have spat in my face at the offer, but when we walked together back to the hive, she didn't complain. Anna, didn't I meet you in the hive before I found Farad? She nodded, a little warily. Her tail flicked. Aye, you did. I haven't forgot you. What were you doing by the mortuary? It's me territory. I was looking for debtors, I was. She looked me up and down, then smirked. Found a walking one, I did. When I asked about Farad, you told me he was south and west of the mortuary, when he wasn't. My lip curled wryly. It was a nest full of cutthroats. Aye, I did, and you'd have done the same if some scarred wreck came to you and asked where you could find your da. She shrugged. You found him anyway, so I don't want to hear you carrying on about it. All right. I put my hands up defensively. Can you tell me anything else about him? With a twist of her hips, Anna flicked her tail sharply so that it speared Mort's jaw. Caught trying to take a gander at her goods, Mort attempted to stammer out an excuse of some sort when, with another twist, Anna flung him squealing into an alley. There was a crash, the squeal of a cranium rat or two, and a series of curses that I filed away for later use. It really was good to have him back. Been at the village longer than I, Anna said without skipping a beat. Came there a stone's age ago, maybe even found the place. Some of the villagers say. Anna frowned. Farad's a shrewd one, he is. Has a way of squeezing more out of copper than most, and he was never at a lack for jink. Was he searching for that bronze sphere all that time? I asked as Mort bobbed over to my side, keeping me between him and Anna. He shot her a sour look and flicked his tongue as if he were lapping at certain unmentionables of hers. I suppose. Anna shrugged again. I don't know why he was all fired to get it. I could smell it as soon as you brought it to him. She wrinkled her nose. Foul custard smell it had. Still, it must have been something right valuable for him to carry on about it like he did. Almost half a score of collectors got penned in the dead book trying to fetch it. I think he was searching for it because he thought it would save his life. She blinked. What do you mean? Farad didn't lead a good life, I gather, I said, repeating what I remembered of Requin's tale. He was once a governor in one of the upper wards. He apparently used his position to lie, cheat, and hurt others in the process. So much so he was destined to go to the hells when he died. He thought the bronze sphere would save him somehow. So much so he threw away his title, his wealth, and his position to try and find it. Really? Anna became silent for a moment, then shook her head. No accounting for Farad's foolishness, there isn't. A trinket won't save you from fate's hand. If the stains on your soul are black enough, no amount of washing will get 'em out. She paused. Still, if he thought it could save him, maybe it was important somehow, or at least worth a bit of jink.
A bleak air had settled on the village when we arrived. The lanes were quieter than usual, and the villagers hid in their huts and tents. The flick of curtains revealed half-obscured faces, gazing out in fear for a moment before vanishing behind aged yellow cloth. The few that ventured out looked over their shoulders when they didn't glance at me and hustle into trash-filled alleys. It was as if a plague had visited the buried village, for the streets to be so sparse of thugs and blades, and for silence to echo along with our footsteps. "Something's wrong," Anna whispered, and her pace quickened. "Kelm, what's been going on here now?" she asked one of the guards. Kelm's eyes shifted uneasily. "Oh, Anna, you're back. We, didn't expect to see you again so soon." Anna frowned. "What's got the village creeping on eggshells? I've only been gone a day or two and get greeted back as if we've been carrying the plague." "Oh, Kelm stammered. "It isn't you, Anna, really." You just say that, but your eyes haven't crept below me neck." She glanced at me from the corner of her eye, as if I had brought this on the village. "Hey, I'm always happy to take up the slack there." Mort clacked his jaws, his eyes crawled over that milk-pale curve of her thighs. "Not that there's much slack that I can see." Kelm bit his lip. "No, it's... Ferret had just closed Ilwyn Court, demanded that no one disturb him. And soon after..." He trailed off. "What? Spill it, eh?" Kelm glanced at the other guard, who was perfectly content to remain silent. "Anna, something's colder about this place. One moment I'm trading dirty rhymes with Vruck here, and the next I feel this chill down my spine like someone's dug and smoothed my grave."
"You do not feel it,"
Dakon muttered to Anna.
"The echo of bleak oblivion, like a null point in the foam of limbo, where thought and spirit bleed dry."
She bit her lip, and I began to feel it too. It wasn't the emptiness of the village that was unsettling. It was the dark air that emptied the village. Regret and hopelessness, thick enough that I could almost taste it. "We need to speak to Ferret," I declared. For just a moment Kelm paused, as if by instinct he wanted to repeat Ferret's edict that he not be disturbed, but with a tired gesture he waved us past the gate. There are chills that prick at the flesh like needles of ice. They cause one's hairs to rise, they settle into the skin and numb it. When the cold creeps into one's flesh, it becomes paralyzed with shivers. When it seeps into bone and joint, it carries the creaks and weariness of age. And then there are the chills that burrow past the flesh and into the soul. Ferret's mangled body lay limp at the base of his blood-spattered throne. "Da!" Anna choked out. "What happened? Who did this to you?" Like lightning, Dakon's hands shot out and grabbed Anna's wrists. His skills were considerable, if they could match the speed of Anna's hands.
"Look away,"
he said softly as Anna struggled in his grip. "Pike off, Gith!" Anna snarled. "I should shiv you right now!" Dakon adjusted his stance and held her tight. Those thin, frail-looking limbs held a deceptive strength.
"It is a kindness for some things to not be seen. It is a mercy for some things to not be known."
His voice was like the murmur of a stream, calm and placid.
"You know the fate of your father. Let that be enough."
She collapsed into his arms in tearless fury, nails digging into his skin and drawing blood. Dakon didn't flinch. "I hate you mold-faced gith," she growled with a cold fury. "I hate you so much." Chief? Maybe you shouldn't do that." Mort chittered nervously as I knelt beside Ferret's body. "I'll be fine." I turned him over, lifted the blood-stained cloak that his body had become tangled in. I winced. It really wasn't pretty. Dakon was right to hold Anna back from seeing this. "He didn't struggle," I said. "His arm is still clutching the orb. And there isn't any fresh damage to his crutch. I can only hope that it was quick." "Just take it," Anna growled. "Doesn't help him now, and it isn't any worse than he's done to others in the past." I stuffed the orb in my pack, and the crawling sensation it left on my palm only added to my sense of unease. "Anna, do you have any idea how Ferret might have died?" She shook her head and rubbed her wrists. That Spitfire fury had quelled enough for Dakon to let her go. I don't know. No one with half a mind would. Farad got a long shadow, he does. You cross him and you end up getting the stick, you will. You don't have to accompany me anymore, Anna. If you need to stay in the buried village, Nay, Anna interrupted me. I don't need to be in the village. And I was wondering what I'd do if Farad got penned in the dead book, I was. She snorted. Oh, well, he's probably mounting someone's walls in the hells, he is. My jaw dropped. But he's your father. Not me real da, he wasn't. Her eyes took on a hard look. He was greedy, and he was stupid, and he was selfish, and he was weak. And now he's dead. And that's all. I sighed, hefting the crutch in my hand. The rickety wooden staff had a crosspiece nailed across the top, itself wrapped in rags presumably to keep the damn thing from jamming too sharply into Farad's armpit when he leaned on it. Not surprisingly, the crutch smelled terrible, and every inch of it was covered in dirt, sewage, and unidentifiable remains. Something about it made me wonder. Despite its fragile appearance, it had held up rather well. I even tested it with my weight, and it held up without so much as creaking. Considering Farad's scavenging nature, the crutch probably had some value beyond its surface appearance for him. Perhaps it was a weapon, even if he didn't defend himself in the end. I wandered around the court, holding the crutch in one hand, pointing and gesturing and hobbling on it. I only had to search for a few minutes before the air before me cracked open into a familiar blue portal. The air took me by surprise when we entered the portal. It was musty and stale, but clean of the foul sewage stench of the buried village. High, graceful alcoves contained books, and more books, all indexed and placed in neat order among the shelves. They were free of dust, subject to a meticulous cleaning by a hand that knew how to arrange things. I pulled a few tomes out, looked over the faded ink. A few had patches of yellow-brown paste carefully applied to mend tears. This was Farad's hidden side. A library, deep beneath Ilwyn Court. The sad remnant of what glory this place used to bear. How often had Farad closed off Ilwyn Court, so he could walk these halls undisturbed, reading ancient books and sighing wistfully over his lost days as a governor. Did he try to rebuild something he once had here, patching up lost annals and archives? I put the book back. "Ah, so this is Farad's great treasury, aye?" Anna sniffed. "Well, I might as well pick up me inheritance while we're at it." Mort clicked his teeth as he floated along the shelves. "Something tells me this old fart should have bought you that pony when you were a kid, tiefling." There was scant little to be found in the treasury, or Farad's gold was too well hidden for me to find. A few scrolls, a smattering of charms, even a wedge of brick-hard cheese. When we were done, we looped back around for the exit. Chapter 55. Old Mebeth's small collection of charms and spells, once rare valuables, were mere trinkets against the forces I had been facing as of late. I rolled up a scroll and placed it back on her table. By now, such spells were mere cantrips to me. Too good enough for you, child. Was once a time when you crawled to old Mebeth for aid, there was," she scoffed, handing me another bowl of stew. I sipped it slowly. It was bland and starchy. Rich pleasures weren't for someone with Mebeth's years. "You were an excellent teacher, Mebeth," I blandished. "I wouldn't have survived the trials I went through recently if it weren't for you." Her pale lips curled into a grimace. "I don't like the trouble you find yourself in, child, I don't. You've crept out from under my wing and left the nest for treacherous skies ahead. In the hive I can protect ye, but out there," she shook her head. "I'm sorry, child. I can offer you nothing, it seems." "Not true. You can offer me your wisdom, as always." "Go on and ask, then. Have you ever heard of someone named Ravel, Mebeth?" "Puh!" Mebeth hissed and made a semicircle over her heart. "What no-nonsense you going on about, saying such a name in me presence?" She wagged her finger at me. "Evil! Saying such a thing brings evil to one's door." "What do you know about her?" "Ravel? Puh! Myths and scaredy tales told to children's." Her voice dropped, as if warning me. "Listen, child. No Ravel was there, not at all. And if there was, you got no needin' to be rattling that cage. I need to know all you can tell me about her, Mebeth. It's important. Mebeth frowned. She didn't seem to want to meet my gaze. Bad things in a name. She looked back at me. In Ravel's queer hag heart, many shades of evil and badness, all a-crossin' and a-twistin' like snakes. No more need be said. Let it be. Do you know where she is, Mebeth? I have to find her. Where does one find a fairy tale? Mebeth doesn't know, she hissed. And if I did know the knowin', would I tell you? Nay, you'd try to dig it up, but I can't have that on me mind, I can't. She seemed heartbroken. But, child, if you need to know, and you're dead certain that it's near to eatin' you up inside, then I'll tell you. Please, Mebeth, I have to find her. Ravel, cruel Ravel, lies in the ladies' keepin', she does. In a prison, a maze. It said she was put there so long ago, so very long ago. But findin' it, Mebeth knows not the way. She sighed. Ask in the clerk's ward, mayhap. One of the greybeards there may have the dark of it. Anna shuddered and drew a symbol in the air, and set aside her half-finished bowl. Dakon sipped his own calmly. Do you know anything else about Ravel? Something you can tell me before I seek her out? Child, Mebeth spoke, but her voice sounded tired and broken. If you seek evil in the plains, you need not travel far. She coughed. Witch knows witch, power knows power, yet there's none who knows all Ravel's branchings and twistings. Learn your skills well, and keep your lids open when new sights don't be seemin' right. Trust yourself, and do not be a trusted her, hear? I nodded. I will. Thanks, Mebeth. Mebeth sighed. I wish no ills upon others except that one. Glad she's gone, I am, and the cage is better for it. Again will I say this, child. Let the past rot where it lay. Let it lie. We finished our stew and headed off. Welcome to the clerk's ward, Chief. Well-cut paving stones nestled next to each other like scales on a fish. The buildings had been erected with clean-cut stone, colorful and polished. Graceful tiers pierced the arch of the sky, and not a patch of razor vine marred the walls. On the contrary, flowers and vines had been pulled and crafted from delicate sheets of bronze, and on some walls the metallic foliage branched upward and outward, as if daring the abyssal weed to compete. Well-dressed men and women would glide past one another like swans on a lake, bedecked with brocade robes of a dozen colors. The air was clean, the colors vibrant. I never knew colors could be so bold without a veil of yellow-brown smog obscuring everything. There was the smell of sizzling meat wafting from a street-corner kiosk, real meat instead of boiled rat impaled on a stick. In one corner, a group of street performers tumbled over one another, while the music of flutes and bells played in rhythm with the acrobatics. Sigil truly was a city of wonders. An older, stern-looking woman passed by, and with a glance her eyes narrowed. She stopped, studying me with a disapproving, tight-lipped frown. The red-armored guard at her side stepped behind her, crossing his arms across a barrel-thick chest as he stared down at me. "Good day, milady," I said with a slight bow. That is what they did here, I assumed, bow to each other. The woman nodded curtly, speaking in a tone cold as ice. Her voice seemed to cut the air, as if she were accustomed to making speeches or proclaiming edicts. It was cultured and crisp, so unlike the mush-mouthed, curdled-tongued brogue I had been subjected to in the hive. Anna's tail flicked idly. Not that there was anything wrong with an accent, though. "What is your business here? And watch your words, for I am Diligence, 4th Magistrate of the Ward." I blinked, and my lip curled in annoyance. Something troubling about my appearance? She huffed. "I should most certainly think so. Should the Apparel Regulation Act be passed, people of your sort won't be permitted to traipse about in such a manner, half naked and filthy as you are. This look is all the rage in the hive, you know. Perhaps you should try it. It just might suit you." "Oh, definitely," Mort added. "Though you better watch out when he's trying to dress casual." The woman's eyes narrowed even further. "Do not jest with me. I have no patience for it. Now what is it you want?"
I blinked, my good humor gone. You're quick to judge one by their appearance, aren't you? You would tell me, then, that you are not a wanderer, meandering about the city, asking questions of all those you come across, engaging in more than the occasional combat to the death with those who cross you. Well... The faintest hint of a sneer appeared on her lips. I am quick to judge, sir, because I am a magistrate by trade. All that aside, madam, I'm quite clean, and, meaning no disrespect, some cultures might find your clothes offensive. She examined me skeptically for a moment, then nodded. Your point is well taken, sir. Still, though, you cannot deny you are rather a rough-looking sort of fellow. My appearance is merely a product of my environment, madam, and a difficult life. I shouldn't be held accountable for that. Oh, but you should. Her voice took on a tone of pity. There was no arrogance behind it. If anything, she sounded like a mother, voicing her disappointment in a child who could have been so much more. How easy it is for one to blame one's life, one's surroundings, for their every failing. I can see by your manner you are well educated, sir, yet you appear to insist upon a lifestyle of wandering and senseless violence. Why not settle in Sigil, becoming a contributing citizen, rather than some bloody-handed nomad in its streets? The guard behind her shifted his weight, as if to remind me that he still stood at her side. The choice is out of my hands, I assure you. Oh? How so? Her coldness melted away into a look of curiosity. It is difficult to explain. Nonetheless, I would bid you to do so, sir. And so I told her my story. What I knew of it, at least. When I was finished, Diligence looked shocked. That is quite a tale, sir. I sighed. Were it only a tale, madam. It is my life, and I've the scars to prove it. As you noted when we first met, I believe. Yes, quite so. She smiled slightly. I had begun to wonder if she was even capable of such a thing. I wish you luck, sir, in your undertakings. May you find yourself once more. I nodded. My thanks. Farewell, Lady Diligence. Anna kept close to me as we walked, tail twitching. You best watch yourself here now. No trouble. This place has harmonium up to your eyes. So I guess I can count on you not nicking any purses, then. Sss, she scowled. Don't you be saying such things aloud. She's right, Chief. Mort bobbed in front of me. The clerk's ward is a safe place. It's made for all the Burks born with silver spoons and gilded knickers. They run the show in Sigil for the most part. Law's pretty strict, but that means they guard the richest fun. And rare wild fun it was. Skewered meat in one hand and a penny ale in the other, we explored the ward, enjoying the street music, heckling the poets, trying to tip over a performance artist or two. Such mischief wasn't unknown in Sigil. Indeed, it was almost expected, since our antics had earned us a scolding from a harmonium officer or two. They growled at us with the poise and preparation that had to come from dealing with hooligans a dozen times before. I almost burst into laughter as Mort hovered right behind a harmonium officer, accentuating the castigation with flicks of the tongue and wild rolls of his eyes. By the end of the day, Anna was hiding a smirk, and even Dakon seemed less morose. Can we, Chief? Oh, please, can we? Mort pleaded. The brothel of slaking intellectual lusts, the sign said. I gave him a flat look. Did you even read the entire sign? Do I have to? Point taken. A cool, perfumed breeze trickled over us the moment I opened the door. Lavender, perhaps, with a hint of exotic sweetness that melted the tension from my body. Flowers stood at either side of the second arch, bursts of color and ripe fullness. Though the portal had a distinct feminine touch with its delicate arabesques, the firm, curved couches seemed austere in comparison. Each element contrasted the next, accentuating both, and as I entered my eyes were drawn along the transitioning decor. And then they landed on her. She was a stunning golden-haired woman, dressed in an azure and violet dress. The cloth was prim, proper, speckled with silver-gray stars. It hid curves that left plenty to the imagination, though it didn't take much to fill in the blanks. While her skin was a fair shade of peach, nothing about her could be considered plain. Those features were flawless, and I was instantly drawn to her azure eyes. So much so that I almost missed the 2 long, elegant wings draped across her shoulders. She was surveying the room with a slight smile, and she was easily the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. Mort's jaw dropped until it fell off entirely and clattered on the floor. The sound drew her notice immediately, and as she turned to look at us, a confident smile on her lips greeted us as if we were old friends. My guttural voice cracked a bit when I spoke to her. Greetings. The woman turned as I addressed her. She took my measure, then nodded slightly.
Well met, traveler.
She reached up to brush back a stray lock of golden hair.
How may I help you?
Who are you?
I am called Fall from Grace.
She studied me for a moment.
You are new to Sigil, are you not?
No, I suspect I have been here for quite some time, actually. Fall from Grace raised an eyebrow.
Indeed.
Yes, but that is a long tale. Perhaps longer than I know. I looked around. I'm more interested in what this place is.
This is the brothel of slaking intellectual lusts.
She studied me for a moment.
I take it by your question that you did not intend to partake of this establishment.
I licked my lips, not quite knowing how to answer that with anything but a question. Brothel of slaking intellectual lusts. What kind of brothel is this exactly? Fall from Grace smiled.
I established this brothel to give those lustful fevers that strike the mind more avenues of expression rather than simply carnal. Much pleasure can be had in conversation and engaging the verbal arts with others.
Sounds dull, Mort grunted, testing his reattached mandible with a few quick bites. She turned to Mort with that ever-present whisper of a smile and spoke as if unsurprised to be talking to a floating skull.
I assure you, it is not. Tour the brothel. See for yourselves.
So, this is a brothel where there's no intercourse?
Only of a psychological nature. Rest assured, it is still quite stimulating.
Indeed, at that moment a woman approached from around the corner with one hand wrapped around the arm of a middle-aged man. She was beautiful, with skin as pale and cool as marble, but all that the man seemed to be engaged in was lively, if friendly, debate. I have to ask, why did you establish such a place? Fall from Grace raised an eyebrow.
That is an odd question.
She frowned.
I don't think anyone has ever asked me that. At least, directly.
My apologies, Lady Grace. I didn't mean to be so direct. I was merely curious.
Oh, no apologies are necessary.
Her smile returned.
I am more than happy to discuss the reasons with you if you wish.
I would like to hear them, yes.
Part of the answer to your question requires that you know that I am a member of the Society of Sensation. Our faction believes that one should experience as much of the multiverse as possible.
The words sent a tingle along my spine. And that is why you established this place? She nodded.
This brothel is intended to slate the lusts of even the hardened intellectual. It's designed to stimulate the mind, to heighten one's awareness of themselves and others, to create new ways of experiencing another person. It is for those who seek something more than the shallow physical pleasures that fill the hive and lower wards.
Well, I wouldn't exactly call it shallow. Mort clicked his teeth. I see, so this establishment just encourages intellectual fencing rather than, well, the other kind of fencing. My eye followed the prostitute as she circled around the other curve of the hall. The women here must be special indeed. Fall from Grace nodded with no small amount of pride.
The women here are aspiring sensates. They have come to me in search of instruction, to prepare themselves to enter the faction. Also, many of them have a natural grasp of language that can shatter the crust of the most hardened intellectual.
The girls here are in training to be sensates?
Yes. I hope that by learning the art of language and its subtleties, that the patrons and the students here may learn more about themselves. One is only as limited as their command of the language.
To be able to employ language to invoke emotions in others is a tremendous skill. Interesting philosophy. Could I join the Sensates? She smiled. To join the Sensates, one only needs be a student of life. I meant I was interested in joining their faction. That itch prickled the back of my skull again. Something was hauntingly familiar about the philosophy. Taste, touch, smell, hear, feel. If the sensation could trigger a memory, then it made sense I would have to work my way into the faction somehow. Of course, forgive my teasing. Grace nodded. If you wish to join the Sensates, I would inquire at the Civic Fest Hall. Someone there should be able to help you. If I may ask, Lady Grace, the wings on your back, you're not human, I take it. She's one of the fiends, Anna spat. I've heard her curse and snap, but never with so much vitriol dripping from her voice. One of the succubi she is. She'll take your measure, then she'll take your soul to the lower plane, so she will. Your companion is correct. I am a lesser Tenari, more specifically a succubus. Grace gave a soft sigh. I'm afraid we're a little too common in the lower planes and elsewhere for our own good. Most of my race spend their time seducing mortals with various pleasures of the flesh. And you? Grace's reply was unperturbed. I'd like to think that I have distanced myself from that. It is ultimately a trivial and non-productive way for one to spend one's time here in the multiverse. There is much more to life, wouldn't you agree? The soft smile returned. Have you ever heard of a night hag named Ravel? I am familiar with the name. Fall from Grace paused and thought for a moment. Rumors cluster thickly about the name, and most tend to discount her as myth, but I suspect that she did exist, and that she made quite an impression in the cage during her stay here. Why do you ask? I intend to seek her out. She raised an eyebrow. Truly? I find myself compelled to ask why. I need information that she has. Is this information available from no one else? I nodded soberly. It was such a simple thing to say, but chasing down a myth would be much harder than digging my way into Ferid's nest. I suspect that only Ravel possesses the knowledge that I need. Fall from Grace rested her hand lightly on my arm. Consider this. If Ravel does indeed exist, then she is extremely powerful and cunning. If a fraction of the stories of her activities are true, then she is a creature that has discovered new meanings of evil. To search for her is not a quest to be undertaken lightly. I realize that, I said flippantly, still naive of how black a hag's soul could be. Do you know anything else about Ravel? She was said to be one of the hags of the Grey Waste, and that she was believed to possess powers and cunning far beyond those of her sisters. She came to Sigil long ago, and in addition to the evils she committed during her stay, rumor has it her actions threatened the cage itself. Now she primarily exists only as fiction, a figure in children's stories. Grace paused. I imagine the Lady of Pain dealt with her as all threats to Sigil are dealt with. What is the Grey Waste? A blighted plane that lies effectively between Baator and the Abyss. It is frequently a battleground in the Blood War. Her expression warmed again as she sat down, gesturing for me to do the same. The cushions were firm, a little too much to fall asleep or even nap properly, but the curves were comfortable against my back. I must say, this is indeed an intriguing conversation. Her lips curved into a rosy smile. Perhaps you would like some refreshment? A small teapot had been propped above a small candle flame on a countertop, keeping the tea warm up until serving. Porcelain clinked as Fall from Grace set up the table. Anna snubbed her cup. Mort didn't seem interested, and Dakon merely held his cup to warm his hands, but Grace still poured a serving for each of us, if only to be polite. I sipped the amber tea. It was exotic. Very complex. Hot yet cooling on the tongue, with the bearish whisper of fruit and sweetness that left me thirsty for more. Arborean peach blossoms, she said warmly at my expression, with white peppermint and a drop of fire blossom honey to accent the flavors. It's very good. I chuckled and nibbled on a biscuit. Nice job you have here. You get to mix business with pleasure so seamlessly. She smiled and peered over the edge of her cup mysteriously. Sir, pleasure is my business. Anna's tail flicked as her expression soured. I chuckled. Well, as wonderful as this is, I came here looking for help. Perhaps you can help me. Grace blinked. Help? What kind of help were you looking for? I seem to have lost my memories, and in doing so, I've lost myself. You've been stricken with amnesia? She looked pained. She set her teacup down on the saucer. How terrible! Do you have any idea how it happened? I shrugged. Not really. At least, not that I can remember. I woke up on a slab in the mortuary, and everything before that is black. You awoke in the mortuary? I think the dustman mistook me for being dead. Or I was dead, or something. All I know is that I regenerate wounds quickly. I could be immortal, but I don't even know that for sure. Fall from Grace seemed to be appraising me with renewed interest. Those scars on your body. She reached out a hand as if to touch me. May I? While any other man would have been left babbling at the request, I merely blinked at the question. I was wearing a bone sash and a kilt of all things. There was no room to be modest. Sure. Fall from Grace dragged her finger across my chest lightly, tracing the edges of my scars and following the curves where they blended into some of my tattoos. Her touch left a warm electric trail along my skin, and I trembled a little at the light caress. She seemed fascinated. These scars do look as if they would have taken several lifetimes to accumulate. They certainly do, though some are more recent. Grace leaned back. Some of those wounds would have been fatal to a normal man. She tapped her chin, thinking. What do you intend to do now? I don't really know. For the moment, I'm just searching for clues to who I am and what happened to me. Fall from Grace was still thinking, her finger tapping on her chin. I must say, I've never met a man who lost himself in the literal sense. She raised an eyebrow. Forgive me, but your condition is intriguing. I laughed. It is that. She nodded. If it will help, you are welcome to tour the brothel. Several of our students are well versed in the verbal arts. Perhaps some of them will be able to rekindle your memories. Would you like to join me on my travels? Anna stiffened, then started muttering under her breath. Who's to say she'll be coming with us? We don't need the likes of her, so we don't. Bar that, fiendling. Mort clicked his teeth together. I'm all for the succubus coming with us. Powers know you're about as fun as passing a caltrip through your bowels. You best latch your boombox skull, or I'll rattle you so hard they'll be picking your teeth off the spire. Travel with you? Grace smiled slightly. She seemed to be ignoring my companions. That's rather forward of you. I could feel the heat rising to my cheeks. I had extended the invitation on a whim, blurting it out like an eager-to-please boy. Well, I'd rather be honest with my intentions. You seem extremely pleasant and well-versed in the ways of the plains. A companion with that kind of knowledge would be welcome. Hey, wait a minute, Mort protested. I'm the one well-versed in the plains. That's my job, Chief. I grinned. Having two people knowledgeable about the plains in our band seems pretty smart to me. Besides, I said pleasant too, Mort. Pleasant on the eyes, maybe. Looks to me like all some chit has to do is show a little skin and you'll sign her right up. Mort fell silent. Not that I mind that, really. I just thought I'd mention it. Noted, Mort. Look, Lady Grace, excuse me if I'm being too forward, but would you care to travel with us? Grace pursed her lips and arched her eyebrows. I appreciate your candor. I shall counter with some of my own. Why should I travel with you? Lady Grace, I intend to travel to places perhaps no one else has ever been to, or could reach. Would that interest you? That would indeed. She cupped her chin in her hand and thought for a moment. Yet... I grinned. You mean you wouldn't be interested in traveling with an immortal amnesiac who is searching the plains for himself? Oh, I would be extremely interested. She smiled slightly. Such a suggestion is intriguing, make no mistake about that. Then you would like to travel with me? If you wish me to, then there is something you must do for me. There are 10 students in this establishment. I would like you to speak to all of them, then return to me with your thoughts. Then we shall see if we shall travel together or not." I nodded. "I will go speak to them, then." Interlude. The night wears on with the heavy clink of coins adding a metallic chime to the slow strumming of Audeline's lyre. While the hungry crowd had thinned somewhat by the fading day, the seats were still packed, and many were left to enjoy their supper standing like ancient Stoics. For many it is a choice between fish soup and lamb stew, with a thick piece of bread and a wedge of cheese. The light clack of porcelain on the wooden countertops heralds the arrival of your own dish, a dozen snails, baked with cheese and herbs. A light snack for the evening. Your fingers curl around one shell, and the two-tined fork pierces the belly of the critter as voices begin to rise. "Aha!" a garishly clad woman proclaims, swelling with pride. "I knew it! There were records of the Nameless One as a sensate!" "What are you talking about?" Gamir snaps, rattling the table as he squirms in his bonds. "The man knew what he wanted, knew what to do, and he did it. He was a cipher, he was, mark me true." Sai Tavakis is the third to speak, and her voice is smooth as a serpent sliding through the sands. "Oh, please. I would wager a full measure of water that he was a doom guard. The ruin and destruction his presence has rained across the plains would match the efforts of armies." A white-haired old man in dingy clerical robes scoffs. "Bah! Everyone knows he was an Athar. If not, he was one at heart. The man's power has bent the plains and challenged the gods. What more proof do you need?" One of the signers scoffs at the first speaker. "A signer? Is this some test of my convictions? Archived in my memories of the Hall of Speakers, there's clear evidence of the Nameless One's presence." "No, a taker," another growls. "Haven't any of you heard the tales of his ability to seize what he wanted from the weak? His prowess is legendary." "Shut up, all of you," Factor Apetrius snaps. "My word, this is worse than the half-baked squabbles of namers in the city court. I would think that faction representatives would exercise an iota of restraint on claiming him as a mascot until real evidence was presented." "Well, what was he then?" Apetrius's lips thin with impatience, and slowly, very slowly, he knuckles those smoked glass spectacles back onto the bridge of his nose. You sip your ale, hiding a chuckle with your mug as you bring the speared mollusk to your lips. The flesh is tender, the butter rich with garlic and herbs. Apetrius heaves a sigh. "In truth, none of this squabbling is explicitly incorrect. Tales of the Nameless One scattered like sawdust, and there's no doubt that whispers of him have blown into many a faction's door. True, there is one faction that this particular incarnation of the Nameless One had joined, but first he had to deal with the task ahead of him. And oh, what a pleasant task it was." Chapter 56. So, if these prostitutes peddle dialogue, am I sampling their wares by talking to them? Mort bobbed beside me. "Nah, if it isn't pillowy and covered in honey, I wouldn't call them wares." The dark-haired young woman in the first room was staring listlessly off into space, sighing miserably and occasionally picking at the seams of her green velvet gown. It was difficult to discern whether she was depressed or simply bored. Jewelry jingled at her wrists, and emerald cloth hugged her shapely figure, especially accentuating her breasts. She would have been pretty if it weren't for the fact that her eyes were half-lidded in petulant longing. "Greetings. Lady Grace has asked that I speak to each of you in turn." She gave me only the briefest of glances before staring off into the distance once more. "Greetings, yes. I am named Juliet. How may I— Oh, never thou mind. Leave me be, please." She gave an exasperated sigh. "What's wrong?" "Oh, nothing at all. Only that I spend my days gazing into the face of mediocrity, seeing if anything can erase its dreadful, tedious passage." "Is your life so tedious?" "Alas, it is." She sighed again, closing her eyes and massaging her temples. "Dreadfully boring." I chuckled. "I'm certain I could add some excitement to your life." No, 'tis kind of thee to offer, though. I am already with a man, sir, and I do love him dearly. 'Tis just that I wish—" She tapped her finger against her chin. "Something more of our liaison." "Is the relationship lacking, then?" "The only thing it lacks is excitement, sir. Our families took the news of our courtship splendidly. His siblings love my siblings, and our friends think our union to be blessed by the powers themselves. All fine and good, but things are going—" She frowned. "So smoothly. 'Tis not right to have such a trouble-free courtship." "I don't know about that." "Dost thou not? Hast thou ever had such a courtship?" She glanced briefly at me. "'Twould seem that thy life is filled with a variety of problems, judging by the pallor of thy skin." A face flickered in my memory of a pale, ivory-haired woman, her sea-blue gown whipped by an unfelt wind. I can't remember any courtships I've had. The remnants of the ones I have encountered suggest that I may have had some problems. Juliet ignored me and continued groaning. "'Tis just that all my friends have had such interesting relationships. One's fraught with turmoil, feuding families, daggers at one's back, poison, mad siblings, and irate fathers with large swords. I have a lover whose family loves me, and whom the world loves." She sighed again. "A great source of annoyance. How I wish I could formulate some way to spice things up." Mort floated close to me, whispering, "I feel sorry for her lover. He doesn't know how bad he has it. A chit like this is nothing but trouble." "That doesn't sound wise, Juliet. Relish what you have." "I wish to experience troubles, though. I wish to experience the up and downs of courtship. But with him, no other. Ah, such a thing as love. It can be as dull as a club, and is of no use to an aspiring sensate." "What did you have in mind to spice things up?" "I'm not sure. Some element of danger. Or jealousy. Something intense." "I could pretend to be a jealous suitor if you want." Juliet glanced at me, then scoffed. "Oh, I highly doubt that—" Actually, that idea 'tis not half as addled as I had first thought. Thou dost certainly look dangerous enough." She looked me in the eye as if appraising a horse. "Art thou as rugged and tough as thy appearance would indicate?" I grinned. "They don't make 'em any tougher than me, I assure you." "Thou shalt do this for me, then." "Yes, I'll do it." "Excellent. My love Montague may be found within the Civic Fest Hall. I thank thee." She came gliding down the hall when I first met her, tall, elegant, with her sharp features and a regal demeanor, a striking example of aristocratic beauty. Her clothes appeared to be spun of silver thread, and a small vial dangled from her necklace. Flame-haired and commanding, the prostitute was perfumed with an exotic, erotic scent that seemed to draw me towards her. That aroma dominated the air without overwhelming my senses, as if it were her entourage. "Greetings." She looked me over, arching an eyebrow with what I sensed to be disdain. "Greetings. My name is Vivian. Am I to presume I am being summoned?" No, Lady Grace just asked me to talk to each of you in turn." She nodded imperiously. "Go on, then. What's that incredible smell?" She smiled at me. "I thank you for the compliment, but I assure you this particular aroma is a bland and paltry odor in comparison to my personal scent." She sighed. "Your personal scent?" "Yes, I have a particular scent that seems to have gone wandering. 'Tis somewhat difficult to keep in one place. I hope that someone did not take it by accident, though you never know with the ladies around here." She frowned. "So, by any chance you may have smelled it somewhere?" "You smell quite nice right now, you know." She scowled for a moment, and then in an instant smiled at me. Yes, and I thank you for your compliment, but I assure you this particular aroma is nothing to my personal scent." "How can a scent go wandering?" Vivian shook her head. "I had meant to infer that it had been taken. The ladies here are a bit jealous, at times, and have been known to take my various perfumes for themselves. This time, though, someone has absconded with my own personal scent. I worked on that scent, perfected it, and now, poof, 'tis gone.
I need not bear such annoyances. Vivian stomped her feet. I want that sent back, and I want it now. Tch, women. How would you know if you found it? You would know it by smell, I assure you. 'Tis quite striking, especially to men. I could help you. Vivian seemed dubious. Are you certain? I do not wish to impose. No imposition. I'm pleased to help such a lovely woman as yourself. Anna mumbled something angrily, and my ear twitched at the words piking and idjit stick. Vivian smiled and nodded to me. You are too kind. Very well. If you run across it, please let me know. I am somewhat anxious to get it back. A one-of-a-kind scent, really. The petite, attractive young woman was smiling blissfully and humming to herself. Her wide, pale blue eyes seemed to constantly drink in her surroundings as she looked about. Her arms were tucked at her hips, which moved to an unheard beat, swaying back and forth slightly as if she were humming in her head. Such a restless, perky girl. Greetings. She curtsied gratefully and looked up to me, smiling. Well met, good sir. I'm Nenny. How are you this fine She suddenly noticed my scars and placed a gloved hand over her mouth. Oh my, you're hurt. She blinked. All over. Mort spun around me, mocking the girl's obviousness. Powers above, Chief, she's right. I never noticed before. You're covered in scars. They're all old scars, I reassured her. I'm fine. She nodded quietly, lowering her hand. So I was hoping we could... She couldn't seem to tear her eyes from my scars. Oh, how shameful of me. Don't mind my rude staring. I am named Nenny. She made another little curtsy. And it is my great pleasure to welcome you to our brothel for the slaking of intellectual lusts. She returned to staring at my body. You have tattoos under those scars, too. What's that one? She pointed to one of my tattoos. That one's... Looks fascinating. Look at the way the lines of ink... I think that's ink. She squinted and reached out to touch my skin. I let her. Nenny's hands were delicate as they caressed the wound-puckered flesh. Her fingers were adept at drinking in the sensations. She traced a finger around the edge of the tattoo. Is it ink? And what a pattern! Look at the way the lines intersect here. She touched the center of the tattoo. That's simply amazing. She pursed her lips and frowned in disappointment. I could make it out better if there weren't so many scars. I'm afraid there's nothing to be done about the scars. They're permanent. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Pox on me for even mentioning them. She cringed. But I have to know. Are you absolutely sure you're all right? I'm looking at you, and I can't help but believe that you're not in some pain. I shrugged. I have amnesia, but that's all. Amnesia? Nenny blinked and then brightened. Loss of memory. You are so lucky, she chimed perkily. Everything must be so new to you. That's an angle I hadn't considered. Nenny clapped her hands delightedly. I'm so pleased I could open your mind to that idea. I've heard that's what being a sensate is all about, bringing new experiences to others. I'm trying to find Vivian's scent. Do you know where it might be? Nenny frowned deeply. What? Oh, I just can't. I can't say anything bad about anyone. I'm just no good at it. It's not bad to point out a thief, Nenny. Oh, but I don't know if she is a thief. Nenny bit her lip and looked at me with pleading eyes, as if she just wished I'd leave the topic alone. Look, why don't you try and say something not nice about her? Oh, all right. Nenny put her hands on her hips and frowned deeply, almost exaggeratedly. I had to resist the temptation to laugh. Ooh, I dislike her. Very, very much. She paused for a moment and then looked at me out of the corner of her eye, as if gauging my reaction. Was that convincing? No, not really. Nenny frowned. I knew I wouldn't be any good at this. She looked up at me, depressed. Do you know how hard it is to say bad things about someone? It feels so wrong. Why don't you practice on me, Nenny? I suppose I could try. She looked dubious. "You big, mean, nasty brute." She put her hands on her hips. "Meanie." She looked at me. "How was that?" "Put more accent on brute." "You big, mean, nasty brute." "Better. Now hit me." Nenny clamped her hand over her mouth, looking shocked. "Oh, I couldn't. I mustn't. How does one hit somebody anyway?" "Go ahead. Do it lightly if you have to. Remember, I'm a mean, nasty brute. I deserve it." Nenny slapped me. I barely felt it. She still looked shocked and frightened that she hurt me. "Oh, I'm sorry. Did that hurt? Tell me you're okay." "Don't break character, Nenny. Come on, show me what you got. You can say something bad. Just let it all out." Nenny drew her tiny frame to its full height, balled her hands into fists, put them on her hips, and scrunched up her face in a cute scowl. "Oh, damned be you! You deserved that for all the indignities you put me through, going out late at night." Her eyes roamed up and down my body. "Getting into fights and getting all scarred up. What are the kids gonna think, Kids? What?" Nenny's fury rose another notch. "Have you forgotten our children? Are you so sodden with drink that you can't even remember we have children?" Nenny threw up her hands in exasperation. "You're hopeless, clueless, and a lot of other lesses that I won't mention right now." "Excellent," I said approvingly. "Oh, don't you excellent me like I'm some backlicker looking for your approval. I am my own woman, and this woman's about to walk out of your life unless I get some solid commitment." "All right, that's enough out of you, Nenny." Nenny punched me. "Take this." She punched me again. "And this." She punched me again, promptly turning into a little fist-flailing whirlwind. Okay, ow!" I yelped when she started pinching. Time to let go of the anger. Nenny sighed tiredly and rubbed her hands. "Whew! That was easier than I thought." "No kidding." "And I'm sure I'll do better next time. I'm so excited to have learned something new. Thank you." "So I don't suppose you can tell me who took Vivian's scent?" "Maybe. I saw that mean Marissa sneaking out of Vivian's room one night. Now, I'm not saying she took it, but I know Marissa's not a very nice person, and that sure sounds suspicious, huh? I'd go ask her about it." Nenny nodded at me. "Well, Chief, you made a right banshee out of her." Mort cackled as we left Nenny's room. "Next time, I'll just send Anna on the girl." I smirked. The striking young woman had a skin the color of burnished copper. A translucent white dress, held precariously by golden clasps, was draped carefully over her shapely form like two silver-white streams of milk curving around her breasts. "Greetings." The woman nodded and smiled briefly, but offered nothing else. The scent of her hair, sweetly perfumed, filled my nostrils. "Who are you?" She smiled and curtsied, but offered no response. "Can you speak?" She shook her head and smiled sadly at me. Mort laughed. "I love this chit already." I batted him away and continued. "Can you write then, or pantomime? I'm supposed to talk to each of Grace's students." The girl pouted, shaking her head. That was all. "May I ask why you can't communicate?" She sighed softly and nodded. I sighed. Hopefully this would be enough for a fall from grace. My shin cracked against a table. Biting back a curse, I continued bumbling through the darkened room. I would have left long ago if it weren't for the sound of quiet breathing, or the cruel chuckle that came from the shadows. Circling around, I squinted at the figure behind a partition. I was barely able to make out a shapely female form in the darkness. She turned to me, but I could see nothing of her face. Hello. Lady Grace sent me to speak to each of you." The figure answered in a voice that was slow and deadly, like a steel dagger drawn across stone. "Yes? Come to speak with Marissa, have you? Quite rude of you to enter a darkened room, storming behind my partition like so. Rude and foolhardy." I could hear a faint whispering sound, like a slight breeze or the hissing of serpents. Mort whispered quietly to me. "Whoa, creepy chit." My apologies, my lady. I wasn't sure if someone was here. The woman gave a slight
But it would seem there is someone in this room, wouldn't it? Shall you be on your way, then?
Why is it so dark in here?
To prevent any unwanted and embarrassing casualties. Now what is it that you want?
I was told you were seen sneaking away from Vivian's chambers recently. Is that connected with her missing scent somehow? Marissa said nothing, though an angry hissing issued from the darkness around her.
Yes, I've been known to creep into Vivian's chambers for some of her perfumes, though I doubt you'll meet another here who hasn't. If you're implying that I've got her personal scent, well, feel free to sniff around. You'll not find it on me or in my chambers, I assure you. Perhaps whoever took my crimson veil took Vivian's scent as well.
Your veil has been stolen?
My veil. My crimson veil. Have you seen it, perchance?
No. What's it for? Is it just a normal veil? Marissa sighed quietly.
Not quite. It aids me in communication. Face-to-face communication, that is.
Why do you need to hide your face?
Enough with these asinine questions, she growled. Now get out.
Chapter 57. Ash-gray skin draped over a firm, voluptuous body. Those rounded curves were held loosely in rein by a scant violet gown. I'd seen more wool in a single wash rag than this. A thick mane of wavy, raven-colored hair draped over graceful shoulders. Shimmering crimson eyes burned like firelit rubies. Though she wasn't beautiful in the typical sense of the word, her features were exotic and not altogether unattractive. Well, hello, miss. The woman's voice was deep and sensuous.
And my greetings to you, sir.
Her burning eyes roamed over me.
I'm Kasai Saris. So tell me, what might I do for you,
Anything, Mort cried. Do anything you want to me. Kasai laughed heartily, revealing canines long enough to be considered fangs. She shook her head and smiled at Mort.
Truly, though, please, what can I do for you?
Well, what do you usually do for patrons?
Talk, of course. Usually about dreams, often those erotic in nature, but not always.
Kasai winked at me, smiling.
So, would you like to tell me yours? Don't be shy. I've heard everything, you know. Nothing will shock or surprise me, and I so love to hear people's dreams. We can trade if you like, too, but you must go first.
I was suddenly very aware of that half-healed scar within me. I don't have dreams, actually. Kasai arched her eyebrows in surprise.
Truly? How sad. Even fiends and divas dream, you know. Are you certain you don't?
Quite certain. No dreams at all.
Too peculiar. I'm at a loss as to what to say.
She pouted in sympathy. I'm trying to find Vivian's scent. Do you know where it might be?
No, I don't.
Kasai frowned.
Most of the women will say she's prissy, but she's always been nice enough to me, complimenting me on my eyes, and she smells so good. I hope she finds her own scent again soon. Try asking Nenny about it. She's everywhere at once and might have seen something.
I smiled. You do have very lovely eyes, you know.
Why, thank you. You can see them glowing in the dark, you know. Bizarre, no?
She paused to look at me.
You've some nice eyes, too. So dark and mysterious. So full of character.
Tch! Anna sneered, rolling her eyes. Egypt? Don't be upset, Anna. You're just as lovely. I shot her a cocky smile, laying it on just thick enough without being cloying. And what's that supposed to mean, you pikin' tart? Do you think me jealous of this chatty tart? You sod! Anna spat and looked away from me. The slight blush at her cheeks gave her away. If there was something that Anna wouldn't have gotten all snippy over, it was this. Two strange cubic creatures stood calmly beneath a verdant bow at the indoor garden. They seemed to be as much machine as they were organic. They had 4 skeletal arms like polished copper and equally metallic wings perched on their topside. As I approached, one of them silently stared at me with wide, unblinking eyes. Its face didn't have the slightest trace of emotion on it. "Oh, come on, Chief," Mort groaned. "We're in a building full of the sexiest chits this side of the multiverse, and you're stopping to talk to Modrons?" "What can you tell me about them, Mort?" Mort made a noise of utter disgust. "What's there to say? Annoying little clockwork pests. They're always working to impose law and order upon the multiverse. Not good, mind you, just law. Let's just forget about them and go chat up the ladies, eh?" Mort groaned, exasperated, when I approached it. Hi." The Modron's voice had a metallic, reverberating quality to it, as if it were more a sound played out on some warped musical instrument than true speech. "Your greeting is returned." There was a soft click as the creature blinked. An awkward silence hung in the air between the two of us. I had some questions. "Identify yourself to us," it droned. "I'm Adon," I lied. The creature tilted slightly forward, then back on its metallic legs. Whether the movement was meant to indicate a bow or a nod, I wasn't sure. "We would identify ourselves as Modrons, Quadrone type, winged variant, to the subject Adon." "What are you doing here?" "Our purpose here is observation." I looked around. There were no busty Modron females around, and thank the powers. The idea was somewhat disturbing. "What are you observing?" "We are observing one of the establishment's staff." I blinked. "Who?" "As previously stated, we are observing one of the establishment's staff." "Yes, but who exactly are you observing?" "The object of our scrutiny is named Delura." I hadn't met her yet. I wasn't disappointed. Dark-haired, pale-skinned, and swishing with a firm, steady stride, Delora carried a cultured, refined look. As she turned to me, I noted that her eyes, which I had previously thought to be gray, were the color of brushed steel. "Greetings." Her voice was soft, calm, and without inflection. It had a certain far-away quality, as if it was somehow not attached to her. "Greetings. I am called Delora. May I serve you somehow?" I leaned forward with a smile. "In what ways can you serve me, Delora?" She blinked her eyes, then touched her hand to her heart, bowing her head slightly. "I am able to debate any scholarly or academic matter quite proficiently, if that is your wish. I am also well versed in various games of strategy, should you wish to play something, though I have the materials for few such games here." "Debate, you say?" I smiled. It might be interesting to banter philosophy with someone new for the first time. Someone lovely. Delora nodded. "That is correct. I am neither a tome nor a tutor. I have no desire to educate my patrons. Should you have a matter to discuss, however, the 15 factions and their effect on Sigillian politics, the most effective battle stratagems for warring in Acheron, the meaning of existence itself, I would be most pleased to choose a counterpoint and engage you in debate." "Sounds fun." I chose a topic and began. The debate lasted a long time as the two of us exchanged points and counterpoints, each attempting to methodically undermine the other's position. In the time that Dakon sat and listened quietly, Anna sat in the high branch of the tree, swinging her legs and enjoying the shade. In the distance, I could hear the yelps of some of the women as Mort tried to sneak little looks under their skirts. But as I spoke, a strange feeling began to come over me, a memory, trying to surface. The hollow echo of music through the banquet hall had become a distant hum. The acoustics of the main auditorium of the Hall of Speakers are poor. It is an empty shell compared to what is available at the Civic Fest Hall, yet such petty details are unimportant for what is happening here. Well-dressed elites mill about, discussing politics and philosophy over glasses of wine. Across from me is a small, impeccably dressed fellow
with a golden medallion glinting on his chest, emblazoned with the strange draconic symbol that is the seal of the sign of One. The two of us stand in a circle of onlookers who had gathered to listen to our debate.
But that's impossible,
the man says, looking perplexed. Oh, but it is, I replied with a knowing smile. I've made several inarguable points and given you a number of examples. You simply don't exist. He sobers, the confusion giving way to helpless shock.
But you can't. Were I to accept that, I'd...
Yes, you'd cease to exist. And without a flash of light or puff of smoke, with no fanfare of any sort, the man is simply gone. The onlookers ooh and ah. Some begin to clap, until the aristocratic adulation grows into polite applause. I give a flourishing bow, adjust the collar of my velvet coat, and walk away with a small, satisfied smile upon my lips.
I suddenly realized Delora was watching me closely.
Are you feeling well? We might finish our discussion at another time, should you like.
No. I worked some moisture back into my mouth and licked my lips. Let's continue the debate. As hard-pressed as I was to beat Delora's infallible sense of logic, I eventually won out. She merely nodded in approval.
You are a most skilled debater, this there is no denying. I do feel, though, that had I time to perform some research, you might not have bested me.
I smiled. Perhaps. Perhaps not. I'd consider that an unfair advantage, though.
Delora nodded. If you would like, we can debate once more upon the same topic. I could argue your position this time, should you desire it.
Are you always so ruthless in a debate?
Delora nodded. Mistress Grace instructed me to show no mercy, for another of her students always allow a patron to win after a lengthy debate. It was Mistress Grace's desire that I provide a different sort of experience for the clientele.
Could we play a game, then?
Of course. Is there anything in particular you wish to play?
I shook my head. No, I don't really remember any games.
Here, then. Allow me to show you one.
Delora brought out a thin, lacquered box, which unfolded into a small board marked with a grid. The contents of the box proved to be a number of polished stone chips, half of them black, half of them white.
This game goes by many names. Shall I explain the rules to you?
Yes, please. Delora explained the rules of the game, how the chips are moved, how one bests one opponent. It seemed somehow faintly familiar to me.
The rules are simple, yes, but a great deal of complexity lies within the game itself. It takes a great deal of time to master. Shall we play?
Yes, let's. As I played, I came to realize that I'd done so before. Various ploys and strategies came to mind that have won me previous games, and I found myself trying every trick I knew to beat her. Suddenly, a strange feeling came over me, another memory, trying to surface.
A smoke-filled field of battle lay sprawled out before me. Atop a great hill overlooking the fighting, I sit, mounted upon a massive four-legged beast. The braying of horns carries my orders to the troops below. Even as I watch, my forces divide, fleeing left and right as the foreign army fights its way up the hill to slay the enemy lord, me. The fools, I murmur to myself, lips curling into a wicked smile. Soon my knights shall charge down the hillside and stop their advance in an instant, and at that very moment my retreating footmen will fall in to crush their flanks. Ah, yet another victory, soon to be mine.
I suddenly realized Delora was watching me again.
Are you sure you're feeling well? We might take up the game another day if you so wish.
I cleared my throat and shook off the last vestiges of the memory, already gone from me like smoke at my fingertips. Let's continue the game.
Delora played excellently, counteracting all but my most crafty moves, but eventually my feints and calculating maneuvers won over her well-crafted strategies. She nodded approvingly as she began to put the game away. "You are a fine player, perhaps a master. I commend you for your skill." "Just a fluke, I guess." I thanked her and moved on to the next room. "You useless half-wit! Stoneless eunuch!" I stepped back at the snarl that filtered half-muted through the door. Yes, mistress." There was a meaty sound of a set of knuckles striking flesh. "Get down there! Lick it!" Bah, forget it, you pale-bellied, hollow-skulled idiot! Get out of my sight!" The door swung open, and a slim little man scurried past me. He sported a fine black eye, and a trickle of blood ran down his nose, which made the half-smile on his lips all the more out of place. I wasn't going to relish this. The wild-looking tiefling girl met my gaze with an angry scowl. Her tattooed body was practically naked, covered only by a narrow leather thong, a black cloth brassiere, and armored shoulder pads that appeared to serve more as decoration than actual protection. Her spiked hair, as well as the thin fur that covered her goat-like legs, was brassy white, and numerous silver rings dangled from her ears, nostrils, lips, and brow. She wore a leather collar around her throat, with the inscription, Kimashi Addertongue. Kimashi bared her teeth at me. "And just what are you looking at, you banged-up sod?" "My friend thought you were attractive, but whoa, was he ever horribly mistaken?" She sneered at Mort, then looked below him where a body would normally be. "Sharp tongue, for a stemless debtor. Like I'd let mine anywhere near if I had one. What, did you hear the word brothel and think you could make some jink here, you flea-bitten gutter whore? Ha! Can't believe they even let you in the door, what with all those ticks hopping off your shaggy legs." "Ticks? The only annoying insect around here is you!" She suddenly turned to me. "Hey, you here to talk to me or what?" "Or what? What else can I do with you?" I crossed my arms. Some of the patrons might have enjoyed being horsewhipped by a tiefling, but I knew I could dish out as much crap as she could throw. "What did you have in mind, you sodding jawbox? Go ahead, give me a reason to say no to you." "The Lady Grace said I was to talk to each of her 10 students, though apparently she needs to raise her standards." The tiefling rolled her eyes. "And what makes you think I care? Why don't you lick my backside?" "My tongue's not wide enough, and I don't like hair in my mouth." "Well, you certainly seem to like the taste of offal in your mouth, you dung-breathed cretin." "Only because it's like kissing you, you mangy stinkpot." I grinned. Anna hid a chuckle behind her wrist. "Kiss me?" She made a retching sound. "I'd rather kiss a bloody mass of phlegm than lay my lips on you. No thanks." "Don't thank me. Thank the power someone actually wants to kiss you." Kimashi looked at a loss for something to say. For an instant, a smile threatened to crack the grimacing mask of her face, and then she became more of a basilisk than ever. "All right, what do you want of me?" "What do you usually do for patrons?" "I'm a practitioner of abuse." "What's that mean?" "I'll show you." Her hand lashed out to slap my face, but I managed to barely dodge the blow. Kimashi pouted visibly, then scowled. "Oh well." "Say," I said, looking sideways at Mort, "can you teach my skull friend here to be more abusive?" She raised her eyebrows. "Now that's an unusual request. I don't know, it seems pretty foul-mouthed already." That's he seems pretty foul-mouthed, Kimashi Bladderdung, you scuffy goat-gamed harlot," Mort snapped. "You wish you had legs like mine, you pitiful wretch of a bone box. I can walk, run, and dance. What do you do? Bob around wishing you had a pair, goats or otherwise." The two of them laid into one another, exchanging barbed, blistering insults and clashing with razor-edged tongues. More than once I was tempted to cover my ears, and even Anna looked impressed at the battle. At last the two stopped their bickering, and an eerie silence settled over them as they eyed one another hatefully. Finally, the tiefling made a grudging admission to Mort. "You're not bad, really. Not bad at all." "Better than you, perhaps?" Mort waggled his eyebrows at her. Eh? Kimashi narrowed her eyes at Mort. Don't push it, Skull. I won't, Tiefling. I will admit I might have learned a thing or two, though. Good thinking, Chief. Clad in an earthen peach-brown gown, the next fetching young woman had a faraway look in her soft sea-green eyes. Her honey-blonde hair was pulled back and coiffed into a high elegant style, and was decked with fine ornaments that served only to frame her lovely face further. Greetings. She nodded to me. Greetings. I am Eve, the Tail Chaser. What a coincidence. I too chase tail, Mort chirped. Eve continued unperturbed. Have you come to trade tales? Why are you called the Tail Chaser? She stared past me and recited a story long practiced and enchanting. Once upon a time, a girl came to an oracle who was rumored to know many things, and asked of it a boon. Her life was in need of direction, so she asked this oracle as to what would give her purpose. Now the oracle was not evil, but it was vague and tended toward drink, which caused it to be obscure in many matters of judgment and focus. Its only answer to the girl's question was that within one story that she would hear in her lifetime was the truth that she sought. The girl went off and collected stories, which she chases to this day, not knowing which of the thousands hold the truth. Such is the danger of a foolish question, and the wisdom of an unspoken one. We traded stories then, one for one. I told her of my stint in the mortuary, of the alley that gave birth to a new segment of the city. I spoke of Requin's odoriferous curse, of the guttered segment of the hive that became the alley of dangerous angles. With a heavy heart I recited the tale of Farid, whose lies had damned him, and who sought salvation in vain. The story of Ignis, whose heart burned with the love of flame. She taught me new stories in turn. Chapter of Dust. There are chapters in the Dead Book, the massive tome which the dustmen keep, that records the passing of all that lives into the eternal boundary. In this book there are chapters that are naught but dust, and it is believed that the names therein are lost souls who cannot die, but who suffer life eternally until history itself dies and grants them release. The Clock in the Quadrone. Once upon a time there existed a Modron. It was newly created, its logic fresh and untested, and it had come to Sigil, following the commands of its Modron superiors. It knew nothing but commands and dictates, of obedience and passing along the orders of its superiors. For you see, Modrons are only aware of the commands of their immediate superiors. They have no grasp of a higher authority, until this one. One day it came upon a small shop, within which there was a small clock that could no longer tell time. It was cracked along the edges, the wheels of its hands broken. The Modron immediately set itself to work at getting the parts to fix the broken clock. It made a new wooden housing for the clock's parts, replaced the bent springs, carefully filed and oiled the clockwork machinery, and carved new hands from the sparse metal available to it. The newly repaired clock's precise ticking reminded it of the great gears of Mechanus, and it comforted as much as anything may comfort a Modron. And what the Modron never came to understand was that it truly loved this clock that it had worked on, and for reasons it could not explain, elected to remain in Sigil and be with the clock for the rest of its years. The Gilded Tale. Upon the plain of Isgard is the Gilded Hall, where those sensates that seek the pleasure of gullet and loin can be found. They indulge these passions in earnest, never realizing that the doors of the hall never open, and that there is no clear path back to the civic fest hall. They are the unwanted sensates, the ones that do not truly believe in the faction, but instead seek only pleasure for pleasure's sake. Are prisoners who do not realize they are as such truly prisoners? The Lady's Suitor. The tale concerns a suitor of the Lady of Pain, one of many over the years. He was a young man who was obsessed with the mistress of Sigil. He saw her everywhere, in every corner of her city. He would hear the rustling of her robes, the scrapes of her blades, and grew infatuated beyond all reason. He hoped that if he worshipped her, that he would at last be able to see her, and so worship her he did. He was found dead on the blood-soaked steps of his own home, grievous stab wounds covering the whole of his body. But his eyes were open wide, and upon his lips was a triumphant smile. Memories of Beauty. Once came a man who had experienced the most beautiful thing in the multiverse. It was his intention to place the experience within one of the Civic Fest Hall's sensory stones, magical devices which held feelings and memories for an eternity, leaving them for others to partake of. But he thought about it. Wouldn't it being shared dilute the experience? So he held it to himself, precious thing that it was, and aged with the memory. But as he aged, the memory became tarnished and beaten, and he could no longer recall the glory of the experience. The Execution. Once a murderer roamed Sigil's streets, a black-hearted man by the name of Cossacks. He had been blessed by his abyssal mother so that no one could strike him with an intent to harm, or they themselves would die. He reveled in his blessing, using it to start fights and murder anyone who crossed his path. During one of his murderous rages, he was captured by the Harmonium with nets and brought before the governors. The trial was short, final, yet Cossacks laughed at the proceedings, knowing that no one among them could harm him without dying horribly. At the final day of his trial, he was proclaimed guilty and sentenced to death. Cossack's sentence proclaimed by the governors was this: confinement for thrice 30 days, during which time you shall give up your life, be declared dead, and your body removed when all signs of life cease. Cossacks laughed and dared any of them to try and harm him, yet the court was silent. The mercy killers led Cossacks to his prison and locked him in a dark, empty cell. There were no cots, no lights, and the only door was a steel grate in the ceiling. As they lowered him into the cell, the mercy killer told him, "In the corner of your cell will you find a chalice. It holds poison. Your death will be swift." "Aren't you going to execute me?" Cossack snarled at the guard. "No one in Sigil shall lay a hand on you with intent to harm," came the mercy killer's reply. "Then I spit on your cowardice," Cossacks laughed, feeling for the chalice in the darkness, then hurling it at the wall and shattering it. Its poison dripped from the walls and dried until it was no more. "Come then, you will have to try and kill me now." But there was no response from the grate in the ceiling. It was then that Cossack noticed the cell had no cot, no lights, and no food and water. All that remained was the shattered chalice, the poison gone, and for the first time, Cossacks knew the icy touch of death's approach. In twice 30 days the grate opened, and Cossack's body, now cold, was taken from the cell. It had given up its life, and the execution had been carried out. Eager for more stories, I looked to my companions. "Anna, do you have a story to trade?" "I am no good at telling such things, I'm not." She frowned and waved her hand as if trying to shoo away the idea. "Don't be asking me for such nonsense now." Eve smiled at Anna. "But I would very much like to hear your story." "Please share your story, Anna," I urged. "Come on, Fiendling. You already have one tale you won't part with," Mort grumbled. Anna looked uncomfortable, her tail lashing slowly back and forth. "Well, I know one story." She suddenly became angry, glaring at Eves. "But you may not like it, you won't, so don't be blaming me for your choking it out of me." "Go ahead, Anna." Anna scowled and finally relented with an exasperated sigh. "I heard a story when I was a wee lass. This Burke's walking home real late, near Antipeak, and passes an old toothless crone in a dark and otherwise empty street. 'Where are you going?' she asks him. 'Home to me wife and kip,' he say. 'Near the Slags?' she asks him. 'Sure enough,' he say. So she asked him a favour, to take a box she's got to the debtor's pit, give it to a woman there. Now this Burke's a real sap, too nice to say no, despite the fact he's sure something's not quite right about this old crone, and agrees. 'But what's the woman's name?' he asks. 'And where does she live? And where should I look for her if she's not by the debtor pit?' The woman hands him the box, a wooden thing wrapped in coloured cloth, and tells him to just go, and she'll be there. Finally she warns him, 'And whatever he does, do not open the box.' So he takes it home with him and hides it in the rafters, thinking he'll bring it by debtor's pit when it's light out. His wife, though, seeing him hiding the box, gets right jealous, thinking it's a gift for a lover or something, and opens it up as soon as he's not looking. Well, turns out the box was full of gouged out eyes and severed male members with the hair still on 'em. Her scream brought the Burke running, and he remembered what the crone had said, got right scared, and wrapped the box back up. He went out straight away to the debtor's pit, and sure enough there was another old hag waiting there for him. He hands her the box, and she says to him, 'This box has been opened and looked into.' The poor Burke tried to deny it, but she get this dreadful look on her face. 'You done something horrible,' she tells him, then disappears. That done, he hurries back to his kip. He's feeling ill when he gets back, and he takes to bed. His wife bitterly regretted opening the box and all, but it was too late. The next day he died of a rotten disease, and the first things to go was his eyes and stem." Anna nodded grimly, her tale complete. If that was the kind of story Anna grew up around, that explained a few things. Eve just smiled. "That was a wonderful tale, Anna. You should never hesitate to share it. Now, I've one for you and your companion. It's called The Parched Land. Once a large village was struck by a terrible drought. A farmer journeyed to the worshipping stone and again implored it as to the cause of the drought. He asked the stone why it did nothing when the fields were parched and dying, why the animals and people suffered while the stone did not a thing. 'Have we not given enough offerings?' the farmer asked, begging almost upon his hands and knees. But the stone did not respond. It merely sat and cast its shadow." Dakon, do you have a story to trade? "Och, he's some kind of piking tard, clapping and squealing for story time." "Nah, don't listen to her, Chief. She's just jealous that her mams aren't as nice as Eve here." Mort dodged away before Anna could grab him and do something horrible. Dakon nodded solemnly in response.
"I shall impart the tale of Akali drowning."
Dakon told the story of Akali, a foolish Githzerai of myth who had become lost in the chaos of limbo. Normally, a single Githzerai may use their focus and mental discipline to form the chaos around them into a small, habitable environment. Akali, however, asked so many useless and unfocused questions in her quest to return home that her isle of matter dissolved around her, and she drowned. Eve smiled. "Fascinating, Dakon. Let me share with you and your companion another version of your tale that I have heard." Dakon looked attentive and perhaps a little surprised. Eve continued to tell a different story of Dakon's tale, in which Akali was driven from the Githzerai city of Shrak'Talor for her constant useless prattling. "One day she encountered a Slotty on his way to the spawning stone. She hastily erected a wall of chaos matter, which even the ravenous Slotty found difficult to break down. Hungrily it waited and spoke to her through the wall. She asked it questions, and as she became more absorbed in her pointless queries and the Slotty's answers, her own wall decayed and collapsed upon her, and thus she drowned in the matter of limbo." Dakon was silent, mulling over those words carefully. I grinned at Mort. "Your turn." "Me?" he groaned. "Why do I have to tell a story?" I sighed. "Forget it then." No, I'll do it. I just thought I'd complain a little out of convention. Besides, I love the attention." I stuck my tongue out. "No way, Mort. I don't want to hear it." "Please, come on. Please, it's a great story. Lots of characters, action, foreshadowing, and a startling denouement." "What's a denouement?" "Beats me, but it sure sounds impressive." I rolled my eyes. "Fine, go ahead." He grinned cheerfully, then sank his voice down to sound as serious as he could be. "An elderly man was sitting alone on a dark path, right? He wasn't certain of which direction to go, and he'd forgotten both where he was and where he was traveling to, and who he was. He'd sat down for a moment to rest his weary legs, and suddenly looked up to see an elderly woman before him. She grinned toothlessly and, with a cackle, spoke. 'Now your third wish. What will it be?' 'Third wish?' The man was baffled. 'How can it be a third wish if I hadn't had a first and second wish?' 'You've had 2 wishes already,' the hag said, 'but your second wish was for me to return everything to the way it was before you made your first wish. That's why you remember nothing, because everything is the way it was before you made any wishes.' She cackled at the poor Burke. 'So it is that you have 1 wish left.' 'All right,' said the man. 'I don't believe this, but there's no harm in wishing. I wish to know who I am.' 'Funny,' said the old woman as she granted his wish and disappeared forever. 'That was your first wish.' My blood ran cold. Chapter 58. By now I had spoken to 9 of the prostitutes. Juliet, the troublesome lover, Vivian, the perfumed beauty, Nenny Nine-Eyes, who was so boisterous and keen, the pretty mute girl, who, through some inquiries later, I would learn was named Echo. There was Cruel Marissa, the voluptuous dreamer Kasai Saris, the scholar Delora, and Eves the Tail Chaser and Kimashi Addertongue, neither of whom needed further adjectives. 9. Mort was all too eager to help hunt down the 10th. "You could always try the secret door in the back," Anna said with a smirk after the third time we'd circled around the brothel. "Secret door?" She indicated a wood paneling near the back, which cleverly swung to the side to reveal a staircase downward. Oh. I had seen many wonders in my short time in Sigil, but this left me speechless. A giant statue towered over us, of a naked woman frozen in the steps of a dance. All about her, earthenware pots hung from the ceiling which cradled masses of vines, each decked with leaves and blossoms like emerald and violet gowns. The air was fresh, moist and cool like a forest glade. A slim little man with owlish eyes looked up at me, nudging his spectacles back to the bridge of his nose. He gestured at me with his watering can. "Greetings, sir. Might I ask how you came to be here?" "I just came from down those stairs, through that strange door I found." "I'd best work on concealing it a bit better, then." He shrugged and smiled at me. "I'm the brothel's caretaker, by the way. You're not supposed to be down here, really, but it's all right if you look around a bit." I gazed upward at the graceful arches of the foliage. "Can you tell me what this place is? It's beautiful." He smiled. "Why, thank you. I do my best, you know. This is the brothel cellar, where the ladies' sensory stones are kept. They use them as diaries of a sort. You won't be able to use them if that's what you're thinking. Each of them is attuned to one particular student of the brothel so that only she may access that stone." Slim silver rings bound each sensory stone like the fringes of a bodice, accentuating the soft curve of the glass globe within. They hummed with the unwavering gaze of a woman's thoughts and memories, mysterious as her gaze and held in rein only by a slim layer of crystal. I reached out, daring to allow my fingers to hover near the surface of one. It didn't so much as flicker. Each sensory stone had the name of a prostitute inscribed into its base. 9 prostitutes in all, and one more. Held in the mesh of an engraved silver band, it pulsed with that same soft light as the others. Something had once been inscribed into its base, but the writing had been scoured away. Damn. Well, I had other things to do anyway. "Hey, Nenny." "Good day to you, sir. Oh, it's so lovely to see you again. Would you like to sit down for a good chat now?" "Actually, I was hoping you could help me. I'm trying to find Marissa's crimson veil. Do you know where it might be?" Nenny's eyes shone bright with recollection. "I'll bet I do. I saw that nasty Kimashi Addertongue sneaking out of Marissa's room one night. They're both meanies, you know, but Kimashi's really awful. Anyway, I'd talk to her first." I knew that hairy, goat-assed hag had something to do with this. We stood outside. I hummed to myself, trying to drown out the exchange of curses with a lewd drinking song I had picked up in the smoldering corpse. Mort pressed his occipital bone to the door, his eyes flicking back and forth as if he were mentally taking notes. Eventually, the door burst open and knocked Mort aside with a yelp, but the man storming out was too red-faced with fury to notice. "Well," Kimashi said with a curled lip as I entered, "what was the Abishai eating when he squatted in front of my door and sneezed you out?" "I came here to ask you something, Kimashi." She rolled her eyes as if bored that she couldn't get a rise out of me. "Make it quick then, you ugly sod." "I was told you were seen sneaking away from Marissa's chambers recently. Is that connected with her missing veil somehow?" Kimashi's eyes flashed, and every hair on her puffed out as she flew into a rage. "Who told you that?" She suddenly fell silent, glaring at me through narrowed eyes. "If I was there, Burke, I didn't take her filthy veil. Search my room if you'd like. I catch you sniffing at my breeches, though. I'll see to it you're never allowed in here again." I blinked. Why would anyone ever sniff at your breeches? Beats me. Someone nicked more than a few pair of them, though. My favorite leather brassiere, too, with the iron studs. She humphed angrily. Someone was stealing from Kimashi, too? I went back to Nenny's room. Kimashi said someone's been taking things from her room, too. Have you seen anything odd? Nenny's eyes suddenly went wide. "Oh, that's right. You know, I once saw a man sneaking out of Kimashi's room while she was out talking to a patron. I watched the front doors all day, but he never ever left. Isn't that odd? I don't think he could have made it out a window, and so I never figured out where he went. And then I totally forgot about it. Weird, huh?" Anna flicked her tail and crossed her arms. "Now we do things my way." "This doesn't seem right," I grumbled as I pawed through the drawers. Anna pulled the stopper from a bottle of perfume and sniffed. By the look on her face, she wasn't too impressed. "This couldn't seem more right," Mort countered as he watched me pull out a nice lacy green gown. "Hey, I wonder how Anna'd look in this one." "Rattling your boombox isn't gonna get you results," Anna replied. "Sides, you could use a lesson or two in the cunning ways." "Do you think Dakon would really follow through with this, Chief? I mean, sods that old either love young girls' undergarments or never give him a second glance, and he doesn't seem the type to join in on a good old-fashioned panty raid." I grunted, rifling through the clothes. Who in the plains needed so many clothes? I've only ever had a kilt and a belt made out of bones. Toss in a stout pair of boots and that was enough. Trust me, he'll do whatever I ask of him. And besides, that man had taken wounds and fought in battle for me. Standing guard wasn't exactly out of the question. "Yeah, I guess, Chief. But if you ask me, I don't trust the Gith. Better keep an eye on him." I recalled the words etched on my back. Don't trust the skull. As I made to search the armoire in the corner of the room, its handle suddenly yanked out of my grasp and the drawers slammed themselves shut. A disdainful humph issued from the cabinet. I blinked in surprise. Hello? "Hello indeed." The armoire gave another humph. "So what have we here? A rogue after some lady's frilly undergarments, "You talk?" "Do I? Why, yes I do." Its voice was slightly pitched and just a touch nasal, but the armoire had an air of well-spoken aristocratic dignity to its voice. "Who are you?" "I am Luis. And who are you?" "Thoughtless, uncouth fellow, rummaging about in other people's things." "Never mind that. What are you doing here?" "Well, sir, if you must know, I am being an armoire." "But why are you being an armoire in this brothel? Are you a sensate?" "I happen to have become an armoire because I want to be an armoire, thank you very much. It is not to watch the ladies undressing, nor to have them place their soft, sweet-smelling undergarments in my drawers where they can rub against my skin. Such accusations are an insult to a practitioner of the magic arts. I am merely soaking in the experience of what it means to be an armoire. The sights, the smells, the sensations." His hinges rattled with pleasure. "I like this sod already," Mort sniggered. Anna crossed her arms across her breasts. "So all the women know about this then, eh?" Yes, they do, and they wholeheartedly approve of, well, not with their entire hearts exactly. And while they have not spoken of their approval in my presence, since they are not exactly aware that I am an armoire, I would not want them to know that I am anything but, and so have not been able to inquire upon the matter." "Can you return to your normal form at will?" The armoire seemed to think about this for a moment. "I have no need to share such secrets with the likes of you. And besides, there is no cause to change back at the present moment, since I have not yet experienced the full sensations of being an armoire. It is a complex thing to hold and sort soft, frilly clothes, smelling of wondrous woman smells." A drawer slid open and closed, the sound mimicking a pleasant sigh. I raised an eyebrow. Wow. I'll need something from you to keep quiet about this one." "Very well, posh. Open the third drawer, you scalawag." As I reached my hand into the drawer, it slammed shut on my fingers with great force. Searing pain raced through my hand as I withdrew my battered fingers. I bit the inside of my cheek to keep from crying out, and tears leaked down my face. "Ha ha, cretin, idiot! Open the drawer, I said, and you reach in." He slammed his drawer again for emphasis, then began shaking with laughter. Mort's cackling withered under my piercing gaze. "Well, sorry, Chief, but you gotta admit, he really pulled one over on you." Even Anna looked like she was swallowing a snicker. I gave the leg of the armoire a swift kick. "I'm gonna chop you up for kindling." "You'll do nothing of the sort. While even the most common of men knows that one can't commit an act of violence within the brothel, you'll simply be cast out. And even if that were not the case, I assure you my command of the art is quite impressive. Fine then, I'll just go tell them about you. Lewis barked a laugh. First, I would tell you this one thing. I have been popping in and out of the brothel for a good long time. I'm quite knowledgeable regarding both its occupants and their activities. I assure you that talking about me is utterly worthless. Not only will you lose me as a potential source of information, but I'll simply disappear before someone comes to investigate your claim, leaving you looking the fool. Well, for someone who claims to be so competent, he did get seen. Nenny told me that she saw a man leaving Kamashi Addertongue's room. I think that was you, Lewis. There, wounding his pride had finally set him off. Like an ember landing on a pile of dry twigs, Lewis exploded into a full rabid fury. You think? Think? How could you be so alarmingly rude, so ludicrously presumptuous as to spout forth such an accusation without being absolutely certain of your charges? How dare you? Impotent brassy cur, why I ought to... As Lewis rallied and cursed, his drawers opened and closed, revealing a small bundle of crimson cloth tucked alongside some clothes. The repeated opening and closing of the armoire drawers was going to make it difficult to grab, however. And with only one good hand left, I hesitated before grabbing the edge of the drawer. Stop, you filthy, hideous brute! I grunted, planting a foot against the varnished door. Anna, I could really use some help here. An amused grin spread across her face. Oh, no, thank you. I think I'll just stand back here and watch. Don't look at me, Chief. Lack of hands and all that. I tugged and pulled, my firm little yanks beginning to lose against his. The slim crack of the closing drawer was getting to be almost too narrow for my fingers. Dakon! In a flash, the door slammed open, and Dakon leapt into the room, blade drawn. His eyes widened at the sight of me struggling with an armoire as it let loose a gurgling shriek. But without questioning anything, he swung the blade in a full arc, stabbing it into the slit and using the leverage to pry the drawer open. Together we strained and grunted. I cursed under my breath, sweated, and pulled. Hinges rattled and the lower drawer shot open, cracking against my shin and bruising the bone. Lewis flung everything he had at us, panties, brassieres, small bottles, and makeup kits, one of which caught me in my immortal jewels. The pain was numbing, and the flurry of undergarments blinded the both of us as Lewis unleashed a blood-curdling shriek. Mort, think it's wide enough? I'm on it, Chief. And with a giddy shout, he dove into the drawer as Dakon and I fought to keep it open. Stop! Stop, I say! Watch the handles! Don't scratch the finish! Curse you, you prying filth! The armoire continued with his valiant effort. Mort, on the other hand, was taking a little longer than he needed to. God's damn it, Mort! With that, a round, hard skull leapt out of the drawer and caught me in the chest. Dakon pulled his blade out of the armoire in the same instant as I fell back and collapsed breathlessly onto the floor. A translucent crimson veil brushed over my chest, and as one fold fluttered over my face, I couldn't help but smell a light, exotic, and most pleasant fragrance wafting from the cloth. Sorry, Chief, I was just taking a swim. Damn it, you rogues! Blackguards! Scoundrels! You give that back this instant! It's not yours! This is an exceedingly personal garment that belongs to a lady of this establishment, and they would not appreciate you fondling their private things. I sat up, shaking off the strain and cracking my wrist. Oh, but it's all right for you, you wooden pervert? I'm not doing anything so criminal and malicious as you are. I am merely soaking in sensations necessary to my growth as an individual. Lewis's quiet griping was at my back when we left, pulling undergarments that had become tangled in our apparel. I unhooked a brassiere that had been caught in the spur of my bone sash. Dakon pulled out a frilly pair of panties that had been caught in a chink in his armor. It was then that I looked up and noticed the small crowd of patrons and prostitutes staring at us, covered in an array of undergarments. Mort paused in the middle of tugging a thong from my belt with his teeth. Carry on.
Vivian greeted me with a polite half-smile. "Have you had any luck in finding my scent, perchance?" Yeah, I found it in this red veil." Vivian's eyes lit up. "Oh, how simply wonderful!" She took the veil from my hands, muttered a few words over it, and then returned it to me. She shook out her crimson hair, and in moments we were surrounded by the most intensely exotic and arousing scent I ever had the pleasure of smelling. I swooned. "That smells great." "It does it not?" She smiled at me. "And as you have done a favor for me, so I wish to perform one for you. Stand close to me, scarred one." I stepped closer to Vivian. She took my hand and, turning it over, took a single cautious sniff of my wrist. "Whew!" She wrinkled her nose. "Vinegar? Or embalming fluid? Here, I will remove this smell from you." She muttered a few strange syllables, and a light tingling sensation spread over my skin. In moments, the chemical scent reeked less substantially. "There. How is that? People should be less eager to avoid conversation with you now." I smiled. "Thanks, Vivian. Farewell." Marissa's cold, cruel voice hissed from out of the darkness. "It returns. You have a reason for coming this time, I trust, or just more of your pointless questions." "Actually, I've brought your crimson veil." "Then, would you please hand it over?" She didn't sound as pleased as I'd hoped. "Of course. Here you are." I held the crimson veil before me and felt her take it from my hands. "Ah, yes. Much better." 2 shining points of red light appeared as she opened her eyes. "So that's what you look like. Perhaps I would have been better off with my eyes shut." I returned to Fall from Grace. The lack of a 10th student left a discomforting void in the back of my mind, yet I hoped my answer would suffice. "I spoke to 9 of the students as you asked, but I couldn't find the 10th. She smiled softly, and her tone was coy. "And you could not find the 10th student? How curious." "I'm thinking the 10th student is me, in which case I have spoken to all of them." She nodded. "Very well. And your thoughts?" "I have learned what it means to aspire to be a sensate, and that it is better to go in search of experience rather than have it come to you." Fall from Grace nodded again. "Very well. I will travel with you, if you still desire my company." "I do." "Oh, Mistress High and Mighty will be joining us," Anna grumbled. "Ach, what do we need her for?" Mort bobbed and clicked his teeth. "You couldn't possibly understand." "I wish you had fall from a great height. I might even bump her off myself." Grace smiled and bowed her head. "Well, if you'll excuse me, I have some arrangements to take care of before we leave." "While you're at it, you should probably get rid of all the armoires in the brothel and use them as firewood." "Ah," Fall from Grace laughed softly, and her eyes sparkled. "A practical thought indeed." I grunted. Lewis is in serious need of a carpenter to trim that libido of his. She smiled. "I do believe I will enjoy your company. I'll only be a moment. Please have some tea until I return." Chapter 59. "There you are, sir. 4 Arborean fire wines and a shift-spice tea." The paunchy little man behind the bar smiled as I dropped a handful of coins into his palm. Everything in the clerk's ward was a good deal more expensive, but I'd never seen glasses so clean. "Here you go, Anna." I handed her a glass of wine. She had been sulking behind us a bit ever since we left the brothel, and I could feel those eyes burning into my back as we walked. "So..." Anna just looked at me as I addressed her, and she frowned. She didn't take the wine. "Aye, what do you want now?" I blinked. "Are you all right?" She just glared at me. I was hoping I could ask you about a few things." "Why don't you ask the stuck-upyabus your questions, then?" Anna's eyes narrowed to slits. "Why are we even traveling with her? We don't need her, we don't." The other patrons glanced at us with practiced nonchalance, but their conversations halted. The silence was thick with the mass effort to ignore our little spat.
Anna, please. You're very important to me, and I need your help. Oh, aye? Why is that, then? This should be rich, it should. You pity me, is that it? You think I slow you down? Go on, say it. I was surprised she didn't slap or shiv me just then. I don't pity you, and you don't slow me down. You're quick, you're skilled, and I really need all the help I can get. Anna frowned, her tail flicking back and forth. Aye, well, no, I'll gut her if she starts sizing us up for a feast, I will. She glared at me. And don't get any ideas I'm staying just 'cause you want me to. I'm just helping you out, I am. Fine. Now, we need to think about where we're going. She snatched the wine roughly from my hand, and a few splashes dribbled down the bulbous crystal. She took a good swig. Silently, I wondered if her rough drinking habits had to do with her life in the hive, or if she just wanted to get a little alcohol in her to put up with me. As our conversation lowered into a flat simmer, the other patrons began speaking again. Chats about the weather to get the ball rolling, and moving on from there. The denizens of the clerk's ward sure had some class. Anna, I know you've picked up a lot of stories in the hive. Have you heard any stories of Ravel Puzzlewell? At the mention of the name, Anna spat 3 times and made a semicircle over her heart. Sst, are you daft? Don't be mentioning her name if you value your life. Why? She's the evilest of the Grey Ladies, she is. Anna's voice dropped to almost a whisper, as if afraid of being overheard. Filthy mean, and with more power to toss around than some of the powers. She'd said she's all a brambles through and through, even her heart. It said you can never kill her, 'cause her body's like a tree. You lop off one limb, and there's always another still growing somewhere else across the plains. You speak as if she's still alive. Of course she is. She has to be. Anna's voice dropped again. How would you kill such a thing as her? That's why the lady had to maze her, so it said. Anna was a bit more tight-lipped after that, and left to lean over the bar and swish her tail as she ordered a bitter black ale. I cocked my head a little, gazing a bit at the firm crescent of her backside. Damn, Mort was rubbing off on me. Remarkable girl, Grace said with a sigh. Such a fire in her. Perhaps it is the fiend blood in her veins. What's born in the bone will be bred in the flesh, eh? I grunted. Grace gave me one of those mysterious smiles and gazed at me over the rim of her glass. Well, I am hardly one to speak on the role of heritage. I nodded. True. What can you tell me about the Tanari? The Tanari are fiends. Some call them demons. They have embraced evil for chaos's sake. They dwell upon the poison plains of the abyss, where they feed on their own rage, and lash out across the multiverse, despoiling all they touch. They forever seek to tempt others into committing crimes of passion and vice. And how did you come by the name Fall from Grace? The meaning of names is a complicated subject. There's much to be said, and a great deal that is better left unsaid. I turned to face Grace just as Anna struck up a conversation with a patron, a sensate by the look of it. Is Fall from Grace your real name? Perhaps. She smiled slightly. Perhaps not. There are names which are given, and names which are earned. Who's to say which is the real one? I'm not sure I attach any value to a name. Grace looked at me curiously. Truly? I shrugged. A name is a cloak of letters thrown across a person, nothing more. A name can sometimes tell you something about a fraction of the person, maybe even help define that person, but it's not who the person is. Your point is well taken, Grace allowed with a nod. So why are you called Fall from Grace? Would it matter? She smiled. It is but a cloak of letters. It matters to me. I would like to know how you came to be called that. Those warm blue eyes looked away from me, and she stared into her glass, in the aching contemplation that I have seen so much in the others. Grace, with such poise, such self-assurance and wisdom, seemed lesser somehow. Neither a sensate nor mentor at that moment, Fall from Grace's tender demeanor was that of a woman's, more so than any I had seen. I have fallen from my people. Some would say risen from my people, perhaps, but fall feels more right to me. She looked at me questioningly. Does that make sense? Yes, it does. After all, fall carries with it an underlying sense of loss. Fall from Grace was silent for a moment, then nodded thoughtfully. Yes, perhaps that is why it felt as it did.
I came to terms with the loss long ago, but the name has remained.
Are you sure you've come to terms with it? Fall from Grace met my gaze, and I was once again struck by the brilliant shade of blue of her eyes. It was turbulent, like an ocean before a storm.
I had thought so, yet, in speaking to you, you have caused me to realize some things.
She smiled.
You have my thanks.
Well, if you want to talk about it, let me know, all right? She nodded.
You are most kind. I will do so.
There was a thick pause, and I shifted awkwardly, not quite comfortable putting weight on one leg or the other, and not knowing what to do with my hands. But Grace was patient, gazing into the distance as if musing on her own thoughts until I chose to speak again. Can you teach me anything of the art, Grace? Fall from Grace looked up and shook her head slightly.
No, I do not believe so. The art and the disciplines I practice are different.
How do you mean?
My powers, as you see them, stem from my faith, not from manipulating energies as the art does. The art is a mechanism by which the powers of the multiverse may be harnessed, through gestures, rituals, and devices. My powers come to me through a different means. My faith and the nature of my belief allow some of the multiverse to reveal itself to me.
The nature of your belief? What do you believe in? Grace's wings unfurled, and her bosom heaved as she took in a deep breath.
I believe in experience. I believe a person may be changed, for the better, the more of the multiverse they are allowed to perceive, and the more of the multiverse is allowed to perceive them. My belief in the nature of experience allows me to...
She paused for a moment. Her sigh was sensual, but her lips pulled back in a chaste smile.
I suppose the best explanation is that my faith allows me to see things differently. When you see the multiverse in such a way, you learn how to change things, mending wounds, seeing a person's heart, and so on, just by willing them to happen.
But those changes you make seem a lot like spells. How do you learn to do those things? Do you have a spell book?
No, my spells, as you call them, they come to me after I have rested and centered myself. When I sleep and awaken, I can focus myself once more. The amount of faith required to change the multiverse around me can be quite taxing on the psyche, I'm afraid. Just being able to see how to change things is not enough. You must have the strength to make the change happen, and last.
I nodded and leaned in, curious. Can you teach me to see things the way you do?
I cannot teach you to see the multiverse in such a way. One must learn to see it, and in their own way, not through the eyes of another.
Her smile never wavered.
I do not think you of all people need my guidance in such a matter. I find myself beginning to learn much more from you than you from I.
Acrid fumes stung my nostrils, and my eyes watered anew. I narrowly avoided bumping into an Abishai while walking down the street. The arch of the sky was overcast with the acrid yellow fog, and while it mimicked the run-of-the-mill prime world, at least superficially, I had gotten so used to seeing a city when looking up that it was disconcerting to the point of claustrophobia. The clerk's ward was too costly to live in, and the hive had no answers. All that was left for now was the noxious purgatory of the lower ward. Klitzper the auctioneer had an errand for me, to deliver a note to someone in the Great Foundry, and I was happy to oblige if it meant I'd make some connections to help get some answers. The man I ran into on the way towered over me. Slabs of muscle were layered over his thick frame, and a solid, well-worn axe was strapped to his back. Though he stood with the resolute dignity of a warrior, he didn't appear to be in the best of health. The man's skin was a pale yellow, and there was an occasional pustule along his arm. "Greetings." He turned and glanced at me from behind hollowed eyes. His eyes narrowed in suspicion as he continued to glance around. "What do you want from old Cora?" His voice was raspy. "I have some questions." He turned his attention to me. "What you bothering me for? I look the part of a tout?" "You seem to be a knowledgeable individual that I could learn from." He sighed. "What you be wanting to know?" "Are you feeling all right?" My eyes were fixed on a particularly large blister on his neck, practically swimming with white pus inside. I forced myself to look away. Getting a second tasting of the cranium rat I had for breakfast wasn't going to leave a good impression.
Nothing a few years of death won't cure." He coughed and looked up. "It has been getting worse in the ward of late. By my reckon, it should level out once the great foundry settles, or a wind blows through from the spire." What is with the air here? The smokestacks of the great foundry belched in the distance. It can't all be from the foundry. He nodded. "It's mostly 'cause of all the portals." He had a coughing fit and then returned his attention to me. "What do you mean?" "Lots of doors to the lower planes here, letting in bad air and fumes and such from who knows what layers of the abyss. That's why this here's the lower ward." He laughed. "A jaunt through this area is like breathing in a meal. Salt, smoke, pipe weed, it's all yellow blankets of smoke and stinging sulphurous gas that this ward spits out." He gave a gap-toothed smile. Pretty, eh?" I forced a grin, and it was like smiling back at a shark. "Tell me about the foundry. I have a letter to deliver there." "Center of the ward, pretty much. Look for the stacks. Them guardsmen make a bunch of things out of iron. Nothing fancy, but they work. Add to the bad air, too." "Guardsmen?" "The believers. Have their kip in the great foundry, banging and singing and chanting their balmy silliness on being powers in the next 10 upon 10 and a bunch of other 10 lifetimes." He rolled his eyes, then spat out a brown mass from his mouth. "Alls they do is suffer and slave and work. I slave twice as hard, and no way am I going to be any sort of power. You understand me, Burke?" He laughed hollowly. Core's eyebrows climbed a little when I found myself examining his meaty frame. His hands were heavily calloused, and old scars were slashed across his arms. Those old battle wounds, however, didn't reach his face or the bare chest that I could see. This man was skilled. "I want to be a better warrior. Can you help me with my skills?" "Well, what exactly do you want training in?" I whipped out my favorite knife. "Teach me how to use daggers." "Daggers, eh? Well, I can teach you if you want." "Yeah, I'd like to learn this weapon." It was a solid couple hours of practice. I adjusted my stance, learned to grip my knife better, refined the good old gouge, twist, pull action that was the cornerstone of knife fighting. When we were done, Core leaned back and nodded, his duty done. "Well, nothing more I can teach you right now. Not unless you devoted your whole life to being a warrior. You've got to specialize in being a warrior if you want to get better. You've not got that devotion to the fighting craft. Only when you've turned your body into a weapon can you learn more from me." "Thanks, Core. I wish you the best." The mortuary squatted in the middle of the hive like a necrotic boil, bleak, festering, unwanted. The dustman's whispers ate away at the edge of the hive, consumed the denizens, and reanimated their bodies as the faction's own. The gatehouse clutched the vagrants of Sigil against its breast, doling out whatever pity the bleak cabal could afford to spoon out. They were the cathedral to what inevitably will come to pass, and the sepulchre to regrets of what might have been. The great foundry was a different matter. I showed the message to be delivered to the gatekeeper, and with a stern nod he let me through with a gesture. Past the iron gate, Godsman guards jogged in formation like ants scurrying around a hill. The high smokestacks of the great foundry dominated this region of the ward. The weight of it pressed away the surrounding buildings and seemed to leave them squat and cowering at its might. Open windows blazed with the inner light of the forges and howled with the rhythmic clang of metal on metal, and the guards circling the court swung their weapons in tandem. It was the sound of iron tortured and fired until it was reborn, the chorus of what could be if one has the will to act. The din of metalwork was greater within the foundry itself. Deafening clangs reverberated off the walls, and the godsmen in charge had to bellow their orders over that and the roar of the furnaces. I stood in awe at the radiance of the great crucible, which portioned out rivers of molten steel like soup. The heat of the inferno blazed against my skin. The fire had me mesmerized. It felt good. For a while I found myself contemplating the rumble of the gears, each turning rapidly with perfect smoothness and a steady song of clacking metal teeth. Like a child, I reached out and touched one gear with a finger as it spun. The metal grazed against my fingertip until it went numb with the warmth of friction. The godsmen themselves were tall, well-muscled, and their skin bronzed with the heat. Sparks and oiled sand flickered harmlessly against the bare arms of the forge workers as if the embers were motes of dust. Their eyes blazed with the spark of potential divinity, waiting to be hatched in the warmth of the forge. Of course, not all the foundry workers were so high up. So significant were the fires and the anvils that the main hall of the foundry was second to the forge. The air was cooler here and lacked the choking fumes of seared oil and white-hot metal. The floors were paved with the same heavy gray stones as the forges of the foundry. Godsman guards stood at attention and glanced at me suspiciously as I walked past. By one of the arches a young woman stood, with chalk-pale skin and graceful curls of brown hair. She approached, her elegant violet dress trailing behind her, and her eyes stared into mine. They were examining more than my eye color. Her gaze seemed to penetrate far deeper than that, and I shivered a little when something seemed to barely brush my soul like a flutter of a moth's wing. "Greetings, stranger. How goes your day?" "Well enough. I would like you to answer some questions for me, if you would." She merely stared at me when she spoke, surrounded by an impenetrable calm. "What answers do you seek, half-man?" I blinked. "Why do you call me half-man?" "I call you half-man because I cannot see your spirit. All other mortals who pass through my life show their spirits to me as a shining spark or a smoldering ember. You show nothing at all. I call you half-man because I cannot see your spirit as I see those of others. Whether this is because you have no soul or because you have transcended, I cannot say. One way or another, you are but half a man. What the other half is, I cannot say." She recited it as if she had practiced it many times before, but the sureness with which she held herself showed that she knew who she was, in a way deeper than most of the people I've met in Sigil. "Who are you?" "I am Serosa, daughter of Sandoz, one of the factors of the Godsmen." "Tell me of your family." "My brother Seros is a child of the Foundry, yet I fear he has never embraced the philosophy of the believers of the Source." There was nary a twitch of her lip, and I could barely detect the disappointment in her voice. "My father is a factor here, and his travels have led him far from the Foundry, and into the realms most mortals never dream of achieving." "Tell me more of your brother." "Seros is a brash, impulsive lad, easily given over to his manhood. He is eager to prove himself equal of anything on the plains, full of the aggression of youth. I believe he feels himself more sensate than Godsman, further vindicating my belief that the sensates are the most immature of all the factions of Sigil." Fall from Grace's demeanor never wavered, and Serosa didn't even acknowledge her presence, but I could feel Grace's contemplative amusement. "Why are they the most immature?" "Why are they the most immature? Because, like children, they do not understand that there is more beyond the world of the senses, beyond what one can see, hear, taste, touch, and smell. Look around you. You are in the outer planes. This is belief made solid. But that does not mean this seemingly rough matter can be comprehended by your senses. This is belief. No mere physicality can match it." I chose not to debate her point. In the lecture hall past the entrance, I bumped into a sandy-haired youth. He was on the cusp between adolescence and adulthood, and from his eyes, it looked like he was trying to be as adult as possible without having the slightest idea how. In other words, he seemed innocent. "Hey, stranger, what can I do for you?" The young man held a clear resemblance to Serosa, the same sharp nose, the same curve of the chin, but the likeness ended there. His eyes were boyish, and his lips playful. His skin was a slightly coppery hue, and his demeanor so far removed from his sister's pearly calm. "You're Seros, aren't you? Serosa's brother? Tell me about yourself." He blinked, then nodded. "That I am. I grew up around here. Got to run through the Foundry, playing with stuff. I like pretty much everyone here, except for Thilden. He keeps saying I'm not raised right, and that even my father is a poor parent. All I know is that Thilden's the biggest sod I've ever met." "Tell me about the Great Foundry." "I grew up here. I played in the main Foundry area and ran through the barracks. It stinks and it's loud, and people can be like Thilden, but it's still home for me." "The Godsmen seem pretty impressive," I said, with no small measure of confidence. "They're so sure of themselves, like they've got a goal in mind, and even if they don't know how to achieve it, they'll work towards godhood." Seros harumphed. "They're smiths and workers. I think they mean well, but they're also earnest and boring. They need to liven themselves up a bit, like, say, the sensates." "You like the sensates, huh?" I smiled. "They know how to live life. They know what it's all about, not like these people. They keep pretending there's some big noble purpose to it all, but I don't see it. My sister says that life is more than our senses show, but I don't see how she knows that, since all she knows is through her senses. I just don't get why people make this stuff up. I've met her. She seemed, well, very straightforward. Sarosa? Saros grumbled a bit. There was a touch of bitterness in his voice. It was the sulky disgruntlement of living in a sibling's shadow. She can just look at someone and sees what needs adding and what needs taking away. I don't know how she does it. My father always said it was something about her ascending to another level. He said she was born a godsman. A sturdy man stood behind the podium, who looked like he was just bursting with vitality. His face was tanned and lined, and his black beard was beginning to show hints of white. He was tapping down a ream of notes when I approached, getting them straightened for his next lecture. "Hail, stranger, and well met. What can I do for you this fine day?" "I have a message for you from Gitspur the auctioneer." I pulled out the letter. "A message, eh?" He took the note from me. "Very well. You can tell him the message is delivered. Was there anything else you wanted?" Tell me about yourself." "My friend, I'm Kelder of Durian, one of the factotums of the Godsmen, and nominally in charge of this place while our true high-ups are gone in conclave." He smiled broadly as he stared me firmly in the eye. "I know that look. The foundry is impressive, isn't it?" I nodded. "Very. What are the beliefs of this faction?" Keldor stood up straight, proud and happy at the chance to explain. "We believe that the universe is a giant testing ground, a place where we prove ourselves through a series of tests. These tests continue throughout your life, throughout your many lives. Each step and each day may well be a test for you, and your reward in the next life depends on how well you learn your lessons in this life. We believe that a body learns from experience, and that experience extends through your lives, making you into something greater than just a single life. So, life is a test. We take the test. When we pass, we move on to a new form. This might be the form of an archon, of a fiend, or of a power. The choices we make in this life, as always, help chart our course. Whether we have free will or not is still under debate." He smiled. "Of course, I'm on the side of the free will people. I hate thinking that my choices have already been made for me." "So, what's the point of it all?" I asked. "We're not entirely sure. After all, we haven't gotten to the end of it yet, have we? The best we can figure is that we muddle through our lives, seeking to find the answers that are right for us, and in the end we move on to godhood and beyond. What waits there is anyone's guess. It's commonly believed that we were founded by Perrin before the Great Upheaval, when all the factions became 15 in number. During the upheaval, Augie of Faunal tightened the faction's beliefs into what they are today. She had been reincarnated 1,000 times and could remember each one of her reincarnations. She taught us how to treat our intuition and led us into a new era. These two were the most important figures in our faction. We have plenty more stories, but those are the bare bones." I nodded. "Are there those who oppose the believers of the Source?" "We don't have enemies per se. Still, it is true that there are some who oppose our beliefs. The Bleak Cabal scoff at the idea that we evolve towards something more perfect. I figure that if they don't think there's a point, then they might as well get it over with, like the Dustmen ought to. The Dustmen think that life is an illusion, preparing for the big death, and our belief champions the cause of life. They promote death, we celebrate life. What could be more opposed?" "What do you do, anyway?" "Well, we run the Great Foundry. We also run Harbinger House, where we train folk who seem to be powers in training, bashers who've demonstrated some sort of special ability that sets them apart from normal mortals. Some say we do it because we want a power on our side, but the truth is we do it because we figure that's part of our tests as well. We do our best to make sure that every creature faces up to its responsibilities. We want to see the multiverse move on." He paused and gave a moment to let it all sink in. "Are you considering membership with the Believers of the Source?" "I'll think it over." Chapter 60. Down past the lecture hall stood a bushy-haired man, clad in the height of fashion, if one could consider fashion to have died 50 years ago. His clothing looked like they consisted entirely of tattered street urchin rags, and he affected a disdainful manner towards those around him. The man's lips were curled around a pipe, and he puffed away steadily, releasing a sweet blue-gray smoke. He didn't even glance at me until I approached, and then his eyes began searching my face carefully. "Do you want something?"
He huffed, exhaling smoke through his nostrils. Hello. Who are you? Who am I? I am Niall Xander, great-grandson of the artificer Zero Xander, engineer, dreamer, creator. I am the engineer of all engineers. I studied under the Tanari smith Kazan, who tempered words on the forge of hate, quelched them in a trough of despair, and sent them forth to slaughter stupidity. Elements of phrases, caustic words were brought to him, and he created weapons of terrifying magnitudes, weapons that would lay an enemy low and destroy the malformed ideas of others. I'm sure you've seen his work. I blinked. So you create evil weapons here? Not at all, he said with a hearty smile, spreading his hands out. My forge is not built on hate, but on understanding. I have also studied under the Archon artisan Terrasphera, who created the healing touch of a gentle thought, ideas that would still any fiendish spitting heart. He worked his will with love and devotion. My work blends theirs, as all mortal psyches blend elements of the demonic and the sublime. Are your co-workers as well-trained as you? Bah! He gave a dismissive wave, then spat out an angry puff of smoke from the corner of his mouth. They do not possess a true fire. They speak of creation, and they boast of their potentials, but they do not create anything beyond the mundane. Their imaginations are poor, limited, obsessed with the small details. A true dreamer, I say, creates a grand scheme and then concentrates on the details. Starting with the details is for the ants of the imagination, the small insects who aspire only to be fed. He blinked. Say, stranger, what's your name? You look familiar. I have Adon, I lied. No, I recognize you, he insisted, stabbing a finger toward my chest. Of course, I should have known the moment you set foot here. I have finished my great-grandfather's work, the work that you commissioned, the Dream Builder. Are you ready to claim the use of it now? A Dream Builder? What's that? It is both machine and ritual. It is a state of mind and a construct of steam and blood. It grants dreams to those who enter its confines. It was built for you, and it's waiting for you. Are you ready to finish it off? It's been waiting for you for decades. I raised an eyebrow skeptically. How do you know it was built for me? Because my great-grandfather, Zero Xander, set your face in stone so that we would know when you'd return for the work you commissioned. He always thought you'd return, but no one else truly believed you would. Our family completed it because we said we would, and now, here you are. He paused, looking me up and down. Well, minus a few scars on that god's-awful hair, you're the spitting image. I ran a hand through my bead-woven dreadlocks. What was so bad about my hair? Do you still have this stone? He shook his head sadly. Nah, it was stolen from me a year ago. I saw only a shadow flitting away. It was the only item taken from my home. I have no idea who'd take it, but I had memorized the features. A shadow. For some reason, the mention of it made my skin crawl. The thought had hit that primal reptilian part of my brain that said something was wrong. But to be able to dream again, after all those sleepless nights turning over in bed too terrified to face the gaping void of unconsciousness, to finally know what it feels like to encounter flights of fancy as I slept. Until now, I'd been living like an amputee, resigned to the loss of that part of my soul. I tried to adapt, occasionally fumbling at the ragged edges of my psyche as one would finger a cauterized stump. I nodded. All right, let's finish the Dream Builder. What I need to begin the final stages of the Dream Builder is a piece of your skin immersed in your blood, so the machine can familiarize itself with your physical essence. It must be in a blue-green bottle to symbolize the dream sea on which you will float. Flesh, blood, bottle. Right. I'll be back. So, Grace, do you know where I might be able to get what Xander wants? I mean, unless you're willing to cut me up a little. Grace shook her head. I am no surgeon, and I do not possess the thirst for blood that the rest of my kin thrive on. I'm sorry, Grace, I didn't mean to offend you. Not at all, she beamed. One must work with what he has. However, I believe Pestil and Kiln may be able to help at their apothecary. The pair have no shortage of bottles, and Pestil has the expertise to perform the operation with minimal damage. Her voice sounded unsure. Is something wrong? A lady does not put too much weight into gossip, but I have heard rumors that the pair have been having troubles as of late. She smiled. I suppose we shall have to see for ourselves.
A small silver bell chimed as I nudged open the door. There was the bitter scent of dried herbs and the chemical smell of alcohol and other solvents. Hideous leopard-spotted rugs were arranged with neat precision on the floor, the kind that forced the eye to wander so that the pattern gave you a headache if you stared at it for too long. The rug squished under my boots, and even Anna seemed to need to find her balance the first few steps into the apothecary. The lighting was too dim, the air musty with old medicine and ancient leather. It was like visiting an unpleasant old aunt. Standing at the counter was a wall-eyed fellow whose skin writhed and rippled across his entire body. He was smacking his chapped lips with a blotched tongue. As I watched, his right eye moved independently of the left, focusing on me. A second later, the left one flicked to look my way, then reverted back to its original position. Then the right eye blinked, and a strange gurgling came from his throat. The man gave a lopsided grin and pointed at himself with his right thumb. "Pestule, I'm called. Alchemist." He pointed at himself again, this time with his left index finger. "The name's Kiln. Need something?" In the back of my mind, I filed away a few notes. For one, the fact that Fall from Grace had a knack for understatement, despite her mastery of elocution. "Are you all right?" "Aye, I am." His throat convulsed for a moment, then relaxed. A large green glowing pustule suddenly burst from the side of his neck. "Something you needed then, sir?" "Oh!" His throat clenched again, and a wave of quivering flesh swallowed the blistering green pustule back beneath the skin of his throat. He violently coughed for a moment, and then relaxed. "Powers above, Chief," Mort hissed in my ear. "Let's find someone else. You don't trust a skinny chef, and by the hells you don't trust this Burke to scratch an itch, much less play doctor." "Point taken, Mort." I turned to the apothecary and something. Was an assistant buried in this lovely mess? "May I ask what happened to you?" The left eye rolled upward in exasperation, and the right eye looked askance. "Too much to drink." "Too much of what, though?" "Potions, I drank. Too many potions." His mouth slid down beneath his chin. His left nostril formed another one. "The most I ever drank, that's for certain. Of polymorphin they were, and brewed in limbo." Dakon stared the man flatly in the eye.
"It would be wise to exercise caution when next you handle that which is craft in the chaos of limbo."
"Anything I can do to help you?" I offered. The man's eyes turned inward to look at each other, then back to me.
"Dunno."
He shuddered. The mouth below his chin opened up to envelop the one his nostril had formed.
"The sort of thing happens quite often. We can't seem to help but sample the stock. If you find a way to help, the two of us would be grateful, sir."
Yeah, I was hoping you could help me." Half of his mouth curled downward into a frown, and he shook his head.
"Worked in the stockroom all day, I do."
He shuddered violently, and suddenly a third eye popped open over the bridge of his nose. The left one shifted sideways as the new eye took its place.
"I speak only of the store, sir."
That said, the skin of his face seemed to eat the new eye, and the left one returned to its old location. "The old engineer in the foundry tells me I need to get a sample of my blood and skin for his machine to work. I need you to do that for me."
"A scraping? Very well."
His right hand took up a razor blade, and his left a wide-mouthed bottle. There was something about the surgical removal of skin that was infinitely more disturbing than getting a knife to the guts. Maybe it was the deliberate precision to it, how it reduced my body to a fleshy machine, like I was some doll that could be taken apart and stitched back together. Nonetheless, I clenched my jaw as he removed a small section of skin from my forearm, placed it into a bottle along with the small quantity of blood. He then placed some gauze over my wound and handed me the bottle.
"You need anything more, sir?"
"No, that's all. Thanks, and farewell." "I've got it right here," I said to Niall eagerly. "Take it. Show me my dreams." Niall rolled the bottle in his hand, nodding. "This was only the first step. The machine also requires a bird cage, adorned with razors, fine wrought, to mimic the destructive power of dreams, and their ability to capture our hearts and imaginations. Search in the siege tower for a cage I have commissioned." I blinked.
The siege tower? That big razor-lined and acid-pitted boil squatting in the middle of the ward? It looks like a cancerous polyp on Sigil's anus, Mort retched. How exactly are we supposed to get in there? Niall's lip curled into a stern half-smile. You've proven yourself to be resourceful. Find a way. Ropes and grappling hooks? I offered. Nope. Damn walls are lined with razors, Mort replied. Anna, can you break in? You see any locks to pick, you sod? Dakon, I need your wisdom.
I do not possess the knowing of the workings of the siege tower. I cannot aid you.
I sighed. Grace? Might I recommend the art of dialogue? Pardon? She smiled. Ask the locals. The marketplace was abuzz with activity. Under the watchful eye of the harmonium, the shoppers bumped and rubbed shoulders with relative confidence that no pockets would be picked today. Red-beaked fowl were hung by their legs, and large baskets of fruit had been set out, bright and plump delicacies gathered from the corners of existence. I selected a Bitopian pear and tossed the merchant a copper. With a mouthful of nectar and a chin stained with juice, I prodded the merchants for clues. All things flowed to them from the rest of the ward, and eventually I'd find someone who would know something about the tower. Working at a furnace in the corner was a young boy with pale yellow skin. His clothes were dirty and in need of mending, but he pumped the bellows to maintain the heat while the shopkeeper busily pounded away at a heated ingot. Greetings. The boy turned and gave a half-smile as he set down his work. Hail. Do you need some help? Yes, I have some questions. Aye, I'd be pleased to help if I could. The boy looked grateful not to be toiling over the furnace. The name's Laszlo. What is it I can answer for you? Can you tell me about this ward? He nodded. Oh, aye. Here's the lower ward. Common folk live here, like me and Da. His eyes widened a bit, and he looked excited. Do you know why it's called the lower ward? It's the portals, isn't it? He nodded. As it's reckoned. The ward's got a mess of portals to the lower planes all riddled through it like cheese, so it does. So I suppose that's why the name's stuck. He smiled proudly. Why are there so many lower plane portals here? He shrugged. It's a mystery to me as it is to you, Kata. Not sure if there's a reason for the portals as much as just circumstances. Could be the lady's will. Could just be chance, suppose. He shrugged again. What can you tell me about the Lady of Pain? Unlike the others, Laszlo didn't shrink back at the mention of her name. Don't know much about her. She keeps the powers out of Sigil, keeps the fiends out, and talks and deals with nobody, except maybe the Davis. She'll pen you in the dead book right quick if you worship her or try to hurt Sigil. Her face and the blade surrounding it would be the last you'd see. Interesting. There was that tingling feeling again, like 1,000 insects crawling beneath my scalp. At the mention of a face surrounded by blades, a memory forced itself into my consciousness. My boots slap against the pavement as I flee past the tailors, past the closed-up eatery. I run past the abandoned carts, the shops and apartments whose darkened windows stare at me like jet-black eyes. Not even the cranium rats are about. There's nary a squeak, not a groan of a vagrant or the sound of a footpad's knife dragging against a leather sheath. There's only my heavy breath, the sound of my footsteps, and the chill wind that blows through the darkened alley. I lean against a wall. My lungs feel as if they'd been raked with razors, and my throat is raw. My legs collapse from under me, no longer buoyed by the momentum of my flight. I try to find the breath to sob as she floats towards me. An uncannily beautiful woman, her face shrouded in blades and her eyes cold as pure distilled purpose. There's only the shuddering of my breath, the pounding of my heartbeat, and the tender keening of her blades. The memory faded, and I was talking to the lad once more. I shuddered, shaking off the phantom sensation of razors caressing my flesh, and I tried to think of something, anything, to focus on. I rubbed my chin and thought back to my encounter with Sebastian. The man was tight-lipped and would have offered nothing, and Grossick was dead, so they would have been of little help. Do any creatures ever come out of these portals? The boy's eyes grew a little wider. Aye, they do. Most of them just stopping through. He swallowed nervously and looked worried. You look nervous. You've seen this yourself? I have seen it. He paused and swallowed again. 'Twas just last week or so I saw a couple Abishai come through a portal. They talk a good bit, and then one of them went back through. The one that stayed is still there. What were they talking about? I don't know for sure. To me it was just hissing and such, but I think they was talking about the tower. Ah, good. Now we were getting on the right track. What do you know of the tower? It's one of the strangest sights to be in the world. No one really knows how long that scarred old tower's been around. You can't get into it, you know. Bound up tighter than a chastity belt. I'd be curious to know what's in there. He thought for a moment. The Abishai was gesturing at the tower in the portal. They was looking for a key, I bet. I know of the Abishai, but what of the key? Is a key to the portal that leads to the tower. Every portal has a key that opens it somewhere. The key can be a gesture, an item, or even a thought. Many have tried to get in the tower. No matter how hard you try, though, you fail. Suddenly a thought struck me. Maybe the secret to getting in is to not want to get in. He shrugged. I don't know, Kata. Maybe. Chapter 61. It was high noon when we tried to enter the siege tower. Long shadows extended from the scarred and pitted base like petals of a venomous flower, needle-tipped and edges razor-sharp. With a little more prodding and a few coppers to set him at ease, Laszlo had been able to tell us where to go. We circled around and came to the same drawbridge where I had slain Grossick. The ancient wood was splintering, its corners scarred black with flame, and its surface was deep with the wounds of arrows and blades. Whatever this thing was, it had seen numerous battles in its time, perhaps even more than I had. Maybe the secret to getting in is to not want to get in. Given how much this thing had endured, I really thought I didn't want to get in at all, much less deal with what is inside. Really, if Niall had really needed a wrought iron birdcage, perhaps I could just get it from someone else. The blacksmith at the open-air market seemed competent enough. Perhaps I should just head there for a commission instead. Whoosh. Well, it was worth a try. We were immediately assaulted by the smell of oiled sand and burning metal as we stepped through the portal. Flecks of soot and ash rained down like black petals scattered at ruin's triumph. In the heart of the siege tower stood an iron creature. Its size was staggering. If it stood full height, it would have shattered the roof of the tower. Thundering echoes rattled the walkway as the creature hammered away on its forge, each blow struck with a force that could have shattered worlds. Greetings, I said, licking my lips nervously. There was the screaming of metal on metal as the giant turned to face me. Girders, pipes, and huge bracers ran through its lower torso and into the walls, and the bottom portion of its body made up the forge. The golem was built into the siege tower itself. What are you? The voice that thundered overhead sounded like the squeal of iron bending, the roar of metal buckling.
I am coax metal. I am iron given purpose.
What purpose?
I forge the implements by which the multiverse will be unmade.
I approached the edge, looking down at the forge. There, scattered about in ancient strands and barrels, were stockpiles of cruel weapons. The metal was black as sin, and the wicked barbs and serrations of the blades looked as if they were inspired from primal fangs and barbs, teeth, and nails, savagery and destruction at its best. You mean forging weapons? That's your purpose?
Metal is like flesh. Both carry potential in their veins. When tempered with heat and pressure, the potential surfaces. My purpose is to bring forth this potential, allow it expression.
Oh, hells, Chief. This thing's a sinker. Might not even be a namer, but it's a doomguard to the core. What's a sinker? I winced at the sharp sound of squealing metal as coax metal turned its head to gaze down at the two of us. The way sinkers see it, the multiverse is naturally winding down, and all they want to do is help it along. Kind of like the Dusties, but borderline psychotic instead of just boring. Mort's eyes rolled up to look at the golem. Though I think they just enjoy seeing crap blown to the abyss. I looked over the weapons again.
Some looked like they were made makeshift from older scraps and rusted parts, but the design and the balance with which they were propped up told of expert craftsmanship. If an army was supplied with these weapons, it could easily crush a city or gouge a deep scar within the plains. Who do you make these weapons for?
I forge them for the sake of entropy. They are pain-seeking expression.
Entropy? But that's just... What does entropy need weapons for?
Beyond this tower, order rallies its legions. The multiverse heals its wounds. In time, its strength may equal entropy.
The multiverse is your enemy? Why?
The multiverse breathes. It grows. It stagnates. It forges its chains around the planes link by link. In time, even entropy may be chained.
And you're opposed to chaining entropy?
When a thing seals itself against its own destruction, it merely dies a different death.
The words rang true in some small part, with the echo of old wounds and the aches and the pattering of countless tears eating away at the edges of my conscience. Except the death you seem to offer is violent and senseless, without meaning.
All things have common ground in decay. War is necessary. Death is necessary. Decay is necessary.
These things are never necessary, I protested. To promote them and glorify the destruction they cause is wrong.
Limits are one of the links in the chain of order. Links must be shattered.
Even if death is the result?
All must fall upon entropy's blade. The time nears when it will be necessary to breach the walls of creation. Order will be put to the sword. Its chains will be broken. The multiverse will be unmade.
Why do you do this?
The iron of my body once existed only as minor expressions of pain. Blades, spears, axes, arrowheads, rivets and catapults. From these implements of war was I wrought.
What happened?
These minor expressions of pain were melted to forge this body. My potential was allowed to surface. Now, my purpose is to bring out the potential in other metal.
You said that someone melted those weapons and forged your body. Who?
Entropy raised me from the planar battlefields.
Then this tower is designed to destroy the multiverse?
This tower is a siege engine. It exists to breach the walls between planes.
Breach planes? How?
The tower anchors itself upon a plane. A wound is torn in the multiverse when the bridge of the tower opens. Legions may pass from one plane to the other through the tower. When the plane has served entropy's purpose, the tower anchors itself again.
All this time that we'd been talking, there was neither sight nor sound of anyone else. For such a massive complex, it was empty, gutted like an ancient conch shell, the lone inhabitant within long ago dead and rotted away. What happened to the legions that have used this tower?
Entropy has unmade them.
And what happened to the planes the siege tower invaded?
Entropy has unmade them.
If this siege tower can travel the planes, why do you remain here?
The tower is trapped in this city. The city is a cage that it cannot breach.
I nipped the tip of my tongue, thinking. It made sense. Sigil was a cage, after all, and the only ways in or out were controlled by the lady for the most part. How did the siege tower get in the city in the first place?
At one time, the tower laid siege to the plains. How I was brought here is not known to me. How I may escape is not known to me.
Look, all I need is a heavy, decorated, wrought iron bird cage. Do you have one?
I have such an item. The Dream Builder came to me an age ago. He promised me that my durance in the prison of this city would be near an end when the cage left my possession.
I see. Can I have it?
Yes. Take this cage and lay waste to those who create such confines.
Right. Got the birdcage right here, I said proudly, handing it over to Niles Xander. Now, give me my dreams. I just need one more item from you, and we can begin the final process of the Dream Builder. I need a pillow that is laying inside a coffin. It'll simulate a sleep so profound that you may as well be dead. It opens your mind to the emanations of the Dream Builder. It is if I may say so myself, a touch of inspiration on my part. I do wish people would just write up a damn list for these things. I'll get it. The Sigillians of the lower ward were unfriendly enough already, but the moment I ran around asking for a coffin maker, their overall mood soured even further. I was about to see why. The shop was chill as the grave. A necessity, I supposed, if you didn't want to be overwhelmed by the varnish fumes when there weren't any windows to leave open. Straight, sleek coffins were set up about the shop, and a selection of wooden planks were set along one wall. Next to a counter was a rugged-looking, square-jawed man in the middle of a conversation with a customer. The shopkeep turned to me with a wide smile. "How are you, Cutter? Good day to you. Good day indeed." He squinted at me for a second, then thrust his hand out to shake mine. "Greetings," I said as my palm was wrapped in his crushing grip. "Hamry's at your service, member of the Harmonium and the fashioner of fine coffins for the recently departed. I think I know you, do I not? Let me see if I can place it." He paused to think a moment. "Sharp with names I was in the Harmonium, let me tell you. Knew everyone on the entire ward." You can call me Adon," I lied. "I have some questions." "Ask away." He gave me a broad smile. "Who's your friend here?" I asked, gesturing at the quiet gentleman across from us. He glanced at the customer. "Dimtree?" He shrugged like he hadn't considered the fellow before. "Quiet, doesn't say much. Do you, Dimtree?" Dimtree didn't respond, but simply gave the same blank expression. A few seconds later, Dimtree nodded. Hamrys shrugged and turned back to me. "Wandered in one day a few weeks back. Been a regular ever since. He hasn't bought anything, but he doesn't cause any trouble, so I let him stay. Seems harmless enough. You see, when I was serving the Harmonium, part of our work was to take people under our wing, give them a little shelter from the chaos on the streets, get them spruced up." "I need to buy a coffin pillow," I interrupted him. Hamrys beamed. "Ah, you're here to purchase, then. I assure you, what I do is a real labor of love. The real value of my profession is in the building of the coffin, in doing it, and doing it well. It is an act of perfectly ordered creation. Every piece must fit just so for the betterment of the whole. It is much like a metaphor for the Harmonium philosophy. We create order, and it is beauty." "I just need a pillow." He nodded. "I need 50 coppers for the basic boards used in the construction, though the expense doesn't cover the time. Usually it's either whitewashed or painted some color of the person's choosing. The boards themselves are usually a 16th handspan thick, maybe even thicker depending on the nature of the corpse, whether it's a human being buried or not, or whether they're worried that person might get back up again." He laughed. I blinked and tried to catch his attention. "I just need a pillow." He nodded at me again. "Some prefer Bitopian pine, which is fine and traditional, but I prefer the heavy arborean oak material, simply because they have good weight about them. Even a 20th inch of the oak is stronger than a 16th of a handspan of pine." He paused for a moment. I took the chance to slip in a few words edgewise. I said, "I just need a pillow." They fell on deaf ears. Hamrys only nodded and continued his incessant yammering. "From there I might need about a score multiplied by a score of steel wood screws, gauge about 8 by 1¼ inch or so. Lots of shops around here carry 'em, not a big deal to acquire 'em. I'll also need some sort of metal pins for securing the interior lining. Best to pick them up with a bunch. Then there's the matter of battens and corner blocks, depending on how you wish to do it." "Are you listening to me? I said I just need a pillow." He placed a hand on his chin. "And although I usually let the natural wood speak the color of the coffin for itself, sometimes the person commissioning it wants it painted special or engraved. I don't usually do the final work for that, though I am skilled, but contracted out." He paused for a breath. "And the handles alone are another matter entirely." He nodded knowingly. I sighed. What about the handles? Big thing, handles. Everything about handles depends on how the coffin is to be carried. You got skilled men carrying the coffin at shoulder height, don't even need to worry about handles. Professional pallbearers never use them, see? If you got your family and friends carrying the coffin, then handles aren't necessary. You'll need some rope handles or even metal handles. He gave me a satisfied look. That's fine and all, but I came in here for a pillow. Do you have any? Let me give you an example. I think the most beautiful coffin I'd ever seen was this one of clear pine. I don't know where they managed to get it, whether from a place in Bitopia or elsewhere. Anyway, it was pegged together carefully and trimmed with this beautiful run of redwood. The effect was somewhat ruined by the crude amount of thick hemp rope that surrounded the affair. Surely something was needed for the pallbearers to hold on to, but to ruin the entire beauty of the coffin with such badly woven rope... Hamry shook his head. I'm sure this is fascinating and all, but I just want a pillow. By the time I looked behind me for some support, I had noticed that both Mort and Anna had left. Only Dakon remained out of his stoic sense of duty, and Fall from Grace hid a smile behind her hand. Only a sensate could possibly find this amusing. Hamrys continued. Then there's the matter of measurements. They can be tricky, and I try to do it myself, since occasionally a client will neglect to inform me as to the race of the deceased, or forget something like the hip width. Very important indeed. Also, if the client is still alive, I try and make precautions should the client fill out before they die, you know. He paused. Then there's the construction itself. Hamrys. There's many different ways of attaching the sides and ends to the floor of the coffin and to each other. Some use internal battens or corner blocks with plenty of wood screws to secure it in place. You can also do the fiend's tooth method, just cut alternating tongues and recesses all along the edges to be joined so that they fit together like a fiend's jaw. Requires a little more work and precision, but the result is neat and very strong. He paused to breathe once again. Hamrys. Then there's the lid. The lid's gonna need a rim or a lip all around its edge, made from a strip of wood pinned to the box or carved around the edge itself. Once you have some pilot holes drilled into the main box, then drill in the screws in the top of the lid, maybe half a handspan apart. He wasn't gonna stop talking. The man would never stop now that he was on a roll. I growled. If you don't shut up and give me a pillow, I'm going to hit you. Hard. That finally got his attention. He frowned at me with a confused look on his face. Pardon? I said I need a coffin pillow. That's all. Just a pillow. Do you have any? He looked relieved and smiled. A pillow? Ah, thought you might need the entire coffin. He put his hand on his chin again. I'm so sorry, but I'm out of stock on pillows right now. I don't know when I'll have them again, what with the warehouse being closed and all. I've dealt with the warehouse. I'll just go there and get a pillow. He smiled broadly. Excellent. If you deal with the issue satisfactorily, you may have your pillow for free. Hamrys began to get that lecture look on his face again. It may not seem like sufficient payment, but let me tell you about the construction of those pillows. No, thank you. I'll get started on this right away. Farewell. I said quickly and then looked to Dimtree as Hamrys turned his blathering to the fellow full force. Dimtree was tall, slender, with a glassy-eyed expression. He seemed engrossed in whatever tale that Hamrys was relating. Occasionally he nodded his head, but made no comments of his own. I can't see how you could stand that, I murmured. The man turned slightly at my comment, just enough to acknowledge my presence. He was a little pale of complexion and rather gaunt-looking, and gave nothing but a blank stare. Hamrys didn't seem to notice any of this, and continued with his stream of useless prattle. Are you all right? The man continued to stare at me and slowly nodded. For a moment I waited for any further response, but he said nothing, only stared. I was about to turn away in frustration, and in worry that Hamrys might notice my lingering, when I noticed a strange, musty odor about Dimtree. I stepped closer and sniffed, unsure what I'd find. As I did, a musty odor filled my senses, an odor I recognized from my time in the mortuary. It was the smell of dead fish, preserved by magic, muted by strong enchantments. You're a zombie, aren't you? The creature continued to stare at me blankly. Slowly, as if with great effort, he began to reply to me. Only my ability to speak with the dead made him understandable. Yes, I am Dimtree. Why are you here, Dimtree? Dimtree slowly glanced at the shopkeeper and made a feeble gesture toward him. Seeing this as a sign of interest, Hamrys redoubled his effort in telling whatever tale he's relating to the poor creature. Dimtree looked at me again.
Hamrys, he talks. Hamrys never stops. Wanders town. Annoys master. Annoys everyone. Master create Dimtree. Tell Dimtree, talk Hamrys. Now Hamrys stay in shop. Master happy. Town happy. Dimtree sad.
I winced, and my heart went out to the poor creature. Is there anything I can do to help you, Dimtree? The creature paused, then resumed his slow speech. I could almost detect a pleading tone in his voice.
Yes, find master, Sebastian. Ask him release me, please.
He turned his attention to Hamrys momentarily.
Please.
Why don't I just put you out of your misery? I asked, tapping the knife at my belt. Dimtree barely shook his head at me.
No, master revive. Must ask master, Sebastian, please.
He awaited my answer. Sure, Dimtree. I'll see what I can do for you. I could almost sense a feeling of relief emanating from the zombie.
Dimtree, thank you, friend.
You're welcome. I don't suppose you could tell me anything else. The creature gave a barely perceptible shrug of the shoulders.
No, nothing. Dimtree summoned by master. No darkness, peace, rest, then Hamrys. Sorry, help you if I could.
I see. Farewell, then. Chapter 62. Meanwhile, Anna had found a nearby bar, perhaps to find some time away from the rest of the group. She needed some time to think.
Pike and sod. Probably couldn't keep his bone box from rattling to save his life,
Anna grumbled, drowning her ale in one gulp. The barkeep looked up from his ledgers and raised an eyebrow. His lips thinned.
Been a while since I heard that rough hiver argo.
Ugh, mind your own, Anna grumbled, tapping the counter for another.
Yeah, mind your own,
Mort interjected.
Who said you could tag along, Skull?
The clink of stolen coppers dulled the snap in her voice. Mort clicked his tongue.
Hey, that Hamrys guy just couldn't shut up. You couldn't leave little old me to endure that yammering with everyone else, can you?
Two of you would make a fine pair, you would.
I don't like competition. Besides, the chief can take care of himself. And if he can't, well, we'll sew him back together and he'll be right as rain in an hour or so.
Anna sipped her ale.
I know when I'm being followed, Skull. I have to. And you have that glint in your eye like a sawdo wants something.
Oh, I'm just wondering.
Wondering about what?
Just wondering. In the back of her mind, Anna contemplated gouging his eyes out. It was possibly the only way he could be hurt. That and his tongue were the only fleshy bits left of him. A pity, really. Silent, blind, bumping into the walls. She sipped her ale silently, mulling over that nice, happy image.
So, you gonna tell the chief?
A muscle in her cheek twitched.
About what, Skull?
About, you know, Mort said coyly, waggling what was left of his eyebrows.
No, I don't, Skull. If you're gonna say something, spit it out, or shut up and leave me to my ale already.
Anna's voice softened to a mumble as she put her lip against the rim of the mug.
Every minute that passes, I need a little more sauce in me.
Mort snickered.
Come on, it's the oldest story in the book. Boy meets girl, girl stabs boy, girl and boy share knickers for a night and have awkward pillow talk in the morning. It's so obvious.
I don't know what you're talking about, she growled, her voice rising in pitch.
You think I like traveling with him, do you? His life's a right mess it is, all scarred up and ugly like his skin. Thank the powers he has a nice personality. One of these days, Skull, I'm gonna wire your jaw shut,
Anna snapped, drowning her drink. She slammed the mug on the counter.
Do you have anything stronger? You can do whatever you want, tiefling.
Mort's light-hearted tone dropped, and Anna looked up. For a moment he seemed different somehow.
I've been with the chief a long time. I know a lot about him, and a lot about women. And trust me when I say this, he's not your type. Oh, this is rich, it is. I mean it. Romance isn't for mortal folk.
When you're young, it's all about finding the right side, going through this one and that, never quite finding the perfect one. And as the years go by and you start to sag, all you can think about is that you don't want to be alone. At that point, you'll grab any Burke you can find and sink your talons into him. And that's the one you'll stick with for life. Anna fell silent. Face it, for mortals, love is all about being desperate. You just don't have the time that he has to escape it. Anna's lip curled into a sneer. Every word you say just gets stupider, doesn't it? Hey, fine, your choice. But if you do happen to do a sheet warming session, you'll let me watch, right?
Shut up, Skull!
That girl, I grumbled. You make it sound like an invective, Grace said with a sideways look. Sorry, it's just that I never expected her to steal from me. Not at all. I am sure she only did so out of the practicality of the moment. I twisted a finger in my ear, trying to dig out the last bits of that useless prattle. That Hamrys could bore a stone, though perhaps you think otherwise. Would you like to see how he does in the brothel, perhaps? For a moment, Grace's expression was unreadable. Hamrys is simple enough to understand. While I'm sure there would be some benefit if you were to sit down with my students, it is likely to be one-sided. She drew an ivory finger across her chin in thought. With Echo, perhaps. Echo? Is that the silent prostitute? Grace nodded. Though I trust that neither she nor Anna nor Hamrys are truly on your mind right now. Am I that transparent? On occasion. Though instances of clarity from an enigma such as yourself are a rare delight. Grace smiled. I sighed. It was a relief to finally find someone to talk to about this. I wanted to talk about our companions. Who in particular did you wish to discuss? Mort. Mort is most peculiar. I have seen a great deal in my life, but nothing quite like him. He behaves somewhat like a mimmer, but unlike any kind I have ever heard of. I've heard the term mimmer before. What else can you tell me about him? Mimmers are encyclopedias of knowledge. The owner may ask them questions, and if they possess the knowledge, they will inform the user of what it knows. And Mort is a mimmer? I don't believe so. Mort lacks the silvery metal that mimmers customarily have, and he seems to have an attitude of his own. Such qualities are not present in conventional mimmers. Grace shrugged slightly. He may be one, but he's unlike any I've ever encountered. I grumbled. I don't believe Mort is a mimmer either. Perhaps there is some test to verify his authenticity, but I would not do one if you value him as a friend. If you do, then you must accept what he has told you. When we found them, Anna was deep in the bub. Without a word, she tossed a satchel of the coins at me, and steadying herself on the bar, she tried to stand. I caught her as she stumbled. Anna must have had quite a few. She really wasn't a stumble kind of girl. Get off! Get off! She snarled, ripping herself from me. I can stand on me own. What's with her? I murmured to Mort as we went on our way. Angry drunk, he said, bobbing with a shrug. Probably just another mug away from shattering the bottle against the wall like a sopped-up harlot. I chuckled, but beneath my grin I knew he was lying to me again. Sebastian smiled at our approach. Good day, Cutter. It's good to see you again. I cut to the chase. I want to talk to you about Dimtree. He stared at me for a moment, then sighed. What about Dimtree, Cutter? He wants to be released from his curse. He gave a surprised look and then waved me off. I find that hard to believe, Cutter. Dimtree doesn't have the mental power to desire anything. He frowned for a moment. Did that idiot Hamrys put you up to this? Think about it, Sebastian. Hamrys doesn't know Dimtree is a zombie, let alone who created him, right? He glared at me in thought. Hamrys is a lackwit. I doubt he could figure out who could have done this. He sighed and shrugged his shoulders in exasperation. Hamrys could not have sent you. I guess poor Dimtree is more aware than I intended. A pox on me for my stupidity. Why did you create Dimtree anyway? Oh, he laughed, shook his head, and then tried to adopt a more serious composure. Hamrys loves the sound of his own voice, Cutter. He would wander the markets for hours, bending people's ear to his endless prattle. Businesses were failing. Dimtree provides him a willing companion to listen to his many tales, and, more importantly, keep him in his shop. So, will you release him? Sebastian looked at me for a moment, with conflicting emotions crossing his face, then sighed and threw up his arms in exasperation. I cannot. Sorry. He gave a pleading look. I want to, mind you, but I cannot. I fulfilled a contract by creating Dimtree, and I cannot break it, right or wrong. I am a man of my word, and my reputation demands it. I understand your dilemma, and agree with you. Could I release him instead? That would be difficult. He turned and began to look through a nearby box. After a moment, he removed a book, which he set down in front of me. First, you'd have to have some magical aptitude. Secondly, you'd have to be able to properly speak the words you find on page 23 of this book. Go on. Last, you'd have to touch Dimtree just as you feel the power of the words culminate within you. He turned his back on me and rummaged through another box. I couldn't allow you to read that book, however. It'd be tantamount to me breaking my word through the actions of another. He continued poking through the box, ignoring me. My eyes darted along the page that Sebastian indicated, fingertips zipping along the lines and acting as a guide. My mind was as sharp as ever, and after reading it once, I knew how to free Dimtree from his purgatory. I gave the coffin pillow a couple of squeezes. Fluffy down, yet with solid support and silken to the touch. I had to admit, Hamry's didn't disappoint, and I wouldn't have minded laying down on this for eternity. Hamry smiled when I entered. Good day again, Cutter. Did you get the pillow you were looking for? Yes, I've dealt with the trouble at the warehouse and got the pillow. He smiled and nodded. Well done, Cutter. As I said, you may keep whatever you recovered from the warehouse as your reward. Thank you for your help. Gee, I sure would like to learn about coffins, a chipper voice exclaimed outside. Yep, nothing I'd like better than to hear some blowhard yammer on about coffinology until the planes grind to a halt.
I too wish to know this foreign art. It is the tradition of the people to cremate our dead before scattering the ashes to the pebbled winds of limbo. I do find that the topic has much potential. I've yet to experience the subject. Hamrys quickly scurried outside, managing only a short "excuse me" before leaving me alone with Dimtree. The zombie turned to face me slightly as I approached. I could feel a sense of expectation in the air about him. You, fine master, Dimtree release? Yes, Dimtree. I know how to release you now. Dimtree turned to me fully and gestured. Please, friend. I paused to gather my thoughts, then carefully spoke the words Sebastian taught me. The grim power over life and death thrummed through me, tickling my flesh and sending a cold chill deep into my bones. I reached out and touched Dimtree lightly on the forehead. Rest well, Dimtree. There was the feeling of something being plucked and snapping within him, and with a sigh, the zombie collapsed at my feet. I thought I almost heard a fleeting, "Thank you, friend," as he fell to the ground. Moving a dead body is much harder than you'd expect. It isn't the weight alone that makes it tough, though really 150 pounds of flesh and bone is a task in itself. No, it's how the weight is distributed. You have to deal with the flopping limbs, the way the head gets in the way when you try to get a solid grip. Worse still was how the blood had pooled into Dimtree's legs and how much of the weight lay there. This really was a two-person job. I cannot believe that actually worked, Anna chuckled, still a bit tipsy as she wandered in. Hey, Chief, we pointed the blowhard down the street. He should be wandering there for a few hours at least. We'll send him our condolences later. For now, help me move the body. We dumped Dimtree unceremoniously into one of the caskets before closing the lid. Hopefully the embalming fluid meant he'd keep for a few days, and by the time Hamrys found him going south, he'd forgotten about this entire affair. I just hope the next debtor they send to talk to him isn't quite so conscious. I have the pillow for you, I declared, waving it as I approached Niall Xander. Let's get on with it. He took it, his lips tightening. His eyebrows rose a little as he examined the pillow, satisfied. Any time you're ready for the dream key, Scodman, give me the word and I'll pass it to you. I'll take it right now. He paused, as if gathering errant thoughts. Close your eyes and stretch out your hand, he said. You have to feel this key before you see it, or it won't work. I closed my eyes and felt a touch in the palm of my calloused hand.
At first I could barely feel it, but it rapidly grew in solidity in moments, until finally Xander spoke. "Open your eyes." When I did, I looked down to see a simple black feather in the palm of my hand. "My work is finished," said Xander, with the satisfaction of completing 4 generations of work. "Use that key on the leftmost door of the foundry, and the Dream Builder will open to you. I must go now. I have work to attend to." I blinked. A feather? All that work for a feather? "It's the final safeguard on the Dream Builder, sod," he said with a huff. "Do you think I'd just want anyone waltzing in? I ain't stupid. You want something else, or can I get back to work now?" "I'll leave you to your work then. Thanks." "You sure about this, Chief?" Mort chirped. "It looks kind of spooky." The archway was sealed, blocked off by an inky black film and framed with sinuous curved stone. In the periphery of my vision, I could almost see the crest swirl and dance like fickle motes of dust in the air, but the moment I focused on that movement, it ceased as if it never existed. The darkness, solid and unyielding, made no noise as I tapped it with the tip of my dagger. I think I can trust Xander. I stepped back to take the arch in fully. If this thing was supposed to hurt me, he wouldn't have made me jump through those hoops.
4 generations of devotion is a noble endeavor, Dakon said softly. Githzerai honor may stretch that far, but this is the first I have seen such toil from humans.
"Go on then," Grace added softly. "But take care. Dreams have a poor habit of coming true." Anna was silent, but she hid her dark lips behind a curled ivory finger. I stretched my hand out with the feather key in my grip. The moment the feather brushed against the surface, the darkness rippled. The watery sheen beckoned, tugging gently at the feather until my hand was enveloped. The space on the other side was neither warm nor cool, and there was a feeling of emptiness. Not the emptiness of a missing piece or disappointment of an unfilled box. I mean that the nothing behind the veil, the screen behind the mirror, echoed with unbridled potential. I stepped through, into my dreams. It was a vague nimbic sense of falling that I floated to the shore, the singing of the fish in my ears. It is the sound of water in motion, and the tug of the tides like a million soft strings. There were 20 of each of them. It is soothing. I dig at the beach with my hands, neither land nor sea, but someplace in between. There should be a door here, beneath the moist sand, as it trickles between my fingers. He said there would be one. There is a door beneath every beach. The sky is gray with unkempt clouds, and the wind is cool against my brindle skin. Waves wash their languors against the beach and wet my boots. I do not like it when my boots are wet. Blue dress blown on the winds, silken gown like waves, and hair pale as the clouds. Skin ivory white, and on the beach she dwells, cold hands that reach heaven from hell. I can feel her coming. I am afraid. Wind blowing blue gown, pearl white woman, dead pale like fish belly skin. She is coming. I unlock the door and descend, the song of the fish behind me. It is under the hangman's noose that I danced the hempen jig. Now I am the one tonight. The voice breaks the silence, cold and wretched, and crackling like rolling gravel. You dream again, again, again. The door clicks and locks behind me. There is the vague sense of being trapped, unseen eyes staring at me from behind, no matter how I turn. My fingers itch to claw at the walls. The scream seize up in my throat. My legs are frozen, leaden, still as stone. Calm down. Calm
The only way to escape would be to let it take me. My body felt strangely light and airy as I let myself go, like I've lost control of it. The winds will blow me where they will. Valiant intruder, shell breaker, wall piercer. The walls curl in around me, twist and braid until the rope lashes the space around me, cut off from reality, in my own bubble. No, not my bubble. Walls twist and curl and sprout like plants, wiggling in the air with new and eager life. Walls creak but hold still as roots pierce planar mortal and placental space. I recall old advice I was once given. Beware the shadows of the woods. Do not walk the space where trees cast their dead. I know I've stepped in the wrong spot, and I pause. It is silent, but I know that the air shivers and rattles and laughs at my error. Creatures of nightmare pull themselves from the ground and walk, ripping at my flesh with black barbs. Cold, numb pain dances along my flesh as my head rolls back in contentment. Yes, yes, yes. Sounds of wood and fury, creaking limbs, and the squeal of branches. I spiral deep into the darkness. The ground smolders beneath my footsteps, and ashen smoke curls along the cracks of the forsaken earth. Overhead, the sky is red as blood, pierced with crackling black sin. In the distance, a storm bubbles and brews, and within the hour, the rains will come. Fat droplets of despair that pierce the skin and weather the soul until hope and happiness are gone. Rattling teeth, jabbering screams. The Tower of Skulls babble at me, but I cannot understand the words. I want to understand, to sort the voices out from one another and unveil the secrets held in each precious curve. And just as I hear a familiar pitched cry coming from within, a clattering from behind distracts me, and I turn to see a battalion of blood-fanged fiends. The pain is quick this time, and the night cloaks me once again. She holds me against her, the warm press of her flesh, the soft perfumed scent of her hair. I can feel her smiling against my chest, and I return the gesture. We float in this white void, she and I, weightless and dancing like the intertwined veins of a leaf on the wind. And it was with a deep sense of duty, with boundless purpose, that I wrapped my hands around her skull and twisted. There is the crack of bone, the gush of spinal fluid, and crushed neural tissue. She dies quickly, the soft smile never leaving her lips. All. I've killed them all. No sound of flies or wriggle of warm maggots in sweet sores and wounds. The sour stench of offal and flesh, raw and cold. There is nothing here to take them, nor consume, but blood-hungry roots. A cold wind wails through the maze, whipping my ruined flesh with countless accusations. The guilt pierces, tears me up from within like a belly full of razors. The ashen, coal dust taste of shame on my lips. Vines curl, and ground swallows like a water dirge, and the cracking voice breaks in once more in perfect clarity, like the snap of bone or the creak of old wood. Oh, my pretty little puzzle, you have killed them and so many more that I have lost count of them all. My voice is trapped in my throat. Not even the softest whine escapes. Come to me, my puppet. Come to ravel in her black barbed maze. Come dream with me.
And then I awoke. When sensation and warmth began to flow through me again, I stirred from my spot on the floor. The nightmarish visions were fluttering away already, like the brush of a moth's wing. Much of the sights and sounds were half-remembered, already slipping through the cracks of my mind and into oblivion. I sat up, contented. There was a crick in my back from lying on the cold floor, but it was a good little knot, the kind that you twist and it pops from your joints and leaves you all the more satisfied. "Well, how was it?" Anna asked as Dakon helped me up. I think I just met Ravel. Chapter 63. When you strip everything away, Sigil isn't a place, per se. On its own, it isn't a place any more than a road is a realm, or a bridge or an arch is a domain. No, Sigil is the junction between destinations, and calling it a place is like saying there's a meaning to the pause between words. It's like how 4 walls by themselves don't make a home. No matter how ornate a building is or how many rooms it has, it isn't a home until there's one simple requirement met. An idea. It's belief that turns a tent into a living space, a house into a home. The idea that you own this little square of land, that this is a place to return to after a weary day of work. Ideas are what shape reality, by giving a label to naked space, bedecking it in robes and regalia, as a domain complete with a king or queen. It's rampant belief that makes Sigil more than a waypoint or a road. And so it was factions, with their piety and philosophies, that populated Sigil and made it into a city. They crafted laws, carved out domains of power, and saw value and worth in what they had, and yearned for more. It was time for me to join one. It only made sense, really. Factions had power, resources, far beyond what a group of 5 could achieve in their lifetimes, even if one of them was an immortal. They had knowledge, networks, and more importantly, they tied me to Sigil and gave me a place to come back to. The Godsmen had been good to me, even if the fear of commitment pricked at my soul. The commitment to a cause and to its followers. I might have been born yesterday, but I wasn't going to peddle away my individuality so easily and wind up a fanatic. But so far, they were the best option. The ability to cycle through lifetimes, to test oneself through each incarnation, and hopefully be better for it in the next life. Granted, my soul stays in one spot throughout the whole process, but I have the added luxury of living and dying again while carrying the same lessons of the past. I'd bet not many Godsmen have that. "If you wish to join the Believers of the Source, you must complete 3 quests," Kelder had told me. "The first quest is this. You must go to the forge and create an item. This will show that you are capable of seeing the possibilities inherent in even a base lump of iron, that you are capable of bringing forth something that will stand the test of time. It measures your vision and your ability to make the potential actual. Talk to Alyssa, the foundry supervisor, in the main foundry, to see how it all works." Easy enough. In the heart of the foundry was a short woman with slight horns in her forehead and ears that curved sharply back on her skull. She smelled faintly of sulfur, even over the reek of the foundry's fires. She had eyes like steel, and her gaze snapped onto me with an authority that made me wonder if I should salute or something. "Greetings. What can I do for you?" "Who are you?" "I am Alyssa Teald, supervisor for this area being the main foundry, where much of our current public work takes place. The foundry is larger than this, of course, but we have a large contract we're working on, and we've been sworn to secrecy. So most of the work area is off limits. My apologies. Keldor told me I needed to use the forge. She nodded simply. I would have thought she'd at least stare at me a little, size me up for my worth, but apparently godsmen weren't so discriminatory as all that. Everyone had the spark of potential divinity in them, after all. Certainly. Just make sure you have the proper items for it. Protection from the flames, tongs, hammer, and, of course, your iron ore. Where would I get those items? If you can't find them lying around somewhere, you'll have to buy them from the clerk, for a nominal price, of course. The clerk was a wizened old man with trembling hands and a cunning face. For a godsman, he seemed somewhat meek, less than he might have been in the past. There was a hunched-over humility that reminded me of Dahl. The man looked up from his scribbling and examined me carefully before speaking.
"Have I seen ye before? You seem familiar to me somehow."
From where? Do you remember where? I prodded the back of my mind, searching for an old memory, but found nothing.
"Not so fast, lad. Takes a while for the mind to warm up to a task like this. I've lived a long time, and seen a lot more faces in that time, and it ain't so easy to remember. Memory's a fleeting thing, and that's something you can bank on."
"Tell me about it, lad," I muttered under my breath. "Then can you at least tell me who you are?"
"Me? I'm Nadalin, Godsman Fighter Extraordinaire," he sighed. "At least I used to be. Now I'm a clerk in the foundry, breathing in this sooty air and hastening my dying day along. Was there something else you wanted?"
"I'd like to pick up some gear for the forge."
"Ah, you be wanting to be a smith now, eh, lad? Very well. You need an apron, 10 coppers, some tongs, another 10, and a hammer, which will be 20. That comes to, let me see, 50 copper."
I checked the math in my head. I'm sorry, but that sounded more like 40 coppers to me."
"Oh, what am I thinking? Of course it is. I tell you, memory's an insidious thing."
"That it is."
"Don't forget to pick up some ore from Thilden if you're wanting to work the forge. He's a miserly bastard, but he's the only person to get ore from."
Stomping about in the middle of the foundry was a slab-stomached man with thick arms and a scraggly beard. He smelled as if he hadn't washed in ages. The man was practically enrobed in the smell of ash and soot and sour sweat. His breath didn't do much for my breakfast either. He was in the process of ordering around subordinates as I approached him, and he dealt a quick cuff to the ear of one of them. He turned to face me, hitching up his belt.
"What do you want?"
"Are you Thilden?" He nodded.
"Thilden the Grey, supervisor for the yard. My job it is to make sure my laborers get their job done, and to make sure people like you don't distract them. They work little enough as it is, the little sods, and they'd manage to lose the rest of the day in idleness if I weren't here. I'm tough, but I'm fair. Ask anyone."
"Why do they call you the Grey?"
"'Cause I'm covered in soot most of the time from those blasted furnaces. It's a nickname my laborers have given me, out of affection, no doubt."
My lip curled. "Sure, that must be it."
"What's that supposed to mean?"
he growled. I acted like I was impressed. Hard not to in front of someone with that much rumble in his throat. "It means that I'm agreeing with you."
"Well, good. The multiverse would be a better place if everyone did. Now, I have to get back to work."
"I need to use the forge. Can you give me some ore?"
"Seems like they'll let anyone be a godsman these days," he grumbled. "Ain't like the old days when you had to show real potential to be a member. You want this iron for your Ponzi test? Take it then, and get mazed."
He thrust a lump of cold ore into my hands. The apron was heavy over my chest, the stiff leather cold against my skin. For a moment my mind flashed back to the feel of the mortuary slab, cold, flat, rigid against my back. But as I approached the forge, the blaze burned it away. I squinted a little, letting my eyes adjust to the hot yellow light. The heat buffeted my arms in waves and flushed my cheeks, and sweat popped from my pores, tickling my puckered scars as the droplets crawled down my skin. I picked up the ore with my tongs. Coax Metal had said that metal was like flesh, that both carried potential in their veins. There was the potential to create, like the hammer that I held in one hand, and potential to destroy, like the weapon I was about to forge. To see the potential and make it actual. I thrust the ore into the forge. It reddened, then glowed a brilliant white gold of hot iron as the pinching fingers of the tongs blushed with the heat. My hands were slick with sweat. My hands rang with a haunting familiarity as I hammered. White-hot sparks danced through the air, sizzled as they pricked at my flesh and left tender pink spots like a dozen insect bites. I ignored those little flashes of pain. The wounds would heal soon enough. The puckered surface of the ore flattened with each blow until it became a smooth ingot that I stretched and shaped to my will. I stretched the ore out and gave it a spine with which to anchor its limbs. I flattened out one plump end and gave it wings so that it may fly. And when it was cool enough to handle, I took it to the grindstone and gave it a fang, so that it might bite the flesh of my enemies. I gave my creation a few test swings, then held it up to light. The balance was excellent, and the tempering couldn't have been done more perfectly. All that it needed was a little burnishing and an acid-etched insignia, and it would have fit into the hands of the finest warriors of the plains. Like all parents, I was proud of my child and anxious for the criticisms that lay forward ahead. I have finished forging my creation. Keldor took the battle axe from me and examined it carefully.
That is, without a doubt, one of the better pieces I have seen a recruit forge. You'll go far, my friend. Are you ready for the next test? I certainly hope so.
I grinned, sure now that I had chosen the right faction. The memories of my past incarnations would be useful as I explored the plains, and in concert with the Godsman philosophy, would serve to temper me for the trials that lay ahead. I suppose I am. He continued grimly.
A murderer has struck in the foundry, and I am forsaking the usual test in order for you to track this killer down. Go to speak to the supervisor, Alyssa Teald, in the main foundry, and proceed from there. When you have completed your investigation and are ready to name a culprit, come back to me.
Why me?
Because you are an outsider. There is no real possibility that you could be the murderer.
There's no real reason to trust me either. Keldor's eyes were firm, but he was cautious and spoke softly. For someone with such a hearty voice, it sounded unnatural, the way a child might mimic the stern countenance of an adult, or a grown man might attempt to emulate the soft trill of a boy.
We have heard some rumors of a scarred man who awoke in the hive. A good and honest, if clueless fellow, forgive me for saying so. I have heard that you have a keen mind. You will need that.
A distant rumble stopped the conversation there. The stone floor pounded beneath my boots as we raced out to the foundry proper, and my skin tingled with a panicked flush. The forges were silent, and the voices of the overseers were mute. For a moment the heartbeat of the foundry paused, and the absence of the rhythmic pulse of 100 hammers striking in concert echoed through the chamber. There was only the low murmur of a crowd that didn't know what to do at the sight of a tragedy, before someone could come in and give orders.
All right, everyone, you've seen enough, Alyssa snapped. If you lot are just going to stand there like idiots, I'll be charging 5 coppers a glance.
Slowly the crowd dispersed, though a few glanced back to absorb a few extra details. Machinery was so fragile. One halted gear or one wrench tossed into the cogs, and the entire thing falls apart with clangs and squeals and the smell of burning grease. Flesh, however, wasn't nearly as strong as that. I'd seen plenty of death, but nothing quite like this. There was something natural and easy about dying in battle, the way the body lies, still recognizable as a humanoid. There was dignity there, a quiet nobility that one had had the chance to survive in the struggle, even if he had faltered and failed. It was nothing like this, a pulped bag of guts and splintered bone, pink-white and exposed like porcelain shards. The limbs were splayed as if independent of the body, The only thing recognizable was one upraised arm with fingers slightly curled. The poor sod's mouth was open in a distended O, and the jaw set at an improper angle as the head had been crushed. His scalp barely held in the pink mash of his brains. Strangely enough, his skin was the most intact out of everything. Aside from a few long, ragged scrapes, it held the organs in like a pink leathery shroud. Alyssa was rubbing her temples as I approached. "You again? Either get the guards to clean up this mess or get out of my sight. I'm in no mood for dealing with newcomers." Under Keldor's authority, I'm investigating the murder that occurred here. What can you tell me about it? She hissed. "Well, no one saw what happened here, I can tell you that. But you want to know what I saw the night of the murder? Well, I was working late when I heard the sound of a scuffle. When I came out, I saw a shadowy figure slip out the door into the meeting hall, and I raised the alarm." "Do you have any other details?" "I only know 3 people who had access to the building that night. They were Thilden, Saros, and Bed-Eye Lynn. The 3 of them have dramatically different builds, but in the haze of the foundry I couldn't see clearly." "How do I know you didn't do it?" "I have an alibi. Not to mention that Keldor already ascertained the truth from me. I have nothing to hide. Apparently Thilden, Saros, and Bed-Eye Lynn do, though, because they wouldn't go under Keldor's spell." Thilden shook his head, the rumble in his voice low as he spoke. "Shame about that poor Smith of Ilden, really it were. Still, he weren't the one to keep himself to the grindhouse. He weren't dedicated. 'Tis the way of the plains turn, mark my words. Every basher gets his due. Ah well, what can old Thilden do for you?" "What were you doing on the night of the murder?" "What was I doing? Why, I was sitting in my room with a nice loaf of bread and a jug of wine, staying in. Didn't go out that night, didn't see no need." "Do you know anyone who can swear otherwise?" "No, never saw the need to make sure of it. One place you might ask if you're really looking for leads is Saros. That little thieving knight goes everywhere, what with his father being such a high up here. He always was into new experiences. Boy's practically a sensate, if you ask me. Probably wanted to kill someone and see if he could get away with it." "Saros, eh? I'll remember that. In the meantime, I had a few more questions." "You want answers? Like what?" "What drew you to the Godsmen?" "They took me in and trained me to be what I am today, and I gotta thank them for that. They took my raw talent and shaped it into skill. I tell you, I'm a favorite of the Factuals, and someday he'll show everyone just how important I am to this organization. They tell me that everyone has godliness in them. It's true for me. I think I'm closer than most folks, to tell truth. That gives me the right to act like a god and expect more total devotion from my inferiors. I'm learning to take power and move mountains with belief in myself. When I rule the cosmos, you can bet I'll remember every one of those bucks who stood in my way." On the second floor of the inner chambers stood a severe woman with flaming red hair pulled back tight, giving her face a stretched, nervous look. She appeared to be deep in thought. At my approach, she glanced up. Her eyes were thin and weasel-like, and they bored into me as if she were wondering whether I was worth her time. "Can I help you with something?" "Who are you?" She pursed her lips and spoke in a cold, determined voice. There was no pride in it, nor any pleasure, just steel and conviction, edged and smooth. "My name is Bed-Eye Lynn. I'm a magical engineer. Not a mage, mind you, a theoretician." "Tell me what you know about the murderer." "Let's see. I asked the guards to head out for the night because I was working on some delicate engineering on the project in the next room, and I didn't need their psychic emanations fouling up some very crucial work. It was with some dismay that I found the body when I emerged from the room. Being as I have no other alibi, I realize I'm a suspect, and I suspect that you've already found out I wouldn't consent to going under the spell to answer. The reason for that is it would be violating the oath of secrecy I swore to protect the project. I think I'll check on that with Keldor." "You do that. He'll verify what I've told you. He administered the oath to me, so he knows its power." Poor Saros paced back and forth. If he was unsteady and young-looking before, he looked even more so now, like a child terrified of being caught doing something wrong. That poor Smith. I can't believe what happened to him. Do you have any ideas on what might have happened, or have any leads? He blinked. Who told you? The supervisor? She's right. I come in here at night sometimes when there's no one around. He looked around conspiratorially for a moment and lowered his head toward me. I saw Thilden creeping out of here. The main reason I know it was him is because he dropped something. He handed me an awl with the name Thilden etched into the wood handle. I wish things had been that straightforward. I approached Thilden with a swagger and a firm scolding tone, like a swarmy investigator seeking to rattle his suspect. Saros, you remember Saros, don't you? Gave me an awl found near the body. Oddly, this awl has your name etched into the handle. How do you explain that? He looked momentarily flustered, and then his cheeks flushed and pink with barely suppressed fury. Saros is a thief. Odds are he stole it from me. In fact, I've been missing my awl for some time now. Never mentioned it to anyone because I figured I just lost it. Now I know Saros stole it to frame me. Better go and get him before he gives you the laugh. Seeing my expression, he added, before he escapes. Ah, right. That sounds a little too pat. I'll just have to ask him about it. What have you found? Are you going to let me go free? Saros asked nervously. Hilden says that you planted the awl at the murder scene, and that you're trying to frame him for the murder because you two disagreed. Of course he'd say that. Just because he's guilty and he wants to make you look someplace else. I saw him kill that man. Sure, we disagreed, but that doesn't mean I want him dead. Just because he's a total Burke doesn't mean he should be arrested. He should be arrested for killing Avellone. Tell him he needs proof. What did little Lickspill tell you now? I'm sure it were all lies. He tells me that it's not a frame. In fact, he says he personally witnessed you killing the poor sod. He what? His meaty hands were balled into tight pink fists. His knuckles were pale white. His cheeks were flushed just the same, and the heat of the musk about him seemed even more pronounced. I hoped he was the one. The man was temperamental and unhygienic, two things I'm not too fond of. I tell you that boy's a thief and a murderer, and you don't believe me. What if I told you the lad's an anarchist, too? Member of the Revolutionary League? It took a moment for me to process the accusation. True, Saros seemed to be a fickle lad, but he surely couldn't go so far as to betray the faction he grew up with. And his sister possessed a powerful, frightening perception. Why should I believe that? A pious look crept into his face. 'Cause I say it's so. 'Cause I'm about to say something that'll make a criminal of me, but I'll say it just to see justice done. He paused. I know he's an anarchist because he tried to recruit me. Him and that engineer, Bet-I Lin. I told him I'd do it so I could trap him, but then I realized I didn't have the stomach to harm poor Saros. I turned him down, and now they're trying to cover their tracks. That's why they want me gone. They're the killers, not me. Assuming I believe this, why shouldn't I have you imprisoned too? What? You're accusing me? But I didn't do anything. Burke, you've got the wrong man. Please, I didn't do it. Saros sat one leg twitching, his eyes owlish and wide. The boy was so twitchy that I was impressed he hadn't wet himself by now. Well? Thilden tells me that you and Bet-I Lin are anarchists, and that you're trying to frame him because he turned down an offer to join you. Saros paled, and his lips parted in surprise. I was grateful there wasn't a warm trickle on the floor by now. Fetching someone to mop it up would have been another trip in this as-of-yet fruitless exchange. She has nothing to do with this. I did it on my own. But the truth is, Thilden shoved Avellone into the gears. I put the awl there to make sure everyone would know he was there, because I'm just a kid, and no one would believe what I was saying. All right, I admit I planted the awl, but I only did it to make sure he got punished for his crime. Why? Why should I not think that you're doing this to get back at him for some other crime? Because I don't know why you'd think that. But I promise, go talk to him and tell him what I said, and then you can decide for yourself. The poor boy was on the edge of tears. Bet-I Lin was no happier to see me than she was the first time. What do you want? Thilden says you're an anarchist, and that you're trying to pin the crime on him. Anger sparked in her eyes, but a look of scorn replaced it so quickly I wasn't even sure I read it right. An anarchist, right. Here's my other leg. Pull that one too. Did you have some real questions, or can I get back to my work? What was that flash of anger? She smiled slightly. You don't miss much, do you? Allow me to put it this way. How would you feel if you were falsely accused? My anger stems from that, and nothing more. She seemed honest about this. I don't buy that. You'll have to, because you're getting no other answer from me. She turned stiffly away from me. Farewell. He says that he planted the awl in the body, but only because he wanted to make sure that you would be implicated in the death. He says you're a murderer, and he wanted to make sure you got caught. Philden's face drained of color. He admitted he's an anarchist. Yes. He seems to believe you're dangerous to everyone around you, whether they be anarchist or godsman, and that someone needs to stop you. He's willing to admit to his own crimes in order to ensure that you meet with justice. I twisted the accusation like a curved knife in his belly. What was that you said earlier? That poor Avellone weren't dedicated enough? That every basher gets his due? His beefy face grew red with apoplexy. Rage flooded his veins, rolled off him in waves like the radiance of the forges. You're accusing me. But I ain't the murderer. I'm just trying to expose anarchists, Burke. Damn you, you can't do this to me. You can't trust anyone who says they saw me do it, so you can't say I did it. I had to set my lips rigid to squelch a giddy smile. I almost wanted him to kill me on the spot, so that I could sit up again an hour later and make a testimony of his guilt in person. Would you say the same thing under oath and under spell? I'm betting Saros would. Bugger. Can I at least take my stuff and give this place the laugh? Old Philden'll make sure you won't regret it. Only if you can beat it out of here before I make it to Kelder, and I don't make much of your chances. And with that, Philden the Grey scuttled off in flight, tail between his legs as the noose was being measured. He's taken his test, was weighed and measured by the planes. It could have been punishment enough. One day a godsman, the next a failure. Nothing more pathetic than that. Keldor's eyes stared into mine. Well, have you found a culprit for this heinous crime? Do you have evidence? Philden did it. He had personal problems with Avellone, and he was trying to frame Saros for the crime. Execute him. He shook his head. There was never any satisfaction in condemning one of your own. I never would have believed it of Philden. I trust your investigation was thorough, and I trust you. Allow me to summon the guards. Take your time. Keldor's face was dry and heavy when he returned, and for the first time since I met him, he showed the weight of his age. It is done. My thanks for resolving the investigation. You have but one task remaining to you. Sandos, father of Sarosa and Saros, one of our more vital members, has returned from a harrowing journey. He has locked himself in his tower room and is threatening to kill himself. Speak to him. Stop him. Despite the expert craftsmanship of the furniture, there was a marked austerity to the sitting room. Deep and elaborate vines were carved into the wood, and the shelves were lined with odd knickknacks and gleaming treasures, a fiend's paw, an ornate bronze dagger. It was decorated by a man who went through the motions of the high life, a dry and hollow attempt to appear stoic rather than the mark of pride. 2 guards flanked the solid wood door, and they greeted me with a salute. Greetings, sir. Did Keldor send you? Sandos came up here, and he's been raving and muttering behind the door all day. I hope you can do something for him. We'll see about that. I called through the door. Sandos, I need to talk to you. A muffled voice came out from the bedroom, shrill with a choked sob. Go away! Are you Sandos? The voice snapped. Who else would I be? These are my rooms, this is my faction. This is where I'm going to die. Tell me about yourself, Sandos. You want to talk? Is that what you want? How about you listen? The voice paused and then gathered steam. What's the point of it? That's what I want to know. Why do we do the things we do? What's the thing that keeps us driving,
I don't know. What? Pride. Pride and ego. We keep telling ourselves that we can be something, that we mean something, that there's a reason we're here, but in the end, it's all just blackness. I've seen that final blackness, and there's no reason to deny it. Yet we keep pushing on out of foolish pride. There's no reason to it. It was like balancing a glass globe on the tip of a spear, trying to be delicate yet not patronizing, firm yet not scolding. At any moment, he could hang himself, and I needed to keep him talking. Look, I'm here to help. I'm here to listen. I see. Send a concerned stranger to talk me out of it, eh? Ha! The voice dropped to a conspiratorial tone. Did they tell you you could join them if you just came to talk to me? Did they think it would make you care more? If you'd have seen half the things I'd seen, just half the things. What have you seen? I've seen horrors beyond imagining. I've seen a twisted, tortured god, bound by laughing fiends. I've seen a layer of the abyss distill itself into the essence of a single individual. I've seen all the laws of nature perverted, and I've seen all of the truths of man turned upside down. None of it makes sense to me anymore, and I cannot bear it any longer. What's the point, I ask you? What's the point? I tried to smooth my voice, make it softer than the normal low guttural growl. You have no idea what I've seen, Sandoz. I've lain in the sands of the silent shore, felt the icy waves of the river Styx lapping at my cold flesh. I've seen the darkness at the end of every nightmare, felt the hollow where a man's essence should rest. You don't see me threatening to kill myself. There was a short, sharp breath from behind the door, and then a low, unamused chuckle. You're not much on tact, are you? What if I told you I had my head in a noose right this instant? I'd tell you that if it's done wrong, it's a particularly uncomfortable way to go. Trust me, I know from experience. Granted, I hadn't quite died by hanging yet, but I'd had my neck snapped enough times to know. So why don't we just talk? His voice was low and quiet. About what? Did you ever consider that you became a godsman for a reason? What do you mean? Why did you join the godsman? His voice strained as he searched for an answer. That's what this whole ordeal was, a quest for an answer. Because I thought there was meaning. I was wrong. There is no meaning. Love, family, wealth, accomplishment, it all means nothing. All of it? Is there anything that could prove you wrong? Find someone who can persuade me otherwise. Someone who can tell me differently. You can't, it seems. Find someone who can. The floorboards creaked as he walked away from the door. Sarosa gazed at me with those soulful eyes, her chalk-white face smooth and still. Greetings, wounded man. What do you need of me? I need to speak to you about your father. What of him? He's locked himself in his tower and is threatening to kill himself. What can you tell me of him that would allow me to keep him from doing so? Her eyebrows furrowed and her lips twisted into a sneer. Even in a fury, she was elegant, terrifying like a storm. You lie. My father is traveling. He's not expected back for days at least. I almost took a step back. Even so, speak to Kelder if you don't believe me. I require your assistance if your father is to live. I will, you can be sure. She paused and stared at me, hard. There was a sensation of something caressing my soul, delicate like the brush of a finger. You speak the truth, don't you? I see no deception in your heart on this matter. Very well. This is what I wish you to tell my father. All life is a test. One cannot expect to skip to the end directly. That is not the answer. Only the Doomguard and the Dustman believe in utter decay, and you have always held them in contempt. Sandoz, we've got to talk. Sandoz's voice was muffled by the thick door. What do you want? The voice sounded desperate and lonely. I'm here to tell you what your daughter said. There was a pause. The voice came more brittle than before. "You talked to my daughter?" "Yes. This is what she said. All life is a test. One cannot expect to skip to the end directly. That is not the answer. Only the Doomguard and the Dustman believe in utter decay, and you have always held them in contempt." He laughed hollowly. "She said all that, did she? Give me a minute." "Take all the time you need." When Sandoz spoke again, he sounded a little more balanced. "Go down and tell Keldor you've talked some sense into me. I'll want to see him eventually, but you've done your job. Go on now." I wasn't one for ceremony. Take a vow, wrap it up in pretty words, and repeat it before an approving crowd, and that was all. It was worth little to me, and I suspect less for any other initiate, but the factors flanked me, heads held high with pride as I approached the podium. The incense stung my eyes, and the sight of my companions sitting at the benches was blurred as I teared up. Dakon gazed at me with a plain, level look. Anna's tail flickered in boredom, and Mort looked back and forth, restless, while Fall from Grace smiled, as if hiding something behind those rosebud lips. Sometimes I really did wonder what went on in that woman's mind. "Ahem," Keldor coughed. "The vow?" I blinked, somewhat embarrassed at my distraction, and raised one hand, repeating the oath from memory. "Life's tribulations are a test. There is nothing I encounter that is not a lesson. Pain is the multiverse's way of reinforcing a lesson. What I hate most in others is a reflection of what I hate most in myself. I will act to activate my potential, and to aid others in achieving their goals. I will remember that divinity's spark is present in everything. I swear loyalty to the believers of the Source and their goals, never to forsake them." Keldor smiled. "Welcome to the Godsman, lad." The small audience applauded as I left, reaching out to brush my bare arms in lukewarm token affection. Saros shook my hand, whispering his gratitude in my ear for letting him off the hook. "Huh," Mort grunted. "That ceremony was a wash. They could have at least included some paddles or a goat or something." "What is that supposed to—" I started, but at that moment Sarosa approached me. "My father lives again thanks to you, and my brother walks free." I nodded, somehow thankful she didn't feel the need to reach out and shake my hand. "It was nothing, Sarosa. Your brother is impulsive, but young. He only wishes to go his own way. As for your father, I understand how difficult things could be for him." "Indeed," she said, and by her tone she seemed to be in full agreement. "But for your aid I would offer you my gratitude if you would accept it." "Of course." I paused, remembering that eerie gaze of hers. "Is this something to do with your gift?" "Yes," she stated plainly. "I know not how I came by it. It seems something that has always been a part of me. I can only surmise that my past lives and my beliefs in this one have given me a special insight into mortal nature. I am gifted with the ability to see a piece of the potential within every being. By reading the true name graven on that mortal's very being, and by slightly mispronouncing that word, I am able to change the nature of that potential, thus changing the nature of its bearer." "So, you can change me?" She nodded. "I can change you, but I cannot teach you. It is like teaching color to a blind man, or sound to a deaf man. And I will change you, if the price be right." "What is the price?" "Tell me, do you truly subscribe to the philosophy of the Godsman?" "Yes." "Then I feel no qualms in sharing my gift with you." She spoke an arcane syllable, one that shook me to my very foundation. My soul flashed like fire, beamed like the sun for a single moment. In that moment of pure ecstasy, my being rang like glass struck by a silver spoon. The world seemed different to my senses now, more open and crisp. Thank you, Sarosa. I wish you well. For a couple of good weeks I worked at the foundry, crafting one masterwork after another. My palms grew hard and calloused from hammering at the forge. My body grew fitter, and my already heavy physique became even more densely layered with muscle. Anna, normally restless, didn't seem to mind watching me work occasionally. Dakon sat in meditation in the austere quarters that had been set aside for us, and Volfam Grace seemed content to observe, supping on the experience of what it meant to be a godsman. With the stipend I made selling my works, I was able to supply us with better goods, and even picked up a minor godsman relic. Through it all, Mort whined about loaning him some cash for a visit to a proper mammy shack. Life was good. Until one day, I met a most unusual woman while browsing the clerk's ward. Chapter 65. She was a tall, slender woman, willowy and delicate. It was clear she was out of her element. As she sipped wine from a small ceramic cup, her eyes looked about, and she arched her neck high, as if trying to look for someone. Her facial features were elegantly exotic, and the woman's ears, though partially covered by her long hair, came to sharp points, like the wingtips of a bird. "Greetings." The woman turned to face me, violet eyes flashing like flawless chips of amethyst. Her speech was as music, a faint musical tinkling like 100 tiny crystal bells. Each word lingered in my ear as if they were unwilling to relinquish the exquisite sound. Namel turned to face the scarred dour stranger. She asked what he wished of her. "Wow," Mort ogled. Anna sneered at him. "Stop your drooling, you leering skull." "My, what a hot-blooded little chit. Starved for attention? I could drool over you too if you're just jealous." Mort started floating towards Anna, making wet slavering noises. "Get a hair's breadth closer, Skull, and I'll see to it that not one of your chattering teeth lies within 100 paces of another." With that, Mort stopped abruptly, turning away while muttering unintelligibly. "Are you looking for someone?" I asked Namel. The name sounded familiar. Where could she be, Namel wondered. Her companion Aelwyn was supposed to have met her here days ago. The woman sighed miserably, and the air around her grew chill with her sadness. How long must she search this vast foreign city before she finds her dearest friend? I could help you find your friend. What does she look like? Namel clasped her hands together and bowed her head to me. She would be so pleased to hear news of her friend. She told the kind stranger what Aelwyn looked like, so that he would know her should he come across her. Though she said nothing else, an image formed in my mind. A woman who resembled Namel, but with golden eyes and hair of fiery crimson. When the image faded, it came to me. In the catacombs, Glyve had told me before I laid him to rest with a trickle of clear, pure water. Namel, I was told you know the command word for this decanter. The woman made no move to touch or examine the decanter, but again only spoke. Namel took it from the stranger, turning it in her hands. Had she seen its like before, she thought? Perhaps. Yes, she remembered now. She returned the decanter, whispering into his ear as she did so. I felt a puff of breath that tickled my ear, and I realized that I knew the word now. Nildenasage. She blinked at me. Would the stranger leave her now, satisfied with what she had told him? Yes. Thank you, Namel. Aelwyn was easy to find. There was no mistaking that same presence that Namel had. The glow of reality about her, as if existence and will and word curled into each other. Aelwyn was occasionally looking up from her cup of wine to scan the surrounding patrons and passers-by. Her facial features were as elegant and sharp, like brown glass. Her eyes, a brilliant gold in color, caught the light, sparkling as she looked about. Greetings. She regarded me carefully for a moment before replying. She spoke slowly and carefully, avoiding direct eye contact with me.
I, Aelwyn, return your greeting.
Aelwyn, your friend Namel is looking for you. She began to smile, but then covered her mouth with her hand and looked down at her drink.
I, Aelwyn, am most pleased to hear of Namel. Might I, Aelwyn, persuade you to tell her of this place?
Of course. She looked at me directly, and for just the briefest of moments, before she cast her eyes back down to her drink, my senses were awash with a warm, comfortable feeling. Pure happiness.
I, Aelwyn, thank you.
It's my pleasure. May I ask you about her, though? Aelwyn nodded slowly. The way she speaks, what her words do. How?
I, Aelwyn, can only say that we come from another place, another world. We are not like the people here, whose words, thoughts, very feelings even, affect nothing directly. I, Aelwyn, take great care so as not to affect those around me too greatly. Namel, she is new here and cannot do so. It is something she must learn, should she choose to remain here much longer.
But why? Her eyes stared into mine, suddenly sure and hawk-like.
There are many reasons. I, Aelwyn, feel it is not right to impose reality upon those without the ability to impose their own reality upon me, Aelwyn.
With that, she looked away, once again avoiding my gaze. Is there anything you cannot do by simply speaking of it? Aelwyn frowned. A strange, unpleasant feeling rose in the pit of my stomach.
Please, I, Aelwyn, would speak of it no more.
Just one other question. She looked at me directly, my face reflected in the glittering gold discs of her eyes.
He would speak of it no more to Aelwyn, and thus would no longer force her to speak in such a way to him.
I suddenly found myself unable to voice another question. The words caught in my throat like the spur of a fishbone as I tried to ask. Fine then, hypocrite. Namel smiled as she greeted me, her beauty no less breathtaking than the first time I saw her.
Namel held her breath as the stranger approached her. Had he found Aelwyn, she wondered?
I nodded. I found Aelwyn. She's looking for you, too. Namel's lips formed a perfect smile. An infectious happiness radiated from her, clinging to me like sweet-smelling warmth.
Namel was overjoyed to hear of her friend. Was Aelwyn close by?
She's at another cafe, east of here, across this part of the ward. I gestured. I'd be happy to escort you if you wish. Aelwyn said you were new to the city. Oh, I'm sure she's new to lots of things. Mort licked his teeth.
Namel thanked the man for his wondrous news. Soon she would go to visit her oldest friend, Aelwyn. Now, though, she would reward the stranger.
No, that's all right. I need no reward. Namel touched her index fingers to her lips, making a faint hushing noise.
She would draw the stranger close, laying her hand upon his chest and kissing the pale leathery skin of his cheek. Life would flow into him, invigorating him. This, then, was to be his reward.
As I waited, there was indeed a light tingling sensation upon my cheek and chest. The feeling spread across the whole of my body, and I began to feel stronger, more animated. My thanks, Namel. Let's go. Aelwyn clasped her hands together and bowed her head to me in thanks, tears of joy falling from her golden eyes. Just as my own eyes began to water, she wiped away her tears and smiled, causing a wave of intense pleasure to wash over my entire body. The two women embraced, speaking excitedly in delighted, relieved chimes.
Aelwyn thanked the stranger. She had been reunited with her dearest friend Namel.
It was my pleasure. Namel performed the same gesture and looked up, smiling. Another burst of pleasure radiated through me. This effect was almost dizzying.
Namel thanked the stranger once more. She only hoped he knew how happy she felt to be reunited with Aelwyn.
I think I do. Farewell, Namel. The two talked for just a moment, and as I was about to leave, Aelwyn's fingers brushed my arm. I paused, looking back at her, and the warmth evoked by her smile faded away into pleasant memories.
I, Aelwyn, would tell you something now, stranger.
Yes? She took a breath, little more than a sigh, but the air around us rippled with languor and distant regrets.
The name I, Aelwyn, chose for you, stranger, is not so fitting. You and I, Aelwyn, have met before, in the fest hall, in a place you could not have been were you not a sensate yourself. Whether you recall or not, unless you betrayed the Society of Sensation at some point, you are a sensate.
I blinked. I see. Tell me more. She nodded.
You and I, Aelwyn, have met on 2 different occasions. The first was no less than 2 centuries past, and the last more recently, perhaps no more than 50 years ago.
That's quite a long time ago. She nodded again.
My, Aelwyn's, people are extremely long-lived, forgetful one.
Aelwyn sighed unhappily, causing a chill to descend over me. My skin prickled and a tingle ran up my spine.
You seemed a different man then, less grim, less scarred, so eager to see all that the multiverse had to offer. You courted me, Aelwyn, then, and was nearly taken as a lover. But then, you disappeared.
Where did I go?
I, Aelwyn, was told you had been slain, murdered.
She looked up for a moment to peer curiously into my eyes.
I met you only once more after that.
Did I remember you then?
No.
She shook her head sadly, then touched her throat.
No, you did not. You lashed out at me, Aelwyn, made to slay me. Scream how I, Aelwyn, could not fool you, would not ensnare and murder you.
I winced. Do I abuse and abase all of my past lovers? What happened?
We had met in one of the northern towers of the fest hall, on the 7th floor. Before you could choke the life from me, I, Aelwyn, used my powers and bade you leap from a window to your death. When I, Aelwyn, finally went in search of your broken body, you had already gone.
You did what? She nodded, the guilt and regret running down her cheek in a lonely trickle.
That is the whole of my, Aelwyn's, tale for you. We were not strangers once, but have now become so. Farewell, stranger, and may fortune walk with you in your travels.
Thanks, Aelwyn. I tried searching for the right words, something to lay to rest whatever had been between us. Lost love, guilt, regret, shame. There was no way to compress all that into a single sentence. In the end, I could only offer a tepid reply and hoped that was enough. I wish you well. Aelwyn nodded, neither happy nor sad, neither relieved nor anguished, and said no more. It was still early in the day in the clerk's ward, and I took my time sampling its wares. Street performers and acrobats carved out little domains, brightening the hodgepodge urban sprawl with life and color. I chewed on a fried lizard on a stick, the skin salty and crispy, its flesh tender and moist. The smell of sweet herbal tea from the cafes perfumed the air. There didn't seem to be such a thing as carnival season in the clerk's ward. Who needed a day of festivities when there was celebration at every street corner? I was picking the meat from the lizard's bones when we came to the curiosities shop. Rumors had abounded of this place. Not the nasty kind, mind you, just vague mentions passed through the grapevine that this was the place for talismans and spells. I wiped the last bit of grease from my fingertips and entered. Something was funny about the air, sickly sweet like honey laced with poison. The alluring fragrance masked any venom that might lay beneath. A downtrodden little man scurried about the shop, dusting, cataloging, and moving things about for the place's proprietress. He smelled faintly of onions. He glanced up at me nervously as I entered.
Please, sir, I cannot speak with you. I've work to do, and my mistress simply won't allow it.
I just had a few questions.
I'm sorry, sir, but I can't. Please leave me be before my mistress notices me talking to you.
Your mistress? The little man nodded. Yes, Mistress Vrshika. I am Standish, her servant, her slave. I committed a crime and was sentenced to slavery, then purchased in the lower ward like many of her slaves, most of whom she keeps at her manor. Now please, I beg of you, leave me be, or she'll become angered and beat me unmercifully. Now, Standish, I will not having you tell such nasty lies to customers, said a sweet, prickly voice. I glanced off to the side. She was a demoness, sharp-featured and attractive, though her appearance was somewhat disturbing. Her blue-black skin was smooth like cobalt, and bright yellow eyes glistened like a cat's. As she examined me, a small pair of bat-like wings unfolded from her back, then seemed to settle back into her skin. Her eyes slid over to my companions, and then her lips pulled back into a cruel, treacherous smile. Well, well, a floating, disembodied, prevaricating skull, and fall from grace, or whatever it is you call yourself now. Truly a pleasure to see you here. What do I owe the honor of your visit? I thought that you rarely trafficked among our kind any more. She glanced at me for a moment with the same faint sneer. Or is your assignment here almost finished? Fall from Grace bowed her head and spoke sweetly. I do not know what assignment you're referring to, Vrshika, though your presence here brings with it many questions. Last I'd heard you were a standard-bearer for the Company of the Vulture. How did you come to Sigil? She replied curtly, firing a question back like an arrow. By choice. And you? Where will your orders take you next? She suddenly turned to me. You see, little man, Vrshika smiled as if savoring the words, the best temptress is the one that can make you buy into the illusion of being both promiscuous yet virtuous at the same time. A prostitute priestess, as it were. Mistress Grace is among the greatest. She turned to Fall from Grace. Are you not? You would not think that 1,000 years of slavery had left their scars, no? Fall from Grace spoke with a coldness I'd never heard before. The air almost became ice as she dissected Vrshika with her gaze. That is enough. Very well, though you are the ones who came into my emporium. Vrshika looked to me and narrowed her eyes. You're the scarred man who's been going around asking all the questions? She looked me up and down. You sure look lost. Did you really want to come in, or are you just casing the place because you have nothing better to do? Because Vrshika, she indicated herself, can help you. I eyed her skeptically. How can you help me? I travel and trade extensively. I hear a great deal, I purchase a great deal, and I own a great deal. Perhaps I can make you a great deal. Is there anything that you desire? Only answers to some questions. Vrshika pursed her lips and narrowed her eyes into dangerous slits. I'll entertain any questions about the merchandise, but I'm not going to be drawn into one of your famous 20 questions about anything around the spire, understood? What are you, Vrshika? Vrshika sighed loudly. An Alu fiend, a half-demon. My mother was Tanari, a fiend, and my father a great king of mortals. Such a rude question, but then you're rather rude-looking yourself, aren't you? What did you mean by calling Mort prevaricating? Prevaricating, misrepresenting, perjuring, dissimulating, lying. Oh, did I say that? I meant a floating, disembodied, pontificating skull, as in dogmatic, always stating an opinion in a self-important manner. Vrshika smiled innocently. You and Fall from Grace seem to care little for one another. Oh, that Betezu camp follower who's made her home in Sigil? Curious, no? But then what better a place to train her agents than that little brothel of hers? Betezu camp follower? Ever since her mother sold her into slavery, she's been a plaything of the plains for many a century. She claims that she was able to free herself from her chains, but you may give that word as much credence as you would give the word of any other Tanaris. Myself excluded, of course. Vrshika's lips pressed tight into a dark, pursed smile. Every word she uttered was a piercing barb, hitting home as much as they were casually tossed. Some demons destroyed their targets by seduction and honey-sweet words.
Others did so by slipping poison into the subtle wounds they carved. At least Grace was pleasant. "It is the truth," Grace started, but was interrupted by Vrishika's fiery tongue. "Truth? Truth? One does not win free of Betezu contracts, you whore cloaked in human skin. You speak lies, and all the Tanari hordes know it, from the lowest legions to the other comfort-sucking succubi as they cavort across the plains. Fall from Grace was but a Betezu slave from the moment she was born, and so shall she always be. You are still an indentured plaything of the Betezu, to be tortured and commanded as they see fit." Vrishika sneered. "You even behave as they do." Grace's voice was sweet balm over the cankers Vrishika spread. "One may win free of Betezu contracts if one is wary of the wording. And if one realizes that the Betezu are beholden to keep their own word, one must simply beware of any meanings that may be twisted to their ends. And I am well versed in language and its subtleties. Even so, it was not an easy matter." "Enough. I do not care to hear you speak your lies in my presence." Fall from Grace maintained her flawless composure and simply nodded, though when I caught her eye she gave a slightly exasperated look, then smiled. "What was it you said about her training agents, Vrishika?" "Yes, they are her eyes and ears in the city of Sigil and across the plains. What they do not see or hear they may coerce from another man that is seen and heard. Who could think humans capable of such deception and trickery? Oh, Grace is indeed a clever one. Not as clever as her mother, perhaps, but clever nonetheless." Grace interjected softly. "That is not the purpose of my establishment." "Oh, but of course not. Did I dare suggest such a thing? Perhaps you should let the man judge for himself." Vrishika turned to me, eyes blazing. "Do you not wonder, little man? Does the method of reason and curiosity ever enter your mind as to this matter? Does not the arrangement at the brothel seem strange to you?" Vrishika went on before I could answer. "Occam's razor can leave a scar, but it can remove the cancer so often caused by the poison of liars and imaginers. And now here she is, traveling with you. Most curious. Why would someone, a proprietress of such an establishment, leave it for any reason? And for a man she barely knows? Questions, questions," she hissed. "The answers may be painful indeed." Grace stood proudly, hands folded demurely in front of her. "He is well aware of why I agreed to travel with him, Vrishika, when he asked me to do so." "Oh, I am certain he did ask. What man could resist?" Vrishika sneered and looked away in disgust. I sighed. "Perhaps I should just look at your wares." The exotic goods sat behind clean glass cases, on stands and velvet pillows, like a woman's collection of jewelry. A demon's tongue lay moist and glistening, a stained lens, a small assortment of bottles, each with labels whose names were enigmatic, as plain as they were. A bottle labeled as Elixir of Horrific Separation caught my eye. Smiling, Vrishika unlocked the case and presented it to me. "This stuff was compounded by a scholar who'd found she'd possessed a darker half, a side of her which took control at times and bade her do awful things. This potion was to have split the darker half away from her, creating two separate beings. Mercy killers, however, found and executed her for a string of depraved murders before she could use it. I charge you only 200 copper commons for the elixir." I knew the perfect use for it. "I'll take it." "Yes," Vrishika purred. "A wise choice." The copper I poured into her hand seemed to disappear the moment it touched her palm. She handed me the item. "Please, enjoy your newest acquisition." The bitter smell of herbs greeted me again when I entered the apothecary. The air was dusty, bitter, and aged. Behind the counter was Pestil Kiln. His chaotic features made moist squelching noises as they shift. He or they were as eerie to look upon as ever, as his flesh constantly changed and crawled across his face and body. "I welcome ye back, sir." "I've got this elixir of horrific separation. Do you think that would help you?" Both of his eyes suddenly snapped to the small bottle in my hands. He nodded, smacking his lips. Here you are, then. Pestial Kiln took the bottle in both hands and placed it beneath the counter. His left eye focused on me, while his right eye and hand concentrated on scribbling furiously on the countertop.
We can use this to make something that'll fix us. Now, if you give us a moment, when we've got it all worked out, we'll make you some healing stuffs for a reward.
He turned to head to the back of the shop. There are some things Assad shouldn't ever have to hear. The cursed bellow of a tortured god, the rattled breath of the undead, cats yowling in heat in a dark alleyway, their cries like the shrill, terrified screams of a baby being tortured. The wet gags and gurgles that came from the back room of the apothecary were probably third down the list. There was the warm slosh of guts, the sound of flesh tearing like paper. Part of me wanted to peek in and satisfy my own curiosity. There would have been a strange sort of comfort in that. It would have definitely been better than the horrors my imagination conjured to fill in the gaps. Seeing what was actually happening could have only soothed my overactive mind, like tearing off a bandage to see the wound beneath wasn't as bad as you'd feared. When it was over, a rotund little man walked out. With one hand, he wicked away the perspiration dewing on his forehead, then wiped his palms on a mustard-green shirt. The man closely resembled Pestial Kiln, though without the crawling skin and constant subtle mutations. He smelled like licorice root and pepper. "Greetings again, sir, and well met. Now, what is it I, Pestial, can do for you?" I was hoping to get some healing concoctions. He smiled. "Yes, of course, your reward, Let's see now. I'll manufacture them for you for nothing, of course, but I'll need the proper ingredients. An Oni's heart, a powdered hematite, or the hair of a diva, or a thread from an Asaman's robe, or the blood of a regenerating creature such as a troll, or... Actually, my wounds heal very quickly." Pestial raised an eyebrow. "Do they now? Well then, your own blood just might do. Here, give me a sample if you would." I nicked my forearm with my dagger. After drawing a small quantity of my blood and retreating to the back of the store, Pestial returned with a number of what appeared to be hardened drops of blood, clot charms. "Placed upon one's tongue, these will heal existing wounds and aid in the prevention of new ones for a time. Farewell, Pestial, and thanks." Chapter 66. I had often seen the palace of the Society of Sensation, piercing the sky and shimmering with colored glass like a tantalizing beacon across the entire ward. Its buttresses curled around the towers and shyly linked one pinnacle to another. It was for more than support. They acted like the lace of a woman's gown, or at the cuff of a gentleman's sleeve, accenting and enlarging, making the whole building look all the greater. The barest corner, most hidden-away window, the plainest wall or support beam was more than utilitarian. No, the whole building breathed with art. "The planning of it took decades," Fall from Grace had said, and her words came with a pedagogical tone. "And a century more to build. It took all that time to find dozens of different kinds of stone, the hundreds of kinds of glass. Just counting all the kinds of cloth and banners would take years, woven by the hands of artisans across so many planes you could string them together like pearls." If dancers and performers were abundant in the clerk's ward, this was where they made kip. Music haunted each corner. The motions of twirling, twisting bodies snagged the eye like a hook. The walls were of so many textures and were carved in so many sultry shapes that they begged to be touched. Kiosks and stands were set apart just enough to give the performers plenty of room, and the smells of spiced delicacies made me wish we hadn't just eaten. "Marinated snails, sir?" the slip of a girl asked me, holding out a tray of them still in their shells. "Fresh from the gardens of Thildren and the Clegan woods, and buttered with 8 herbs from across 3 plains. 2 silver pennies for a taste." I was like a desert dweller, suddenly and inexplicably terrified by the lushness of the forest, afraid of the rich mysteries cupped in each shadow. But familiarity plucked at my soul, and I answered the call, which was the sound of celebration. The streets and walkways were broad enough, however, to permit the nobles to mingle freely while peddlers, a crude term for people selling such exotic goods, carried trays with samples of food and drink. The gentlemen and noblewomen happily plucked the goods with delicate fingers, dropping coin into open palms without a thought as they chatted. One man stood out to me, snapping in a deep, sonorous voice some anecdote or another, a staff in one hand and a goblet in the other. "Well, I had enough of that and her thrice-damned skim milk, so I cursed the mouthy cow." He was tall and thin as a flagpole, dressed in heavy crimson robes and had sharp, pinched features. There was a perpetual crankiness about his face, as if the creases had been kneaded in with years of sour moods. He paused, arching his heavy eyebrows as he looked me up and down, then bowed regally as I approached him. "I am Salabesh, oft called Salabesh the Onyx, future mage tutor for the Civic Fest Hall. You've business with me, I take it?" "No, just some questions." Fall from Grace had been too busy attending to her brothel to keep up with the Fest Hall's activities as of late, so this gentleman seemed about the next best thing. "About what, Not the ward and the like, I hope. Plenty of more common folk could answer such a question, and I'd just as soon direct you to one of them. Why are you called the Onyx?" "A long tale, which I'll shorten to save my breath. In my youth I was once called Salabesh the Golden, for I was said to have a heart of gold. Small, hard, and yellow. Well, I cursed the fool who started that so he could only speak from his arse and defecate through his mouth. The Onyx appellation, along the same lines as the Golden, though admittedly somewhat less clever, soon followed. In any case, I'm a much kinder fellow now, far less prone to laying curses and the like. I'm not certain if I deserve the name any longer." "You cursed him so that what?" "Oh yes, you heard that right." Salabesh sighed happily and chuckled to himself. "That sort of thing is why I'm known as the Master of Curses, you know." "What did you mean by future mage tutor of the Fest Hall?" "It's a prestigious position, to be an official tutor in the Fest Hall's training chambers. It's my intention to one day take the position of mage's tutor, but that title's currently in possession of the Lady Thorncombe. If only I could somehow prove I'd be a superior tutor." "Do you know of a cursed man named Reekwind?" Salabesh's eyebrows suddenly darted up. "Oh, yes. Jumble Murdersense cursed that man, if I recall correctly." "Why? Seeking to get his curse undone?" "Good luck. Only Jumble can do that, you know." "Where would I find this Jumble Murdersense?" "Within the Civic Fest Hall, I suppose. A short, portly fellow with a leering smile. Never speaks, so you'll be hard-pressed to get anything out of him." Looks like I have business with more than just one person here today. The inner court of the Civic Fest Hall was just as resplendent as the outside, if not more so. Tapestries and banners were dangled from poles, and floors were tiled with 1,000 colors. Servants carried trays of hors d'oeuvres here as well from outside, to keep the rich scent of cooking from tainting the delicate sense of perfume and incense here. The doorman greeted me with a nod. His golden skin sparkled slightly, almost as if it were metallic. Whether it was his actual flesh or merely painted on, I couldn't tell. He regarded us coolly as we approached, giving a respectful bow as I drew near.
"Welcome to the Civic Fest Hall, traveler. We are Splinter, doorman to the Fest Hall and Priest King of Ur. How may we help you?"
Despite his humbling offer of aid, his voice was powerful and commanding, a deep, rumbling sound that resonated throughout the chamber. "Priest King of Ur? What are you doing here, then?" My query came with a cock of the head.
"There is little to say that we have not told you. We are the Splinter, doorman to the Fest Hall, demigod son of Izahar, and Priest King of Ur. Planeswalkers came to our world and told us of the Society of Sensation. We were fascinated and returned with them. We left Ur in capable hands of our queen so that we might come to this place and experience servitude and humility for a time. As time does not pass here as it does in Ur, the century we have spent here will be as mere several months in our own world. After another decade or so, we imagine we shall be ready to return to Ur and rule it once more."
"How can you help me?"
"We do many things in this fine hall, traveler. We answer questions guests might have regarding it or its inhabitants. We direct both visitors and members of the Society of Sensation alike to the sensoriums or lecture halls. We also accept new members into the Society. Lastly, it is through us that purchases from the Society's vaults are made, spells and items and such.
Tell me about the Society of Sensation.
The core of a sensate's belief is that the multiverse can only be truly known through the senses. If one cannot sense it, then a thing isn't. Only through experiencing all the sensations to be had, can the full truth of the multiverse be revealed. The Society of Sensation, then, is where experiences gather and are shared with others, usually via the sensoriums.
Might I become a sensate?
In order to join the Society of Sensation, one must be willing and prepared to share their own experiences. 5 are required, 1 from each of the senses. Alternately, one may contribute a single experience that has strong elements from all 5 senses. These must either be new sensations or improvements upon our current stock. Should we find them acceptable, they will be placed into sensory stones, and you, having become a sensate, will be taught the sensory touch. It will allow you to draw others' wounds onto yourself, healing them by accepting their suffering.
What if I was already a sensate? I haven't come to this place in a long time, but I assure you, I was a sensate. Splinter bent down a ways to examine me more closely.
We do not recognize you, but we see no lies dripping from your tongue. Very well. We shall grant you access to those privileges allowed only to the members of the Society of Sensation, if you can show us what sensations you have gathered recently.
All right. I'm ready.
We would ask for 5 sensations, then, each pertaining to one of the body's senses, or a single experience which has strong elements of all 5.
I had the perfect one in mind. I'd have a single experience to contribute, then. I woke up, not knowing where I was, on a cold, blood-slicked iron slab in the bowels of the mortuary, a place where the dustmen or the corpses in their care have seen. Splinter nodded.
Go on.
My entire body reeked of embalming fluid, but even the smell of that was not enough to match the coppery scent of gore around me. Dozens of bodies lie on countless bloody slabs, like the one I rose from, all in the process of being gutted, flayed, and the like by nightmarish clockwork devices for reasons unknown. The only sounds were the squeal of labored metal and the unsteady tread of undead workers as they pushed the slabs about the mortuary on rusted iron tracks. He nodded.
A disturbing experience.
And I even left out the part about the chattering skull that flew at me as soon as I was upright. Will it suffice, Splinter?
Yes. We welcome you back, traveler, and grant you access to those privileges allowed only to the members of Society of Sensation.
Terrific. Now, as much as I would have liked to view the goods available to honorary sensates, I had other business to attend to. There was someone I was looking for here.
Who was it you were seeking, traveler?
Montague, a factotum here.
Montague is a busy young man. He can usually be found moving between this chamber and the 3 that lie along its eastern wall.
Montague was a handsome young man, with a crimson sash draped over one shoulder and a wedding band on the ring of one finger. He seemed lost in thought. His brow furrowed and a slight frown marred his lips. Greetings. He nodded, his accent clipped and proper.
And to thee, sir, hail. What dost thou wish of me?
Who are you?
I am named Montague, factotum of the sensates.
What are you doing here?
I work as an assistant for one of the faction's administrators, though more often now than past I find myself perplexed by one of life's strange ways.
Such as?
Problems of the feminine variety.
I blinked. You're female? The young man gave me a long look.
Nay.
What's the problem exactly?
I don't know what's bothering her. I've tried to cheer her up. I just don't know what could be the matter.
How are things between you two?
Other than this bout of discontent and humdrums, everything is splendid. All that orbits around us does so with tranquility. Our families are more than satisfied with our potential union, and her siblings love me. There's nothing wrong.
He sighed. Ah, fair Juliet, I know not what to do. I feigned surprise. Juliet? Oh, what good fortune. I need to speak with you about her. Oh? He gave me a puzzled, slightly suspicious look. I demand her love, and I demand that you withdraw your false proclamations of love before I smash you into tiny bits. Thou love her so that thou would fightest me? I stood straight up, puffing up proud like a villain from a cheap novel. No, I don't love her, but I will have her. And if you are foolish enough to fight me, I will pummel you, abscond with your lover, and please her in ways that you can't. He studied me for a moment, eyeing my muscles and examining my scars and calloused fists. With a gesture of spun-glass delicacy, he sighed. Thou art passionate about this matter, I see. Passion stems from love. Thou lovest her, and I could not deny her a love such as thine. I shall from this moment onward hold no claim on her. Thou may doest as thou wish. I hadn't expected that. Hold on a moment. You're not gonna fight for her? His eyebrows narrowed and those firm lips pulled back into a frown. If thou art disappointed that thou wilt not get the opportunity to fight me, understand that I do so out of honor and respect for thy passion. I am more than capable of defending myself, so think not that I yield out of fear that you might pummel me and please her in ways I can't. No, I grumbled, rubbing my forehead. This was all a ruse. He looked taken aback. A ruse? Of what sort? She wanted to provoke you into fighting for her. Oh. Did she think my love so boundless that I would engage in fisticuffs with a brutally scarred man of thy stature? Perhaps she thinks my devotion to her a little high. He sighed. So, what should be done about this ruse? I shrugged. Well, turnabout is fair play. Mort was more than eager to jump in. I say ignore the chit. Act distant and unconcerned. That'll spice things up considerably. Truly? Trust me, kid. Start ignoring her, create some friction, leave them wondering, and they'll be clawing all over to discover what the matter is. Right, Chief? He grinned. Yeah, I said with a smile. She'll think something's wrong, and for once he'll be playing the game rather than being the target. Thou wast saying I should feign disinterest so as to pique her interest. Assuredly that is irony. I shall agree to what thou suggest and observe the results. Good luck. I hope it works out. He was a short, balding man with an orange tunic and a rather sizable gut, which gave him the look of a walking pumpkin. He was absent-mindedly patting his large paunch with a slow rhythm, as if it were a drum. The man's odd, crooked smile and strange gleam in his eyes made him look a bit mad. Greetings. The man gave me an exaggerated, flourishing bow and presented a small card which read only, Jumble Murdersense, Chaositect Sorcerer Extraordinaire. He then snatched the card from my grasp and proceeded to eat it, grinning wildly all the while. Somewhere an asylum is one barmy short, Mort whispered. I had some questions for you, Jumble. Jumble Murdersense yawned and looked away, drumming on his belly with the palm of his hands. Jumble? My questions. Jumble rolled his eyes. He turned to me, smirked, and then bit his thumb. Are you mute? Is that why you won't answer me? Jumble cocked his head and gave me a stupid grin. Slowly he shrugged, then shut his eyes and stuck his tongue out at me. Fine, but I'd like you to remove Requin's curse. Jumble pretended not to hear me, instead belching loudly and resuming his belly drumming, his eyes wandering around the fest hall. The frustration steadily crept into my voice. Is there anything I could do so that you'd remove Requin's curse? Jumble wouldn't look at me, but shook his head. That's it. Remove Requin's curse, Jumble, before I'm forced to hurt you. Jumble raised one eyebrow and took a step back. He opened his mouth abruptly, and though his lips or throat didn't move to shape any words or sound, a torrent of incomprehensible babbling began to pour forth. What the? Jumble shut his mouth, and the babbling ceased. He peered at me through narrowed eyes, a self-satisfied smile on his pudgy face. Suddenly, I hiccuped. And hiccuped. And hiccuped again. Jumble Murdersense merely turned his head and waved me away. Uh-oh. Looks like you just got a curse thrown down on you, Chief. Anna stepped back, drawing a circle over her heart. "What have you done to me, Jumble?" I clutched my throat. Jumble ignored me entirely. "Oh, gods damn you, Jumble!" Again you stand before me. You mentioned you were a master of curses? Perhaps you could help me." "Help you?" Salabesh sneered. "Doubtful." Before I could respond, he sighed, shaking his head. "Well, perhaps I could. What troubles you, then?" "Jumble Murder Sense cursed me." I spat out the words quickly, and right after I hiccuped once again. "Jumble Murder Sense? Ha! That sputtering mooncalf could never best me. Oh, the battles we used to have, though." Salabesh frowned. "But I'm past all that now. No longer my sort of thing, you see. I really don't know what I could do for you. After all, it's his curse. Not the sort you'd find on an item or some such, you know, that you could remove with simple magic. He'll have to remove it, and willingly." "Well, could you teach me a curse, then, that I could use on him? Maybe that arse-talking thing?" I hiccuped, and I could taste the bile bubbling into the back of my throat. Well, I don't normally do that. I keep my curses to myself, you know. And besides, even a single curse would take one a long, long while to learn, more time than I'd care to spend on it." "I could pay you for your trouble." No, I simply no desire to do it." Salabesh looked directly into my eyes. "Now kindly drop the subject, sirrah, before you begin to annoy me." I stood, frustrated and forlorn. Mort eyed me, twitched toward Salabesh as if in a gesture, and then it hit me. "Perhaps you're just worried your curses aren't good enough to best him anymore." "You what? Of all the ridiculous. Now look here, you knuckle-dragging sack of scars. Salabesh the Onyx is the master of curses, and there is no other. Why, I could give you but a single phrase that would render that nincompoop's cursing wholly incompetent." I pursed my lips and raised an eyebrow, trying to look skeptical. Grace hid a smile behind her hand. "That's it. You've made me do it." Salabesh uttered a short string of impossible syllables, words of power, which I noted mentally for later use against Jumble. "There, see what that does to him. And tell me Salabesh the Onyx isn't the master of curses then." "Thanks, Salabesh, I'll do that. Farewell." Jumble frowned at my appearance, biting his thumb in my direction and waving me away. "Jumble, I need you to remove the curse you put on me." His only response was to roll his eyes and yawn pointedly. I wasn't about to give him another chance, and with no small amount of glee I threw the curse Salabesh taught me at him. Jumble stared at me with a somewhat skeptical expression as I spoke the arcane syllables of Salabesh's curse. The power buzzed over my tongue and my teeth tingled. After a moment of awkward silence, the Chaositect mage noted that nothing seemed to have happened, and an evil grin spread across his face. He opened his mouth to retaliate with another curse of his own, and his eyes grew wide. Jumble clutched his throat and lips writhed. He rocked back and forth, rolling like the big pumpkin he was, and looked up to me, mute as a stone. Salabesh's curse had removed Jumble's ability to speak, and destroyed the Chaositect's ability to curse others. He huffed, not even able to emit strangled gasps. The panic welled up in his eyes. "Looks like the tables have turned, Jumble. What do you think will happen when anyone you've ever cursed finds out you can't speak or curse anymore?" Jumble dropped to his knees, a pleading expression in his eyes. He looked ready to burst into tears. "Will you remove the curse you placed on me, and swear never to curse another who didn't mean you harm?" Jumble placed his hands over his heart and nodded vigorously. I didn't know if I could trust a Chaositect to be consistent, but I suppose I was going to give him this chance after all. "Very well. I'll remove the curse, then." Jumble sighed with relief as I removed Salabesh's curse from him. He, in turn, removed his own, and my hiccups finally stopped. He then bowed humbly and cast his eyes to the floor. "I'd like you to take your curse off Requind as well." Jumble nodded, pouting, and with a wave of his hand, removed Requind's curse. "Thanks. Farewell, Jumble." The smell of the hive was foul as ever. Hints of sulfur and the rank stench of rotting garbage, and the musk of mildew flourished in every corner. But when I approached Requind, I was pleasantly surprised. His eyes no longer had their bug-eyed stare, and he was no longer assailed by the twitching spasms from before. The fecal stench was gone, and that alone was like a gust of fresh air. He was smiling, and he looked considerably cleaner than before. "Greetings, Reekwind," I grinned. "You certainly seem better." He looked at me amazed. "It stopped. It all stopped just like that." He snapped his fingers and then looked down at himself. "Powers above, He laughs. "I feel clean again." Good to hear it. Jumble didn't want to remove the curse, but I got it out of him. "I thank you, sir, He looked flustered. "I have nothing to pay you with, but you are in my good graces." He shrugged. "For whatever that's worth." He frowned, then stood straight. "I will tell the story of your kindness to all who will listen." Actually, do you have any stories you haven't told me already? That could be payment enough. Of course. Reekwind looked around. "Though I've had enough of telling tales for a while. Do you have something I could write them in?" "I have a journal here." Reekwind took the journal from me. "Ah." He scribbled for a while, then handed it back. "There you are." "Thanks, Reekwind." If you would never use that name again, I, among others, would be thankful." I chuckled. "Very well. What should I call you, then?" "My name is—" He suddenly caught himself and smiled. "No, perhaps I shall keep that to myself this time." He nodded respectfully to me. "Thank you again, good sir." The familiar ashen scent of the smoldering corpse bar blew past me like a hot wind when I entered. Not a thing was different. The suspicious patrons were still hunched over their drinks, and more than one table had planers and cloaks murmuring to one another about conducting whatever shady business went on in here. The thugs had learned their lesson the last time I'd been here, and I was able to get through unmolested. But the man that approached me at this moment caught me by surprise, and I almost peppered him with a barrage of magic missiles. He had large eyes and a thin frame, and was dressed in plain blue and gray. There was something odd about him, though perhaps it was because his face seemed a touch too average and prototypical. He looked around, biting his lip nervously as if confused and frightened by the rest of the bar patrons, but he looked incredibly relieved to see me. Greetings?" I asked. He chuckled lightly and rolled his eyes in a "you wouldn't believe what happened to me" look that was strangely familiar. "About time, friend. I thought I might be here all day waiting for you." Do I know you?" "Why, yes." He gave me a pury eye. "At least I think. Well, I can't recall everything about you, but—" He frowned in thought, then shrugged. "Anyway, it's good to see you. I'm Adon. We're friends, I take it. Excellent. I could use more friends like you, it seems." He looked around in confusion. "Since I don't appear to know anyone in these parts, much less how I got here." I took a step back, and only managed to stumble a little. Adon was only ever someone I made up, an alias I used when necessary. I was never comfortable with it. Going under that name was like peeling off your skin and putting on someone else's, but here it was standing in front of me. In a realm where belief is made manifest, forge an identity well enough and it might come back to haunt you. "Where are you from?" Adon seemed surprised, and his confusion resurfaced. He frowned. "Well, not from around here, I don't believe. Or do I? I think I would have recalled such a place. Don't really recall where I'm from, or where I'm bound." "Do you know who I am?" "An old friend?" He sounded like he was testing the water. "Aren't you?" Yes, I am," I say carefully. "Say, I have some questions for you." "Oh, and I have some for you, too." He frowned. "Except I can't seem to get a handle on 'em. Questions. Who needs 'em? All that matters is answers anyway, I think." He finished with a shrug. "Well, it's been interesting, Adon, but, I have to leave. Farewell." "Hey, look, before you up and fly away to wherever abouts you're going, I've got something for you. At least I think so." "What is it?" "I'm not sure." He dug in his pockets and frowned. "Pockets too small to keep anything in." He scratched his head. "Maybe—" He pulled back his sleeves, first the left one and then the right one, scowled, then let both sleeves fall back to its full length. Better test this. "Adon, why don't you check the left sleeve again? I think it might be in there." "Really?" He pulled back the left sleeve again, and this time there was indeed a package tied to his wrist. He smiled in relief, untied it from his arm, and then handed it to me. "For you, friend. From me." He nodded as I took the item and felt through the brittle wrapping paper. A ring, no doubt enchanted by the feel of it. "Wasn't there some money to go along with this?" I asked, probing a little further. He snapped his fingers and agreed with as much ease as I had asked. "Yes, there was." He looked down at his belt, where there was now a belt pouch. He untied it and passed it to me. "It's all there, 100 coppers." "What about that enchanted item you wanted to give me?" I asked again. He looked puzzled for a moment, then smiled as if remembering. "Why, yes, there was one, wasn't there?" He reached into his right sleeve and pulled forth a long, slender dagger. "Here you are." "Thanks, Adon." As I looked up from the gift to thank Adon, he was gone, vanished like steam curling from the mouth of a kettle. I didn't even hear him leave. Farewell, then." The woman by the grill was just as broken as the last time I saw her so long ago, maybe more so. Her skin was pale with longing, marred only with black and blue streaks from injuries long ago, likely self-inflicted. Broken wisps of white hair jutted from her crown like bent straws, and not a glimmer of her faded beauty remained. "Hello, Drusilla." "Oh, it's you again. It's been a while. Have you found a way to free Ignis?" She pleaded. She ached for his warmth, craved the heat of his charred glory. I could taste it. "When will you free my love?" "As soon as I can get this to him. They say this decanter holds an endless supply of water." Her eyes widened when I showed it to her, the water of a dozen oceans swirling inside the crystal. "Yes, use that on him and he'll be sure to come free. Oh, my Ignis, I await you." She pauses for a moment, dread in her eyes. "Do you know the command word?" "Yes, I do." Her eyes brightened even further, if that was possible. "Then use it! Use it on him now!" With her urging, I approached the grill and the man that dared to touch the flames burning above them. He twisted in the air, ecstasy boiling in his eyes. The flames embraced his flesh when it would have eaten away anything else, and the heat rolled off of him in waves. He may have been angelic once, a diva in the heart of a sun, but what remained was skeletal, scarred with the elements. I was afraid. I tilted the decanter over the grill and began to pour. A small stream of ice-blue water poured from the lips of the decanter and touched the flames of the grill with a violent hissing and sudden rush of steam. The heavy wisps curled lazily, and then all of a sudden, as if in response to this challenge, the decanter lunged forward, ripping itself free from my grasp. My hands flung forward, fingertips grazing the glass in a futile attempt to catch it as it fell onto the grill and shattered. What the hell? Hissing billows of steam and a furious crackling noise rushed from the grill, spilling over me and forcing me to cover my ears and turn away. There was a keening, a cackling, a terrible sound like 100 buildings burning, people screaming and their cries being cut short by the roar of flame and melting flesh. As I put my hands over my ears to block out the sound, I met a stickiness on my hands like hot cheese or candle wax. My ears were bleeding from the sound. I drew my hands back to see them covered with chunks of melted flesh filled with bloody swirls. I was vaguely aware of the screams surrounding me, the clatter of chairs and mugs tumbling onto the floor. There was the laughter of the fiends in the bar, and the terrified groans of the drunkards. In some corner, a sod must have soiled himself, and he wasn't even standing in the heart of the firestorm. I was about to run from the bar, do anything to get away from the sound, when suddenly all fell silent, except for a jagged crackling coming from the warped grill. I turned. On the grill lay the decanter of endless water, now nothing but shards and steam. Above it was the creature, flames still trailing from its body, floating over the bar's floor. It was staring at me, its eyes flickering like two torches, and with it came the spark of recollection. "I know you." The creature's face split, charred flesh peeling away from its jaw so that it might speak. "Yes." Its voice crackled, burned, and roared from the creature's chest with every word. Flakes of cinder and ash spat from his mouth and drifted into the air. I could barely stand to look at the thing. The blazing radiance surrounding it was too terrible to behold. Ignis.
Yes.
The creature floated toward me, the air bending from the thermals surrounding it.
Long have I slept, dreams of flames.
As if in response, flames curled within Ignis's throat, and a touch of flame streamed from behind his blackened teeth.
I am yours, till death comes for us both.
Wordlessly, Drusilla approached, hands clasped over her breast, her eyes bright and lips trembling. Ignis's eyes flared up, and before I could stop him, he embraced her. She returned the gesture, arms wrapping around his body, losing herself in his flames. She didn't cry out, didn't make a sound as she curled around her lover, the flames blooming like summer flowers around her body. She had embraced her own funeral pyre. My last glimpse of her was burned into my memory in that instant. Her eyes were full of fiery passion and all-engulfing love, deeper than the molten core of a planet and higher than the heart of a star. In a flash, she was gone, sublimated in a burst of ardor and a wave of heat. Nothing was left of her, not even ashes. What have I done? Interlude. Sai Tavakis is displeased, and in her displeasure would have impaled Factor Epetrius if it weren't for Shara Sixblades looming over her shoulder. "What is this tripe?" she snarls. "First you say he was a godsman, and now you say he's a sensate. Which is it?" "What does it matter?" Epetrius quips sharply. "He was both, or neither, depending on how you look at it." "Some of us have money on this," Sai Tavakis snaps back. "I have 20 gold that he was a godsman, you sandborn sod." "Perhaps you could consider the faction he joined first," Audellin adds diplomatically. "After all, the godsmen seem more sensible a faction for the Nameless One." "Nay, he was a sensate before that one. Another incarnation was," Gamir throws in. "And can someone untie me from this damned table?" "Split the difference," Scale of 3 adds as he arranges the gold coins he had been counting into a pile. He scribbles in his ledger. "Or refund all the bets. It is only fair." "Well, I am still going to keep a little off the top as a service charge for setting up the wagers," a rogue replies. "Nah, you don't, you sticky-fingered blackguard. Shut up, you sod, I want to hear about the flamin' fella." "Be silent, all of you," Epetrius snaps as he shuts the chaos-bound tome, which had taken on a smell not unlike rancid oil. "By the 8,894 threads of my robes, you are all as barmy as a pack of slotty, the lot of you, and as my part in the tale is finished, we might as well allow me to step down so I might mediate this dispute." Epetrius's words die in the air as a brooming shriek echoes from across the room. "Ship!" For half a moment the crowd stands dumbfounded, 100 heads turning toward the shriek. It is then that, looking up through the window like a group of prairie dogs, the throng gasps, screams, and panics collectively. A shadow casts itself against the pale blue night sky, looming and growing larger by the moment. You're able to snatch your drink and scramble over the bar just in time, careful not to spill a drop. The shock of stone and steel rippling across the wall comes first, then the thunderous crack of a dozen windows shattering, their shards pelting down upon the crowd. The squeal of metal scraping against metal, and the crack of splintering wood, and wounded screams trail the initial shock like a ribbon. Patrons tumble from the second tier, screaming and flailing through the air as the section is obliterated. The crowd parts, crushing patrons against the wall and stampeding over the tables as the bow of the ship pierces through, its sides gouged by mortar. The hull is strong, however, and even as the ship squeals through the front of the bar, there is not a single spot where the vessel's surface has been breached. For 20 spans, the ship glides through, prow slashing the air like a needle, ropes and pulleys flailing wildly as they snap like tendons. For another 20 spans, it still moves, continually slowing until it screeches to a halt, giving one last quiver as it stops with a heavy groan. The silence afterward is broken by the wails of the wounded and the shifting of rubble. Through the shattered window, you spy a large building in the distance, with 2 metal beams atop, crisscrossing as they had fallen against one another. The space encircled by them is a window, and through it a sea of silver-white fog shifts momentarily before the portal winks out of existence. With a loud clank, the heavy iron anchor drops, crashing uselessly onto the ground. The floorboards shatter under its weight. "Avast, lads!" a woman's voice cries out as a porthole bursts open. "Looks like we've hit reality!" Sailors scramble along the deck, dropping ropes so that they might shimmy down. They are draped in blue and gray, sliding down gracefully like a dozen spiders. Their leather shoes pad along the ground softly. "Jeanette!" Shara Sixblade snarls. "Damn you, girl! What trouble have you brought upon me now?" With that, a young woman slides down one of the ropes, her navy blue coat fluttering behind her. Those peach-colored hands look much too soft to be those of a pirate's, and the lace cuffs at her wrist look too prim and neat. The hat she wears holds 3 feathers, blue, green, and red, obscuring her face. She swings her head back, looking up with a mad, pearly grin. The woman is pretty, with a pointed freckled nose and a heart-shaped face framed with light brown curls. Her face would have been perfectly girlish if it weren't for the blue-white eye patch covering the left side of her face. "These days the name's Jeanette Develle Fourwinds, Shara Sixblades." She laughs. "I added the last part so I might beat you in names, at least." Shara growls. "There's only one thing keeping me from killing you and your pirates. You'd best convince me there's more than that." Jeanette smiles. "How about we call our debt even, then?" "Not good enough." "Well, I added to your bar. You can keep the ship, build around it, and add those 3 decks. It'd double your space and add a magnificent feature, wouldn't you say?" Shara scoffs. "A vessel protruding from the outer wall of my bar? Preposterous." "You might be surprised. Besides, by the look of it, not a single one of your patrons was killed. Well, except for this one, at least." She gives the body a swift kick. Audelin's wings flutter, and he massages his joints as if they had been wounded in the panic. "Perhaps you could tell us what led you to crash your vessel into the walls of this establishment." "Oh, I'm not one for words. For one, I'm a magnificent liar when I do choose to speak. Second, as a cipher, I much prefer action. Like so." She gives the body another boot, and the poor tiefling at her feet coughs and sputters, groaning in agony at being revived so roughly. "Well, I was wrong after all. But that just goes to prove my point. Well, that was my good deed for the day, and I'm just in time for supper." "Then that would be a terrific pity, if you weren't able to continue the tale of the Nameless One." Audelin's voice is coy, teasing even as he cradles what looks to be a dislocated shoulder. As expected, Jeanette's eyes widen. "The Nameless One? Well, that indeed is a tale I'd be more than willing to add to." With a leap and a bound, she steps up to the stage, whipping a rapier from her belt. "I am Jeanette Develle Fourwinds, Pirate Queen of the Silver Sky, former captain of the Githyanki thought skimmer Jorindel. I've circled the border between prime material and outer plane, riding on currents of dream and waters of ancient memory. I've fished in the shimmering sea beyond the pale and survived the monstrosities that I caught. As for how I got here, well, we were delivering a shipment of stray thoughts to an old fence of mine when the Githyanki caught up with us. Now, these folks aren't too fond of entrepreneurs who acquire one of their astral vessels through legally questionable and perhaps morally reprehensible means, but I digress. There we were, surrounded by a dozen Githyanki warships, firing bolts of rage and loading cannons full of remorse at the Jorindel. The first salvo tore through the dream sails, and the second damaged our Quelia engine. A stray fugue had killed my first mate. Alas. 100 hooks flew at us, honed with hatred, of which the Githyanki are not short of, I assure you, and anchored with ropes made of braided nightmares. When they pulled alongside us, my crew fought them off valiantly. I couldn't ask for finer salts to sail with. I myself took on 12 of the yellow-skinned Gith at once, then insulted another so that he might join in. A good baker's dozen is fond luck, I always say. Well, we fought off the first wave, flung their broken corpses into the void, and sped along as fast we could through the astral sea. We were leaking Quelia faster than a stuck pig could bleed when salvation was in sight. Almenarok, an ancient god of empty spaces. He had been forgotten long ago, and his last followers had slit their throats one by one to add to the silent song, and that was that. The old power died with a whimper, and his corpse now floats along the astral, silent, still, bobbing in the white miasma like a cork, until we came along. One of the benefits of smuggling stray thoughts, lads, is that you tend to pick up little things here and there that are of great use. In this instance, it was knowledge. Almenarok's petrified corpse, high as a mountain and pale as pain, had great many portals scrolled away on itself. Much of the divine substances that are so precious about dead gods had been mined away long ago by the greedy Gith, so holes were aplenty for us to fly through. I chose one that I knew best, giving it the sign of the four shapes, and flew our vessel through as the Gith closed in on us. Well, needless to say, our engine puttered out at that point, and the sails had failed, and by sheer skill alone I sailed the rest of the way, buoyed with every ounce of will we could muster, bearing the splintered mizzenmast with my teeth. And here we are. Apetrius's thin eyebrows furrow, and the lizard perched on his head flicks its tongue. I have never heard of this god you speak of, and while you seem to be a lady of remarkable talents, I find it hard to believe you were able to fight off that number of Githyanki. You wound me, lad. Every word I just spoke is true as the river of faith. Well, save the false parts here and there, but at best they were just a mild embellishment or two for the sake of the tale, Jeanette says with a smile, popping open her pouch. But, as I said, collecting stray thoughts always yields lovely little surprises. With that, she pulls an eyeball out by its long, severed optic nerve. It is still wet and glistening, wriggling back and forth as if it had a life of its own. The eye of the Nameless One, lads. Take a good look, and let's tell a real tale. Chapter 67. Yar, matey! Anna merely gave me one of those long, piercing looks. What, don't think it'll look good on me? I pulled the eye patch from my face. It had a rose pattern along that oval of black cloth. Perhaps it would have looked good on me. Ironic, at least. Just save your jink, Anna said. I nodded in reply, tossing the eye patch back onto the counter. We walked a while through the market. At first I had hoped that it would give the two of us a chance to talk, to calm Anna down a bit. Ignis's freedom had been unnerving to all of us, but Anna was especially on edge. She walked more stiffly, ducked so as to keep me between her and Ignis, like a girl hiding behind her mother's apron. I won't let him hurt you. Besides, he seems to be perfectly loyal to me for freeing him. I can take care of myself, she snapped. But you're an Egypt. You consort with fiends and devils. People die wherever you go. It's gonna get you pinned in the dead book soon enough. Well, it would if it didn't keep spitting me back out. That Ignis is trouble, mark me words. Didn't you see the wounds he inflicted on you? She touched my hands. They were still blistered and burned by his flame. The healing had been slow to come. I winced. Then the flutter of two rosy wings caught my eye. Grace, so nice of you to join us. Her voice was smooth and sure as always, but a troubled undercurrent bubbled beneath those smooth waters. It is good that you are discussing the matter of our new companion. I have concerns of my own to contribute. Anna's lips curled at the thought of finding herself in agreement with Grace. Fall from Grace continued, her hands folded demurely in front of her. You would be wise to travel with him no longer. He is insane, and he has proven capable of acts of great destruction. As I understand it, he was transformed into a conduit to the elemental plane of fire. Such a transformation would have killed many mortals. I know, I murmured. Not only did he survive such a trial, but he thrived. He possesses tremendous power. Should he be forced into a confrontation, I would fear for the chances of anyone who stood against him. I pray it does not come to that. Her gaze steeled toward mine. If Ignis is so powerful, why doesn't he just attack everything he sees? I wasn't sure if it was my curiosity or a defense of Ignis, but it had to be asked. Why does he even travel with us? I do not know, but I do not think it is because he likes our company. In fact, I think he considers all of us irrelevant except for you. Me? Why me? Again, I do not know. Still, haven't you noticed that when you ask him to do something, he obeys, without question? Were I to make the same request, the last thing I would receive would be his compliance. We'll deal with that problem when we come to it. The woman smiled pleasantly as I approached the counter. Greetings, sir. How may I help you? I was wondering if I had quarters here. I was an old member long ago. My rooms might have been reassigned or something, but I trailed off. The cramped room I had been given in the Great Foundry was fine enough, functional and utilitarian, but I couldn't happily consign my friends to the lingering smell of burnt oil or the distant clang of metal, especially when the Civic Fest Hall might have had much more opulent quarters. If not, my access to the Sensate's facilities has been renewed, so perhaps you can find me something. She closed her eyes and flipped through a large ledger, stopping at what seemed to be a random page before opening her eyes once more. Ah, here's your room key. She handed me a small key. The easternmost chamber's been waiting quite a while for your return. Would you like to rest now, sir? No, but what do you mean, waiting for my return? The clerk gave me a strange look. My ledger indicates that this is your key, sir, and it has been for a good long time. If that is not so, then perhaps I'm merely mistaken. I'll take a look myself, thanks. She nodded simply and let me on my way. Sigil had its heights and depths, its beauties and horrors, but they were usually so distant. It was an ancient city, and many of its wonders were, more often than not, the skeletal remains of even older structures. Its people lived like hermit crabs, nestling in distant, ill-fitting shells that hadn't been built for them. My quarters were a different matter. It wasn't some room at a fancy inn. More than that, really. It wasn't the graceful columns or the high ceilings, nor the fancy canopied bed with its golden sheets and scarlet curtains. It wasn't the balcony, which granted a bird's-eye view of the clerk's ward below, with people scuttling like ants. For the first time, I felt I was returning to some place, and that this domain was my own. Never thought I'd set up Kip in a place like this, Anna murmured. Even Grace was impressed. Quarters such as this are reserved only for the highest faction members. Perhaps I should be jealous. Already I was poking through the cupboards, filled with old charms and potions, and a few parchments with ancient words of power. One pair of double doors, however, clicked and rattled, but wouldn't budge. Anna? I don't suppose you could give me a hand here. With a little jiggling and a twist of her lockpicks, the door clicked open. On the shelf sat a small... well, I wasn't sure what it was. Sculpture or container, talisman or charm, I had no idea. It was a dodecahedron, a 12-sided shape with pentagonal sides. It was cold and heavy in my hands, and whether it was metal or stone I couldn't tell. Familiarity pricked at my skull, like the distant buzzing of a fly, and a tension ran over the object as if it were ready to spring into the air. I stuffed it into my pack before I left. They stood in the lecture hall, many chatting with one another. Sensates and nobles, clerks, and the occasional commoner. The mass of colors was dizzying. Blue and green silks, scarlet and yellow velvets, white trim and black embroidery. Food had been prohibited. It was a lecture hall, not a circus. The speaker that waddled up before the crowd was a short, plump little man, his gray-white hair little more than a fringe around his head. His tunic was tight against his belly, a gray-blue reminiscent of a cloudy sky. There was a certain naivety in his grin, and a bit of soft-headed dramatic wonder in his voice. He sounded like a muddle-headed child that had grasped his first philosophical abstraction and was eagerly yammering a mangled version of it to everyone he came across. "Sigillians, welcome! Please, take your seats, and listen to the darks of which I speak." "Darks? Give me a break," Mort groaned. "We're not really going to listen to this rattletrap, are we? Come on, let's go find some sensate chits that have never had the pleasurous sensation of tasting the fiery passion of a skull's lips." He waggled his eyebrows in anticipation. "Quiet down, Mort. We're staying. For a little while, at least." The man looked like an idiot, but I wanted to at least give him a chance. He began speaking with a somber tone. "Death. It is what awaits you at the end of life's journey." He coughed slightly, then raised his eyebrows dramatically, waving his hands at the same time. "Death is not an end, but a beginning." "Beginning of more suffering," Mort whispered. "For when you die, you shall not cease to exist. No, far from it. The outer planes shall welcome you to their breasts. There a new life, one such as you have never known, awaits you there. That's for sure, Mort added again. You shall cast away the tattered cloak of this life and become one of the faithful, a petitioner. As a petitioner on this outer plane, your life's journey shall truly begin. If you have been a goodly sort of gentleman, steadfast in charity and goodwill toward your fellow bloods, perhaps the light-blanketed slopes of Mount Celestia shall house you when you die. Your spirit shall pass on to this place, dwelling as a petitioner in the beauty of golden mornings, soft sunlight that caresses. He sighed dreamily. An eternal boredom, Mort muttered, sticking his tongue out. Perhaps you lived your life to betray others and get ahead, giving lies instead of truths, backstabbing others, all to accomplish your own goals. Cold, red-blooded Carceri, the plane where all turncoats fall when they pass on, shall be the cage that imprisons you. As a petitioner on this plane, you shall live a life of treachery and treacheries, of lies and lying, knowing a life without trust. Looks like we know where we're both going to end up when we die, Mort added, rolling his eyes. The lecturer hunched over, his eyes darting back and forth. And perhaps you have lived a life of bloodthirsty evil, contemptuous of your fellow man, laying others low and doing as you pleased without a care for who or what you hurt. Then it is perhaps one of the lower planes, Bator, or the chaotic swirling layers of the abyss that shall welcome you. Evil to the core are the spirits that come to this plane, and most are doomed to mindless cruelty and suffering, or servitude in the dreaded, he whispered dramatically, Blood War, Mort whispered. And that's if you're lucky. Blood War. The phrase tingled with familiarity, but the feeling was gone a moment later. No matter where you go, know this. You shall be embarking on a new life. A new life, my Sigillians. And that's supposed to be an incentive? We get to do all this again? Gee, I can't wait to be a floating skull all over again. Wee! Pike him. What a tard. Spoken just like someone who hasn't died before, huh? The lecturer continued, unaware of the heckling at the back of the crowd. You shall be able to start anew without the burden of memory or your past life. Your sole goal, if you will, he smiled at his own humor, is to merge with this new plane that you're on, becoming one with the ideals and the very substance of the plane itself. You shall be one of the inhabitants, the petitioners on this plane, or ideally one of the building blocks upon which the plane is built. It is the goal of all petitioners. To accomplish this goal, he clapped his hands together for emphasis, must hold to your ideals. Oh, this is one big steaming load. I found myself nodding in agreement with Mort. Your ideals, good or evil, law or chaos, or somewhere in between. As you approach the alignment of the plane, your journey will end as you become part of the plane itself. 'Tis a glorious existence, my Sigillians. And that is what awaits you after death, my audience. Have a care as to how you live your life, but know it is not oblivion that awaits you after this one. What wash? Mort cried out loud. The speaker's head turned to face Mort, frowning slightly. He leaned out, trying to see who spoke. A question? A question from one of the living, perhaps? Mort ducked below the lecturer's field of view, then turned up to me with a whisper. Go ahead, Chief. Tell him the dark of it. Yes, I have a question, I said, raising my hand. He indicated for me to continue. The dustmen say that this life is where we end up when we die. The speaker chuckled derisively. Some members of the audience chuckled as well. There are countless petitioners, my friend, dustmen among them, who would disagree with the dustman philosophy. What if someone can't die? He laughed. Nonsense! Everyone dies, friend. Even gods die. I can't die, I declared with an innocent shrug. Oh, truly! Look, everyone, a rare treat. One of the great immortals has graced us with his presence. Greetings, O immortal! The audience laughed. My eyebrows furrowed in annoyance. For someone who spouted the exotic wonders of the multiverse, Death's Advocate was a close-minded idiot, and I wasn't going to let this half-baked tripe pass. I can prove it. Oh, do! Do! There was more laughter from the audience. What sport! Take heed, my audience. I think we shall have a rare display of my lecture today. Come up here, O immortal, and we shall see who is right and who is dead. Oh, that pompous bag of wind. Soft chuckles greeted me as I walked up to the stage, a small smile on my lips. The crowd had their eyes fixed on me, some thinking I was moronic, some thinking I was mad. A woman in a green silk gown fanned herself delicately, more to busy her hands than to cool herself down. A man with golden eyes and a crooked smile shook his head, as if disapproving of such nonsense. The more mature sensates in the crowd, however, leaned forward, their smiles curious rather than mocking, as if eager to savor the sight of what was about to happen. It was only when I stood next to him that I realized how small he was, in stature and in philosophy. The doubt nagged at me as to whether it was really worth it to prove this man wrong. He saw me hesitate, and his mouth curled into a plump, mocking smile. "I thought as much." "Well, that's the last straw, then." I stood up straight, gave the broad smile to the crowd, and put on a show none of them would forget any time soon. I jammed the knife into the side of my throat, rocking it back and forth. Meat and sinew parted like butter. Dully, in the back of my mind, and past the burst of crimson pain, I mused that this dagger was Godsman-made, high quality, razor sharp. Its efficiency was impressive. When I hit cartilage, I paused a moment. The pain was almost as unbearable as the lecturer's smug, pompous grin, and at the thought of his arrogant bluster, I continued to cut. The blood ran down my chest, cascading down my belly until it draped me like a warm scarlet apron. The screams of the crowd swelled like music, their retches and the thuds of fainting bodies added rhythm to the sound of a metal knife edge scraping against bone. It was a grim symphony that I was performing to, but it satisfied me as I hacked the rest of the way through my throat. I collapsed over the podium, the heat fading from my limbs. I wasn't shy about making that deep, gurgling sound. The viscous mix of blood and spittle bubbled from my lips and rolled warmly down my cheek. Mortals die so easily, and I suspect part of it is because they expect to. The moment you receive a fatal injury, you're possessed by the expectation of death, and it gnaws at you as surely as the wound itself. It's all downhill from there, quickening and hastening your way to the darkness. Me, I knew I was going to get up in a few minutes, so I wasn't eager to resign myself to death again that quickly. The crowd's shrieking reached a crescendo as, with my last ounce of strength, I pressed my hands to the sides of my head and twisted, snapping my own neck. Mort would tell me later that my head had dangled by the loose flap of skin at the back of my neck. It had swung back and forth, mouth agape, eyes open, and staring blankly into nothingness before I slid from the podium. It was horrifying. He sounded so damn proud. The initial shock was over by the time I awoke in a pool of my own blood, and the cries had been replaced by terrified murmurs. I turned my head this way and that, popping the joints back into place as muscle fibers curled into one another like vines, knitting lacerated tissue back together. A low, wet groan made its way through my throat, and I coughed up another dollop of blood. The woman with the fan was being supported by her companions, and vomit stained the front of her dress. Another gentleman had clapped a hand over his mouth, and his cheeks heaved as he himself retched. Most of the crowd had gone pale as bone, but the sensates who bore the sign of the faction stood wide-eyed and impressed. A light chorus of applause rose among the bitter sobs and nauseated gagging sounds, like flowers blooming among the midden heaps. Death's advocate had turned white as a sheet, and it took him a moment to compose himself. "By the powers! I think it's only fair that you prove your point now." The audience watched in morbid fascination as he stammered. Well now." "Go on. Die." I approached him menacingly, still turning my head this way and that, working out the kinks. My voice was low. The rumble had a coarse hiss to it from the neck wound. "Here. Now. Prove your words to be true. Embrace your life as a petitioner." He gulped. "Now, he offered weakly. "I must confess that I'm not quite ready to depart this life just yet." The speaker flinched when I leapt toward him, clasping his eyes shut and screeching. The knife fell in an arc, a bright flash like a crescent moon. His shriek echoed throughout the chamber, and even as my knife stopped just short of his neck. When his wailing died into a muted whimper, all that could be heard was a faint drizzling sound as he soiled himself. So, this great new life on the outer planes may not be all it's supposed to be? The speaker was aware of his hypocrisy, but was afraid of the alternative. Perhaps not. He glanced quickly at the audience, tugging his tunic down to obscure the growing stain on his pants. Well, certainly not now. That's what I thought. I've no more questions. I sat down, aching a little from reviving, but satisfied. He looked eager to wrap things up. Then I shall end this session. I shall continue to lecture here at the hall, so tell all your friends. Someone in the audience shouted. Sure, so they can come see you mess your tunic again. The room filled with laughter. The door swung open, and the crowd parted with mixed reactions. Many chatted excitedly at what they'd seen, bright-eyed and enlightened as if to say, "Ah, so that's what it's like." Others were more jaded, debating back and forth that, while it was a fine performance, whether there was anything particularly new about me committing suicide. But most managed to exit with weak smiles at best, while a few were much less dignified. "Good sir," a pretty woman addressed me, swaying to block my path with her fire-red gown. She had a heart-shaped face, framed with brunette curls, and wore the brooch of the sensates on her breast. "Exquisite, most exquisite. Do you believe that the experience of an immortal's death is much different from a mortal's? What of the pain?" "Kind sir," another girl came up to me, this one in a sea-blue coat. She was prettier than the first, with silver hair and eyes like sapphires. "What were your emotions? Was there fear, anticipation, excitement? What flavor of the first, and what was the shade of the last? Does it come in an aroma or a caress?" A raven-haired woman laughed as she wedged in between them, pushing them away with her broad plaid-green gown. Her face was sharp and angular, and there was a terrifying beauty to her. "Such silly questions can only come from novices. Tell me, gentlemen, what is it that an immortal sees after he dies? Do the waters of the afterlife lap at your feet? Do you stand on the high crest of the silent shore? Or perhaps I could modify a sensory stone to record such memories." The girls continued to mob me, assailing me with questions and excited chatter, asking me what the experience was like and to describe it in detail. They peppered me with the wonder of whether they could feel it too. Back and away from the crowd, Anna sneered and rolled her eyes, blowing out a strand of rust-red hair from her face as she walked out of the hall. Chapter 68. I was beginning to regret that decision a few hours later. Something in my neck just wasn't going back into place quite right, so I decided to spend some more time in my quarters recuperating while I caught up on a few things. I tried to figure out what in the hell's that dodecahedron was, puzzling and tinkering with it to no avail. I read over Requin's stories from my journal as well. It felt like it was about time I had a break. That is, until I found something at the bottom of my pack that I had almost forgotten about. The book that Mantuok dropped. I needed to wash my hands. Just the feel of the leather surface of the tome made my skin crawl. The cover was loose and fleshy, like uncured human skin left out in the sun. When I lifted the cover, a slight nauseating stench exuded from the pages, like a bloated corpse dredged from a warm lake. I hadn't touched the book ever since I plucked it from the ground, Mantuok's blood still warm on my hands. Even if the blood had seeped into the pages and wet them long enough to decay, it wouldn't have smelled like rotting meat. "Master," the pages whispered. I paused, dropping the tome in surprise as I looked around to see if anyone else could see. No, the room was empty. I touched the book again, and the voice returned, stronger this time. "I greet thee, master. How may this humble tome serve you?" "You can talk?" "That I can, master, in many different languages. Only you should take care that none see us conversing, for they cannot hear me. And master, speech is only but one of my powers." "How did Mantuok come to possess you?" "The diseased rad mage unearthed me in the catacombs, my master. He pried me from the grip of my former master, now long since dead. He brought me to his nest so that he might learn from me. His power was limited, however. It was difficult to speak to him, and he understood little of my teachings." The tome hissed as it spoke, serpent-like, with acrid disgust in its voice at the mention of Mantuok. I found myself sneering as well. A vile rat man could never understand the value of something such as this. "Tell me about yourself."
The question you ask is not a simple one, my master, but your servant shall seek to answer it as best it can. I am a codex of moments now forgotten, ideas now lost, and thoughts of other times and other worlds. Within my pages lies the forgotten lore of civilizations. In essence, my master, and this is the only thing of import, within my pages lie power. This power can be yours, my master. Its voice was honey-sweet when it spoke to me, and I was sure that if it had a tongue, the tone would have been licking at my boots. "I'm intrigued," I said coolly. "Tell me of your powers." "These are powers, my master, that can improve your life immeasurably. Unfortunately, the laws that bind me, they demand a small service in recompense for these powers." "A small service? Like what?" "The service required is a trifling one, my master. I would barely mention it if it were not for the sake of the laws that bind me to these pages." The book paused. "To unlock my power, you must sacrifice but a small bit of yourself, my master. You must spill blood upon the first of my pages. This act will serve to strengthen the chain between us and allow me to help you reach your full potential. It is a small price to pay for the spells that will come to be at your disposal." I scoffed. Such a trifling matter. "All right, here." I nicked the tip of my finger and allowed a healthy dribble of blood to fall on the page. A strange chill settled in my bones, and I felt empty and hurt. At the same time, there was a feeling of triumph, and a new spell came to mind that I immediately recognized. Blindness. Little more than a cantrip, but it may prove useful. Besides, drinking from this font of knowledge so easily was empowering. "This is your power now, master. Know that this is but the first power that lies in my pages." The days passed quickly as I was opened to a new awareness. How could I have been so blind? I scolded myself. I was filled with a sudden sense of clarity. At the top of my balcony, I could see easily what was useful and what was not, what was gold and what was dross, what gave power and what sapped it. Moreover, I began to realize that enemies were everywhere.
"Are you well?"
Dakon had intoned.
"Though you have no name, I have come to know you well, and something is different."
"You are not ill," Grace had said as she lifted her hand from my forehead. "But I detect that there is something missing. Perhaps you need some rest or a stroll through the ward. The entertainers may invigorate you, and a new caravan has come from Parafel with fine new goods." Even Mort seemed worried about me. "Come on, Chief, you and me. When's the last time it was just the two of us painting the town red, eh?" he chittered. Anna remained silent and distant. If I did look haggard, more so than usual at least, it was because many of my hours were spent in solitude, lifting what wisdom I could find from my new servant. "I bestow this advice. Be wary of those you keep close to you. Never take them fully into your confidence, and never dilute your strength by sharing it. Many emperors I have known have done such, and I do not wish you to suffer the same fate. If they claim friendship, then let them prove themselves useful. Words carry little weight compared to action. If friends they be, then they should be willing to die for you. Show no weakness. Do not admit error. Do not show hesitation. These things tell others that you are uncertain, a stone that is unbalanced and may be toppled." I felt a slight tightening in my chest then. Beware mercy. A turned back is no defense against an assassin's knife. Beware the common view of love. Love must often be cruel in order that it may rise above merely the sentimental. Separate yourself from small-minded fools and the weak by recognizing that you have a destiny. This alone gives you authority to tread where others would fear to go. A faint sneer curled up at the corner of my mouth at those words, but I quickly repressed it. There are two secrets to becoming great. One is never reveal all that you know. The other is, to become powerful, you must be willing to sacrifice, whether it is parts of yourself or things precious to you. Power is a bargain. One must give in order to receive. Honor and virtue are concepts that kill men and kill the spirit. They are only abstracts that drive men to strangeness and death. Be true to yourself and obey only your will. My blood seemed to move more sluggishly as the book spoke, as if it had chilled in my veins, or as if my heart had hardened.
Do not suffer one who has hurt you to live. To do so is an open admission of weakness. The soul of a man is a sea of emotions. Often man struggles to bring order to these emotions, but it is a false order. Man's natural state is chaos, and it is a state that should be surrendered to. Know the meaning of mercy and use it to your advantage, but do not practice it. Nurture fear in others, for only fear rules men. Nothing else leaves deeper scars. Extend a smile and the hand of friendship to your enemies. When they clasp your hand, strike them with the dagger in your other hand, else they will surely do the same to you. These are my last words of advice. Weigh them carefully. Remember that you can expunge anything you find undesirable. You need only have the will. As the book spoke those last words, a chill weight settled on my heart. I felt somehow tainted. Clear-headed, but tainted. It was then that it made its second offer. The voice of the tome seemed saddened as it spoke to me, by the dim light of the candle. I was alone in my apartment, as always, and hung on to every word. Unfortunately, Master, the laws that bind me demand a greater sacrifice in return for greater power. I would grant these powers to you freely, but, as you can see, I am bound. What is the sacrifice? I asked, my voice a melange of eagerness and annoyance that the book would dare hesitate. The second sacrifice is that you sell one of your companions into durance, bondage, slavery. This will signify the binding between you and the power. Your companions represent the power placed at your disposal. There are those in the clerk's ward, I am given to understand, who will aid you in this quest. Seek out Vrshika the Importer. The air was sharp in Vrshika's curiosity shop, as if the smoke from the incense had thorns. Beneath it all, I could detect the faint smell of blood that gave those thorns iron tips, and the slightest stench of sulfur smoke that lent them cruelty. There was a certain elegance in it that I didn't quite appreciate before. Interested in purchasing a slave or servant, Vrshika? Vrshika's full black lips curled into a smile. I'm always interested in acquiring more help. Standish, the lazy dullard, helps me around the store, but I could use another body for my manor. Who are you offering? I'll pay 5,000 coins if they're decent. I had thought about it for a while, and the choice had been clear as of last night. Dakon, the Githzerai. Dakon was silent, his hands tightening until I could hear the knuckles creak. Then his words come out like a blade, cold and firm, and edged with every fiber of his being.
It is not my will to be this woman's slave.
You don't have much of a choice in the matter, do you, slave? I said with a raised eyebrow. His body tightened at the word, and his coal-black eyes widened and dimmed, as if he had taken a mortal blow. Will you buy him, Vrshika? Vrshika narrowed her eyes at Dakon, eyed his body like meat. She tilted her head, examining his muscle, his posture, and looked into those dark eyes, suddenly dark but still bearing a dangerous edge. I half expected her to tug open his jaw and examine his teeth. A Githzerai, eh? And a Zerth, too. So long as you understand that you'll never see him again, I'll pay 5,000 copper coins for him. I understand. Take him. Dakon's lips parted. His eyes widened in as much horror as I had ever seen him express as Vrshika counted the coins out.
Never did I think.
His coal-black eyes examined my face for a moment, then dropped to the floor as he shook his head.
It is a cruel path my hasty words have led me down. My path. Dakon's path.
You have no name any more, slave, I said simply. You are old and weak, and I've learned all I needed from you. He fell to his knees at those words, his hands trembling. He did look old. The creases in his face were more pronounced. His voice creaked like old wood as he attempted to murmur a prayer to Zerthamon, perhaps a wish to strike him dead then. The fire in his eyes flickered and faded and was gone, and his shoulders sagged as if the weight of them were too much for his body. I had sucked dry every useful drop of knowledge and life from him, and I needed him no longer. Your blade is shattered, Dakon. I crouched down next to him, my voice as low as a whisper, but I knew those words would ring in his ear for as long as he lived. Your Karak is as mist. He turned away from me in silence,
Vrshika handed a bag to me, heavy with coin. I squeezed it, satisfied by the weight, and stood watching as she passed a slip of parchment to her newest slave. Here, this is the address of my home in the ladies' ward. Go there now. Try and flee, and I'll have a pack of fiends so far down your throat you'll be begging to come back to Sigil and serve me. She then turned to me. And you. My thanks. I'm sure he'll prove entertaining. Enjoy your 5,000 commons. Farewell. There was nothing remaining of Dakon the Zerth when I left the shop. He still knelt there, staring into nothingness with dead black eyes, limbs frail and limp as a corpse. It looked as if a breeze could have broken him in two. The fierce screech of a scolding tongue and the crack of a whip were cut off as the door slid shut behind me. In my pouch, the book murmured to me in a low, pleased hiss. Master, have you completed the second sacrifice? There is an air about you that says you have. You have done well. You are a swift learner. Listen to these words and learn still more. The book spoke some unintelligible syllables, and a burning sensation spread within my chest, and I learned the adder's kiss. I smirked. I didn't need this to prove to anyone that I had a cruel tongue. Anna held one arm tightly, as if cold. She padded over to me, her heels soft on the tiled floor. Ever since that messy business with Dakon, Anna had been walking on eggshells around me. She held her body stiff and tight, shying away when I approached, even as she stared, her eyes meeting mine. Her gaze was beginning to feel warmth again, the kind of heat that her fiend blood alone couldn't kindle. "What's this now?" she asked hesitantly. "What's this you want of me?" "I'm just concerned, Anna. You haven't been yourself lately." "You haven't been yourself either." The moment the words were out, she bit her lip and glanced down nervously at my shoes, as if she wished she had said nothing. "I know this is about Dakon," I said tenderly, smoothing out the coarse rumble in my throat so that the words came out sugar-sweet. "You don't need to worry about him." Anna shifted a little, waited as if she was worried that she needed permission to speak. That was just cold, it was. Seeing him like that in his eyes?" She moaned. "I'll never forget his eyes. It haunts me dreams, it does." "I'm jealous," I chuckled. "There should only be one man in your dreams." She took in a sharp breath, surprised that I was suddenly next to her. Yet she didn't pull back when a rough, callous knuckle caressed her cheek. Her skin was pearl white and smooth as silk, warm to the touch. "Did you like Dakon?" I murmured, leaning in so that my breath blew against her hair. "As a traveling companion," I added, as if it was an afterthought. Well, no, but..." "Then all is well," I said, pulling her closer. Dakon was useless anyway. Worse than useless. I saw how you used to look at him, standing at my side, never leaving my sight. You and me could never be alone together with him around. There. Her heart skipped a beat, and she swallowed. That had dredged up some hidden guilt, made that shameful fantasy real. "I didn't need Dakon, Anna. I have no need for useless things," I murmured. "I need someone to be useful." "Useful," she mouthed the word back. "Your father is dead. The buried village is in chaos." I shifted, turning until I held her from behind. One hand caressed the bare cleft of belly revealed by her vest, and she trembled at my touch. "You have no one to go back to in your old life. But I need you, Anna." Her lips trembled, working as if they pleaded for a name. Any name she could pin to me, so that she could whisper it in my ear. "Will you be useful for me?" There was no pause, just a breathless answer given, with eyes half-lidded and heart beating until the blood boiled in her veins. "Yes, I'll be useful for you." "Thank you." I smiled, my lips brushing her cheek. "That makes me so happy." The sound of Anna's pulse drumming in her ears deafened her to the sound of my dagger being unsheathed. "You offer me cantrips and castings for novices," I snarled. "I could have walked into a parlor and purchased what you offer, then wiped myself with the scraps. You better have something more to my liking, servant." "Oh, I do. All pretense of its sniveling, its bowing and scraping had been nearly gone, and it spoke with barely restrained glee. "I promise you this. Magic beyond your ken, and beyond the power of most mortals lie in the next pages. Oh, you will be the envy of Archmagi, I promise you this." It no longer addressed me as master, but that was of little concern. I shook the tome furiously, nails digging into its soft, fleshy hide that bound it. "Then give it to me!" "You must have patience. You have already shown yourself willing to do what it takes to achieve this power," the book had hissed, a little too snarky for my liking. "And you must realize that you will pay for this power." "What do I have to do?" "Do you have companions you are willing to betray?" it had asked as it revealed a toothy smile. "How about Anna?" "I care not who, as long as you show yourself willing. Go now, and do it." It almost sounded like a command. My fingers clung loosely to the hilt of the dagger, soaked in blood from blade to pommel. The heat that stained my hands was slowly trickling away, dripping to the floor in small red splashes. There was a lesson to be learned, surely, and I mused on it as I sat on the edge of the bed and stared at Anna's body. I meditated as I watched her grow cold. A thief's reflexes are much sharper than you might think. Drunk on ecstasy as she was in my arms, she could still feel something was wrong, twist away just as the blade buried itself in her chest. I had missed her heart completely, and Anna began to struggle. I had seen how quick she was with the blades, how deft. They were unsheathed in an instant, and she could have swung back and slashed my throat in the blink of an eye. She could have left me gurgling on the tiled floor, my blood mingling with hers. There was no reason Anna couldn't now be crawling toward the door, crying out for help even as she slowly bled out from the wound. But she hesitated. Oh, how she hesitated, punch daggers trembling in her hands as if she didn't know what to do. She just lay back in my arms, trying to make sense of it all, trying to dig herself out of the hurt of betrayal. She couldn't bring herself to kill me, even if slashing my throat meant nothing in the long run. She could have saved herself easily. "Excellent," the book moaned in rapture. "Excellent. Never have I felt treachery as deep as this. I can taste it. You have proven yourself a worthy student. This, then, is the final spell I can teach you." It muttered some strange syllables, and a strange howl swelled in my heart. A smile curved at my lips like the blade of a dagger, and I knew a word of power, an utterance that could unravel reality and sever the strand of life with just a whisper. It felt good, ringing in my head. I felt giddy, as if I were keeping a secret I must not let out. Chief?" The voice at the door was small and afraid. "Ah, good thing you're here, Mort." I nodded, not looking up. "I'll need you as a witness. The thief had somehow broken into my rooms, tried to rifle through my belongings. I had to defend myself, of course." His voice was furious, and he trembled in the air with rage. "I can't believe this. You've sunk pretty low before, Chief, but this just takes the cake. I'll see you in Baydor, you banged-up, short-stemmed, backstabbing, ungrateful, pockmarked, dung-biting, greasy-haired, snaggle-toothed, sorry piece of amnesiatic garbage. Mark my words, you pike and sod. Keep on this way, and you'll be dead for good soon enough, and oh, how you'll get yours then." My eyes rose to meet his then, and I spoke in a soft voice that seemed to turn the air into ice. "Watch your words, Mort." "You..." He worked his tongue, his eloquence suddenly failing him. Mort seemed so unsure now, so afraid to speak up. "You killed her. And you might as well have killed Dakon." "Yes. And I liked Anna. And I valued Dakon." I tested the tip of my dagger with one finger. "And as of now, I still like you. If these things had to happen to people I liked, imagine what could happen to someone that suddenly became an annoyance." For the first time, all Mort could do was stare at me silently. Within the past 3 days, I had been killed 12 times. It was a record for me. I had been gutted by the harmonium, mauled by an Abishai while walking down the street. Thugs had jumped me at night, and one of the chambermaids had even slit my throat as I slept. Each time, they stole the tome from my pack and fled, but only long enough for me to recover and hunt them down again. Things seem to have gotten a lot more dangerous, I mused, running my finger across the foul-smelling leather of the tome. I had been getting used to the smell of decaying flesh. Yes, master, it mewed nervously. It is good, then, that you have me to watch your back. I chuckled. Drop the act, my servant. I know what you are. What? Oh, yes, I sighed, flipping through the book's pages. You are a parasite. You corrupt the weak, driving them into abominable evil. You delight in corruption and feed off of wickedness, and when you've done as much as you can to see them swell with power and bloat their sins, you lead them to their deaths and go on to the next host. But, the book sounded afraid. How long have you known? All along, since the moment I first touched you, I chuckled. But you're not as clever as you think you are, little tome. For one, I'm immortal. You can't get rid of me that easily. Master. For another, I'm no weak-minded idiot who is so easily seduced by power. My finger tapped the cover, and I rested my chin in the palm of my other hand. No, I knew what you were. You led me nowhere. I chose to take the path I did, and you gave me all the power I wanted. But, the tome whimpered, I can still serve, master. I have had many owners, know of many of their secrets and their ways. I can still be your ally, your loyal servant. No, you can't. I've drained you dry of all your magic, little tome, and I have no use for you any more. I channeled a simple spell through my fingertips, and smoke began to waft from the page that I touch. And I have no need for useless things. The book shrieked as it was consumed by fat tongues of flame. Smoky black fire bloomed around the edges, ate away its pages with ravenous hunger. I fed my past into that flame as I watched it burn. Memories of Mort, who was now little more than broken shards of teeth and bone lining the bottom of a bin after he tried to turn me into the harmonium. Memories of Fall from Grace, who politely declined to continue traveling with me, saying she had experienced enough of betrayal and hatred. Memories of Dakon, now more broken and nameless than I was. And lastly, I burned the memory of Anna, who gave her heart to me so that I might plunge a dagger into it. She still rests on a heap in Ragpicker Square, you know. The collectors won't touch her, nibbled by the rats and fat with worms. And yet they leave the eyes, staring off into space, still bright with unshed tears. I tossed the ashen heap off the balcony, and the black flecks fluttered off, carried by the breeze that passed through the ward, clean and sweet as it could be in Sigil. It was going to be a beautiful day.